It must have been about 15 years ago. Those Taoist bastards from Wudang slandered and tormented me simply because I was the leader of the Unorthodox faction. It reached a point where I could no longer endure it. I was enraged, and so a war broke out, whether it was a righteous battle or not. The scale of the war grew, but in truth I was not there myself. My target had been Wudang from the very beginning. I burned down Wudang's Hall of the Three Pure Ones and beheaded all its sect leaders and elders. I spared only those who cursed me with all their might, letting them fall beneath my sword. They called me cruel, selfish, despicable, and evil. How pathetic. In any case, we are in a truce now. But Wudang, which had been the holy land of Taoism for thousands of years, was weakened and fell behind the other sects. Well, it has nothing to do with me. In the end, wasn't it just deserts, he thought, looking at the people gathered around his deathbed. I never liked those self-righteous Taoist bastards to begin with. The ones who acted all high and mighty, spouting nothing but glossy words. The mere thought of having to interact with them made my whole body itch. He lay in bed, breathing with great difficulty as he thought. His mind grew clearer, and his past memories became more vivid. He glanced at his bedside. Is this terminal lucidity? He saw those sitting sadly by his bed, the ones I trusted and founded the heavenly demon sect with. He looked at them all with a tired face. But why is Qian Umyang not here? He has his shortcomings, but he was the most loyal. Seeing this situation, it seems he still hasn't returned from his search for the herb of immortality for me. To go looking for something he knows doesn't exist. With his personality, he's probably fallen asleep digging through a pile of weeds at the foot of some mountain by now. He doesn't know a thing about medicinal herbs. He closed his eyes, weary. If only I could see his face one last time before I die. In any case, it seems even breathing has become this difficult now. I am 80 years old this year, he thought, as he struggled to open his eyes. What a difficult path I have walked to reach this position. The Sun-Moon Demon Sect, the Righteous Martial Alliance, and I, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, have divided the current Murim. Hyonreon Mugong, that is my name. I betrayed the good, trampled the evil, and cut down those who helped me. I betrayed and betrayed again to seize everything, becoming the leader of the Unorthodox faction. People pointed their fingers and cursed me as a cruel man, but they were truly foolish. Thanks to them, I overcame all sorts of harsh trials and ruled the Unorthodox faction for 40 years. I could take any woman I wanted, and gold and treasures were always overflowing. I was the supreme authority who could wipe out an entire sect with a flick of a finger. But life and death are up to the heavens. As a mere human, how could I defy the will of the heavens? I suppose when it's your time to die, you die, right? What I regret most now is in fact a bit of regret. He gnashed his teeth in anger. If I had known I would die like this, I would have spent all the money I saved and dealt with those bastards from the Orthodox faction who dared to stick a sword in me. I didn't even get to spend a single night with the new concubine I took in. Hyonreon Mugong turned his head with difficulty, his hand trembling. Even a single sigh seemed beautiful, and the words that came from his mouth felt fresh. My trustworthy subordinates were looking at me with expressions full of sorrow. Pathetic whispers echoed. While he was thinking to himself, the people next to him were very noisy. Damn it, why won't those bastards die? Looking at their healthy bodies, they must be eating and living well, so it'll be a long time before their lifelines are cut. Vicious bastards, the people continued to lament, still seemingly uninterested. We can't hold back our tears that our Lord must pass away because of those foolish evil men. It's a relief that he has at least lived this long. Hyonreon Mugong was furious watching them. These fucking bastards, his first disciple exclaimed with a serious face. Everyone, do not worry. I will handle this matter. Our Lord has suffered too much. Immediately after, Hyonreon Mugong's jaw dropped in despair. I raised this disciple with all my heart, but what in the world have I created? They were still lost in their state of joy. Anyway, it's a real relief. I think that fool Qian Umyang must have found the real herb of immortality by now. I prayed for it every day. The man's face immediately darkened. The inhuman villains of this world don't seem to age and will live longer than ever. It gives me the shivers just thinking about it. They were rejoicing like that by his side. Let's work well together from now on. Hyonreon Mugong lay there, seething. He wanted to quickly cut off their heads and throw them into hell. He lay there, grinding his teeth in anger. The attitude of those who cursed and pointed fingers at me was just like that. Rotten bastards. Immediately after, he slowly calmed his mind. Well, these guys were like this from the beginning. He glared at the one who had suddenly appeared. I've lived like that too. He was horrified when the messenger from hell appeared. He spoke to him with a solemn face. Hyonreon Mugong. Hyonreon Mugong was terrified upon hearing those words. The Grim Reaper has called me for the first time. Doesn't my connection to this world sever after he calls my name 3 times? He helplessly closed his eyes and began to accept his fate. There's really not much time left. Let's not be any more pathetic. Just then, Qian Umyang's cry made everyone their turn in surprise. My lord, Hyonreon Mugong felt a slight anger and resentment towards the person running in. Qian Umyang, you bastard, you went to find the herb of immortality and only came back when I was about to die. Immediately after, he sighed with a light smile. Still, I'm glad he's here. He closed his eyes helplessly. I get to see the face of my loyal subject one last time. Everyone was astonished by Qian Umyang's urgent and loud voice. The herb of immortality. I have finally found the herb of immortality. Everyone, including Hyonreon Mugong, who was waiting to accept his death, was startled. he approached quickly and cried out, "Eat this quickly, my lord." He was so surprised that he stared at it. The herb of immortality, did it really exist in this world? What is this I get to live on? He urged him with all his might. Hurry, eat it quickly. Hyonryeon Mugong was slightly angered as the whole thing was stuffed into his mouth. This foolish bastard, shouldn't you at least wash the dirt off? The mix of Cheonumyong's urgent calls and the Grim Reaper's cold voice made him anxious. My lord, you can't just swallow it like that. You have to chew, Hyonryeon Mugong. Again, someone shut that Grim Reaper bastard's mouth. Cheonumyong suddenly pulled the grass out of his mouth. Seeing that he couldn't eat it, he suggested another way. I'll grind it up for you. My lord, Hyonryeon Mugong was a little puzzled to hear that. Wait a minute, surely this guy isn't? He couldn't help but think in horror at the sight. Grind it? Why with his hands and not by chewing? The people beside him finally came to their senses and quickly approached to stop him. Slow down, you'll get indigestion. Quick, stop him. Hyonryeon Mugong was extremely helpless watching the chaotic scene. You fucking bastards, let me go. How am I supposed to live on? He became urgent as the Grim Reaper was about to call his name a third time. Wait, I just ate a little. Let me eat more. His cries did not stop. Hyonryeon Mugong lamented inwardly as he ate the herb of immortality with all his might. At this rate I'm going to hit a dead end. A whole stalk of the herb of immortality was pushed into his mouth. His soul departed in great sorrow. It's too late. I saw my soul leave my body. Immediately he couldn't help but feel sorrow looking at his own corpse. I can't live anymore. Immortality, I failed to achieve it. The Grim Reaper's call finally echoed for the third time. He sighed in frustration. This is really the end. I can't go back. He fell deeper and deeper into thought. My passionate nights. Instantly, a fluctuation occurred in his soul. He couldn't hide his joy as his soul was returning to his body. My soul is going back into my body. The herb of immortality worked. Seeing this, Hyonryeon Mugong was extremely excited. Good, if this keeps up. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back again. My hair, that hurts. Hyonryeon Mugong advanced quickly as he let go. I told you it hurts, you fucking bastard. He approached him, extremely excited. He missed. I'm alive, I won. Hyonryeon Mugong approached him, laughed contemptuously and reminded him. You damn bastard, what are you doing, not getting lost? You still want to drag my soul away? Not a chance, you bastard. It's the herb of immortality. He would have died if that guy hadn't eaten so greedily. The great prince saw this and approached to greet him. You foolish bastard, we'll see who wins. When it comes to patience, no one in this Murim can match me. I won't close my eyes until my last breath. Not before then. Hyonryeon Mugong pondered and asked himself, Grim Reaper, you fucking bastard, I am the lord of the heavenly demon sect. Hyonryeon Mugong. In the endless darkness he suddenly wondered. I hear old men's voices. Something seems to have disappeared. Jinmu faintly heard shouting along with the silhouettes of several people. He's awake. He vaguely saw a hat in a worn-out shape. Right, Wudang. What Wudang? Jinmu suddenly came to his senses. A group of Taoists sitting around him were slightly pleased to see him. You're awake. He was very puzzled to see them somewhat excited. Taoist bastards, what the hell is going on? Joy filled the faces of Myunghyun and Myungging. This is thanks to heavenly fortune. It is thanks to the great blessing of the heavenly honored one. Jinmu couldn't help but question it, recalling the Grim Reaper's evil laugh. I didn't die because I ate the herb of immortality, so did that Grim Reaper bastard pull something like this? He was extremely surprised and moved his hand. No way, how can this be? He trembled and looked at his own arm, thinking in fear. I can't move. Immediately after, Jinmu trembled and his brow furrowed tightly. No, the pain is excruciating. Myunghyun saw this and approached to reassure him. It's all right, don't strain yourself too much. Jinmu was furious upon hearing that. I'm not straining myself right now. It feels like every joint in my body is broken and my muscles are torn to shreds. The two Taoists saw this and were very moved, saying something Jinmu couldn't understand. To have fallen from a cliff while getting herbs for my disciple, it is truly commendable. Just then, a severe headache washed over him, and numerous memories flooded Jinmu's mind, an orphan abandoned by his parents, and then, in a bleak and lonely life, he met a kind-hearted Taoist. Jinmu suddenly cut off the recollection. Wait, now is not the time to be feeling that. The Taoist was severely injured and had his martial arts crippled by the lord of the heavenly demon sect. The 17-year-old boy crossed the treacherous Wudang mountains to get medicine for the Taoist. Jinmu was in extreme pain and wondered. Whose memory is this anyway? This vast memory. The people saw this and all murmured. Oh no, his key channels are unstable. My goodness, everyone, hurry. They each placed their hands on various parts of his body. A moment later, a huge pillar of light erupted from Jinmu's body. Jinmu was horrified when he discovered what the Taoists were doing. This is immortal energy. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but curse inwardly. These fucking bastards, what are you doing? How dare you inject immortal energy into the body of Hyonryeon Mugong, lord of the heavenly demon sect? How is this any different from killing me? You guys, were you commissioned by that Grim Reaper bastard to kill me? Everything gradually returned to normal. The people there were delighted with what had just happened. We succeeded. The immortal energy of the 6 young divine art has stabilized in his lower dantian. Now that his blood meridians are stable, we just need to let his bones mend. Myungjin immediately clasped his hands together respectfully. I am deeply grateful for the grace of the sect leader and my martial brothers. He lay there with a pale face in extreme pain. What truly cruel Taoist bastards, they don't even think about the person suffering from the pain of immortal energy. Myunghyun narrowed his eyes, smiled, and patted his shoulder. It is nothing, how could we turn a blind eye to the life of a child who sacrificed himself for Myungjin? It is all thanks to fate. Suddenly another elder shouted, and he glanced at the sect leader Myunghyun. Myungjin immediately suggested to everyone, since this body has received the power of our sect's secret art, the 6 Yang divine art, how about we take this child as Myungjin's disciple? Immediately after, he narrowed his eyes and smiled again, concluding, isn't this exactly what I was thinking? That would be fine. The two began to discuss the matter of giving Myungjin a disciple. Wouldn't this be an unprecedented event? If he's Myungjin's disciple, it's not out of the question. Isn't this a blessing and a fateful connection for both this child and Wudang? Myunghyun thought for a moment, then asked him, what are your thoughts, senior brother? He was lost in thought for a moment, then exclaimed, I have been thinking about this for a long time. For someone like me, it is more than I could ask for. Immediately after, he concluded with a solemn face, if you all agree, I will do my best to teach him. Myunghyun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing that, and the rest of the people were all extremely excited. Everyone gathered and surrounded Jinmu, listening to Myunghyun's announcement. Since everyone has agreed on this special matter, we permit this child to become Myungjin's disciple. His face brightened considerably upon hearing that. Immediately he bowed his head respectfully. I am deeply grateful for this great kindness, sect leader. Myunghyun saw this and asked Myungjin about a name, and he fell into thought. After long deliberation, Myungjin gave him the name Jinmu. The people there were all delighted. What an auspicious name. He lay there listening, his face pale as he gritted his teeth. Jinmu, isn't that a dime a dozen name for Taoist bastards? Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Just then he felt helpless about the sect's naming conventions. Why on earth do these Taoist bastards come up with such lame names, a name with no individuality and no value? Myunghyun smiled brightly and said, let's all work together for Jinmu's recovery. Seeing this, he became extremely anxious, wondering what they were going to do. Jinmu was horrified as the people held hands and chanted together. Stop, please, masters. He was terrified as the sound of their chanting grew louder and louder. Don't do it, you fucking bastards, I told you not to. He gritted his teeth and shed tears in agony. If someone's hurt, you give them medicine and bandages. Why are you chanting spells? Immediately after, his desperate cries were heard. Where on earth are you taking me? Hyonryeon Mugong, the lord of the heavenly demon sect who once ruled the world with cruelty, divided the world with the lord of the sun-moon demon sect, and the leader of the righteous martial alliance as a supreme master of Murim. Jinmu's face was full of dissatisfaction. He had now become Jinmu, a first-generation disciple of the declining Wudang Sect. Jinmu was still lost in his own thoughts. That damn Grim Reaper must have done something. I've entered the body of a child who had already died, and when I suddenly woke up, his memories were in my mind as well. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth in anger, his face as fierce as someone about to go into battle. The immortal energy of the 6 Yang divine art is deeply rooted in my lower dantian, and the slowly accumulated ki fills my body. I can't practice the Black Dragon primordial art, which was Hyonryeon Mugang's strength. Suddenly, a soft voice called his name, and at this sound, Jinmu tensed up and immediately put on a bright expression. I instinctively answered the call of Jinmu very quickly. I can't resist this bastard's memories. He was extremely respectful to Myungjin. Did you call for me, master? Like the golden fillet on Sun Wukong's head, the memories in his mind absolutely controlled his actions. Myungjin, the memory resurfaced as if it were yesterday. That day, 3 of the 8 palaces were engulfed in flames and Wudang was completely shattered. This Taoist had stood against Hyonryeon Mugong and protected the remaining palaces. My biggest mistake was sparing Myungjin's life because his spirit was commendable. Immediately after, his face became fierce with anger. I should have just killed him then. I should have wiped out all the Taoist temples on Wudang Mountain. The end of his thought was the sound of Myungjin calling him to eat, and Jinmu answered respectfully, Hyonryeon Mugong, the lord of the heavenly demon sect, one of the supreme masters of Murim, is now trapped in Jinmu's body. He handled the kitchen chores skillfully and with great care. Jinmu, eventually triggered by some stimulus, changed his schedule and did his best to prepare a meal for his master. Immediately he was furious. What the hell is this? Jinmu ground his teeth, his face extremely angry. How on earth do I get out of here? Myungjin and Jinmu were in a quiet annex. A teacup was placed next to the chair and Myungjin sat there, watching Jinmu prepare to practice his sword. His face evaluated him very seriously. He held the sword in his hand, closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Instantly a powerful aura erupted from the sword in his hand. The sword shone brighter and brighter, emitting a very fierce aura. Myungjin was extremely surprised to see this, and his eyes shining he exclaimed softly. He was very excited and praised Jinmu. You have successfully executed the sword form. Myungjin couldn't stop marveling at his calm face. It is truly rare. It is difficult to grasp that sword form even after decades of practice. In just 3 months, Jinmu held the teacup in his hand, smiled lightly and thought, but you've overlooked one thing. But I was taught only through oral formulas. He was immediately lost in his own thoughts. It has been 3 months since I recovered my body and started training. Myungjin's martial arts were crippled. so he could no longer practice them, and during that time he taught me the 6 Yang divine art through oral formulas. Jinmu drank from the teacup and couldn't contain his anger. I was originally a supreme master of Murim, and now I have to practice a sect's martial art like the 6 Yang divine art. I really hate it. He looked at Myungjin and smiled, evaluating him. This body is completely dominated by the memories of its previous owner, so it never disobeys its master's words. He stroked his beard with satisfaction and couldn't stop marveling. Is it because the essence of the 6 Yang divine art was infused into this body? Otherwise how could he know 10 when I taught him 1 and comprehend 100? Myungjin said with a face of incomprehension. That is unimaginable. Is there any principle that can explain it? Just then he slowly smiled. On the outside he is Jinmu, but deep inside he is the lord of the heavenly demon sect. Since I was one of the supreme masters of the martial world, my ability to comprehend is also completely different. Jinmu suddenly coughed lightly and thought to himself, anyway, practicing Wudang's martial arts is quite an interesting thing. Jinmu gradually became engrossed in Wudang's forms, his internal energy increased day by day, and his ability to comprehend the forms deepened. In any case, this martial art is systematic and safe, compared to the martial arts of the Unorthodox faction which develop quickly but are fraught with danger. Jinmu slowly savored the teacup and thought lightly. It's not something I'm proud of, but I have to admit this. I am becoming more and more fascinated with training. He swung his sword and shouted as he cut. I remember the day I started practicing martial arts out of boredom. Now I can concentrate without any sense of time passing. Before he knew it, another year had passed, and the sword shone with an increasingly strong light. Jinmu saw this and sensed that his opportunity had come. He shouted loudly and swung his sword forward with all his might. A series of powerful slashes erupted, their marks deeply embedded in the tree trunk in front of him. Jinmu looked seriously at the marks he had made on the large tree trunk and couldn't help but think, I have reached the realm of sword ki. He wiped the sweat from his face and lightly turned in another direction. I have easily surpassed the level required of a first-generation disciple. Jinmu lightly touched the wound on the tree trunk and fell into thought. Wudang's martial arts, aside from their ceremonial aspects, are truly superior to any other, but the problem was he felt uncomfortable standing there. My internal energy isn't increasing quickly. I was able to master sword ki in just 1 year. Anyone in Wudang would be amazed if they saw it. He gritted his teeth in anger. My internal energy is growing too slowly. I'm not satisfied. I want to skip several stages at once with the Unorthodox faction's martial arts I'm used to, but I can't because the internal energies would clash. Jinmu stared at the sword in his hand. Before reaching the absolute realm, I cannot practice the internal energy cultivation method I used to practice from scratch. His gaze became increasingly serious. But over the past year I've learned a few things. If I become the head disciple, Jinmu began to recall past events. 15 days ago, while he was practicing his sword, he encountered a second-generation disciple who was being sarcastic on the side. Jinmu glanced at him but couldn't remember his name. He seemed annoyed as the disciple sat next to him, chattering non-stop. Jinmu was extremely angry because of this disciple even while practicing his sword. He continued to say what he knew. They say that if you become the head disciple, you will either become the #1 successor of Wudang or be taught the legendary dual cultivation heart method. Instantly he shouted, and he was startled by the sound. Jinmu approached, held the sword close to his body, and asked again, Did you say the dual cultivation heart method? He was stunned after receiving confirmation. My God, he said, the dual cultivation heart method. He began to explain this heart method further. Isn't this a secret technique that allows one to practice 2 types of martial arts at once? I heard it was lost a long time ago, and no master has ever practiced this heart method. What if I could practice it? The martial arts of Hyonryeon Mugang and the immortal energy would not clash, and I would be able to practice the Black Dragon primordial art. Jinmu was overjoyed after finishing his thought. Are you sure you can be taught the dual cultivation heart method if you become the head disciple? Seemingly uninterested in his answer, he was extremely excited. Everyone knew, but Jinmu didn't. Otherwise I would have known earlier. A moment later he spoke contemptuously again. I don't think you can achieve that, senior brother. Immediately after, he said in a contemptuous tone, all the first-generation disciples are competing to become the head disciple. You are not a disciple of the main hall, but a disciple of martial uncle Myungjin. This is not something you can handle, senior brother. Jinmu furrowed his brow seriously. This foolish brat doesn't know how to judge people, competitors. The paths may be different, but all that matters is reaching the destination. Immediately after, he smiled wickedly again. The strong one whom no one cares about is truly the strongest. I will defeat the competitors and become the head disciple. He took one step forward after another, thinking, I will practice the Black Dragon primordial art. If I can solve this problem, I can break free from this control. He entered with a plate of chicken dish in his hand. Myungjin was very pleased with his disciple's care and thanked him lightly. Jinmu laughed heartily with satisfaction. Not at all, master. I hope you eat a lot. Jinmu looked at him and thought constantly. The original owner of this body, Jinmu, was so worried about his crippled master's health. That's why my feet automatically turned back whenever I left Wudang Mountain. If I want to break free from this control, the task at hand is to make this master healthy. There is only one way: feed the sick man meat. Jinmu urged him happily. Please choose slowly and carefully. He hardened his face with a tired expression and thought to himself, these vicious bastards of the Wudang Sect. No matter how rare it is within the sect, you can't just feed a patient grass. That's why I was so tired when I first tried to persuade them. Fortunately, Master has started eating a little recently, so I won't have to worry too much even if I'm not here. Myeongjin was very excited and said with concern, Are you going to train again? You child, you don't need to worry about me. So hurry up and go. Seeing this, he was certain in his heart. As expected, you can't leave out meat when restoring energy. I can't tell my master my plan. Jinmu quickly cut through the leaves and immediately calculated in his mind. If my master asks me about this and that, I'll just tell him the truth. Because I can't lie. Jinmu looked up at the high sky and thought to himself, anyway, after Myeongjin fully recovers, I will become a disciple and practice the dual cultivation heart method. As he was smiling lightly, a voice was heard. Jinmu instinctively swung his sword toward the sound and the other person yelped in surprise. He was startled. I almost attacked reflexively. Chung Yu grinned, still frightened. Your senior brother Jinmu, right? He looked at Chung Yu puzzled. Who is this? Why have I never seen him before? But Jinmu soon recognized him by his sturdy limbs. Jinmu looked Chung Yu up and down, sizing him up. He's really chubby, like a pig. Chung Yu, seemingly unaware of Jinmu's gaze, smiled brightly and introduced himself. I am Chung Yu, a second-generation disciple from Wuang. Jinmu was flabbergasted and thought to himself, shouldn't it be Chung Dan Blue Pig? Where does the feather Yu part come in? Meanwhile, Chung Yu, still excited, said, I brought you some food. Chung Yu, a second-generation disciple of Wuang, had a belly as round as a ship's keel. Jinmu was a little surprised to see him. Chung Yu brought a large amount of food and smiled brightly at him. Seeing his plump figure, Jinmu assumed he was slacking on his training. He was a little displeased that the person bringing his food had changed, so Jinmu waved his hand trying to shoo Chung Yu away quickly. He swore to himself as he practiced his sword, whether the person changes or not, I must continue my training. Jinmu focused on his sword practice, but Chung Yu didn't leave and watched his training with great interest. He even seemed too excited to think about leaving. When Chung Yu laughed loudly and clapped his hands, Jinmu's anger flared. Jinmu said unpleasantly, If you're a disciple of Wuang, shouldn't you be training there? His intention was clearly to send the visitor away, but Chung Yu answered naively, There's no training today. He hinted that he wanted to train here. Jinmu was puzzled. If it was a day off, he should be hanging out with his fellow disciples. He asked out of curiosity, Is no one looking for you at Wuang? No one to hang out with? Chung Yu naturally thought it was because everyone was busy, and Jinmu immediately understood the problem. He added another question, Does everyone move away when you approach? Is there no one to spar with you? Chung Yu smiled even more foolishly. How did you know? I must be the least skilled among my peers. The person who brings the food was changed because that senior brother said he was busy, so I came instead. Jinmu continued to ask, Do they laugh at you when you make mistakes? Chung Yu felt ashamed, thinking he was a source of laughter for others. At this point, Jinmu was certain that he was being ostracized but was completely unaware of it. He thought to himself, naive and clueless, though ostracized and less capable than Qian Umyang, he was loyal despite his many flaws, and he would just laugh it off even when he was beaten. He's the only one I miss from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Jinmu pondered for a moment, then decided to leave him be, just telling him not to interfere. But a moment later, Jinmu hesitated slightly. Seeing Chung Yu's clumsy form, a question arose in his mind. I wonder what it's like to see a second-generation disciple of the Wudang Sect train. His training form wasn't too bad. His steps could be called agile, and his attacks were also very precise and sharp. Watching the scene before him, Jinmu evaluated inwardly. The 7-star fist, is it? He's mastered the basic forms. He must have trained quite diligently. But he hadn't fully considered Chung Yu's physical condition. Chung Yu was very fat, making his movements slow and lacking agility, forcing him to resort to tricks against his opponents. But the more Jinmu thought about it, the angrier he became. If the distance is short, you need to put more weight into it by pushing your foot in further than you did at first. I don't know what idiot taught him like that, and I don't care, but watching this is driving me crazy. Then he irritably tapped his head with his sword and scolded him. Why do you keep changing your punching motion? A single curse wasn't enough to vent his frustration, so Jinmu continued to berate him for a while. Starve yourself a little, you're too fat. Changing your movements might confuse the opponent, but you need to maintain your center of balance to avoid making mistakes, got it? Chung Yu was stunned by the scolding. It was clear he didn't understand anything. Jinmu tore at his hair, feeling like he was going mad. So frustrated that words were failing him, he grabbed the screaming Chung Yu by the ear and dragged him away. Jinmu hurriedly pulled him into the Bagua formation he had drawn beforehand. He decided to teach him the 7-star fist again. He could just teach him and then kick him out. The two stood on opposite sides of the Bagua formation. Chung Yu, with his chubby cheeks, smiled until his eyes curved into crescents, then quickly agreed and began to move. Jinmu also quickly followed suit in rhythm. A moment of silence passed between them. Chung Yu bent his knees and shouted loudly, preparing himself. "Here I come." He focused on the target in front of him, his right hand very skillfully executing the fist technique. Chung Yu's fist flew forward quickly, but a fist immediately came flying and planted itself on his forehead. Just as Chung Yu raised his arm to block, Jinmu had already attacked a step ahead. Chung Yu still couldn't understand. "I definitely moved first," Jinmu taught in a cold voice. "Don't bother with useless movements, aim for the target. It means you have to throw your punches quickly and concisely. You're a bit of an idiot, so you'll have to learn as you practice." Then he made Chung Yu practice again and again. Being around a fool seemed to make Jinmu more irritable. Curses flowed endlessly from his mouth. "Don't change your stance, I've never seen such an idiot." Aim for the opponent's groin. Before Chung Yu could comply, he continued to poke at Chung Yu's eyes. Chung Yu asked timidly, "Senior brother, isn't this too cowardly?" Jinmu, at the end of his patience, shouted loudly, "Shut up, what's cowardly in a fight? It's over if you die." After that, a barrage of kicks rained down on Chung Yu, and Jinmu only stopped when the sun began to set. Released, Chung Yu staggered and nearly fell, thanking his senior brother in a trembling voice. Jinmu exhaled unpleasantly. Watching the fat body in front of him, exhausted and unable to breathe properly, Jinmu thought to himself, "He has quite a bit of perseverance, not stopping until I told him to." But the more he thought, the angrier he became. Useless movements can be corrected in 1 or 2 tries, but it took that guy 20. Still an idiot. This guy is blocking my path to becoming the head disciple. Jinmu didn't forget to give a warning. "Don't come from tomorrow. Tell the guy who used to come. I'll kill you if you show up." Chung Yu didn't seem to understand, but he obeyed fearfully. He watched Chung Yu say his farewells and run off clumsily. But a strange sense of unease lingered in Jinmu's mind. Jinmu desperately wished in his heart that he would never come again. Just then his master approached him. He looked at Chung Yu, puzzled. "I've never seen this child before," Jinmu replied respectfully. "Yes, he's a bit foolish and has many shortcomings." Myeongjin narrowed his eyes, smiled and praised him. "You've guided him well. It is only right that you do so." Jinmu was slightly puzzled by those words. Then Jinmu excused himself, saying he would go prepare his master's meal. The next day, just as the sun was rising, his master's room was empty. He had gone for a walk early in the morning. Jinmu continued his training, secretly pleased. That pig from yesterday didn't show up. He satisfyingly drew his sword and trained comfortably. But the peaceful time lasted less than a few minutes before he heard a voice calling him again. Chung Yu had come again, but he looked a little anxious. Next to him was Jinhyo, a first-generation disciple of Wanwagwan. Jinmu didn't know what was going on at first, but he knew this man's status was higher than Myeongjin's. And wasn't he one of the 7 scions of Wudang? Jinmu looked at the 2 men, wondering why they had come to see him. Jinhyo came to him with a rather grim face. Jinmu's heart sank as he asked what brought the senior brother here. He didn't hold back at all, pointing his finger and questioning Jinmu about what he had done. While Jinmu was still trying to figure out the situation, Jinhyo pointed at Chung Yu and talked about the 7-star fist. He scolded him irritably. "You taught him the unorthodox arts of the evil factions, and Chung Yu injured another child during a spar. That child almost had his lineage cut off." Jinmu laughed inwardly at the news that Chung Yu had won, and the scolding words didn't even register in his ears. Jinhyo continued his accusations, but Jinmu's uninterested attitude drove him mad. Jinmu said arrogantly, "Winning is all that matters, isn't it, senior brother? If you're going to talk nonsense, you can leave." He wore a displeased expression. "What's a Taoist got to do with continuing a lineage? So annoying making a fuss this early in the morning. We're not even that close." This attitude made Jinhyo truly strange. Junior brother Jinmu is martial uncle Myeongjin's disciple, a simple child who always took care of his crippled martial uncle. But his speech is insolent, and his arrogant demeanor is no different from a street ruffian. What could have changed a person like this? Jinhyo thought to himself. Junior brother gained superior internal energy thanks to the 6 Yang divine art, and he even learned martial arts from his martial uncle. Then he had a sudden realization. Perhaps his personality became twisted and arrogant from training alone. Thinking this, Jinhyo drew his sword and raised his voice to admonish him. "I cannot let this be, although I am not in a position to teach you directly. As a senior brother of the sect, I will teach you a lesson." He seriously pointed the tip of his sword at Jinmu, but Jinmu seemed to dismiss it as a useless lecture. However, Jinmu saw this as an opportunity. "If I defeat the first-generation disciple Jinhyo and become famous, I'll be 1 step closer to the position of head disciple," Jinmu thought to himself as he drew his sword. "Anyway, I can't fight with a real sword, so I'll have to fight with the scabbard. I was wondering how to test him, and now he comes all this way to bother me." Standing beside him, Jinhyo became even more enraged by his disrespectful attitude and shouted loudly. He trembled with anger. "What are you doing, and what's with that expression, you arrogant brat?" Jinmu coolly taunted him. "Are you going to fight with words? You're really something." He held the scabbard and leisurely provoked him. "If you're not going to move, I'll go first." His first attack was quickly blocked. Jinhyo calculated inwardly. He's aiming for the Shenman acupoint. It must be the Shenman 13 swords, a Wudang sword technique. But he only moves in a straight line with no improvisation, so he's not faster than me. Using the same sword technique. If I show him the difference in the same technique, perhaps he'll feel it too. He worried. "I can't hurt my junior brother." Jinhyo was surprised by the series of attacks. Jinmu charged like an arrow, but fortunately Jinho was able to block them. Jinmu's forms were quite threatening. Contrary to his caution, Jinmu seemed very confident and competitive. This time he aimed for the eyes, but Jinhyo quickly blocked it. The Shenmen 13 swords usually aim for the Shenmen acupoint on the wrist to disarm or incapacitate, not to take the opponent's life. He grimaced and decided on a finishing move. Jinmu's side continued to attack, and Jinhyo abandoned his defense and attacked more strongly. He swung his sword, preparing to deliver a single blow. Jinmu waited for the right moment with a sharp gaze, and his sword hilt struck the wrist acupoint of Jinhyo's sword-wielding hand a step ahead. Immediately after, while Jinhyo was stunned, his sword fell to the ground. A cunning expression was evident on Jinmu's face, while Jinhyo, still very surprised, mentally repeated, "I lost." Looking at his empty hand, he still couldn't believe it. Jinhyo clenched his fist and thought, "But it's strange, I lost but I don't feel bad. He may seem despicable, but his swordsmanship is very precise. Isn't it that Jinmu, a first-generation disciple who has been training for less than a year, is displaying and inheriting the talent of martial uncle Myeongjin, who was the most outstanding Daoist son? It's truly praiseworthy." He let out a sigh of relief. "I can't help but praise him." But as soon as he smiled brightly and called Jinmu's name, Jinmu clenched his fist and rushed at him. His face was distorted by the punch, and Jinhyo was once again stunned. His face was a mess, and Jinhyo tried to stop him, bewildered. Jinmu had no intention of stopping. He smiled wickedly and thought, "The match is already decided, but maybe because the opponent is a Taoist, the feel of my fist is really good." The more he hit, the more satisfied he felt. "I have to shake off all the oppression I received from Myeongjin." Chung Yu witnessed the entire scene of martial uncle Jinmu defeating martial uncle Jinhyo. Jinhyo's swollen face was proof of Jinmu's brutality. He looked at Jinmu standing before him and admired him. This is martial uncle Jinmu's true skill. Because he only stayed in this annex, no one in the sect knew. Chung Yu looked at him with eyes full of worship and admiration. Seeing him standing there blankly, Jinmu commanded, "Move that guy to the Jungdong Palace treatment room." A gentle breeze blew, scattering the leaves. He leisurely watched Chung Yu take the man away, feeling delighted inside. "I've finally taken a step forward in the competition for head disciple. The news that I defeated Jinhyo will spread quickly through the Jungdong Palace treatment room." In Chung Yu's mouth, "Even if it's a Taoist sect, it's still a Murim sect, so the stronger the better. There's no other reason," he smiled cunningly, "if I become the strongest among the first-generation disciples. What would happen if I even surpassed the 7 scions of Wudang?" The more he thought, the more excited he became. He laughed out loud. "The dual cultivation heart method, I will definitely master it." At that moment in Zie Palace, Myeonghyun was stunned to hear Chung Yu's report. "Jinmu defeated Jinhyo, that's ridiculous." He thought he had misheard and had Chung Yu repeat it. In the main hall of Zie Palace, Myeonghyun spoke in disbelief about what had just happened. "So what you're saying, Myeongxian, is that Jinmu, in less than a year of becoming a first-generation disciple, has mastered the Shenmen 13 swords and defeated Jinhyo, one of the 7 scions of Wudang? And he even taught Chung Yu by changing the forms of the 7-star fist to suit the child's body type." Myeongxian clasped his hands together respectfully. "Yes, sect leader," he said worriedly. "Jinhyo was beaten so badly that he hasn't woken up yet, so we don't know the exact situation, but according to the child who carried Jinhyo, this is the situation." As soon as Myeongxian finished speaking, everyone in the hall began to murmur and talk. An old master said it was too extraordinary for a first-generation disciple to have done such a thing. Manhwa immediately agreed. "It is difficult to reach a high realm without understanding the essence of martial arts. A child who has just started learning knows very little, so we shouldn't overestimate him." Everyone seemed to agree with this opinion. Myeongjin speculated that it was because of the way Jinmu taught. He said slowly, "Since that incident, hasn't Jinmu been very dissatisfied with Wudang's swordsmanship? He has cast aside all pretense and is only focused on gaining benefits." Myeonghyun fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The cruel Hyeonreon Mugong attacked Wudang Mountain. He burned down the 3 palaces and massacred the disciples. The thought of this incident pained his heart again, and his hands trembled with anger. Myeonghyun suggested to Myeongxian, "I've been busy with matters on Cheonyang Peak lately, so I haven't been able to visit junior brother Jinmu and his martial uncle. Go to Junghyeon early tomorrow morning, listen to Jinmu's views and talk with that junior brother." The next day, the morning sun danced on the roof tiles of Junghyeon. Chung Yu, with all sorts of things tucked under his arms and in his hands, said excitedly, "Martial uncle, starting today I'll be moving from Wonwagwon to Junghyeon to live." He naively relayed that Jinhyo had told him to follow martial uncle Jinmu well and learn from him. Jinmu trembled with anger upon hearing that. Outwardly he scolded Chung Yu, but inwardly he cursed Jinhyo. "That madman, does he want to get beaten again? He should have come to me fair and square." Just then, Myeongjin opened the door and announced that he had already given his permission. Jinmu instinctively replied obediently, then realized his slip of the tongue and was startled. Myeongjin explained, "Jinhyo came to see me last night to ask, and I already agreed. Now you must teach him with all your heart." Jinmu became even angrier at Jinhyo. To think he'd persuade my naive master when I wasn't around. This won't do. He hurriedly knelt and pleaded. Your disciple is still lacking in skill and is not ready to take responsibility for others. But Miangjin had already heard everything from Jinho. Miangjin grasped his hand tightly. He looked at Jinmu with eyes sparkling with pride, and a chill ran down Jinmu's spine. Miangjin's eyes welled with tears as he squeezed his hand. I had doubted your talent, but you've grown to the point of even defeating Jinho. This is truly a martial arts prodigy of Wudang. Wudang is truly blessed. Jinmu was surprised to learn that he was Wudang's blessing. Miangjin looked at him proudly and spared no praise. Chung Yu, standing beside them, was also moved and sniffled. But only Jinmu felt like he was digging his own grave. Miangjin gently urged Chung Yu, you must train hard from now on. Chung Yu happily accepted his grandmaster's command, and Jinmu grew increasingly annoyed. When Miangjin urged Jinmu to hurry up and cook, he grumbled inwardly that his master was like a glutton. Then Miangjin slammed the door shut. Standing outside, Jinmu replied respectfully, I will prepare it and bring it. Chung Yu, beside him, said excitedly, Martial uncle, what about Grandmaster's meals from now on? I'll take care of it. Jinmu unhappily grabbed his shoulder and lectured him. I'll accept you as per my master's command, but remember this, first, I am not your master. Second, you will only do as I say. Lastly, from now on we will train in the same way as last time. Chung Yu was terrified, but Jinmu was even more mischievous, not even allowing him to utter a few words of exclamation. He squeezed his hand tightly and threatened him. If you follow these 3 things, nothing will happen. But for every time you break one, I will beat you until you fall into hell. Understood? You need to know that you must obey. Chung Yu screamed in pain and fear. I understand, I will absolutely obey. After speaking, Jinmu released his hand. Good, then you can stay. But Chung Yu still didn't know where he was supposed to stay. Jinmu curled the corner of his mouth into a smile, merely staring at him without answering. A moment later, Chung Yu came back holding 2 loudly squawking chickens in his hands. He brought them for Jinmu to slaughter, but Jinmu was lazily lying on a flat bench in the middle of the house. Jinmu leisurely instructed, slaughter the chickens and drain the blood. Chung Yu immediately obeyed, dunked the chickens in water, plucked the feathers and finally boiled them. Jinmu lay with his legs crossed, smiling with satisfaction. This guy is obedient. It's really comfortable ordering someone around. From now on I can just make him do all the troublesome things. Jinmu looked very pleased. Chung Yu suddenly spoke up. By the way, Martial Uncle, how did you do it yesterday? He spoke again, his eyes sparkling. I was really surprised, Martial Uncle. Jinhyo's martial arts are a rare sight even among the martial uncles. Jinmu cut him off. It was amazing, right? Respectable, right? The chicken is cooked, hurry and get it out. Jinmu looked at him and thought, the more I look at him, the more he resembles Qian Umyang. He lacks observation skills and has many flaws, but he was the most loyal one. The worst part is that he's too kind and gets bullied by his peers. In the blink of an eye, 2 bowls of chicken soup were ready. Now let's take this to master. Jinmu's heart seemed to have softened a bit, and he even felt excited. Since it's come to this, I'll make you my #1 subordinate from now on. Chung Yu followed and asked, but will it be okay? Eating meat is forbidden in the 10 precepts of Wudang. What if we get caught? Jinmu thought to himself. The 10 precepts of Wudang are the basic rules that Wudang Taoists must follow, and among them, eating meat is a taboo. Because of Wudang's internal energy cultivation method, if you eat meat before your immortal energy has matured, the immortal energy will not gather, and only your internal energy will increase. That's why they absolutely forbid meat and only eat the 5 grains and medicinal herbs. Anyway, what a peculiar sect. He patted Chung Yu's shoulder and reassured him. It's okay, I eat it sometimes too, and Master has been eating it for a while. Jinmu clicked his tongue and thought, let's just take it to Master. Looking at Chung Yu's drooling face, he thought, to think that children in their growing years are becoming like those evil Taoists. Jinmu handed the soup bowl to his master and said, please eat a lot and recover your energy quickly. Miangjin looked at him and smiled affectionately. Listening to you, I feel like I have more energy after eating meat. Just 2 months ago I couldn't even go for a walk. Seeing Miangjin happily eating the meat, Jinmu was just as pleased. That way I can worry less and never have to come back to a boring place like Wudang. Miangjin suddenly tore off a delicious chicken leg for him, but Jinmu waved his hands. It's all right. There's another one outside, so Chung Yu and I will share it. Hearing that, Miangjin was concerned. You're in your growing years and you're sharing 1 chicken between the 2 of you. Why didn't you catch 3? Jinmu looked very satisfied to see him getting a taste for meat and gradually becoming corrupted. He respectfully excused himself. Jinmu was naturally hungry too, so he excitedly called for Chung Yu. But Chung Yu was sitting outside, having licked the bowl clean, broth and all. Jinmu's anger flared and he cursed loudly. You pig-headed fool, don't you know how to share? Did you lick the broth from the bowl too? As the 2 were bickering, a voice suddenly cut in. You brat, spit it out at once. The sect leader and the elders were standing there before they knew it. They all had terrifying, murderous expressions. Jinmu was surprised and thought, why did those guys suddenly appear here? The chicken soup bowl fell to the ground and shattered, and as soon as Chung Yu saw the elders, his legs gave out and he collapsed. Jinmu was annoyed that he couldn't understand why they had suddenly appeared, and he didn't know what to do or if he should feign ignorance. An elder shouted loudly, you disrespectful brats. Miangjin was furious. The smell of meat reached all the way to the foot of the mountain. How dare you neglect your sick master and break the precepts? Jinmu lamented inwardly. "Oh no, we got caught because of the smell of meat." He was so angry that he scolded, "As the lord of Yangding Palace, they will surely be punished." Then he turned to Myunghyun and said respectfully, "Sect leader, please come inside." Jinmu was horrified to see the elders go inside. "If they go in now, my master who is inside will be caught immediately." Sure enough, just as Myungjin was savoring the last piece of chicken, Myunghyun's roar was heard. "How could you do such a thing?" He was more anxious than ever. "I have to become the head disciple, but at this rate, I'll be eliminated." So for now, he had to ask for forgiveness first. Jinmu dropped to his knees and kowtowed respectfully. "I am sorry, it is all my fault. My master's energy was so weak." Myungjin angrily cut him off and shouted for him to shut up. "How commendable, breaking the sect's precepts out of concern for your master. You brat, have you lost your mind?" Even while kneeling and begging for forgiveness, Jinmu's mind was filled with curses. He continued to swear. "He's not even the sect leader. Once I master the dual cultivation heart method, I'll deal with that guy first." Myunghyun slowly approached and asked, "Myungjin, what on earth happened? Aren't you the most senior in Junghyeon? Explain yourself." When Myungjin remained silent, he grew even angrier and pressed him. Just then, Myungjin seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. Then his eyes became resolute and he asked back, "Is it such a great sin?" The sect leader was surprised by Myungjin's reaction. The three elders were no less surprised. The disciples Chung Yu and Jinmu felt their hearts pound and their legs tremble upon hearing those words. Jinmu's heart felt like it was on fire. "I'm glad my master is taking my side, but has he gone mad? His gaze is also very strange." Myungjin commanded, "Jinmu, get up. Whatever crime you have committed, you must not bow your head." The same goes for Chung Yu. "How can a man?" Myungjin stood up looking healthy and asked meaningfully, "How do I look to you all now? Do you know how I felt when my martial arts were crippled by the cruel lord of the heavenly demon sect and I became a cripple? Do you know how much pain I was in watching everyone die one by one? While we were upholding justice and righteousness on the outside, Wudang was gradually weakening on the inside. This is a failure." Myungjin clenched his fists in anger and asked, "The only reason Hyeonreon Mugong retreated was because the righteous martial alliance called for a truce. What was left for us after that?" he asked loudly. "Have you ever thought about revenge?" But all four of them remained silent. Jinmu thought to himself, "In the war between the Orthodox and Unorthodox factions, which started with the conflict between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Wudang Sect, I, as the lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, inflicted great losses on Wudang. The righteous martial alliance chose profit over principle, which was an inevitable choice. At that time, the Murim was in a three-way struggle, and if the war had dragged on, only the Sun Moon Demon Sect would have benefited and expanded its power. The righteous martial alliance was concerned about this, so they turned a blind eye to the endangered Wudang and chose a truce. And after that, no one helped Wudang. Wudang gradually weakened and was forgotten. When you have power, everyone wants to help, but when you weaken, you are gradually ignored. That is the way of the Murim. He thought it was only natural that they met such a miserable end. The Chenjen school was also a great Taoist sect, and many other sects disappeared into history in the same way." Jinmu smiled with satisfaction as he watched Myungjin boldly confront the sect leader. "You're doing great, master. It sounds persuasive, so please forgive me quickly." Myungjin slowly explained, "I was also surprised when Jinmu first told me to eat meat, but Jinmu said I had to eat to regain my energy. He asked what meaning his life would have if I died, so I started eating and my energy really improved. I can even walk around Junghyeon these days." Hearing this, Myunghyun was greatly surprised and thought to himself, "Myungjin has been bedridden for 10 years and now he's recovered enough to take walks." Myungjin presented very persuasive evidence. Although he broke the 10 precepts, wasn't it a better result? At this, the elders had no reaction for a moment. He continued, "Senior brother, we must discard what needs to be discarded and change what needs to be changed. We forbade meat to gather immortal energy, but if we need strength, we must eat meat. If we distance ourselves from wealth, our disciples will be so poor they won't even have robes to change into. Chung Yu's clothes are also badly torn. If we do not kill, we will not have the strength to stand against the Heavenly Demon Sect and rebuild the destroyed 3 palaces." The more he spoke, the sharper Myungjin's logic became. "Don't you see, senior brother, while you're only thinking of punishment, Wudang is growing weaker. If Wudang falls, what meaning will the 10 precepts have?" Myungjin quickly cut him off. "So you're saying we should abolish the 10 precepts? Junior brother Myungjin, are you still in your right mind? The 10 precepts are the history and foundation of Wudang. I know your health is recovering, but the precepts must be upheld." The elders also agreed with Myungjin's opinion, but Myungjin tried to explain that this was not his intention. They continued to bicker. Only Myungjin remained silent. Then he loudly told everyone to be quiet. Myungjin decided to review this matter again, saying he wanted to speak with Myungjin alone for now. The 3 men stubbornly opposed, but Myungjin grew angry and shouted, "Don't make me say it twice." The elders reluctantly and quietly complied. Everyone went outside, leaving only Myungjin and Myungjin in the room. Chung Yu asked worriedly, "Martial uncle, what should we do now?" Jinmu didn't know how to answer either. He was so fed up inside. "Why is this such a serious issue? We just ate some meat. Changing a precept is this complicated?" Jinmu smiled bitterly. "Is my dream of becoming the head disciple ending like this?" The next day, Jinmu was at Zia Palace. In front of the main hall, Jinmu stood before the sect leader, Myungjin. He calmed himself. It's okay, I just ate some meat. Even if I get punished, it won't be that serious. Myunghyun called his name with a stern face. You have committed 3 sins. Hearing this, Jinmu was shocked. 3? I thought it was just the sin of eating meat. How did things get this way? Do I have to give up my dream of being the head disciple here? Myunghyun's voice echoed in the main hall. You have committed 3 sins. First, although it was for your master, you broke one of the precepts. Second, you rashly changed the forms of a sword technique and taught it to your junior brother without the sect's permission. Third, you inflicted serious injuries on your senior brother during a spar. After speaking, he asked Jinmu if he admitted to it. Jinmu was angry that he was being blamed for everything, but he vowed inwardly that he would gouge out all the expectant eyes staring at him. While thinking this, he only answered yes on the outside. He couldn't understand why Myunghyun had quietly made such a decision. Just as Jinmu was about to overturn the place in anger, Myunghyun spoke again. Having decided the crimes, the sect leader would deliver his verdict. After speaking, he announced clearly. Jinmu was to repair the sword boundary for a month. Jinmu was surprised and happy. After scaring me so much, the punishment is this light, Myunghyun continued, saying that from now on he would not question the sin of eating meat. At his words, the elders of Wudang were so surprised their jaws dropped. Myunghyun immediately shouted in opposition, and Jinmu looked at him in surprise. That brat deserves to be punished. How can the punishment be so light? Myunghyun immediately chimed in. Eating meat is one of the 10 precepts. Then they said in one voice, please reconsider. Even Jinmu broke out in a cold sweat at this scene. Suddenly, Myunghyun shouted with authority, this is my decision as the sect leader. Cause no more disturbance. After speaking, he ordered Jinmu to leave. The sound of Jinmu's departing footsteps echoed. Myunghyun trembled with anger and gritted his teeth, but he dared not say more. Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up, saying he had something to report. He worriedly asked Myunghyun, was this decision made because Myungjin had recovered his energy by eating meat? Myunghyun was surprised and asked if he had heard the news about Myungjin. Manhwa didn't hide it either. I heard he has recovered enough to take walks. After speaking, he lowered his head with a sad face again. I am very ashamed. It was something I should have done. Hearing those words, Myungjin looked at him with a puzzled expression. Manhwa recalled past events. He had been the physician caring for Myungjin for a long time. He had known that Myungjin needed to eat meat to recover his energy, but he didn't want to break Wudang's 10 precepts, so he chose to do nothing. In truth, nothing was more important than a person's life. At Myunghwa's words, Myungjin felt a slight pang of guilt and lowered his head. Myunghyun heard his words, nodded and agreed. Then he spoke again. That's not the only reason I didn't forbid eating meat. Hearing those words, the 3 elders were all shocked. This place, with the sword boundary and sword boundary pavilion, was a place where enemies attacking Wudang could not pass while mounted and carrying weapons. This place was like the pride of Wudang. While thinking this, Jinmu was a little puzzled by the sight before him. A desolate and remote place unfolded before his and Chung Yu's eyes. Jinmu couldn't understand why Wudang hadn't repaired this place yet, even though it had been over 10 years since Hyonryeon Mugung had destroyed it. There wasn't even a single guard. Suddenly, Chung Yu looked around, scratched his chin and said to Jinmu, it's strange. Jinmu turned his head in puzzlement and asked. Chung Yu said, this morning when the first-generation disciples were discussing today's work, I heard they were sending people here. But why is no one here yet? Chung Yu muttered, unable to understand. Seeing this, Jinmu snorted coldly. They're jealous. Chung Yu asked back, puzzled. Jinmu knew well, most of the first-generation disciples except for himself were from noble families, and their pride must have been hurt to be on the same level as him, a monk with no relatives. Moreover, he had changed the sword forms, defeated Jinho, and despite breaking the 10 precepts, he had received a light punishment that was hardly a punishment at all, and was even allowed to eat meat for a while. Jinmu guessed their feelings were probably like chewing on shit right now. No one likes a rolling stone, especially if that stone is a diamond or a luminous pearl. He lowered his head, smiled quietly, and guessed. So they're ostracizing me now. I'll keep putting up with it until I become the head disciple, you sons of bitches. With that thought, Jinmu immediately became emboldened and smiled strangely. Chung Yu, seeing him suddenly filled with killing intent, trembled in fear. Under the blue sky, Jinmu's voice echoed, let's go, Chung Yu, we have important work to do now. And so on the first day they caught a wild boar and happily ate roasted boar. The next day was boiled chicken soup. The day after that they tore into chewy and flavorful roasted rabbit together. Chung Yu, chewing on a mouthful of rabbit meat, asked Jinmu, will this really be okay? Jinmu immediately taught him with an arrogant expression. Giving us a month to repair the sword boundary was really just a warning to be careful. We can just waste time here. One early morning a small stone was thrown into the water, making a splash. Jinmu yawned and stretched on the bridge. What is that Chung Yu brat so late today? Did he fall asleep? Suddenly, someone stepped on a tree and flew over, calling for his martial uncle. Jinmu looked up and saw Chung Yu flying through the air, fidgeting because he was late. Then he saw a person flying behind him. Seeing one more person today, he asked puzzledly, who is that? Chung looked at him with a stern face. Chung Yu happily introduced him as his senior brother. Hearing that, Jinmu immediately looked him up and down, sizing him up. He looks decent, tall too, but their attitude together was a bit suspicious. That guy doesn't seem close to Chung Yu. Chung Yu scratched his head and said, senior brother Chung kept asking me questions and I didn't know how to explain, so I just brought him here. Jinmu immediately asked Chung what he had asked. Chung Yu said he had asked what he had learned from him recently. He could show it with his actions but couldn't explain it with words. Hearing this, Jinmu immediately understood. How could he explain that with words? Especially to this guy. Thinking, he glanced again at the guy who had been staring at him intently. Jinmu sized up Chung. He was also looking back at Jinmu. Jinmu tried to guess what on earth he was up to. At the same time, elsewhere, tea from a teapot was being quietly poured. Myungjin was right, Wudang needs to change, Myunghyun said to the two elders sitting around a round table. Myungxian rolled something in his hand and said, I still can't believe it wasn't Myungjin who taught Jinmu. To hear the martial arts manual recited orally, realize the weaknesses of the heart method and martial arts on his own and modify them. Myungjin looked down at the table, lost in thought for a moment, then replied, that can be seen as a kind of talent. Myunghyun recalled Jinmu's appearance and asserted seriously, he is a martial arts genius sent from heaven. It suddenly occurred to me, haven't we been confining our disciples in a rigid framework for a long time, preventing them from fully demonstrating their original abilities? Steam was still rising from the teacup on the table. He lifted the teacup and declared, I will try to change things, starting with the prohibition of eating meat, one of the 10 precepts. I want to see what results this change will bring. Meanwhile, Jinmu, the protagonist, was seriously confronting Chung. Chung Yu excitedly praised Chung to the skies, telling Jinmu that Chung had mastered the flowing cloud sword art and was one of the few in the Chung generation who had surpassed the realm of the loyal sword. Jinmu felt strangely displeased seeing him smile arrogantly as he listened to Chung Yu's words. Just as he was about to hit Chung for being arrogant, Chung Yu spoke again. But my brother only does chores every day. He innocently mentioned Chung Chang's background, and Chung immediately became displeased and shouted. He looked coldly at Chung Yu. There's no need to mention my background. Seeing this, Chung Yu was flustered and waved his hands, stammering an apology. Jinmu saw this and immediately guessed that this person had natural talent but was being ostracized by those from noble families because of his low status. He pouted, turned his head and tapped the railing with his finger, sneering inwardly. This sect is on the verge of collapse, yet they're still discriminating. I really don't like the guys from Wudang. His tapping finger suddenly stopped as he remembered something. Jinmu smiled cunningly and planned to change them to his will. A moment later, Chung Yu was at a loss in front of a large rock that Jinmu had ordered him to move. Do I really have to repair the sword boundary? Chung Yu revealed that they had been eating rabbit meat under the pretext of repairing the sword boundary until now. And Jinmu was flustered and covered his mouth. On the other side, Chung looked at them as if he couldn't understand. Chung Yu hesitated and said, this rock is too much for my strength, but Jinmu insisted he could do it. Chung folded his arms and looked at them. He knew that to move such a large rock one needed either innate divine strength or at least half a cycle of internal energy. This task was really impossible for Chung Yu. Chung looked at them and guessed that they would definitely not be able to do it. Chung Yu approached, hugged the rock and tried to lift it. He gritted his teeth with all his might and tried to lift the rock, but unfortunately the rock didn't move an inch. Seeing this, Chung was also dumbfounded. He curled the corner of his mouth and sighed in relief inwardly. Originally, Chung had expected Chung Yu to show something amazing, but in the end it was just bluffing. Jinmu saw Chung sneering and immediately guessed that he must be feeling that coming here was truly meaningless. He immediately wanted to step forward and show Chung a thing or two. Jinmu smiled and approached the back of Chung Yu, who was exhausted and panting while hugging the rock. Chung Yu, you have to use a trick. Lower your stance a little. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed down on Chung Yu's back, turning his 2 legs inward. Chung Yu immediately brought his 2 legs together and firmly fixed his knees to the rock. He immediately followed suit. Finally, Jinmu shouted loudly, now lift it. As soon as the words were spoken, Chung Yu immediately gritted his teeth and complied. A second later, the rock really lifted off the ground. He lifted a large rock twice his size, and then Chung Yu swung his arm and threw it away. The rock fell into the water, creating a not-so-small ripple. A moment later, it slowly sank amidst Chung Yu's cheers and Chung Chang's blank stare. Chung Chang's jaw dropped, unable to believe that it could be done just by changing his posture. Seeing his blank expression, Jinmu curled the corner of his mouth and laughed inwardly. You're dying of curiosity, aren't you? No one would know that I just placed my hand on Chung Yu's Myeongman acupoint and injected my internal energy while pretending to correct his posture. He looked smugly at the still amazed Chung. How would that little brat notice? Thinking Jinmu wanted to play another trick to surprise him even more, he said to Chung Yu, bring it. When Chung Yu asked puzzledly what it was, Jinmu replied it was the rabbit, cursing him inwardly for being slow. At this time the lake had become completely calm as if nothing had happened. A moment later, 3 rabbits were roasted. The urging sound was heard. Chung Yu happily held the rabbit meat and drooled. Jinmu also held the rabbit meat, but only Chung was leaning against a rock near them with his eyes closed, cultivating his spirit. Jinmu happily invited him to eat, but Chung immediately turned his head and refused. I cannot break the precept set by the seniors. Hearing that, Jinmu waved the delicious roasted rabbit in front of his face, tempting him. But you have to eat meat to gain strength like Chung Yu. Hearing that, Chung was immediately swayed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his saliva, then quickly turned his head firmly and refused. Jinmu was quite intrigued to see this guy had such strong willpower. He smiled, thinking of the abolition of the prohibition of eating meat, one of the 10 precepts. This meant that those old and stubborn Taoists had decided to change, even if it would make Wudang more worldly. Anyway, it might be difficult at first, but it would get easier over time. If they keep changing, eventually the 10 precepts would also crumble. Not only meat but also wine and beauties would be allowed, eventually leading to corruption. Those Taoists who pretend to be moral but are rotten inside will embrace beauties, drink delicious wine, and indulge in a world of pleasure. Just thinking about it excited Jinmu, but he couldn't do anything until he mastered the dual cultivation heart method. And for now he could only be a bystander. He was planning to become the head disciple, master the dual cultivation heart method, and take the position of sect leader. Jinmu would corrupt Wudang and eventually make all the righteous factions follow suit and become corrupt. Wudang would become an evil sect, and the righteous martial alliance would become like the heavenly demon sect, and he would control this world with viciousness and cruelty according to his will. To carry out this grand plan he needed loyal subordinates, so Jinmu had marked Chung as his second subordinate. "I'll nurture the seeds of sin," thinking, he told Chung Yu to start training again. Jinmu called out to Chung, "If you're bored, why don't you spar with Chung Yu?" Chung Yu immediately screamed in fear. Chung just looked on coldly, and Chung Yu immediately shook his head and refused with every word he could muster. Jinmu confidently asserted that he would win. Hearing that, Chung immediately frowned and became displeased. He gloomily looked at Chung Yu, who was originally the weakest in the Chung generation, but now showed an unusual aura. "This guy can beat me, who has surpassed the realm of the loyal sword?" Chung Yu, seeing that Chung was angry, immediately became restless. The loyal sword was about gathering chi in the sword, which was nothing to the first-generation disciples, but only a handful of second-generation disciples had reached this realm, let alone Chung Yu. Thinking this far, Chung slowly stood up. Chung Yu has never learned sword techniques with his bare hands. The second-generation disciples cannot use other weapons besides the martial arts they have trained themselves, so the fight between me and Chung Yu will be a fight between a sword and a fist. After speaking, he drew his sword from its scabbard and asked, "Jinmu, do you still want me to fight this guy?" Chung frowned and said gloomily, "Do you want to be a laughingstock?" Jinmu curled the corner of his mouth and sneered. "He thinks he's all that. Whether you have skills or not, you don't have connections, so I'll have to see whether to make a connection with Chung or not." Jinmu folded his arms, smiled, and asked back, but inwardly he was sneering madly. "I'm standing on your head." He wanted to see if Chung had enough loyalty to serve him through Chung Yu. Meanwhile, the protagonist Chung Yu was kneeling on the ground at this time with a tearful face, saying he didn't want to fight. Chung picked up a dry branch that had fallen on the ground. "I have to say this before we fight." He held the branch and resolutely drew a line, then frowned and warned, "My sword has no eyes." Jinmu was dumbfounded to hear that. Is this guy saving his words because he's hungry? While thinking that, he curled the corner of his mouth and sneered. Anyone who hears that would think he's the strongest master in Wudang. Chung Yu, standing behind, was so scared that he stammered and tried to stop the two. Jinmu didn't mind him and raised his eyebrows, pointing with his finger. "Is that an ornament?" Chung followed the direction he was pointing and looked down at the sword on his waist. Jinmu asked, "Are you not going to use a real sword?" Chung was surprised to hear Jinmu tell him to use a real sword to fight his brother and gritted his teeth. "Is that guy out of his mind?" he shouted, reminding him that using a real sword when fighting a brother was breaking the precepts. Jinmu immediately provoked him, and Chung shouted in anger. In front of this terrifyingly tense atmosphere, Chung Yu just stood there with his mouth open, trembling. Jinmu curled the corner of his mouth, agreed not to say the opposite from now on, and called for Chung Yu. He glanced at Chung and whispered something to Chung Yu. Chung Yu heard his words and covered his mouth in fear. "I can't do that." Jinmu immediately asked if he didn't trust him. When he said, trembling, that he did, Jinmu immediately got angry and said to follow or get lost. Chung couldn't understand why they were blatantly playing tricks in front of others. Jinmu added another word from the other side. "If you lose, you can't eat meat anymore." Chung Yu screamed in shock as if struck by lightning. He imagined having to part with delicious meat forever and immediately made a decision. Jinmu folded his arms and watched Chung Yu's psychological change. At this moment he said he would do it, burning with the flame of determination and his eyes shining. Chung Yu got into a stance and growled like an angry panda. "Leave it to me." Jinmu and Chung also broke out in a cold sweat. Jinmu saw the change in his eyes and laughed inwardly. He really needs motivation. He immediately shouted to announce the start of the match. Jinmu stepped aside and watched with great interest the two who were facing each other in a stance. Chung looked at him and thought, "Martial uncle Jinmu is a year younger than me and is martial ancestor Myeongjin's disciple. He modified Wudang's sword techniques to defeat martial uncle Jinho, and despite breaking the precepts, his punishment was light. Just now he made Chung Yu lift a huge rock just by changing his posture." Chung was really curious about who Jinmu was. He felt that there were some flaws when he was practicing the flowing cloud sword, so he asked his martial uncles to overcome them. But the martial uncles of Jungdong Palace ignored Chung background and turned their backs on him. After that, he witnessed Chung Yu, who had improved much more than before. Because of the questions that constantly arose in his mind, Chung harbored a vain hope, but he had come here in vain and gained nothing. After closing his eyes and thinking carefully, Chung decided to charge. First, he had to break the arrogance of the thoughtless young brat. Chung calmly watched Chung Yu, who was growling and charging. Chung Yu moved his body in a curve, not a straight line, and he recognized it as the Big Dipper steps. Chung knew that the footwork of the Big Dipper steps followed the direction of the Big Dipper, with the Wank star being the starting point of the attack. He moved the branch in his hand. After capturing the right moment, Chung immediately swung his arm to cut his pulse. The branch reached Chung Yu's position, but he suddenly disappeared. While Chung was surprised, a black shadow brushed past his body. Chung Yu turned his body and kicked, and Chung immediately raised his elbow to block. Chung gritted his teeth in disbelief. Chung Yu avoided his sword strike with the donkey rolls on the ground and quickly moved to the side to counterattack with the rising dragon kick. If you've become a disciple of Wudang, you should refrain from that move. He frowned with a serious face. The donkey rolls on the ground was always despised by the people of the righteous faction because it was like a donkey rolling on the ground. While thinking, Chung was suddenly startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, watching Chung Yu rolling madly on the ground. Is that guy going to keep using that shameful move? Chung raised his palm to block his kick. Chung Yu immediately moved back and hit his back. Chung was surprised and looked back. That guy keeps aiming for the side of my sword-wielding hand so I can't even attack, let alone defend. Chung was dumbfounded, thinking of everything. He saw Jinmu looking at him smugly. That martial uncle taught him. Chung Yu rolled with all his might. He remembered Jinmu telling him to just roll. Jinmu had told him to aim for the side of the sword-wielding hand, and he just followed the instructions and attacked. Senior brother Chung is so great, yet he can't block it. Chung Yu supported his body and kicked Chung Chang's waist. At this time, only Jinmu's words asking "got it?" echoed in his head. Chung will be surprised by your attack. At this time, Chung who was hit in the waist, gritted his teeth in pain and his movements became even rougher. Chung shouted and swung the branch. He'll put more force into the flowing cloud sword, which should originally be light and flexible. That's your chance to counterattack. At this very moment, Chung Yu gathered strength in his two legs. He unleashed the Iron Mountain leaning technique, pushing Chung to the side, and the branch in his hand also broke immediately. Chung put strength in his legs to stop himself from being pushed back. He was surprised to see Chung Yu in front of him, still not having released his attack stance. Chung clenched his fist. Then he stared blankly at the piece of branch left in his hand. He couldn't believe he had lost. Jinmu's voice suddenly came. You foolish brat. He grabbed Chung Yu by the collar, punched him once and scolded him angrily. I told you to roll like crazy until I grabbed his back. Chung Yu, with a lump on his head, could only cry and apologize. Chung couldn't understand why Jinmu was scolding Chung Yu even though he had lost. But at Jinmu's next words he immediately understood. You attacked too hastily at the end and got hit. If it were a real sword you would be dead. Chung looked at the piece of branch in his hand. If he had used a real sword, Chung Yu would have died with a sword pierced through his neck. Just as Chung was admiring how much Jinmu cared for him, he called Chung again. Jinmu said, I'm sorry Chung Yu lost. Chung hesitated to speak, but Jinmu swayed him by saying that if he had won he would have gained another subordinate, and Chung was flustered. Chung wanted to ask what he meant by that, but Jinmu was already angry, grabbing Chung Yu's ear and threatening to send him to hell. He declared that Chung Yu wouldn't see meat for the next 2 days, and Chung Yu was scared and explained. Jinmu didn't allow it and told him to shut up. Chung Yu wailed that he had missed out on meat because of Chung and Chung just watched them in silence. Jinmu's words and actions were like those of a street ruffian. He ignored the precepts of the righteous faction and was not the person Chung had expected. Chung lowered his head and was lost in thought, but he thought that perhaps there was another person inside Jinmu. Thinking this, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth. That young martial uncle is truly a strange person. Half a month had passed since they started repairing the sword boundary. At this time, stakes were driven into the sword boundary, and all the broken parts were taken care of. Chung Yu excitedly told Jinmu to eat, but Jinmu still felt uneasy about something. Jinmu looked at Chung who was happily showing off the few pheasants he had just caught with a black face. Why does that Chung guy show up so often? He thought that after winning he wouldn't come anymore, but even after a few days Chung continued to frequent the sword boundary. Moreover, Jinmu saw Chung ordering Chung Yu around. After speaking, he turned and winked at Jinmu. They say pheasant meat is delicious. Please wait a moment, martial uncle. Jinmu looked at Chung completely changed attitude and doubted if this was the same person from before. Jinmu grimaced in fear. What did he eat to become like this? Although Chung corruption was a good thing, he wasn't happy at all. Jinmu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Something's wrong. A moment later, Jinmu looked with disdain at the two men who were grilling the meat until it was charred black, yet constantly praising how delicious it was. He recalled the scene from just now, gritting his teeth in regret for letting these fools grill it themselves. Look at this meat. Have those guys lost their sense of taste? Chung happily patted his body, saying he felt much stronger after eating the meat. Thanks to martial uncle, I got to taste such delicious food. There was a reason. Chung Yu's stamina is better than before. Jinmu blankly guessed if he was flattering him. It was impossible to change so much just from eating meat for a few days. Suddenly Chung called out to him shyly. He mentioned the weakness of the flowing cloud sword, saying that fixing the weakness was harder than he thought. Hearing this, Jinmu was immediately as happy as if he had found a gold nugget. He raised the corners of his mouth slyly. Now I know why this guy keeps coming here, and why he's so flattering. Thinking, Jinmu turned his head, rubbed his chin and sighed. I'm suddenly thirsty. I wish I had some water to drink. Chung reacted immediately upon hearing this. He ran like a madman to fetch water, leaving Chung Yu behind, who was still tearing at the meat, asking Jinmu where to get water from. He satisfyingly raised the corners of his mouth. This second subordinate is quite quick-witted, Jinmu calculated in his mind. I can't be too good to him. I have to lure him in step by step, slowly. I will teach him my way. After finishing all his calculations, he bit into a piece of meat and was startled by how bad it tasted. Chung Yu saw this and immediately drooled, saying he would eat it for him. At this time, from Yunnan Palace, someone's surprised shout was heard. He has broken the precepts again. Myonging angrily slammed the table. He ate meat again. Jinhee immediately confirmed it. He said he had investigated and found out they were having a meat party. Jinhee frowned and suggested they should be punished severely to scare them. Myonging gritted his teeth in anger. Although the sect leader said to temporarily abolish the rule of not eating meat, the other disciples except Jinmu are still observing the precepts. Jinhee sighed and shook his head. Recently, even Chung has been swept up. When it's time for his personal training, he runs to the sword boundary. After saying this, Jinhee stopped, but it was enough to surprise Myonging. He immediately asked, "Isn't Chung the top among the second-generation disciples?" Jinhee immediately confirmed it. He pretended to be very regretful. That promising kid was seduced by Jinmu. I'm afraid this will have a bad influence on the other disciples. When Jinhee talked about punishment again, Myonging was surprised again to learn that Chung Yu had won. He spoke with disdain about how Chung Yu had used the donkey rolls on the ground to continuously attack the side of Chung Chang's sword-wielding hand, and again said they should be punished. Myonging was dumbfounded as he thought of the weakness of the flowing cloud sword. The lower part was the weak point, and the transition between offense and defense of the sword-wielding hand was not flexible. Of course, the first-generation disciples didn't know this weakness because they had practiced other martial arts and gradually improved before they could feel the weakness of the flowing cloud sword. But how did Jinmu know? Myonging couldn't figure out how he could have grasped the weakness, unless he had constantly pondered it before becoming too accustomed to it. To what extent did he contemplate and realize the martial arts? Myongjin's disciple, everyone knew him as a good boy who took care of his master. He also thought Jinmu was just that, but his growth rate was truly astonishing. As Myonging thought and couldn't help but admire, Jinhee approached him again. "Should we summon Jinmu to the disciplinary hall right now?" When he didn't respond, he called again. Myonging came to his senses, turned around, said he would think about it more, and mentioned that the Sunyang Merchant Guild would be coming today. Hearing this, Jinhee immediately replied that he would go to the sword boundary. Myonging turned around and said there should be no mistakes. When greeting them, he immediately followed and spoke about the punishment again, but was completely ignored. Jinhee bit his lip and cursed inwardly. "I wish I could trample that old man and Jinmu to death together." He frowned and thought, "There's no rush anyway. Jinmu is an arrogant fellow with no background. He's a lowly person, so no one will like him even if I do nothing." At the morning meeting, when they talked about repairing the sword boundary with Jinmu, everyone agreed not to send anyone to help him, except for Jinhyo, who was absent. All the first-generation disciples from all the palaces agreed. The important thing now was the Sunyang Merchant Guild. Jinhee raised the corner of his mouth and calculated. After Hyonryeon Mugang's attack, Wudang's power weakened, and all the rights in the surrounding areas were taken by the Zoo clan. Wudang's treasury was getting emptier, but they couldn't avoid external activities. If this continued, they wouldn't even be able to maintain a single courtyard of Wudang. Establishing a relationship with the Sunyang Merchant Guild was the only way to solve the treasury problem. And the relationship with the Sunyang Merchant Guild was thanks to the help of our family. Even the old and sick elders are not foolish enough to dare to ignore me. The person who will save Wudang from its crisis. Jinhee descended the stairs and asked the people below if they were ready. They immediately replied yes. "Now I am approaching the position of head disciple step by step. I can deal with that lowly Jinmu fellow later." Thinking, he immediately ordered everyone to go to the sword boundary. At this time at the sword boundary, Jinmu was shielding his eyes from the dazzling sunlight and sighing. Chung Yu tore at the meat and said, "Guests are coming today. So everyone went to clean up this morning." He became quite curious upon hearing this. Chung sucked his fingers and continued, "I heard that Marshal Uncle Jinhee will personally come down here at noon to greet them." At the word noon, the three of them suddenly acted as if struck by lightning, frantically looking for the approaching figures. Chung pointed to the other side and shouted that they were coming. Jinmu immediately urged the two to clean up, then suddenly noticed something. People were also coming from the entrance. Jinhee led his people and walked forward. Jinmu stared blankly at them standing at the door, then gritted his teeth and turned his head. Cleaning up the traces of eating meat was fast, but Chung Yu and Chung had already gone to greet the guests, which horrified Jinmu. He screamed inwardly that they should wash their faces too, but at this time Chung had already gone before the guests and asked if they were from the Sunyang Merchant Guild. Chung introduced himself and said he was informed by Jinhee in the morning. He clasped his hands and greeted them with a face stained with dust. "You must have had a hard journey." The guests immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this time Jinhee arrived and called out to the guild leader, and he happily invited the guests inside. Jim Sok-san agreed in a daze. He hesitated and asked if something was wrong with Wudang. Jinhee was puzzled to hear this and asked back. When Chung Yu and Chung Chung turned their heads to greet him, he immediately understood and shouted in anger. Jinhee turned his head, gritted his teeth at Jinmu, who was coughing awkwardly, and thought, "This scoundrel ate meat again," he cursed inwardly. He was annoyed to see Jinhee glaring at him and wanted to gouge his eyes out. The sunlight glittered on the lake surface and Jinhee's voice echoed. He told his disciples to carry the luggage. The disciples took the guests' luggage from their backs and received the gifts they brought. When Jiam Soksan tried to politely refuse, Jinhee smiled pretentiously and said this was their honor. "The mountain road is rough, please don't refuse," he walked and said they would no longer refuse. Jinmu glanced at Jiam Soksan passing by and Jinhee looked at him coldly. As he passed, he turned his head and muttered, "I'll deal with these brats later." Jinmu watched the direction they were leaving and felt something was strange. Even though the guild leader was a guest, he walked confidently in front while Jinhee lowered himself and followed behind. It was an attitude that clearly showed a superior-subordinate relationship. He asked who those people were. Chung Yu immediately answered, "They are the Sunyang Merchant Guild from Dongguanggu. I heard they have been in business for 3 generations there." Jinmu was surprised to hear about the 3 generations and asked again. When he was Hyonryeon Mugong, the heavenly master of the Sachin faction, he loved money so much that he would jump out of bed at the sound of it. So he knew quite a bit about the famous transport guilds in the Central Plains. Jinmu guessed if something was different after his reincarnation. 3 generations meant they had been active for over 60 years. If it was a guild he didn't know, it would just be a shrimp or a minnow. But would a proud first-generation disciple greet the head of an ordinary guild so humbly? There was definitely something between the two. Jinmu recalled their appearance just now and felt it instinctively. That guild leader looked like a cunning fellow at first glance. Based on Hyonryeon Mugang's over 80 years of physiognomy experience, he could assert that judging by his facial contours, this man would definitely not bring any benefit to Wudang. Thinking, he decided he had to investigate further. Jinmu hurriedly ran forward, urging them to finish up and leave quickly, and he didn't forget to remind them to wash their faces and wipe the grease from their mouths. Only then did the two realize there was something on their faces. Chung Chong and Chung Yu stared blankly at their hands. A moment later, Jiam Soksan presented a full box of silver, saying it was a thank you gift for Wudang's sincerity. He watched his people lay out the gifts and asked if the sect leader was satisfied. Seeing the beautiful swords and ink, everyone couldn't help but admire them inwardly. Miangxian was moved to see the shining silver box. Wudang's treasury had been getting emptier for over 10 years. As the person in charge of Wagwan, responsible for Wudang's expenditures, he was truly in pain. He had saved as much as possible, but he couldn't even afford to tailor a single robe for the disciples. "I feel so sorry for them." Thinking this far, Miangxian couldn't help but take out a handkerchief and hold back his sobs. Mianghyun happily thanked Jiam Soksan, who immediately said pretentiously that he should thank Wudang for associating with a guild like his. After speaking, Jiam Soksan again mentioned Jinhee's contribution. Mianghyun looked at him and thought, Jinhee is from a noble family in Dongguanggu and is Myeongdong's disciple. At 20 years old this year, he is fully qualified to be listed among the Wudang 7 sons and is a promising swordsman in Wudang. Jiam Soksan cupped his fist and said, "If it weren't for Jinhee, I wouldn't have dared to meet the great masters of such high status in the martial world." Hearing this, Jinhee triumphantly enjoyed the praise and the satisfied gazes of the elders. Then Myunghyun sighed again, regretting that it was a place without any entertainment worthy of properly treating Jiam Soksan. He heard this and hurriedly comforted him, saying, "I don't care about such things. I just stopped by the Taoist temple on my way back. I would be satisfied if you just chant for the fallen soldiers of our family." Seeing that Jiam Soksan was such a good person, Myunghyun quietly evaluated him. His first impression was that he looked a bit evil and made others reluctant to approach, but after talking with him he had a noble character. Just as he was blaming himself for judging a person by their appearance, Jiam Soksan spoke again, asking for permission to leave. Myunghyun hurriedly tried to make him stay longer, but Jiam Soksan skillfully refused. He scratched his head shyly and said that as a man of the world he was not used to the atmosphere of a Taoist temple. Hearing this, he also stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Myunghyun still wanted to invite Jiam Soksan to see the Wudang Taoist temple and the disciples practicing. Hearing this, he also found it difficult to refuse anymore. Jiam Soksan led his subordinates to retreat first, and a few of them went outside. Inside, Myungxian sat next to the silver box, sobbing happily. "Now I can breathe a sigh of relief." Myunghyun also happily stroked his beard and breathed a sigh of relief. It's time for Wudang to rise again. After speaking, he turned around and praised Jinhee for his great contribution. Suddenly, Myungding spoke up. He reminded them that the Sunyang Merchant Guild was a merchant guild after all, and if a merchant family wanted to have a relationship with a martial arts sect, they would definitely have something to ask of them. Myunghyun also knew the only reason they wanted to have a relationship with the martial world. It was for protection. During transportation, merchant guilds would encounter bandits or water bandits or get into disputes with other guilds. Most guilds knew martial arts, but that alone was not enough. So they would express their sincerity and pay a fee to get the support of a martial arts sect. Having a relationship with a stronger force was a very important matter for a guild. Myung-hyun stroked his beard and spoke slowly. In the past, when Wudang was strong, many large guilds in the Central Plains came to establish relationships and Wudang reluctantly helped them. But now, he opened his eyes and thought sadly. Dongwon-gu nearby has long become the territory of the Zoo clan, and no one has a relationship with Wudang. Myung-hyun anxiously hugged the silver box and said they couldn't miss this opportunity, asking if they could show that Wudang still had the same skills as before. Hearing this, Myung-hyun also looked at him puzzledly. Myung-hyun gestured and explained, "Just by seeing the Chung character generation practicing they will be amazed. We will say that this is just ordinary practice." Suddenly Jinhee interrupted and said he had told the disciples of Yunnan Palace to prepare. Myung-hyun was excited to hear this and asked what he had prepared. Jinhee immediately said that last month his master had helped and taught them to practice the 9 palaces sword formation. Myung-ging remembered upon hearing this. Myung-hyun cried with joy just thinking about it. Myung-hyun was no less happy and praised Jinhee. He immediately urged them not to keep the guests waiting and to go. Jinhee replied politely. Outside, 2 subordinates called for Jiam Sok-san. Lee Ji-chung, the guild's chief manager, asked him, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Jiam Sok-san frowned and asked him what he meant. Lee Ji-chung immediately complained that the gift should be used to establish a relationship with the Zug clan. Jiam Sok-san immediately cut him off. "Do you think I'm a fool? A case of Yuan Bao is very valuable, but if we give it to Zug we will get no benefit. Zug is a sect that is not only highly learned but also good at business. There will definitely be some scholars who know us well. To save face, they will never have a relationship with smugglers like us." He stroked his beard and said sinisterly. Lee Ji-chung wanted to say more, but he eventually shut his mouth. No one noticed that Jinmu was hiding on the roof and eavesdropping. He saw that the goat-bearded fellow was a smuggler and was bluffing, so he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Jinmu looked at his cunning face and evaluated him. He frowned unpleasantly. "Wudang is my territory. How dare you guys play tricks?" In Yunnan Palace, the disciples were gathered neatly in the courtyard, their swinging blades reflecting the dazzling sunlight. The disciples demonstrated the forms and shouted loudly in unison. They skillfully turned their swords, slashed down again, and finally thrust their swords straight forward. Amidst the resolute shouts, Jiam Sok-san clapped his hands. He praised them with a satisfied expression. "The momentum is truly amazing." After speaking, Jiam Sok-san turned to Myung-ging next to him and said, "I've heard of the reputation of Wudang's second-generation disciples, but seeing it for myself I can't help but be amazed." He heard this and laughed proudly, saying, "You flatter me." Jinhee glanced at them unpleasantly. Originally he wanted to show the 9 palaces sword formation to score points. "Why is that guy here?" Jinhee gritted his teeth as he looked at Jinmu, who was smiling slyly beside him. In his eyes he now looked like a poisonous snake. Jinhee remembered that Myung-ging had told him to bring Jinmu along. Because he said he wanted to see the sword formation himself, Jinhee couldn't say much even though he was displeased. Myung-ging turned around and told him to start the 9 palaces sword formation. Jinhee immediately replied respectfully. He decided to prioritize the sword formation and think about other things later. Suddenly, Jinmu waved his hand and called out. He said he was very much looking forward to it, but his facial expression was very provocative. Jinhee was angry that Jinmu dared to ignore him in Yunnan Palace, and gritted his teeth. He drew his sword and decided to show him what he was made of. "I won't make the slightest mistake." Jinhee stood in front of the disciples and held up his shining sword. In the very next moment he loudly ordered them to deploy the 9 palaces sword formation. The disciples below all raised their swords and shouted "Open formation," and then they split into 2 sides and charged at each other. The 9 palaces sword formation was one of the great sword formations that Wudang was very proud of. This was a martial art where 9 people formed a group to subdue the enemy. From the outside it looked like they were moving disorderly in different directions. A few swords clashed with a clang, but in reality they scattered and gathered in each direction with a purpose, aiming at the enemy together. This martial art required the 9 people to cooperate perfectly, and at the same time it showed the ability of the leader. Jinmu looked at the scene in front of him and muttered, "How interesting." Attracting Myung-gung's attention, he laughed a few times and asked, "Is it worth watching?" Jinmu hesitated and said it was worth watching but a bit regrettable. Hearing this, Myung-ging was immediately surprised and asked, "Why do you think so?" Jinmu put his hand on his chin and hesitated. "I haven't learned about sword formation, so I don't know much. Swords from various directions gather to one side and approach the opponent as much as possible, but I felt something was strange." He was immediately dumbfounded and looked at him and asked. Jinmu pointed forward and said it felt too focused. "If they do that, the opponent would have run away right from the moment the left side starts. It would be better to launch a sword from that side to lure the enemy, and the inside should be sharper. It's too complicated. I need to learn more." He held his chin and sighed as if confused. Myung-ging was speechless beside him. How can Jinmu tell just by looking? He not only sharply pointed out the weakness of the sword formation, but also thought of the method to break the formation and how to overcome it. Although he had heard a lot about Jinmu's outstanding talent, he didn't expect it to be this much. Thinking, Myung-ging again asked him if this was really the first time he had seen a sword formation, which surprised Jinmu. He scratched his head shyly and asked him to forgive the words of someone like him who knew nothing, but inwardly he was sneering that the 9 palaces sword formation was worse than he thought. Suddenly, the adjacent Jiam Sok-san spoke up and asked what Myeongjin was talking about. He immediately apologized for not answering his words. Jiam Sok-san also said pretentiously that he was just curious about what the two were talking about. Myeongjin happily introduced Jinmu. He hasn't learned martial arts for long, but he is very talented. When he said he was also a talent that the sect leader had his eye on, he couldn't help but be surprised. While the two were talking and laughing, Jiam Sok-san was worried about the possibility of someone else becoming the head disciple. He looked at the shyly smiling Jinmu and repeated his name in his head. Jinmu saw Jiam Sok-san's expression change and turned his head to the other side and smiled slyly. He guessed that he had already made a plan. A while ago, Jinmu had overheard their conversation. Li Jicheng said he knew that offering the Yuan Bao to the Zhu clan would be in vain, but Wudang had now lost its power. Jiam Sok-san immediately stroked his beard and agreed, "It will be difficult for them to rise again in the future. That way other flies won't be attracted." Hearing this, he immediately asked with puzzlement. Jiam Sok-san slowly explained, "Even though Wudang has lost its power, people still have a prejudice that Wudang is a sect that has existed in the Central Plains for thousands of years. If you ask to name a sect that represents the righteous faction, even a 3-year-old child will answer Wudang. If rumors spread that we are associating with Wudang, or that we are funding a sect that has lost its power, our reputation in the Central Plains will become more and more known, just as the surrounding areas are watching us. If a famous Taoist from the martial world comes to help us in person." When he said this, Li Jicheng was immediately startled and understood. The gazes of the nearby areas, Jiam Sok-san raised the corner of his mouth and continued his words, "are no different from ours." Li Jicheng immediately asked about the situation where Wudang would find out their intentions. Jiam Sok-san raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "If it weren't for him, would we have come all this way to flatter them? Wudang has a position called head disciple. It is the successor of the sect leader and the current head disciple has not yet been decided. Zhangdao Jinhe is aiming for that position." Li Jicheng was immediately dumbfounded to hear this. "We cooperate with him to help him stand in a more favorable position and become the head disciple smoothly when Wudang is in trouble. When he officially becomes the head disciple, he will repay this favor." Jiam Sok-san triumphantly revealed his entire plan to invade Wudang. A businessman makes the most profit when doing business. Jinhe was smart when he was young, but he became really stupid after entering Wudang. He stroked his beard and thought, "In the future, if anyone dares to touch us, they will regret it." Jiam Sok-san finished speaking and laughed loudly, triumphant, but he didn't know that Jinmu on the roof had heard everything from beginning to end. Back in reality, he triumphantly raised his eyebrows. By now, he must be doubting whether he has invested in the wrong person. Jinmu cursed inwardly that this ugly fellow dared to piss in his territory. Then he glared with angry eyes at Jinhe, who was commanding in front. "A thing like you dares to compete with me for the position of head disciple?" Jinmu thought of the dual cultivation heart method. This was a heart method that helped prevent his internal energy from clashing with the Black Dragon soul origin art. He had to practice it to regain his former strength, and only the head disciple was qualified to practice this heart method. Once he gained power, Jinmu would take control of the entire righteous martial alliance. To achieve this great goal, he planned to approach Wudang. For his own goal, Jinmu had to break the conspiracy of these little brats. Jinmu recalled the appearance of Jiam Sok-san, the guild leader of the Sungyang Merchant Guild, and the first-generation disciple Jinhe. To stop their conspiracy, he had to find out about the Sungyang Merchant Guild, but Jinmu couldn't leave Wudang. He poked at the food on his plate, held his chin and sighed. He heard someone call Jinmu's name, but he was still lost in thought, trying to find a way. When Myeongjin called again, Jinmu came to his senses and was in a daze. He saw this and asked what he was thinking. Jinmu smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "Nothing," and then he continued to eat. "I must have been thinking too deeply. Anyway, there's no way." Suddenly, Chung Yu covered his mouth and whispered to Myeongjin. It was that Jinmu had been like this ever since the Sungyang Merchant Guild came 2 days ago. He heard this and suddenly realized something. Seeing his depressed look, Myeongjin also felt sorry for him. He must have become curious after seeing people from the outside. Jinmu is also 20 years old. It wouldn't be strange for him to leave this mountain like his other martial brothers. He's been on the mountain for decades just to take care of me. Thinking this far, Myeongjin immediately became sad and blamed himself. A moment later, he asked Jinmu what day of the month it would be tomorrow. He blankly replied that it was the 3rd. Suddenly, Myeongjin smiled happily and said, "I see." Jinmu looked at him puzzledly. "What's with that wide smiling face? I'm still worried," he screamed inwardly. At this time it was already pitch black night and there was not a single person. The night passed quietly, and early in the morning 2 days later he heard someone calling for Jinmu. He immediately answered loudly. Jinmu opened the door and entered. "Did you call me?" Suddenly he was surprised and his mouth hung open as he looked at the scene before him. Jinmu saw Myeongjin dressed neatly, unlike usual, and asked what was going on. Myeongjin happily said he had to go to Jeso Palace. Hearing this, Jinmu immediately said with concern, "It's very windy outside," but inwardly he cursed. "If he catches a cold from the wind, I'll be even more tired. Is he crazy?" Of course, Myeongjin couldn't hear his inner thoughts. He smiled gently and said, "I've dressed warmly enough, Jinmu, let's go." He blankly followed Myeongjin's back. He couldn't understand what good thing had happened since yesterday that he kept smiling. On the 5th day of every month, Wudang held a regular meeting among the elders, presided over by the sect leader, to discuss upcoming events and expenditures. After that, they discussed the disciples' training. Not only the elders but also the first-generation disciples in charge of the affairs of each palace attended. At this time, Jinmu was walking with Myeongjin to the main gate. He realized that this seemed to be his first time attending a meeting with the elders. Jinmu glanced at Myeongjin and thought he had never attended before because he was not in charge of any palace and only stayed in the hermitage. Suddenly, Jinhyo appeared from somewhere and called for his martial uncle. The two turned their heads and saw him running happily. Jinmu was displeased to see Jinhyo, but Myeongjin greeted him gently. Jinhyo bowed politely. "I'm sorry for not visiting you often." He also smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay." And then he asked about his recent situation. Jinhyo scratched his head shyly and laughed loudly. "Thanks to my martial uncle's disciple, I've broadened my horizons. Isn't that right?" After speaking, he smiled and tapped Jinmu's arm, saying, "You have to be good to him." Jinmu didn't answer and stiffly raised the corner of his mouth, looking to the other side. "This brat, does he have a death wish? What's he so happy about?" When Myeongjin suggested they go, Jinhyo said he would follow. As soon as they entered the gate, someone greeted him politely. Immediately after, a continuous chorus of voices greeting Myeongjin with extreme courtesy echoed through the courtyard. Jinmu watched this scene, blankly unable to understand. He observed their polite attitudes and solemn eyes filled with respect. At that moment, Myeonghyun's voice was suddenly heard. "You've come." Seeing the sect leader himself hurrying down the steps before him, Jinmu couldn't help but be surprised. He took Myeongjin's hand and said worriedly, "You must take care of your body. Are you all right coming all this way?" But Myeongjin just smiled and reassured him, then turned his head to look at Jinmu and said, "Thanks to you, I've regained some energy lately, so walking is no longer difficult." Myeonghyun was startled. Jinmu, whose name was called, immediately bowed his head and greeted him. Myeonghyun guessed that eating meat was truly effective and blamed himself for not having permitted it sooner. Thinking this far, he patted Jinmu's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." Jinmu felt a little awkward. Myeonghyun then hurriedly led Myeongjin inside, worried that the cold weather might affect him. As Jinmu was marveling at the sect leader's warm welcome, Jinhyo smiled brightly and asked, "Aren't you proud of our master?" He said that although Jinmu might not know, Myeongjin was the most respected Taoist in Wudang. Before his martial arts were crippled, Martial Uncle was the most likely candidate to become the next sect leader of Wudang along with the current sect leader Myeonghyun. When the heavenly master of the Sachin faction suddenly attacked, he confronted him to protect the disciples. Martial Uncle Myeongjin is like a figure who symbolizes the heroic spirit of Wudang. Jinhyo expressed his admiration, saying there was no one who did not respect him. Upon hearing this, Jinmu immediately felt displeased. To him, Myeongjin was an arrogant Taoist in the past and was now just an annoying burden. A moment later, from within the main hall, Myeonghyun announced loudly, "Then let's decide it that way." Then he asked if there were any other issues. Jinmu was bowing his head and enduring it at this time. He raised the trembling corners of his mouth and grumbled inwardly about how boring it was. With a large sum of money suddenly falling upon the long impoverished Wudang, every palace had its demands, and it seemed it would never end. Jinmu saw Myeongjin raise his hand to speak, gritted his teeth and cursed him as a troublesome old man. Myeongjin reminded Myeonghyun that while establishing a relationship with the Sungyang Merchant Guild was a good thing, there was a point to be noted. Although Jinhee had made the introduction, they did not yet clearly know their intentions and origins, so they should carefully consider how to use the money reasonably. He said this, lightly stroking his beard. Upon hearing this, Jinhee immediately became tense. What does that useless old man mean by that? After speaking, Myeongjin again suggested sending disciples to them to scout and monitor them under the pretext of providing support. There is a precedent of dispatching first-generation disciples to merchant guilds we have had relationships with in the past. They know well that our disciples are superior to their own guards, so they are eager to receive support. Myeonghyun nodded, stroked his beard and pondered which disciple to send. Before he could finish his words, Myeongjin immediately recommended Jinmu. Only then did he wonder if this was why he had attended. Seeing Myeongjin wink at him cheerfully, Jinmu thought of this as a gift for having prolonged his life, and immediately took back the words he had used to condemn Myeongjin earlier. Jinhyo also excitedly chimed in. The other first-generation disciples are very busy with the affairs of their respective palaces, so please send Jinmu. After speaking, he winked at Jinmu. Jinmu was so moved he was about to cry. If I had known, I would have treated him more gently. Soon after, Myeongjin also voiced his agreement, saying Jiam Sok-san seemed to pay quite a bit of attention to Jinmu. Jinhee shot to his feet. Hearing everyone's opinions, Myeonghyun also nodded and stroked his beard. That's a good idea. He asked for the others' opinions, and when everyone agreed, Jinmu laughed joyfully to himself. Hadn't the problem he was worrying about been solved? Finally, Myeonghyun said he had decided according to everyone's opinion, and told Jinmu to return to the hermitage and prepare. He bowed his head, covered his mouth and smiled triumphantly, dreaming of the life to come. 10 heretics are no match for a single Taoist. This is truly my lucky day. Seeing him rejoice, Jinhee was so angry he clenched his fists. He bit his lip in fury and cursed inwardly. Is that brat trying to snatch away my long-standing efforts? He's such a thorn in my side. On a night of pouring rain, the raindrops continuously struck the lotus leaves on the lake. A frog, taking shelter from the rain on a lotus leaf, was startled by someone's angry shout and jumped into the water. Martial brother Jingang, are you just going to stand by? Jingang crossed his arms, furrowed his brow, and fell deep in thought. Jinhee stood before him, seething with anger. Jinmu is a brat who is being punished for breaking the precepts, yet he's being allowed to descend the mountain. Jinso came forward and tried to appease him with a smile. What you say isn't wrong, but isn't this something the elders have already decided? Jinhee pointed a finger at Jinso's chest and told him not to talk such nonsense. He said grimly, the elders don't always make the right decisions, just as Jinso was about to retort. Jingang suddenly shouted at Jinhee to stop. Jinhee stubbornly retorted, am I wrong? The first-generation disciples of each palace are all selected from prestigious families, receive the Taoist name of Wudang, and compete with each other to become the head disciple who will bear the next responsibility. The others fell silent upon hearing this. But that brat Jinmu is just a lowly fellow with no one to rely on anywhere. Riding on the coattails of martial uncle Myeongjin's fame, he swayed the minds of the sect leader and the elders and lured other disciples into eating meat. He is destroying the long-standing traditions of Wudang. He should receive a heavier punishment. Jinhee shouted in a fit of rage. Suddenly, Jinhyo, who was standing outside, said he was wasting his effort. He frowned and asked solemnly, can we progress just by observing traditions? Jinhee sneered and taunted him for daring to speak up here when he had been crushed by Jinmu. Jinhyo approached and called his name. In my eyes it seems you're the one who's sick. He looked at Jinhee with a strange smile, and Jinhee felt slightly afraid. Jinhyo mentioned how Myeongjin had recovered quickly after eating meat, and reminded Jinhee again that the ban on meat had been lifted. He tried to retort, but Jinhyo quickly shut him down. Just now, even martial uncle Myeongjin agreed with the opinion of sending Jinmu. Unable to refute, Jinhee gritted his teeth. Jinhyo spoke again. Although you ruined my great contribution of establishing a relationship with the Sungyang Merchant Guild, but he suddenly turned his head to ask for Jingang's opinion, leaving Jingang startled and dumbfounded. Since matters concerning merchant guilds or external forces are the responsibility of Jingang, shouldn't you have discussed it with martial brother and then reported to martial uncle Myeongjin? Why did you go directly to the sect leader? Jingang, with his arms crossed and brow furrowed, said nothing. Suddenly, Jinhyo placed a hand on Jinhee's shoulder and told him to know his place. The head disciple is the face of Wudang. This is not a place for you to use Wudang for your personal greed and your family's honor. He leaned close to Jinhee's ear and warned him, and Jinhee immediately got angry, drew his sword and stammered out a curse. Suddenly, Jingang shouted and stopped the fight between the two. You are men who have been entrusted with important responsibilities and lead each palace, yet how can your actions be so rash? Do not quarrel over a matter that the elders have already decided, understood? After speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Jinhee immediately called after him, but Jingang did not look back. Jinso wiped the sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. I know you hate it when Jinhee talks about his family, but Jinhyo immediately cut him off, saying that Jinhee was in the wrong because he had spoken ill of the elders. Jinso paused for a moment, then suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and asked if he was charming, leaving Jinhyo blank and uncomprehending. He crossed his arms and said that Jinhyo's expression meant that Jinmu was very charming. Hearing this, he also laughed happily and said, he is very charming. It's probably because his way of thinking about martial arts is very different. Then he praised Jinmu for being very outstanding. Suddenly, Jinso's expression changed, and he rubbed the wrist of his clenched fist. It's like he's stolen your heart even though he's not a woman. Sometimes you need a beating too. Hearing this, Jinhyo immediately broke out in a cold sweat and laughed awkwardly. He looked out the door and sighed. Chung only goes to Jungyeowan these days and doesn't even want to come over here. Everyone only likes Jinmu, Jinhyo said with a frown. Jinso, you're mistaken. Chung also has his own hidden troubles. He thought of Chung Chang's situation and said in a low voice, a child who cannot wash away the hatred in his heart cannot be accepted as a disciple of Jung Dongging. On the contrary, Jinhyo seemed very relieved that Chung was following Jinmu, because Jinmu was a person qualified to be the head disciple. Upon hearing this, Jinso was immediately surprised. He hesitated and said, Jingang and Jinhee won't just stand by. Jinhyo just raised the corners of his mouth and replied, an outstanding person will reveal their talent sooner or later. Hearing his words, Jinso just gave a dry laugh, scratched his head, and said he gave up. Jinhyo's voice rang out, let's watch together. At the same time, in another place, a Buddhist statue was blocking the rain with an umbrella. On the other side, two people were slowly climbing the stairs, and a sighing voice was heard. We left early in the morning, but it's already dark. Myeongjin, supported by Jinmu, saw him constantly smiling and looking at him and asked with puzzlement. Jinmu looked at him with sparkling eyes and replied, because you are so beautiful. Myeongjin laughed awkwardly. He didn't know that at this time Jinmu was endlessly moved by the fact that he had personally stepped forward, not minding his own ailing body. Myeongjin thought for a moment and then said, don't worry about me, go and have your fill of fun. Jinmu was surprised to hear the words, have fun, and asked back, Only then did he remember that there was a rule prohibiting Taoists from going out to play. He replied that even if he went down the mountain, he couldn't eat meat or drink alcohol. Miangjin smiled and said that he too had drunk when he was young. At that, Jinmu shyly turned his eyes away and mentioned courtesans, and he blushed and shouted to shut him up. In the very next moment, Jinmu smiled brightly again and said it was a joke, but Miangjin was not very convinced. Suddenly, the sound of someone calling for their martial uncle made the two of them look over in surprise. Jinmu saw Chung and Chung Yu carrying a pile of luggage and asked with puzzlement. They said they heard he was going down the mountain and wanted to follow. He was immediately flustered and asked what disciples they were, and Chung answered. They said they had gotten permission from the martial uncles of their palaces. Chung Yu happily showed off the allowance that Jinhyo had given him. Jinmu immediately thought that Jinhyo was trying to foist the idiot Chung Yu onto him like raising a sail in the wind, and firmly refused. Am I crazy enough to take you with me? I have to choose properly, both of you get lost. After speaking, he ignored the two disciples who were crying and clinging to him, and helped Miangjin inside. Amidst the pouring rain, cries begging to be taken along echoed. In a nearby pavilion, Jinhee was watching them. He thought grimly, Jinmu will turn my family's years of effort into nothing. Jinhee tightly gripped the birdcage in his hand. He recalled when his grandfather had sent him to Wudang as a disciple 20 years ago. At that time he was just a naive and innocent child. His grandfather had told Jinhee that the future of their Wu family in Dongguanggu depended on him. You must make our family a righteous martial family in name and in reality. Before his grandfather, the Wu family of Dongguanggu was just a group of thugs who secretly did dirty work. Only in his grandfather's generation did they barely become a proper martial arts school, but his family was still not fully recognized as a martial family. Jinhee had worked day and night, trying to become one of the Wudang 7 sons. But that alone was not enough. He had to become the head disciple and take the position of Wudang Sect leader. Jinhee had endured for the past 20 years. He bit his lip, feeling wronged. You want to destroy my efforts, Jinmu? I will not let you be. I cannot stop you from descending the mountain, but this is rather an opportunity. Jinhee carefully took a bird out of the cage. Many dangerous things happen outside. He lightly stroked the bird and smiled strangely. Among the 10 commandments of Wudang there is a clause that must never be broken. Jinhee raised his hand and released the bird with a letter tied to its leg. The murder of a fellow disciple. The bird soared high into the sky. He followed it with his eyes and smiled cruelly. You're not the only one who can break the 10 commandments, my foolish junior brother. The next morning the 3 of them had to go around to each palace to bid farewell to the elders. While the 2 disciples were excited, Jinmu was appalled at the distance between each palace. He cursed stupid brats inwardly. They went to Wagwan to receive their clothes, which had been mended to look like new. Jinhyo smiled brightly, patted Jinmu's shoulder and congratulated him on his departure. Jinmu looked at him puzzledly. Why does he keep acting so friendly? After that, it was time to listen to a lecture at Yungan Palace about the precepts a Wudang Taoist must observe when leaving the mountain. Miangjin continuously read the precepts, urging Jinmu to listen well. Even after that, he had to listen to numerous precautions regarding external forces at Ojinging. After receiving a new sword with a taiji pattern at Okwagging, and bandages, golden wound medicine and essence pills at Zhengdonging, they finally had to go to Jeso Palace to bid farewell to the sect leader. The 3 of them knelt and politely bid farewell, completing the procedures a Wudang disciple must go through before departure. Jinmu was exhausted and inwardly cursed their troublesome procedures. Miangjin asked, So Chung Yu and Chung are going with you? He immediately confirmed it. He said with satisfaction that they were both clever children and would surely be of help. Jinmu replied politely on the outside but was cursing on the inside. They're completely useless, but I have no choice but to take them. When Miangjin reminded him of a few more trivial things, he smiled brightly and said he would keep them in mind. Inwardly he was screaming frantically, Just let me go already. I have far more experience than those monkeys trapped on Mount Wudang. Finally, he reminded him not to forget the important task and not to negatively affect Wudang's reputation. After speaking, Miangjin told them they could go. The moment his words fell, Jinmu was so happy he laughed out loud, turned his head and ran straight off. Suddenly, Miangjin called his name again and he yelled out in frustration. He reminded him grimly, You must report back once a day. Jinmu's spirit immediately deflated as he answered in a trembling voice, I'm exhausted just from going through the departure procedures. This damn Taoist temple, he cursed inwardly and walked towards the main gate. The moment he stepped out of the gate, Jinmu immediately took a deep breath. He joyfully spread his arms to greet the air of freedom. Leaving the sword boundary meant leaving Wudang's territory, and even the air was different. Immediately, Jinmu took the things he was carrying and called for Chung Yu and Chung. The 2 immediately answered cheerfully. He entrusted his sword to Chung and his luggage to Chung Yu. Chung carefully advised that Jinmu should carry his own sword. He immediately glared. You want to go back to the mountain? Hearing this, Chung just said he would cherish it as if it were his own life. Jinmu smiled satisfyingly and triumphantly. He said that the distance from the entrance of Wudang to the Sungyang Merchant Guild was about 100 li, and it would take less than half a day on horseback. After speaking, Jinmu immediately urged them to head in the direction of the Sungyang Merchant Guild. Their first departure began with a vibrant momentum. Originally, Jinmu had intended to say that, but at this moment they hadn't gone more than a few steps before they were nervously looking at the people blocking their path. Those bandits were holding weapons and threatening them to hand over everything they had. Jinmu was at a loss for words that these crazy guys would dare to rob Taoists right in front of Wudang. Truly audacious. Suddenly, Chung stepped forward and asked who they were. Jinmu glanced at him, standing solemnly in his way. You probably don't recognize the Wudang uniform, which is why you dare to block us on this Mount Wudang. He frowned and warned them. You won't get anything anyway, so hurry up and back off. The leader immediately sneered and raised the two sabers in his hands. Are you kidding? A declining sect. The bald guy also raised his saber. I think you're thinking too much. Hand over what you have while I'm asking nicely. The guy in the hat also grimly raised his sword and glanced at them. I don't think you would dare, but if you've hidden any money, hand that over too. As soon as the words fell, the dozen or so bandits all assumed a fighting stance. Seeing that these bandits hadn't changed a bit while he was away from the martial world, Jinmu lightly called for Chung. Jinmu judged that there was no need to bother with them and told him with a smile to take care of it. Chung took a step forward. If you back off now, I won't press the matter further. He raised his sword and looked at them. Both sides glared at each other for a moment. The leader gave a cold snort. Did you all hear that loud and clear? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered the group to charge and rushed forward, swinging his saber at Chung. As he quickly dodged one of his sabers, another man swung his saber and slashed at him. Immediately, Chung leaped high, dodging both of their attacks at once. He struck one man's shoulder painfully with his sword and then gave another one a blow to the back. When Chung landed lightly, the two men collapsed in pain. The other men couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon seeing that. Immediately, two more bandits rushed forward with their sabers, and he immediately blocked the two slashing sabers with his sword. Jinmu watched the fight before him intently. Although most of them had rushed in at once, it turned out there were two men with good moves. Those guys must be the leaders. He assessed the two men who had not yet made a move. They have their subordinates attack first while they hide in the back, looking for an opportunity. After grasping their tactics, Jinmu let out a sneer. Chung has reached the realm of the loyal sword, so he can channel chi into his swordsmanship. Originally, his ability was stuck at the lower level of swordsmanship, but thanks to a few days of teaching, Chung had become much stronger. Even if those two team up, his skill is slightly superior. As the man in the hat swung his sword forward, the blade clashed with Chung sword. The very next moment he stared in surprise as his own sword was cut and sent flying into the air. Jinmu had known from the beginning that Chung ability was superior to that of other disciples. The bald man laughed sinisterly and swung his sword. Chung immediately took a direct hit to the shoulder from his saber and gritted his teeth in pain. Jinmu watched blankly, and Chung Yu was already wailing in panic. At this moment he vexingly recalled one important fact. This is his first real battle in the martial world, unlike practicing set forms. In a real battle, one does not follow any rules when executing moves. There is only killing intent and recklessness. Chung was desperately dodging their attacks. When someone who is only trained in the mountains like Chung first steps into the martial world, a single blood-stained blade appears. If one has to fight like that, one easily becomes flustered, and with a few more slashes, blood splatters. Then this mistake leads to another mistake. Chung suddenly tripped on the stairs behind him, and his entire body suddenly fell backward. The bald man laughed triumphantly and raised his saber high. I'll take care of the weaker one first. Chung was flustered as he saw the saber slashing towards him. Chung gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. He opened his mouth as he saw the slashing saber. The speed was so fast that Chung couldn't possibly dodge it. Suddenly, two hands reached out from somewhere and firmly grabbed the blade. Chung hesitated and called out to the person who had blocked for him. Jinmu clicked his tongue and said he was just trying to let him gain some experience. After speaking, he swung his hand once and the blade was immediately broken in two. Immediately after, Jinmu raised his foot and kicked the bald man in the stomach. He coughed up blood in pain, his face a mask of astonishment. He clasped his hands together. Jinmu smiled sinisterly, and facing the bald man who was bent over in pain, raised both his hands. He resolutely smashed his fist into the nape of his neck. The bald man's mouth gaped open, his eyes rolling back in pain. The man in the hat stared blankly as he collapsed to the ground. Jinmu stepped on his shiny head with his foot. This guy and you, he arrogantly pointed a finger at the man in the hat and said, I can tell at a glance that you two have a lot of experience using swords, and your cooperation with the guys in the back is proficient. So your level isn't low either. The bandits who had been hit earlier barely stood up and listened nervously to Jinmu's question. What's really going on? He raised the corner of his mouth in a sneer and beckoned to them. Could it be that someone hired you? As soon as the words fell, the man in the hat already had several sharp throwing stars in his hand. The very next moment, he threw a pile of throwing stars at Jinmu. He lightly swung his hand, instantly deflecting them. Immediately after, the remaining bandits stared blankly as their companion fled like an arrow. The man in the hat broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. He's stronger than I thought. His reactions are also very agile. For now, escaping is the best option, but before he got far, a hand shot out in front of him. Jinmu smiled sinisterly, grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground, as if I'd let you escape. Immediately after, he stepped on his back, pinning the man to the ground, and grabbed his arm to subdue him. Jinmu triumphantly placed his hands on his hips and looked down at the person pinned under his foot. "Shall we have a little chat now?" The man in the hat gritted his teeth, turned his head to look at him, and asked who they were and who had sent them. The bandit pinned to the ground still sneered with an arrogant raise of his lips. "You think I'll talk that easily?" Hearing this, he didn't get angry but rather smiled bizarrely. "Oh really? Just because we're Taoists should I speak nicely? Give you a light scolding and hand you over to the authorities? Why should I do that?" As Jinmu spoke, he pressed down hard with his foot, and the bandit trembled in pain. He cursed and stomped hard on the shoulder he had pulled. As the shoulder joint was crushed, the man screamed loudly in pain. Jinmu grabbed his ankle and said playfully, "You're used to this, aren't you? Dying on the road happens often, doesn't it?" As he asked, he kicked his knee and broke his leg. The bandit's miserable scream echoed again. He trembled and shouted that Jinmu was cruel. He raised the corner of his mouth as if he had heard a funny story. "To the guy who tried to kill me first, if you don't talk, I'll just ask someone else." As Jinmu spoke, he grabbed the bandit's collar and he tried to stop him in a panic. What answered the bandit was Jinmu, raising his fist with a face like a demon from hell. Now if you move, I'll break your neck." He backed away in horror and begged for mercy, but it was already too late. A series of thudding sounds echoed, and blood splattered everywhere. The remaining bandits trembled in fear at this sight. The bloody scene continued. One of them opened his mouth in horror. "That Taoist bastard," the other man was no less terrified. "He's completely different from the Taoists I've met." A moment later, only after that bandit had collapsed to the ground, did Jinmu slowly withdraw his blood-stained fist. He lifted his outer robe to look at the clothes he had just received. Discovering that the clothes were stained and dirty with blood, Jinmu immediately became angry. The other bandits saw this scene and trembled in unison, cursing him as a madman in their hearts. Seeing Jinmu bizarrely smiling and deciding who to ask next, they were sure that if they fell into that madman's hands they would be crippled even if not killed. So they immediately vied to speak first. According to them, Chung listened to their story while bandaging his wound. They belonged to the Wudang faction, a group of bandits from the back alleys of Dongguanggu, and their main job was collecting protection fees within their territory. Today their leader, Li Pao Ryong, had ordered them to wait near Wudang and capture 3 Taoists. The 2 guys who had just been beaten by Jinmu were the Siboneyang, quite famous masters in the back alleys of Dongguanggu. He analyzed this in silence. The one who hired them knew well that we would pass this way, but why, even if its power has weakened? Wudang still possesses a great power that some heretical factions dare not touch. Then the one who hired them this time must have spent a huge sum of money. But who would spend a lot of money to capture 3 Taoists? Thinking so, Jinmu immediately asked the bandits who had hired them. The bandits hesitated and looked at each other with difficulty. Seeing the look in the bandits' eyes, he could guess that they really didn't know. "In that case, I have no choice but to go find this Li Pao Ryong myself." Thinking, Jinmu opened his mouth again. He pointed to the 2 people lying on the ground. "Those guys called the Siboneyang, are they that good at fighting?" An immediate polite answer came back. "Masters like them are very rare in the back alleys of Dongguanggu. I heard they killed a famous martial artist from another region and fled to Dongguanggu to hide." Suddenly, Jinmu asked how much, and the red-haired guy asked back blankly. He explained that he wanted to ask about their payment. The red-haired man carefully stated the price. After hearing it, Jinmu immediately sighed and complained that it was too stingy. Then he asked what they had brought with them, and the bandits looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, the bandits offered all the possessions they had to Jinmu. He received the money pouches and, satisfied, told them they could go. The bandit was immediately moved and kowtowed to Jinmu. Chung Yu and Chung Cheng's mouths hung open in surprise. Martial uncle is robbing them so openly. He happily counted the money and didn't forget to warn them not to tell Li Pao Ryong about today's events. "If I go looking for Li Pao Ryong and can't find him, all of you," Jinmu smiled sinisterly and held up a single coin. A second later, he lightly squeezed it and folded it in half. The bandits were immediately terrified and hugged each other, crying. They continuously kowtowed and swore they would flee elsewhere and live conscientiously. "From now on, I will never do anything bad again." Jinmu was surprised to hear that, then unfolded the bent coin and said, "Just keep living in the back alleys. Collect protection money and cause trouble. Just live as you have, no need to change." He flattened the bent coin as if it were almost the same as before. Hearing them continuously swear and mumble, Jinmu got angry, gritted his teeth and threw the coin, embedding it in one of their heads. He shouted in anger, "Didn't I tell you to just keep doing bad things?" Then he chased them away, telling them to get lost. The bandits fled immediately, crying that they would never do anything bad again as they ran away. Chung Yu and Chung were shocked by the scene before them. Even though they were bandits, he beat them up and even took their money. As the 2 were confused that this was not the way of a Taoist, Jinmu whistled cheerfully and ordered them to carry the 2 unconscious Siboneyang down the mountain. Chung Yu and Chung could only scream inwardly. "Didn't you say no?" At Bangxian Prefecture, the entrance to Dongguanggu, something was being handled at the Bangxian government office. Jinmu instructed, "I'll talk with the official for a moment so you 2 rest." Chung Yu and Chung followed the order and happily watched him go first. The 2 panted. They hadn't been able to rest at all on the road and could only now catch their breath. Chung Yu, though out of breath, called Chung. He asked, slightly sad, "Isn't Martial Uncle's behavior wrong? They may be bad guys, but to beat them so cruelly." Chung Chang's thoughts were different. On the contrary, I was very impressed with Martial Uncle. Those guys just now are the back alley thugs everyone resents. When Chung Yu didn't understand his words, Chung Chung added, will they ever do bad things again? Did you see their faces when they ran away? They fled with their tails between their legs in the opposite direction of Dongguanggu, so they'll never come back, he said sadly. I lost my whole family to a band of mounted bandits. The villagers and my family were massacred for no reason without knowing why. If Martial Granduncle Manhwa hadn't happened to pass by back then, I wouldn't be here. At that time, Martial Granduncle caught them all and handed them over to the authorities. But do you know what happened after that? Chung Chung lowered his head. They bribed the officials and were released. Not long after, I heard that the band of bandits was openly committing evil deeds again. Chung Chang's eyes were filled with killing intent. I can never forgive them. One day I will kill them with my own hands, he recalled the past. But Martial Uncle Jinso and Martial Granduncle Manhwa told me to calm my heart and forget my resentment. It's different with Martial Uncle Jinmu. Chung Chung smiled. Thanks to Martial Uncle Jinmu, today I learned what true teaching is. Chung Yu listened carefully as he spoke. Teaching means enlightening and leading others, Chung Chung explained. It means punishing those who aim for your life and through the pressure that made them commit the crime, making them even more afraid. It's about engraving in their bones the words, if you sin again, I will personally come and settle the score. Such a person exists, someone who crosses hell themselves to bring light to the world. Chung Chung clenched his fist. Today I have decided. I will follow and learn from him who crosses hell himself to punish the wicked. No matter what Martial Uncle says, I have decided to become his disciple and follow him. Chung Yu sobbed beside him. I didn't know Martial Uncle had such great aspirations. Inside the Bangxian government office, Jinmu shouted, What, are you blind? Jinmu grabbed the official's collar and argued. The kids are hurt and their clothes are all torn from being stabbed. And you're trying to get away with just 10 niang? He pleaded. Just one more niang, just one more. The official, though trembling with fear, was firm. This Taoist is really after money. We decided on 10 niang. He avoided eye contact. And their faces are all bruised, so we haven't even identified who they are yet. Jinmu got angry. Oh, so a Wudang Taoist would lie. I worked so hard to catch them. The official immediately agreed. All right, please let go. In my decades of being an official, I've never seen a Taoist like you. Jinmu smiled with satisfaction. Good luck. Before leaving, Jinmu casually asked, Oh, by the way, do you know a man named Li Pao Ryong? The official sighed and replied, How could I only know the name of Li Pao Ryong of the Paopeng faction? That guy is like an eel slipping away every time he's caught. Jinmu raised the corner of his mouth and asked, How much? When the official didn't understand, he said arrogantly, There must be a bounty for catching that Li Pao Ryong guy, right? He immediately answered, 20 niang. Jinmu covered his mouth and laughed. He must be a cruel and dangerous guy. But inwardly he was delighted. He may be great, but I need to fill my stomach first. Sorry, Pao Ryong. The official's eyes widened as he asked, Don't tell me you're going to catch him? Jinmu immediately nodded. The official waved his hands and tried to dissuade him. Please think carefully. The government has tried to catch him several times, but they all failed. That guy is originally skilled in martial arts and keeps changing his hideout, so he always slips away like an eel. Jinmu didn't believe it. Dongguanggu is currently the territory of the Zug family, an opponent even the Heavenly Master faction is reluctant to face, since heretical factions can't expand their influence in Dongguanggu, which is occupied by the Zug family. There obviously won't be any very strong guys, just a bunch of back alley bandits. And their hiding places are surely gambling dens, night markets, and brothels. He raised the corner of his mouth contemptuously as he left the government office. If I just sweep through them once, they won't be able to escape. Useless government officials. Jinmu smiled slyly. Anyway, I have things to investigate, so I might as well make some money on the side. Pao Ryong, I want to see you soon. Suddenly, Chung Yu and Chung Chung rushed over, calling for Jinmu. The two took turns crying out, We respect you, Martial Uncle, we will follow you for life. Jinmu was inwardly flustered. What's with these guys? Is it because they walked for 2 shichen 4 hours, carrying luggage and people? They're hungry and tired, so their minds must be unstable. Thinking so, he comforted them. Now calm down, let's go eat. Chung Yu stopped crying and asked back. Jinmu said energetically, Today is a very special day. It's the first day down the mountain, so we have to eat our fill of meat. The three of them cheered with excitement. At Howell Inn, surrounded by mountains. The name meant moon on the sea and signified hope. Jinmu shouted loudly, Give us a lot of meat, the fresh kind. And a bottle of liquor too, he grinned from ear to ear. Eat a lot, don't worry about it not being enough. Chung Yu and Chung Chung ate and exclaimed, This inn has so many meat dishes. It's really the best, so delicious. Is this really meat? Jinmu was inwardly pleased. These guys are going to be buried in meat. Behind him a few people whispered, Such a young Taoist eating meat and drinking alcohol. It seems Wudang is about to fall. Aren't those guys impersonators? He heard them and was angry inside. Don't mind others and hurry up and eat a lot. A voice came from afar. Senior brother, are those the people the young master was talking about? Two travelers exchanged information, mentioned the name Li Pao Ryong, and then left. From a pavilion above, someone was quietly observing them. Those guys who just left look familiar. Isn't that Zhou Bang of the Mu family? Should I investigate why they've come to Bangxian? Zug Jun said while leisurely eating. Forget it, it doesn't matter what they do. His voice was calm. We're just here to inspect our territory. He put down his chopsticks and asked casually, It's been a while since I've seen a Wudang Taoist, Bang Gaho replied. Yes, he answered in a solemn voice. Since that disaster, Wudang is no longer at the center of the 9 great factions and does not interact with the outside world. He looked down at Jinmu's group who were eating and drinking their fill and wondered, but has Wudang allowed meat eating? They're even drinking alcohol. The Zug family is centered on Mount Yangzheng, and the surrounding area includes 5 districts: Dongguanggu, Xiangyang, Yinjiang, and Mohan. The Zug family is a prestigious martial arts family in the Jianghu, with a history spanning dozens of generations. In the Dongguanggu branch alone, there are over 100 people with the surname Zug, including warriors, scholars, retainers, and servants. The number reaches 1,000. Zug Jun was the second son of the Dongguanggu branch and a direct blood relative of the Zug family, so his influence in Dongguanggu was indescribable. Bang Gaho watched Jinmu and admired him. Judging by their age, those Chung generation members must be second-generation disciples. They sure can eat, he concluded. If the previous generations knew their disciples were like this, they wouldn't want to see it. They're just a declining sect now. Zug Jun had a different opinion. Declining? Are you sure? He analyzed. Even if trapped in the mountains, Wudang is still a tiger. A starving tiger leaves its den for only one reason: to find food. Zug Jun stroked his chin. He ordered Bang Gaho to quickly probe Jinmu's group. He also warned him not to be too excessive. Bang Gaho accepted the order. This subordinate will create a suitable incident to test them. Bang Gaho approached Jinmu from behind and said with a bright smile, For what reason has a Wudang Taoist come here? I am Bang Gaho of the Dongguanggu Zug branch. I have always greatly admired Wudang. It is truly a deep connection to meet you here. May I offer you a drink? Jinmu slammed down his cup. Why is a fly buzzing around me all of a sudden? Then he turned to face Bang Gaho. Offering a Taoist a drink, it's obvious you're looking for a fight. You're trying too hard. Bang Gaho's face twisted ugly. He was inwardly displeased. This damn Taoist, his tone and expression reek of a street thug. It's like a heretic stole a Taoist's clothes and is wearing them. Jinmu taunted. There are a lot of eyesores in the inn today. One guy picks a fight over what others are eating, another stares with snake eyes and then leaves. But you know what? He looked towards where the Zug party was sitting. From the beginning, you Zug family guys were the biggest eyesore. It's not even funny. If you want to confirm something, you should come down yourself. Why bother sending a hunting dog? Bang Gaho was furious. Jinmu waved his hand. Forget it, he called Chung Chong and said, Chung Chong, this gentleman is curious about your skills. If that guy does anything stupid, kick him to hell. Chung Chong heard the order and stepped forward. Bang Gaho was worried inside. Damn it, that wasn't my intention. Is it okay for things to turn out like this? Upstairs, Zug Jun clicked his tongue. That idiot made the first move, but thanks to him, I can easily gauge their skills without having to step in myself. He looked at Jinmu and evaluated him inwardly. Not only does he eat meat and drink alcohol, but his speech and attitude are just like a ruffian's. That Taoist is quite special. He's completely different from the Wudang disciples I know. The way he talks, he's no different from a wolf. I wonder how skilled he is. Bang Gaho assumed a serious stance. For a Wudang Taoist, you speak very carelessly. Since it's come to this, I hope you can do as you say. Jinmu picked his ear and laughed arrogantly. Hey, what are you doing? Only Chung Chong will use a sword. Bang Gaho froze for a moment upon hearing that. He gritted his teeth in anger. Do you think you're something special? His name is Chung Chong, so my guess was right. He's a second-generation disciple of Wudang. As the top master of the Dongguanggu Zug branch, he rarely drew his sword. Someone like you is more than enough for my bare hands, he voiced the thought he had in his mind. Jinmu smiled brightly. You'll regret it. He was triumphant inside. He's underestimating Chung Chong, so he won't go all out. His arrogance will create an opening. If he uses that opening, Chung Chong will win. A wicked smile appeared on Jinmu's face. Chung Chong charged. Chung Chong heard the order and rushed forward with his sword. The sword flew first. The flowing cloud sword didn't have many variations and its forms were simple. The sword grazed Bang Gaho's face and he dodged the attack without being properly guarded. Watching from the outside, Jinmu was confident. That is not a floating cloud. It will become the lightning hidden within that cloud. Chung Chong quickly retracted his sword and continued to attack Bang Gaho, but he dodged. He was quite smug and kicked Chung Chong once. Bang Gaho evaluated. The first attack was faster than I thought. He grabbed Chung Chong's hand and quickly struck his abdomen, preventing him from reacting. Bang Gaho struck him with his elbow and calculated inwardly. He still lacks experience. His weaknesses are his sword hand and lower body defense. He immediately kicked Chung Chong's leg. He grimaced in pain. As Chung Chong retracted his sword, Bang Gaho leapt up. I praised the second-generation disciple's amazing ability, but he placed his foot on a nearby table and wore a rather smug expression. It's about time to finish this. Watching from the outside, Jinmu also finished his evaluation. The sword hand and lower body defense are chronic weaknesses of the flowing cloud sword. Chung Chong has already fixed those weaknesses after being taught by me. He's intentionally exposing them. This Chung Chong guy is quite clever, he thought inwardly with a sly expression. I'm sure of it. He looked at Chung Chong and evaluated him inwardly. The sword hand, the lower body defense. Those are the weaknesses. Then there's no choice, he leapt up and attacked. You little brat. As Bang Gaho attacked Chung Chung with his bare hands, he blocked his move with his sword. He then lifted his leg and kicked his waist. He launched another attack, thinking inwardly, take this wind-splitting fist, you're finished. This time he dodged the move. Bang Gaho frowned and sweated, thinking, he dodged the attack, that's impossible, and at the same time he held his sword ready to counterattack him. He's not even phased. He looked at the serious-looking Chung Chung. The one who's going to get hit is you. Chung Chung gritted his teeth and powerfully struck under Bang Gaho's chin with his move, and he screamed in pain. This blow sent Bang Gaho flying several meters, crashing into a table at the inn. He broke into a cold sweat at the unexpected result, and looked at him with fearful eyes. Just then he raised his sword ready to attack again. Seeing that, he was so scared he stammered, hoping he would stop. But things didn't go Bang Gaho's way. The sound of blows echoed continuously. Jinmu sat on his chair with a smug look on his face. The sound is so pleasant. Well done. If you wanted to check, you should check properly. That brat, it was worth teaching him. Zug-jun on this side saw that and angrily slammed the table, stood up and shouted, Bang Gaho, you useless bum, aren't you ashamed of being beaten by a brat? Useless bum. While he was at a disadvantage, taking a beating with his eyes closed, he had to hear Zug-jun call him useless. That hurt his pride. Hearing those words, Bang Gaho's eyes flew open. A purple sword light flashed by. He stood up and fought back, breaking free from his defensive position. His face darkened and a purple aura emanated from his surroundings. At this time, Bang Gaho was already holding his sword. He held his sword with a trembling hand in surprise, thinking, such strong power to burst the scabbard. The atmosphere has completely changed. Bang Gaho's eyes blazed with anger and his sword emitted a purple light. Bang Gaho shouted in anger, you little brat. Jinmu was surprised and thought to himself, that is the aura that escapes the blade, gushing fiercely like a cobra's tongue, the most powerful sword chi. He looked at Chung Chang's side, angry. It was as good as won. If he was about to win, he should have broken his leg or arm. Jinmu thought to himself as he was about to stand up, I have no choice, I have to step in. But before he could, a blue light emanated from Chung Chang's sword. His serious face was activating the piercing sword technique. Jinmu saw that and evaluated it inwardly. Chung Chang hasn't given up yet. Then let's wait a little longer. Chung Yu, standing beside him, said with a fearful expression, Martial uncle, it's sword chi, please help my brother quickly. Jinmu sat and watched, saying, Chung Yu, shut your mouth. Bang Gaho smiled slyly, looked at him and said, oh, fused sword chi, you're only about 20, that's amazing. As the two stood ready to fight, he spoke again. But the realms of piercing sword and sword chi are as far apart as heaven and earth. The ability to gather chi is different, so the power is also different. As Bang Gaho raised the sword in his hand, the purple light gushed out like a giant whip. His sly face seemed to have already confirmed victory. But the important thing is that sword chi can attack from an unimaginable distance. As soon as the words fell, Bang Gaho unleashed his move, and just then Chung Chang hastily dodged to the side, not stopping there. His moves continued to attack him. Chung Chang immediately leapt up to dodge. As he landed on the table, he swung his move again, shouting, take this. The move struck the table he was standing on, shattering it. Chung Chang continued to dodge, and wherever he ran, destruction followed. Finally, he leaped up with all his might. The last table Chung Chang passed met the same fate. He launched a move at him from a high place. Bang Gaho saw that and attacked directly. Chung Chang desperately blocked his move, but he couldn't hold on for long and was sent flying. Jinmu stood and watched with a proud expression. Chung Chang, you're truly praiseworthy, trying to use an opening even in such a narrow space. Knowing it's difficult to even approach, let alone attack, your eyes are still firm. Thinking so, he raised the corner of his mouth and laughed inwardly. You're not my disciple, but I don't want to lose face traveling with you. I should teach you a little. Thinking this far, Jinmu moved in an instant. He lightly blocked the attack Bang Gaho had sent at Chung Chang. He was smug. I've drawn my sword too, so are you ready to get lost? Jinmu said to Chung Chang. I know you're amazing, now it's my turn to play with that guy. A kid like you can't be left alone. Bang Gaho heard that and said with a displeased expression, you bastard, you're going to interfere? Suddenly, Chung Chang shouted with a gloomy face, Martial uncle. At those words, everyone was surprised and looked at him. I can still hold on. He was surprised by Chung Chang's words. Zug-jun upstairs was no less surprised. Martial uncle? Does that mean he's a first-generation disciple of Wudang, the main force of Wudang, directly taught by the elders, most of whom are over 30, he thought, his mouth agape in shock. A first-generation disciple at such a young age, it's impossible. Chung Chang didn't give up and asked Jinmu to let him continue fighting, but Jinmu cut him off and disagreed. He had no choice but to follow, disappointed. I've disappointed Martial uncle again this time. I'm probably not qualified to be his disciple. My wish is to follow him. Thinking this far, he clenched his fist in disappointment with himself. Jinmu suddenly interrupted his thoughts. You are amazing, now I'll show you how that guy gets crushed, so watch and learn. As Jinmu pointed his sword at Bang Gaho, his face looked bewildered. He looked excited at the thought that his martial uncle would personally display his martial arts. I've heard a lot from Chung Yu about the duel between martial uncle Jinmu and martial uncle Jinho, but I've never seen it myself. When dealing with the Sibanai Young and the Poweryang faction, it was just a fistfight, so it couldn't be called martial arts. I'm curious. How will martial uncle respond to sword chi? He covered his face and laughed loudly. Crush me, this damn Taoist, all talk. It's not strange for a young first-generation disciple to be full of confidence. Bang Gaho stopped laughing and looked at Jinmu seriously. But aren't you underestimating me too much? He provoked him. What's there to be afraid of from a brat who follows a fool's tale all day? He gritted his teeth in anger. How arrogant! Bang Gaho was enraged, and the killing intent emanating from his whole body was irresistible to Chung and Chung Yu. He thought the killing intent was so strong it felt cold. Chung Yu was terrified and thought, "Martial uncle, why are you provoking that person?" Jinmu arrogantly looked at him and said, "Don't recklessly emit killing intent." He prepared to fight him with a ferocious expression. Zhuge-jun looked down from the pavilion above, clutching the railing with a mixture of worry and slight fear, and thought, "This is dangerous. If this continues, the duel will become a fight to the death. The cause will be a conflict between sects. Although Wudang's power has weakened, it's still a righteous faction. A misstep could lead to a bloody battle between Wudang and the Zug family." As he thought this far, his eyes turned fearful. "Damn it, I have to stop this somehow." Zhuge-jun shouted loudly at Bang Gaho, giving him an order. At the same time, the two began to fight. Bang Gaho prepared to launch a move at him and cursed, "You arrogant bastard, I'll show you what skill is." After speaking, Bang Gaho unleashed the So-Chian Seong sword technique. Chung and Chung Yu stood by, terrified, and thought, "The sword chi is too powerful." The two shouted at the same time, "Martial uncle, it's dangerous." Jinmu, on this side, still stood calmly ready to fight, and a golden light emanated from around his sword. "Chicks, open your eyes wide and watch. Just being strong isn't good. What's important is how you use it." Jinmu destroyed Bang Gaho's move, and a large hole was pierced in the roof of the inn. The people watching could only stare with their mouths agame in amazement. He was no different from the others. "Impossible to dare to face sword chi with just a piercing sword," Bang Gaho shouted in anger. "You bastard, you dare to look down on me?" As he swung his move at him, Jinmu, with a firm gaze and a contemptuous smile, destroyed Bang Gaho's move with just a few strokes of his sword. Chung thought with excitement, "Amazing. To deflect the attack using the flat of the sword. He's balancing the power of sword chi and piercing sword without blocking the attack head-on. This is the true piercing sword technique." The two moves clashed like that. He broke the move and got close to Bang Gaho, who was too surprised to dodge. "When did he appear in front of me?" Just then he swung his move. Jinmu slashed Bang Gaho's neck, making him vomit blood. Without stopping, he also slashed his shoulder, making him completely lose his balance. As soon as Bang Gaho knelt, Jinmu quickly grabbed his hair and he grimaced in pain. He looked at Bang Gaho's miserable state and said, "All right, this is it. From now on, look at me with your head up like this, understand?" As soon as the words fell, Jinmu ferociously raised his fist. At this point, Bang Gaho knew he couldn't escape and shed tears of fear, but he couldn't stop Jinmu's fist. He continued to punch and blood splattered everywhere. Chung and Chung Yu stood and watched, only able to tremble in fear and close their eyes. Zhuge-jun thought with an angry expression, "Bang Gaho, you useless bum." The two servants behind him didn't know what to do and asked, "Young master, now." Before the words were finished, he stepped forward and instructed the servants not to interfere. After speaking, Zhuge-jun resolutely jumped down. The servants shouted in panic, "Young master!" Below, Jinmu was still frantically beating Bang Gaho, preparing to land. He activated the Zug family's golden capturing technique, Eagle Blood God Claw. Zhuge-jun attacked his wrist. He almost caught Jinmu's hand, but he moved elsewhere, causing him to miss, which greatly surprised him. Jinmu moved behind him and asked smugly, "What kind of game are you playing?" Zhuge-jun was shocked, not knowing when he had gotten there. Jinmu smiled sinisterly, looked at him and said, "Was there still a scholar left who doesn't even know martial arts?" Finishing these words, Zhuge-jun was successfully angered and gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" Jinmu thought. "People think of the Zug family as a family of scholars with outstanding wisdom and complex mechanisms. They are all wrong. The Zug family is originally a martial family of the Jianghu, the #1 family in Hubei. Just because they are more skilled in literature doesn't mean their martial arts are weak. I'm not unaware of that, but wouldn't it be more fun to piss that guy off? Look at that." Zhuge-jun was angered and emitted killing intent around him. He was satisfied with his thoughts. "He's really angry." Zhuge-jun angrily shouted at him and rushed forward. "I'll show you what end you'll meet if you underestimate the Zug family." He gestured with a provocative expression, signaling him to come, and said, "Come here, I'll greet you with all my heart." Zhuge-jun rushed towards Jinmu and clawed at him, but he was blocked. Jinmu blocked his attacks one by one. Zhuge-jun struck his wrist, but in less than a second he was countered by Jinmu. He grabbed his wrist tightly and delivered a fatal blow to Zhuge-jun, enraging him. "Damn it, why?" Zhuge-jun raised his sharp nails and clawed at Jinmu, but unfortunately he was dodged. That made him even more tormented. Only a very small number of descendants of the Zug family could use the Eagle Blood God Claw, so why was it ineffective? He was pushed back. Zhuge-jun gritted his teeth. He didn't need the Eagle Blood God Claw anymore. Instead of attacking his wrist, he thought, "I'll aim for that repulsive face. I just need to land one proper hit." Zhuge-jun assumed a combat stance and began to execute a technique. After amplifying his internal energy with the So-Chian Seong divine art, he gathered the energy into his right palm. A spell began to gather in Zhuge-jun's palm. He held out his hand towards Jinmu and said, "Take this." Jinmu calmly received the technique. A huge explosion occurred as Jinmu blocked Zhuge-jun's attack. Chung Yu cried out in fear. "Martial uncle?" he asked Chung. "Senior brother, how is martial uncle?" Chung dazedly called Jinmu's name. Jinmu fell to his knees. Chung Yu stammered, "Martial uncle." He was extremely surprised. Martial uncle won. His subordinates rushed over to support him. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhuge-jun said, grinding his teeth. "I lost miserably without even inflicting a single wound on him." Jinmu walked up to him. "Not bad," he praised. To withstand such a powerful blow, Zhuge Jun asked, "What is your name? If you are a first-generation disciple, you must surely use the character Jian," he shouted. "Tell me your name," Jinmu sneered. He was only telling him because he was curious. Prick up your ears and listen carefully. He introduced his name clearly. Inwardly, he thought, later that name will become the head of the Wudang Sect. Zhuge Jun pushed away his subordinate's hand and said, "Jinmu." He turned his back and walked away. "We will meet again." Just as the two were about to leave, Jinmu suddenly called out to them. "Wait a minute," Jinmu scolded. "Are you blind? Look around you," he said. "It's all broken everywhere," Jinmu taunted. "Surely the heir of the great Zhuge family isn't planning to just make a mess of an ordinary civilian's house and walk away?" Zhuge Jun frowned. "The Zhuge family will compensate for all the damages to the inn. It's none of your business." Jinmu asked, "Then what about our damages?" He was confused. "What?" Jinmu began to list them one by one. "We were eating peacefully and you came and disturbed us. Doesn't that mean anything to you? The cost of the meat, the liquor, and the trouble I went to sparring with you." Zhuge Jun's face turned pale. "What?" Jinmu pressed his advantage and provoked him. "This much should be enough, right? You're rich." Hearing that, he could only remain silent. Looking at Zhuge Jun's face, Jinmu thought, "Don't tell me he's thinking of skipping out?" Jinmu thought to himself, "I don't have the energy to deal with you any longer." He angrily threw a money pouch. "Take it and get lost." Seeing it, Jinmu smiled broadly. "It's quite heavy," but after checking the money inside, Jinmu sighed. "What? There's no gold or silver at all. Unlike his appearance, he's poor." Zhuge Jun became even angrier. He turned his back and walked away. "I'll be taking my leave first," but Jinmu grabbed him again. "Wait a minute," Zhuge Jun shouted in anger. "What now?" Jinmu pointed at Bang Gaho and said, "What about that guy? Aren't you going to take that mustached fellow with you?" he said bitterly. "That loser is just a useless bum." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Jun commanded his subordinate, "Let's go." Jinmu was very surprised by his words. "What? That guy deserves to be beaten to death, but he's still your subordinate. Besides, you lost just like him." "You're worse than I am." Not having walked far, Zhuge Jun vomited blood. His subordinates saw it and made a fuss. "Young master, are you all right?" He tried to support Zhuge Jun, but he pushed his hand away. "Don't touch me." Zhuge Jun thought, "I was already internally injured when he used that palm technique. Luckily I didn't vomit blood in front of him." He couldn't help but admire Jinmu inwardly. I thought he was just a wolf, but he's a tiger. A tiger that has shown its claws. Zhuge Jun clenched his fist. For someone with such high martial arts skills to come down the mountain at this time, there can only be one purpose: the commercial rights of Dongguanggu. If the commercial rights of Dongguanggu fall back into the hands of Wudang, it will be a huge blow to the Zhuge family. He called his subordinate's name. "Galpiang." He immediately replied. "Yes, young master," Zhuge Jun ordered. "Secretly tail the man named Jinmu, monitor what he does and who he meets, then report back to me." Galpiang immediately accepted the order. He wiped the bloodstain with his hand. "I don't know what kind of trouble Wudang will stir up in Dongguanggu. I hope they don't get their way," Zhuge Jun said. "This inspection ends here. Let's return to the branch family." His subordinates quickly followed. The next morning, inside Dongguanggu Fortress, Chung Yu couldn't help but admire the sight before him. He salivated as he looked at each and every food item. Seeing that, Jinmu judged that the guy named Chung Yu who was glancing around was like a country bumpkin who had come to the city for the first time. Jinmu broke into a sweat. Anyway, Jinmu's face turned as red as a tomato. Because of these clothes, everyone on the street was whispering. He sighed. The clothes were old, had been through countless fights, and he had no spare clothes. To suffer such embarrassment for joining the wrong sect. Jinmu swallowed his tears and looked at the money pouch. If it weren't for the Zhuge guy's trouble fee, it would have been more miserable. "I need to buy clothes first," he thought. He also had something to do on this street. Jinmu raised his voice. "Is the owner here?" He immediately answered. "Yes, I will be right out." The owner lifted the curtain. "Pardon the intrusion. Please come in, customers." He was terrified when he saw people touching the goods recklessly and shouted, "Hey!" The owner shouted in anger. "Don't touch it, you'll get it dirty." He was so angry steam was coming out of his head. Good heavens, where did these raggedy-looking Taoists come from? But when he took out the money pouch, the owner's eyes lit up. He was very excited. This sound was definitely not the sound of cheap coins, it was silver. The beautiful sound of silver taels. The owner bowed his head. "It is truly an honor. Thanks to the blessings of 3 generations, our shop has the honor of serving a distinguished guest. Please look around at your leisure." Jinmu asked. "Do you have silk to make Taoist robes?" He shouted loudly. "Yes, sir, we have it," the owner said. "If you wish, sir, our shop will offer the best silk in Dongguanggu. The tailoring is also very exquisite, and we receive orders from various places in the Central Plains." Hearing that, Jinmu said, "Oh, is that so?" He promised. "Of course, we will surely satisfy you," Jinmu said with satisfaction. "Good, I'll trust you with it." The owner flattered him. "Sir, you are truly wise. Then how many?" When Jinmu held out his hand, he was flustered. "Yes," Jinmu shouted loudly. "For all 3 of us," he said clearly. 2 sets for each person." The owner shed tears of joy. "Oh, my benefactor," he sobbed. "A beggar old man prophesied that a benefactor would come from the west. Next time that old man comes, I must treat him to a lot of delicious food." "Thank you, martial uncle." The 2 of them also hugged Jinmu. Jinmu laughed inwardly. Money can buy power and even loyalty. They will do as they are told. Jinmu smiled with satisfaction. This is the feeling of a powerful person. If I win their favor, everything will go smoothly. Jinmu opened the lid of the hot teacup. Jinmu asked, "Do you know a man named Li Pao Ryong?" The owner turned his head. Do you mean Li Pao Ryong of the Pao Ryong faction? Jinmu immediately answered. That's right, that guy has done a lot of bad things, so I'm curious what he looks like, he thought to himself. Since a man named Li Pao Ryong protects this street, all the merchants here will know him. Jinmu was very angry. How dare you touch me in my territory within Wudang Mountain? I will definitely collect all my debts. At the same time, I must find the person behind him. Jinmu was surprised by the owner's words. Many people ask about him. Yesterday, a few warriors from the Mu family also came looking for him. He must be causing trouble everywhere. Jinmu asked again. The Mu family? The owner did not deny it. Yes, Jinmu was curious. Who are they? The owner said. The warriors of the Mu family have circled this street several times since last night, but they couldn't find where he was hiding. Jinmu frowned and thought, the Mu family, who are they to dare touch the prey I targeted first? How dare they touch my precious 20 Niang? He made up his mind. I must catch Li Pao Ryong first. Jinmu left. All right, when the clothes are ready, send them to the Sungyang Merchant Guild. He said with a smile, yes, customer. I hope everything goes well for you and you catch Li Pao Ryong as you wish. As the bird spread its wings, a feather fell in the air. The bird flew through the clear sky. At the Zug branch family in Dongguanggu, Zug Wulin asked. Wudang Zug Jun replied. Yes, he reported. One first-generation disciple named Jinmu and two second-generation disciples have appeared in Bangxian Prefecture. He was puzzled. Jinmu, I've never heard that name before. Wulin put down his brush. He questioned him. What kind of person is he? Zug Jun was a little scared at this point. He is young but very strong, Zug Wulin asked again. Very strong, he was enraged. So we lost to a first-generation disciple of Wudang. He lowered his head. I sent Bang Gaho to probe them. Since no Wudang disciple has appeared in the Jianghu for over a decade, I wanted to find out. Zug Jun quickly admitted his mistake. Wulin had calmed down by now. Then you wouldn't have stepped in yourself. You can't lose face in front of a Wudang disciple. He deliberately hid it. I'll keep that in mind, he thought to himself. Damn it, if father finds out I went myself, it's big trouble. I need to change the subject quickly. Zug Jun immediately changed the topic. After tracking them, we found them heading to the Sungyang Merchant Guild. It seems Wudang and Sungyang have joined hands. He was very surprised to hear that. What? Sungyang? Zug Wulin suddenly burst out laughing, which flustered him. He smiled contemptuously. How weak has Wudang become to join hands with the Sungyang Merchant Guild? Merchant Guild? They're just a bunch of smugglers. Zug Jun was surprised by Wulin's words. Don't tell me Wudang is planning to get involved in smuggling, he denied it. No way, they probably don't know. What would Taoists who only stay in the mountains know? Zug Wulin added. What else did you find out? He reported again. Other than that, the Taoists heading to the Sungyang Merchant Guild are a bit strange. Zug Jun said. Not only do they eat meat and drink alcohol, but they are also a bit greedy for money. He sat down. Then Wudang will soon be ruined, he suddenly said. But there is one problem we need to pay attention to. Zug Jun said. I saw Zhou Bang, a warrior of the Mu family in Bangxian Prefecture. I didn't pay attention at the time, but now that I think about it, he also seemed to be tailing the Wudang Taoists. Wulin's face became serious. The Mu family in Wudang. He searched his memory. As far as I know, isn't the son of the Mu family also in Wudang? He replied. Yes, his name is Jinho. Zug Wulin did not deny it. That's right, Jinho. The Taoist going to the Sungyang Merchant Guild is named Jinmu. He tapped the desk. Jinho, the Mu family, the Sungyang Merchant Guild. Wulin paused. I see, he began to preach his reasoning. A horsefly originally just sucks blood. Zug Wulin smiled sinisterly. Now it's trying to swallow a whole cow. Its stomach might burst, he sneered. If that fool becomes the master of Wudang, it might not be all bad. He was lost in thought. A horsefly, the master of Wudang. What on earth does that mean? Wulin called Zug Jun's name. Jun. He immediately replied. Yes, he said seriously. I will entrust you with 20 warriors from the Changhua unit. Watch the Taoists' actions carefully. If luck is on our side, it's fine if they die. If they are involved in anything illegal, you bring them in yourself. Zug Wulin asked, Can you do it? He was very surprised by his words. If that's the case, Zug Jun was inwardly delighted. The opportunity came so quickly, he thought. The Changhua unit is directly under the family head, a collection of the main masters of the Zug branch family. It has never been entrusted to the younger generation, but now he's entrusting it to me to prevent Wudang from extending its hand to Dongguanggu. Father trusts and expects a lot from me. In that case, Zug Jun began to reveal his ambition. I can become the young master. Father has many children, but the position of young master is still vacant. The condition for choosing a young master in the Zug branch family is only one. The one most useful for the family's expansion, he calculated. I will embarrass Wudang and drive them out of Dongguanggu. If I achieve merits, I can surpass my brothers and proudly become the young master. And then, Zug Jun made up his mind. Jinmu, I will repay you for everything you've done. He lowered his head. I, Zug Jun, accept the command, he smiled. I trust you. In the evening at the Sungyang Merchant Guild, Chung Yu and Chung were training in martial arts together. Chung Yu and Chung were exhausted to the point of being out of breath, while Jinmu sat leisurely on one side and shouted loudly at Chung Yu, threatening him. If you don't train properly, I'll starve you. On the other hand, his voice was very gentle to Chung. Chung, just a little more effort. Jinmu was currently very bored. He had come all the way to the Sungyang Merchant Guild, but the old man from Jiamjiangsun was not there. Thanks to that, he was idle and had no choice but to kill time by training the kids. Anyway, the conditions were quite good. GM Johnson gave Jinmu the authority to use this entire spacious area fully equipped with such facilities. It was too big for 3 people to stay in. It seems he gained more than expected this time. At this thought, Jinmu grinned. Very good. The bigger the prey, the more delicious it is. Suddenly he heard a voice calling him from behind. Master Jinmu, are you here? GM Johnson entered from outside the door. He offered a greeting. Long time no see. Since GM Johnson had shown his face himself, Jinmu didn't need to look for him. Jinmu was well aware of the cunning attitude hidden behind the smiling face. GM Johnson wanted to get close to Wudang and help Jinho become the sect leader. His purpose was to use Wudang's name as he pleased. Jinmu evaluated inwardly. This guy doesn't know how to hide his intentions. He stepped forward and also greeted him enthusiastically and politely. After gaining his favor, he would dig out all the information about the merchant guild and pick it clean to the bone. The two of them politely exchanged greetings. GM Johnson said, I was very moved to hear that you came all the way here, sir. Are you comfortable here? Jinmu also replied that he was very comfortable. GM Johnson was surprised to find blood on Jinmu's clothes. Jinmu laughed awkwardly and explained, I met some robbers on the way, but it's all in the past, so you don't need to worry about it, my lord. Suddenly, GM Johnson shouted angrily, Which bastard dared to do such a thing? Jinmu's ears were ringing from his voice. GM Johnson regretted not being able to devote himself with all his might. He desperately dragged his hand and said, I cannot accept this. I am willing to be your guard, sir. GM Johnson squeezed Jinmu's hand so tightly it was deformed. Jinmu knelt from the pain and GM Johnson hadn't stopped talking yet. Wudang and the Merchant Guild are in the same boat, so you don't need to be polite, sir. If you need help, just say the word. A decisive word entered his ear. Other than that, if you need funds, please charge it to the Merchant Guild's name. Grasping the key point, Jinmu's mind cleared. He stood up, turned the tables, and desperately grabbed GM Johnson's hand and asked, Really? GM Johnson immediately confirmed it. Of course, we are one family. Having taken the delicious bait, Jinmu acted coquettishly like a young wife and mentioned the cloth shop. GM Johnson noticed that he had ordered clothes there and said, I understand. I will have the general manager pay for you, sir. The two chatted and were so amicable that even Chung Yu and Chung were bewildered and doubted reality. Suddenly, a good idea occurred to GM Johnson. He happily suggested, Everyone, would you like to see Dongguangu? It was an interesting suggestion, so Jinmu also considered it for a bit. Sightseeing in Dongguangu, GM Johnson continued to suggest. Shall we go for dinner while we're at it? At the mention of eating, Chung Yu and Chung Chang's eyes sparkled. After that, GM Johnson asked for their understanding, saying he would change his clothes and be right back. Watching his retreating figure, Jinmu evaluated inwardly. Wudang has come out into the world after decades, and his attitude is a bit suspicious. As GM Johnson disappeared from sight, Jinmu made a disgusted face. There's always a hidden story behind inexplicable enthusiasm. But this is a big bait, so let's wait with interest for them to act quickly. As GM Johnson walked, he instructed his subordinate. General Manager immediately informed the Mu family that the Wudang Taoist has arrived. But Li Jichong hesitated a little. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? GM Johnson didn't quite understand these words. The General Manager immediately explained. Judging by their clothes, the Mu family ambushed them on the road but failed. We could get caught up in it too, Li Jichong said carefully. It's not too late to back out now. Before the words were finished, GM Johnson cut him off with a dark voice. Everything is the Mu family's fault. We don't know anything, understand? Having come this far, we can't back down no matter what. GM Johnson thought as he changed his clothes. He was surprised when the Mu family proposed cooperation to eliminate Jinmu. If Jinmu surpassed Jinhyo and became the great disciple, GM Johnson himself would also be affected. He calculated inwardly, I need to use Wudang's name later, so Jinhyo must become the great disciple, not Jinmu. That guy Jinhyo has a weakness, so he's much easier to handle. GM Johnson planned to control Jinhyo by using the murder of his senior and junior brothers. With profit right in front of him, he couldn't back down. GM Johnson decided to cooperate with the Mu family. Since the Mu family grasped the situation quickly, it would be easier to act. There was a more urgent matter now. GM Johnson asked the general manager about the gunpowder smuggling. Li Jichong reported that the transaction would take place in 5 days. GM Johnson was very satisfied with this progress. The government strictly forbade gunpowder transactions, but smuggling brought in a huge sum of money that one could hardly touch in a lifetime, so sacrificing 3 Wudang warriors to ensure things went smoothly was nothing. Having finished his thoughts, GM Johnson warned that since the government was watching, they had to be careful with everything. No one could stop him. That night, news from the Sungyang Merchant Guild arrived at the Mu family. A subordinate was reporting, I have prepared an ambush and hired tight-lipped assassins. Mu Munin was very satisfied with this. He asked, what kind of people are they? Mu Munin asked that because he had heard that even the Siboneyang had been defeated. The subordinate continued to report, this time I have hired some quite notorious people. If it fails again, Gongtacho will step in. Mu Munin was a little surprised to hear this name. Gongtacho was the head of the notorious Sacho faction in the early days of Dongguangu. He was a tall and tough person, and Gongtacho had many subordinates under him. It was rumored that he had also joined hands with the Haga Bang, a large faction of the evil sects. Murim asked again, "Has the mission really been entrusted to Gong Tacho?" The subordinate confirmed that it had, and said, "Hearing that we were looking for his brother Li Pao Ryong, Gong Tacho contacted me directly." But the subordinate still didn't know how much payment Gong Tacho would demand. However, this was not important to Murim. After eliminating Jinmu, he would wipe his hands clean of the relationship with the Gong Tacho faction and pin all the blame on them. After that, the evil sect that dared to kill a disciple of Wudang would be Wuang. The Mu family would help with revenge and gain trust, and finally Jinho would rise to the highest position in Wudang. The more Murim thawed, the tighter he gripped his teacup. The future of the Mu family was in Jinho's hands. Those who blocked the way must die. Thinking this far, he broke the teacup with force as if to show his determination. The plan was already set. Jinmu he must be eliminated for the future of the Mu family. In the evening, Dongguanggu was very crowded, and a desperate scream could be heard from afar. "Please let me go." Chung Yu's face turned red as he was dragged away and tempted by two beauties on either side, and he ran away. Though he refused with his mouth, his expression greatly enjoyed the fragrant beauty's kisses. Chung was suffering no less. Two beautiful ladies hugged him from the front and back. On one side, Chung Yu scolded him for lusting after women unbecoming of a Taoist, and on the other, he very honestly held a small lady in his arms. These two guys, they know how to have fun. Not getting out quickly. Jinmu looked on angry and bored. Truly pathetic guys. When Jinmu called them to go eat, Chung Yu and Chung reluctantly left the beauties, seeing that Jiamjongson put on a self-reproachful expression. "Really, how did I end up passing by a brothel? This is the shortest shortcut. This is all a lie." Jiamjongson made an excuse that there was only one good tavern to treat the Taoists, but the road was a bit far and they were almost there. Jinmu sneered, realizing it was another lie. He realized his true intention was to lure him to a remote place, and the brothel was a trap to get him. But it wouldn't be that easy. He already knew Jiamjongson's plot. To think he would try to catch him as soon as he arrived at the merchant guild, he hadn't expected it. Jinmu waited with anticipation to see what he would do, but he would have to disappoint them. By the time they reached the outskirts of Dongguanggu, it was already late at night. Under the yellow moonlight, Muol Pavilion glowed brightly with red lanterns. Seeing Jinmu still deep in thought outside, Jiamjongson kindly invited him inside. The name of this place was Muol Pavilion, meaning a place without a moon. Jinmu immediately saw through the intention in the name. This place was indeed remote and very suitable for handling matters, and no one would know if someone died. Jiamjongson took the lead and guided the way, raising his voice to ask, "Is anyone here?" Daring slowly came out to greet the guests. "Are you from the Sungyang Merchant Guild?" Jiamjongson confirmed that he was and said that he had already booked a premium room. So Daring guided them to the reserved room upstairs. Seeing the owner of Muol Pavilion, Jinmu evaluated inwardly. "This wrinkled and frail old man is the owner," he began to doubt and looked around. On the way to the room, Jinmu noticed one thing. It was that this place was a tavern, but there wasn't a single fly. In addition, the furniture was covered in dust and everything around was very suspicious, making it hard to think of it as a place to treat honored guests. In contrast to Jinmu, the two foolish Chung Yu and Chung, who knew nothing of the world, were very excited, completely unaware of what was to come. This made Jinmu very worried. Upon reaching this point, Daring no longer guided them, and one of his sons continued to lead the people to the room. Sensing that something was amiss, Jinmu was very curious about what they would do. While the son introduced himself as Gangwol, Jinmu observed that every joint of his fingers was distinctly calloused. Those were not the hands of someone who had been serving guests for a long time. While following Gangwol's guidance, Jinmu did not let down his guard. He surely knows martial arts. When they reached the door, Chung discovered something. Behind the door was a premium room complete with musicians, liquor, meat and beauties. As soon as they saw the food, Chung and Chung Yu were captivated by the aroma and salivated, while only Jinmu frowned and observed. Gangwol introduced, "These are the beauties and musicians who will serve our honored guests." When all the preparations were done, Li Jichong and Gangwol asked for Jiamjongson's permission to leave. All their actions were seen by Jinmu. Inside the room, two extreme scenes appeared. On one side, Chung and Chung Yu joyfully rushed to the food without any vigilance. On the other side, Jinmu vigilantly stared at Jiamjongson. Jiamjongson raised his voice and signaled to the two beauties, "You two come here and pour the drinks." Everyone got a share, and Chung Yu and Chung each had a lady come to their side to serve them. On this side, Jinmu watched the approaching lady very warily. The lady poured the drink herself. "Little lady, I will offer a drink to you, sir." The cup was filled. As soon as Jinmu saw the cup, he knew something was different. The color of Jiamjongson's cup, who was chatting happily with a beauty over there, was different from his own. It was a subtle difference, hard to notice if you didn't look closely. Suddenly, a hurried voice calling for the guildmaster came from outside the door. Jiamjongson frowned and scolded. "I'm with a guest, how can you be so rude?" Li Jichong said. "I'm sorry, guildmaster. The matter is too urgent, I couldn't help it." The general manager and Jiamjongson whispered to each other, and soon Jiamjongson's expression changed. He suddenly shouted, "What, an official from the branch office?" Li Jichong continued. "Yes, he says there's a problem with the tribute I offered." Hearing that, Jiamjongson could only apologize to Jinmu and say he would take care of it and return. Jinmu said as if he didn't mind, "It's an urgent matter, so don't worry about me." While Chung Yu was still eating deliciously, Jiamjongson left. promising to return soon. As soon as Jiang left, Jinmu made a dumbfounded expression. Seeing him in such a hurry, he's planning to run away. His acting is so clumsy, it's just as I expected. Looking around, it was an enclosed space with only one door. There was definitely something wrong with the liquor. Suddenly, Jinmu hit the hand of the woman sitting next to him. He said foolishly, "Oh, there's a fly." In fact, Jinmu did it on purpose to create a chance to test the beauty. The arm he touched was firm, not something you'd call a delicate woman's arm. Moreover, those two musicians were also suspicious. One had calluses on the inside of his palm. This was the characteristic of someone who specializes in using hidden weapons. The one playing the flute had blackish blue fingers. He was definitely a poison user. After looking around, Jinmu came to a conclusion. Everyone here was surely an assassin waiting to attack, but Jinmu couldn't understand why Jiang was targeting him. Was it because he would get in the way of Jinho becoming the sect leader? But Jiang didn't seem like such a loyal person. Suddenly, a guess popped into Jinmu's head. "Don't tell me the person behind this is Jinho?" The lady next to him was still sweetly offering him a drink. Jinmu said, "How can a Taoist of Wudang drink alcohol? You drink it." As things didn't go as planned, Beauty showed a flustered look at Jinmu's suggestion that she drink. At this moment, Jinmu revealed his true colors. "Shall we pour it into your mouth just to check what's in the liquor?" Hearing that, the lady's face changed. Chung also noticed that something was wrong. Only Chung Yu was still eating like crazy. All the assassins were startled by Jinmu's words. They knew they had been found out. The assassin next to Jinmu was furious. She took the opportunity to throw the cup at Jinmu. "If you want a drink, you should drink it properly." Jinmu quickly snatched her wrist and the liquor spilled onto the female assassin's body. The part of her arm where the liquor touched immediately turned black and burned, and the female assassin writhed in extreme pain. Chung now realized that the liquor was poisoned. He ran to his martial uncle. Jinmu, who was subduing the assassin next to him, urgently shouted at Chung to watch his back. Right behind Chung the remaining assassin was about to attack him with a sharp needle. In a life or death moment, Chung reached out and blocked the woman's hand. He subdued the hand holding the hidden weapon, but it stopped right in front of his neck. However, the opponent was no ordinary woman. Her strength was not weak, and Chung was gradually put at a disadvantage. He grabbed a plate from the table with his other hand. Taking advantage of the opponent's use of force, Chung quickly smashed the plate full of food onto her face like lightning. Taking this opportunity, Chung regained his composure and drew his sword. A beautiful trajectory of the sword was drawn, but unfortunately the opponent was also no ordinary person and easily dodged it. As she moved her toes slightly, a hidden blade popped out of her shoe. She used the distance and her stance to quickly deliver a kick, and although Chung quickly dodged it, he was slightly grazed by the blade. Although one attack succeeded, she had no choice but to retreat. The murderous intent appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Her superb skills and adaptability told that her identity was not ordinary. Chung Yu looked around in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Jinmu was at a loss for words, seeing him crying out for help after being ambushed from afar. He tried to save Chung Yu, but the remaining assassins didn't give Jinmu a chance and immediately launched a fierce attack. Jinmu caught one assassin who was trying to ambush him with a strange-shaped hidden weapon with one hand, and turned around to kick away the arm of another charging assassin. He was still holding on to another female assassin. In her terrified eyes, Jinmu put strength into his arm, and threw her hard onto the table, and the table broke in two. Food and objects flew up from the impact. Seeing them about to fall to the floor, Jinmu shouted loudly for Chung and he immediately responded. As if by promise, the two of them caught the porcelain bottles that were about to hit the floor in different ways, then turned and threw them with tremendous force. The two bottles flew at a very high speed towards the two old men playing instruments. The two were surprised, but they lightly dodged it in an instant. Their movements were quite skillful. The old man, knowing the situation was exposed, threw his pipa and flipped his hand, and in an instant, numerous silver needles appeared. He shouted as if to empower himself. His silver needles also sprayed out in all directions. Jinmu and Chung who were closest, reacted the fastest. The two of them stepped on the ground hard, and the broken table bounced up from the force. Jinmu, like flowing water, grabbed a piece of the table and used it as a shield in front of him. Chung also hid behind half of the table in the blink of an eye, and a rain of needles followed. Unfortunately, only 2 people in the room had defended in time, so a second after the rain of needles poured down, Chung Yu's pained scream was heard. He couldn't dodge in time and had become a hedgehog. Chung in front turned his head in worry and called his name. Seeing Chung Yu with silver needles all over his body, Chung threw down the table and rushed over in worry. He supported Chung Yu and worriedly asked if he was okay. Jinmu didn't pay attention to the 2 martial nephews who were staging a farewell scene and slowly pulled out a silver needle stuck in the table and smelled it. After confirming it clearly, he threw the needle and said to Chung and Chung Yu, "This is a paralyzing poison. Just pull them out." Jinmu's words left the 2 young men speechless. Chung finally came to his senses and pulled out all the silver needles from his junior brother's body. Once his side was safe, Jinmu walked up to the 2 old men. "If you're going to live as assassins with such pathetic martial arts, you should train more." Seeing them approach, the two old men quickly took a defensive stance and asked when he had noticed. Jinmu contemptuously said he had noticed from the beginning. He saw the two old men who couldn't hide their intentions in front of him. Did Jiamjongsen hire you? Then did he also hire the guy called Qian Yumeng? One of the two showed a firm attitude. His expression showed he wouldn't leak any information. The other one used his companion's cover to put his hand in his sleeve. He secretly took out 2 white porcelain bottles. Jinmu pretended not to know. He sneered after hearing the old man's answer. Suddenly he shouted and without warning punched the old man behind him in the face. Then you will never have a chance to speak. The old man was hit by the punch and fell backward and blood flowed from his nose. He was inwardly shocked by Jinmu's speed and decisiveness. The old man fell to the floor with a thud. The companion standing in front finally reacted and turned his head in surprise. Still having years of experience, he immediately took out more silver needles and prepared to attack. But before he could do anything, numerous afterimages flashed before his eyes. After that, all the silver needles were broken in 2 and his hand was bleeding. Before he could come to his senses, a big impact was applied to his leg and he knelt down without knowing why. A cool sword energy reached his neck like lightning. Chung held a sword to his neck and calmly said, "Don't move recklessly." Chung didn't want to talk long with the enemy either. "Martial uncle, what should we do with this guy?" asked. Jinmu rolled his eyes in thought. He stroked his chin and smiled. "He said he wouldn't leak information, so we won't be able to get anything out of him. So kill him." Chung immediately followed as Jinmu made the decision, and the old man couldn't even speak properly in fear. He raised his sword high with a cold and merciless expression, and the old man screamed in terror. At that moment something unexpected happened. The large door was broken open by a strong impact and a figure quickly jumped in and blocked Chang's sword. Without hesitation he blocked the descending sword with his hand, and Chung was also surprised and momentarily stopped moving. Taking advantage of that gap, the person who appeared grabbed the old man by the back of his neck and with a series of quick and stable movements pulled him behind him. Jinmu saw everything and guessed that the person who appeared was Gangwol. Seeing that he had been hiding outside and only appeared now, he seemed to be different from the others. Gangwol gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped out on his face. Just looking at him, you could tell he was furious. He saw the assassins who had been knocked unconscious by the silver needles. No mercy for women either. Truly vicious. "Are you really Taoists?" Jinmu and his 2 martial nephews were bewildered by this change and reflexively tried to explain but were told to shut up. He took a stance ready to attack at any moment. "The truth is obvious, there's no need to make excuses. Truly shameless bastards." Jinmu also jumped in anger at this point, even though he clearly said he didn't do it. In the tense standoff between the 2 sides, Gangwol took a stance. "Dog-like thieves, shameless things." He began to execute a technique and shouted, "Take this." Jinmu stared at him intently. "He's showing off his skills, that guy with that level of ability. He won't even be able to touch my feet. It would be a loss of face if I stepped in myself. There's another way. I'll let those guys gain real combat experience." After that, he called Chung Yu and gave him instructions, and Chung Yu was flustered. "Did you hear? Fight with your fists. Go on." He glanced at his opponent. Gangwol was full of spirit and Chung Yu covered his face and sobbed. As Jinmu kicked him out, Chung Yu's mind was filled with confusion. "What should I do? I have no real combat experience outside. I'll just throw punches randomly and get scolded by martial uncle." He was kicked by Jinmu and fell forward. He sobbed and thought, "But more than being afraid of the opponent in front of me, I'm more afraid of disappointing martial uncle." Jinmu encouraged. "Chung Yu, you will win." Chung Yu looked at Jinmu with a face full of tears and recalled, "Every time martial uncle says that, for some reason, I always win, even at moments when I thought I couldn't win." He clenched his fist and realized, "That's right, it was always like that. The reason was that I didn't believe in myself. Until now, martial uncle always believed in me. Then I should also believe in martial uncle." Chung Yu shouted, "Here I come." His heart was filled with firm determination. "Since martial uncle said I will win, I will definitely win." Jinmu was inwardly delighted. "I don't know why, but his complexion has improved," he passionately commanded. "Charge, Chung Yu." Chung Yu closed his eyes and threw a punch. Gangwol grabbed his hand and slammed Chung Yu hard on the ground. He flew up and countered Gangwol with his hands. The 2 of them fought dizzily. One attacking and the other blocking. Gangwol flew far away, landed on his feet and attacked, gritting his teeth. Chung Yu also shouted with spirit and threw a punch at Gangwol. But when he blocked it with his hand, he flew several meters away. Gangwol sweated and thought in disbelief. Why, for his fat body, his movements are fast. His chi wraps around his muscles, making his whole body as hard as a rock. Every time I get hit, it feels like my bones are breaking. Jinmu crossed his arms and thought proudly, "After my guidance, Chung Yu's 7-star fist has improved by leaps and bounds. His agility and attack speed have become so fast that it's hard to predict. Now if he just gains more confidence, he won't be afraid to go anywhere." The person who came with Gangwol judged that the situation was not good. "This is bad. If this goes on, everything will be for nothing." He decided to use a cowardly move. He took out a poison needle and thought, "I need to aim for when everyone's attention is on that side." But before he could do anything, a flash of sword light passed by. Chung cut him down. Gangwol turned around worriedly and shouted. Chung Yu didn't miss the opportunity. Now is the time. Gangwol couldn't react in time and was hit squarely in the face by Chung Yu's fist. Gangwol realized, "I made a mistake by looking away for a moment." As Chung Yu stepped back, Gangwol began to fall. He used the 7-star fist technique. Blue dragon emerges and Gangwol vomited blood and flew out the door. Chung Yu majestically approached Gangwol. Jinmu laughed inwardly. Well done, Chung Yu, you're pretty good. The guy named Gangwol has lost consciousness. Now if you finish him, Jinmu stopped talking. He noticed a red light flashing behind Chung Yu. He shouted, Chung Yu, dodge. Chung Yu looked up in a daze and jumped up from his spot holding Gangwol to dodge. He ran over in a hurry with Gangwol tucked under his arm. Martial uncle, look at this. Jinmu pointed in the direction he was just attacked from. That was an attack technique, not a weapon but sword chi. Chung also agreed. To have reached the realm of Tanchi, he is truly a master. Jinmu was also inwardly surprised. I haven't felt the presence of a master who has reached this level since I entered here. Who on earth is it? A coughing sound was heard from outside the door. It's a pity. You noticed it. You're pretty good. Daring entered through the door. Jinmu recognized him. Isn't that the tavern owner? Jinmu knew clearly. The realm of sword chi is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is Hyangyi, using a medium to circulate chi outside. Most masters who use sword chi have reached this stage. The next stage is Tanchi. Chi is circulated outside and gathers according to the controller's will. Those who have reached the realm of Tanchi are all very outstanding masters, and most of them are elders of large sects. My current realm is Tanchi, but in my past life I reached a much higher realm. That's why I could feel a strong pressure just by him standing there. He must be the mastermind controlling everything. If I'm unlucky, he might have already reached the realm of Gangchi. Damn it, how much money did that GM Johnson guy pour in to be able to command such a master? Daring stroked his beard and probed. This kid is pretty good too. You must be the strongest in this group. I've never heard of a disciple like you in Wudang. Suddenly, Jinmu flew into a rage. You must be deaf from old age. Daring sneered. You're all talk, Jinmu said confidently. Aren't you ashamed to try to kill us, someone with such high martial arts as you? With your abilities you could live comfortably. An old man like you taking on assassination jobs. Daring was bewildered. I have never accepted an assassination request. Jinmu pointed towards Gangwol. Weren't you guys in the same group? Daring was bewildered and then understood. I guess those guys said you were in the same group to use you. Maybe not. Jinmu was angry. What is that old man muttering about? He shouted. What on earth are you talking about, whether we're in the same group or not? Who said we were? This old man is going senile. Hearing this, Daring understood inwardly. I see, they were after these guys. A flash of anger towards Gangtecho and Zug Jun appeared in his eyes. When the old man didn't answer, Jinmu shouted, Can't you hear people talking? Daring burst out laughing. So that's how it was, from the ferocious ones to the Zug family. What on earth did you Taoist fellows do to become the target of so many people? Jinmu froze on the spot. What is he talking about? Ferocious ones, the Zug family. What on earth is that old man talking about? Daring pointed towards Jinmu. What will you do, Wudang brats? I only need that guy. I need to save him and take him away. If you hand him over to me, I'll let you live. Isn't that a very beneficial deal for you? Jinmu thought for a moment. Although I'm not the type to easily forgive someone who tried to kill me, I have no choice but to save my strength. I already consider those two as family, so I can't take the risk, he commanded. Chung Yu, let him go. After that, Jinmu called out. Sir, how about we switch places? The exit is over there, so for safety it's better for us to go out first. Do you agree? Daring consented. So be it. Jinmu switched places with a light step. Both sides were wary of each other, and Daring walked to where Gangwol was. Jinmu and his 2 disciples turned their backs and headed for the door. Then we will bid you farewell, sir, Daring said arrogantly. Do you think you can leave so easily? Chung Yu was flustered. Chung was the same. Jinmu shouted. Chung Yu, dodge, the old man shouted. It's too late. The force from the old man's hand flew towards Jinmu. Jinmu performed the whirling wind palm, his palm technique, and the old man's palm technique clashed and caused an explosion in the air, and a large crack appeared on the floor. Daring praised to use Wudang's whirling wind palm in this way. But he thought differently inwardly. If he had clashed head-on with my palm force, he would have surely been defeated. So he used the characteristic of the whirling wind palm, the whirlwind. Originally the wind of the whirling wind palm is only a part of the palm force, but he gathered it to create another layer of chi and deflected the direction of my palm force. To use a technique like this, he is more outstanding than an old man like me who has lived for decades. It's a method that cannot be used recklessly without reaching the pinnacle of enlightenment in martial arts. Moreover, he couldn't have succeeded without rich experience. The old man whispered softly. Where on earth did this guy come from? Jinmu still had a bitter smile. I want to ask one thing. It's impossible for a great old man like you to have no reputation. Whether it's the Sun Moon demonic cult of Sichuan sect or the Jungmu alliance, I've never heard of a guy like you existing. No matter how much I search my memory, I can't guess who you are. Jinmu asked. Who are you? A murderous aura spread around Daring. He answered, I don't give my name to someone who is about to die. Jinmu quickly drew his sword and blocked 2 attacks in front of Chung Yu and Chung. Chung Yu was inwardly flustered. It's too fast, I can't even see it. Chung was the same as Chung Yu. Jinmu gritted his teeth and realized. Formless sword chi. That old man can hide the form of chi at will. Daring was surprised. You felt this too. You felt formless sword chi at your age. You've reached the realm where you can hide the form of chi at will. It seems I wasted my time. I must kill you. Jinmu once again sensed the red blood like chi. That's Gangchi, he shouted urgently. Chung Yu, run away now. This is an order. After finishing his words, he raised his sword and rushed at Daring. Jinmu calculated. That old man has indeed reached the realm of Gangchi. The moment he explodes with all his power is when he intends to chase and kill everyone to the end. I have just reached the realm of Tanchi, so I can't stop him. Jinmu thrust his sword at the old man and shouted. I have no choice but to buy even a little time. He decided so to protect Chung Yu and Chung. Jinmu attacked daring with his sword again. The old man controlled his own blade to attack, and there were so many blades that Jinmu couldn't dodge them all. A few blades that he couldn't dodge grazed his face. Jinmu took a stance and countered. He flexibly dodged all the attacks. Daring used his ultimate technique to control Jinmu's sword. Jinmu jumped up and grazed the old man as he cut. Daring countered. After that he used one hand to launch a barrage of attacks at Jinmu. Jinmu cut under the old man's feet, but the old man triumphantly jumped onto his sword. Daring even praised. This kid is stalling for time to save his brothers. That spirit is commendable. I'd like to fight you more, but honestly it's a bit boring. The winner is already decided, so for you to pour all your strength now is just seeking death, isn't it? Jinmu was bitter inwardly. Damn old man. Daring jumped off the sword and landed not far away. Jinmu glanced and was relieved. Chung and Chung Yu, luckily they escaped in time. Good. His sword was filled with spiritual energy. He shouted with spirit and thought, anyway, this might be my last. That old man is too strong compared to him. My current strength is just an ant. He composed himself and thought, but even among ants there are ants that can bite people, the ones with poison. Jinmu shouted, take this. He slashed decisively. He slashed continuously and quickly, but Daring stood still. The old man stood and observed. The sword chi is one layer stronger than before, but it's just for show. I'll teach you what manners are. And the old man created a red net, and all of Jinmu's slashes were blocked. He didn't give up and continued to attack. Jinmu stabbed straight at the net. He used all his strength, but the old man still calmly blocked it. Jinmu's sword suddenly bent. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He spun his sword once and jumped far away. Daring laughed and said confidently, the sword chi was just a disguise. The real attack was the sword strike hidden behind it. Pretty good. You must have used your head quite a bit. Suddenly blood spurted out. It was from a wound on the old man's forehead. He didn't even know when he got the wound. The old man couldn't believe it. Jinmu smiled again. Surprised? Before I extended my sword I circulated a thread like chi. Old men like you always have this habit. After blocking an all-out attack from a young man like me, you try to lecture them. The moment you started nagging was the opportunity I chose to attack. How is it? Are you satisfied? Regardless of him chattering satisfyingly on the side, the old man didn't understand what he was saying. Jinmu pointed to his own forehead, proving his failure. Suddenly Daring's power concentrated at an extremely fast speed. He said nothing and sent a palm strike at Jinmu. Jinmu blocked with both hands. Jinmu was sent flying by the old man's palm. The palm was so powerful it was like an explosion had occurred. Jinmu was already vomiting blood. He is too powerful. His palm technique is like it's trying to destroy the entire space. To think such a palm technique exists. Meanwhile, Daring was surprised. Is he really trying to block it with his life? The moment my palm force touched his arm, his body rotated backward to reduce the impact in that short moment. Daring shouted in anger. Then how about this technique? Jinmu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. What a persistent old man. He deflected the attack with his sword and fell into the water. He struggled in the water. Daring waited to see what would happen. When nothing was visible, the old man was somewhat relieved. To block my attack twice, what a terrifyingly talented kid. I should kill him myself to prevent future trouble. But the traces of about a dozen people, including the Zug family, have appeared nearby. It will be troublesome if I show any traces to those who have chased me this far. There's no safer way. I have no choice but to quickly erase the traces and disappear from here. Daring flew up and left a word. Wudang Taoist, consider yourself lucky. The place where Jinmu had fought exploded. Chung and Chung Yu cried their eyes out. Jinmu slowly woke up. He thought hazily. I thought I was dead. Why didn't that old man finish me off? Luckily I'm still alive. On a quiet night with a clear moon, everything was submerged in quiet darkness. After witnessing the bloodstains scattered on the ground, a loud call filled with shock was heard. Martial uncle? Chung Yu sobbed in fear, and conversely, Chung calmly asked about Jinmu's condition. He was worried about his current health. Damn it, I'm so weak now. My arm bones feel like they're broken and my internal energy is depleted due to internal injuries. Jinmu recalled what had just happened and was furious. Damn old man Jiamjungsen. To think he would hire such a monster to kill me. He thought it was not the time to worry about such things and focused on the matter at hand. He's gone, but that Jiamjungsen guy might have planned something else. Just as he was about to execute his next plan, another guy appeared from somewhere. The voice was provocative. Look at this, you're still alive. The shining blade slung over the man's shoulder scared people. Stupid Dongguang, 7 evils. Looking at your state, it seems they made the first move. A fight capable of collapsing an entire building. Gong Tacho gave a sinister smile. And Jinmu's group of 3 stared at him in bewilderment. Injured and now facing another nuisance, Jinmu wondered how to escape. He continued to chatter, trying to buy time, feeling a small reprieve that the attack hadn't begun. Then, as if a wicked thought had struck him, Gong Tacho laughed loudly, seeming to have the intention of extorting money from the Marshall family. Jinmu felt his appearance was extremely annoying. Through the names Gong Tacho uttered and his very presence, Jinmu suddenly concluded that they were all connected. Surrounded by dozens of swordsmen, his body was weakened. He cursed his fate, facing one hardship after another. With a worried heart, Jinmu observed his opponents. What was more dangerous was that the aura they exuded was anything but ordinary. It was at least beyond the realm of manifested qi. The world of martial arts, reaching the realm of Hyangyi, is considered being a formidable master. They could be the top disciple among the first-generation disciples of a major sect. He continued his close analysis, puzzled. Did such individuals exist in the Dongguang fortress? How did they end up here? Chung stepped forward to protect Jinmu, but Jinmu stopped him. Chung, step aside. Chung looked at him with an expression of incomprehension. Martial granduncle, Jinmu, burning with resentment towards Jiamjiangson, vowed not to let him go and approached the arrogant group, calling out to Gongtacho. Though his body was still weak, Jinmu decided to provoke them. I'm not in a good mood right now, so get lost before we have a conversation with our fists. His eyes widened as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. What, I've never seen such an arrogant Taoist like you. Did you get hit in the head or something? How dare you speak to me, Gongtacho, like that in the Dongguang fortress territory? Are you insane? Hearing his words, Jinmu sneered and, paying no heed, told him to get lost immediately. Gongtacho's jaw dropped at the sight. Unable to give up, he vowed to preserve his reputation. You crazy fool, haven't you heard of my fame? It is I, Gongtacho. Gongtacho, there's no one around here who doesn't know me. I'm very famous. Jinmu continued to pretend to ignore him. With an arrogant face, Jinmu provoked him. Enough of that, come on over. Street thugs like you will only be beaten by my hands anyway. At his words, the men burst into laughter all at once. They all mocked him together. Seizing the moment while they were off guard, Jinmu made his move. Just then, from a distance, the sharp tip of Jinmu's massive sword ring struck Gongtacho, and the weapon itself enveloped him. Blood spurted and dripped onto the ground, but Gongtacho was not afraid in the slightest. The vicious man retorted, How dare you launch a surprise attack for a Taoist? You use such cowardly tricks. Jinmu's face was filled with disappointment, which soon turned into a look of fear. Damn it, he dodged it. Immediately, a huge blade flew towards his neck. Gongtacho had no intention of letting this ill-tempered brat off. Fortunately, Jinmu managed to block it quickly. Otherwise his head would have been lopped off. After a fierce battle, the large man withdrew his sword. Jinmu seemed to have squeezed out his last ounce of strength. He slid far back, feeling pain all over his body. To have to fight with a serious injury, damn it. Just moving a little feels like my insides are twisting. It hurts like hell. Jinmu's two disciples, realizing the situation was dire, rushed over, but he stopped them. Filled with anger, Jinmu thought, normally these guys would be nothing. Gongtacho suddenly raised his sword like a madman and shouted, Do you want to ambush these brats too? He took a stance to attack. How insolent to speak to an elder like that. Haven't you learned any manners? After finishing his words, he slashed at Jinmu. Jinmu didn't let him seize the opportunity easily, and quickly dodged the ferocious blade. With nowhere left to retreat, Jinmu counterattacked with all his might, blood streaming down. As Gongtacho gathered his strength to attack, Jinmu struggled, continuously blocking. Now his life was on the line. Gongtacho pushed him back with a powerful blow. Cornered, Jinmu could no longer fight him, and could only block the sharp blade in front of him. Gongtacho's pupils widened as if his ambition had been achieved. He shouted with a laugh that sent shivers down people's spines, You arrogant bastard, not bad. After finishing his words, he intended to crush Jinmu with his massive body. Now I'll kill you. Jinmu struggled to maintain his composure. Otherwise, it was death. While desperately searching for a way to escape, he couldn't help but recall past events. From the ferocious ones to the Zug family, resentment and pain were mixed. What sins have you Taoist bastards committed to have so many people after you? He pondered the old man's words, his eyes shining as if he had found a connection. The ferocious ones must refer to this group of Gongtacho and the Zug family. That old man's martial arts were so high he wouldn't lie. Suddenly, Jinmu counterattacked, and the sound of swords clashing rang through the sky. He quickly broke free from Gongtacho's grasp and continued his thoughts. The reason he left without killing me might be because of the Zug family. His tired face was revealed under the bright moonlight. No matter how much the martial families of the Central Plains value their interests, a family of the Zug's stature would never join hands with a back-alley gang like this, would they? He asked himself where they were. Then he quickly scanned the area from the pond to the dense forest. Something caught his eye and a glimmer of hope appeared. He spotted a group of people approaching him. Jinmu looked closely at the person leading the group and was surprised. It really was him. A smile that seemed to have vanished forever now graced his handsome face. They're here. A way to live has opened up. Jinmu carefully observed the group that was getting closer and closer to him. Over there was Gongtacho. Gongtacho swung his ferocious blade, attacking Jinmu from behind. But Jinmu was now lost in the thought that he was saved. Flames blazed in Gongtacho's eyes. He shouted sharply, Die! As if his sixth sense had warned him, Jinmu somersaulted through the air, dodging Gongtacho's sinister blade. Jinmu turned back triumphantly and taunted him. Gongtacho couldn't suppress his surging anger. Gongtacho looked at him, burning with hatred. He truly wanted to tear him to pieces. From a distance, Jinmu's voice was heard. Are you kidding me? Damn it! His voice was low. Still don't get it. His expression was clearly taunting his opponent. If you have eyes, take a look around. From sheathing his sword to his fearless attitude, Jinmu's strange behavior bewildered and frightened Gongtacho. As if he had turned the tables, Jinmu pointed with his finger to show him from afar. When Gongtacho looked in the direction Jinmu's finger was pointing, he was immediately flustered, and extreme fear swept through his heart. What, Zhuge Jun and the Changhua unit? All the blood drained from Gong Tacho's face. My god, why are they here? Jinmu casually waved at them. His cheerful tone made it seem as if they were very close. What took you so long? I almost died, watching all of this from behind. Gong Tacho thought with incomprehension. And those two know each other. Jinmu's tone was like that of a child complaining after falling and getting hurt. It's not just internal injuries. Hearing that, Gong Tacho couldn't help but worry about his own safety. Seeing that attitude, they must be close. Gong Tacho tried to calm himself and assess the situation. Did those Taoist bastards ask the Zhuge family for help? But there's something strange. The Zhuge and Wudang are rivals competing for interests in Hubei province. They wouldn't help each other. Another point troubled Gong Tacho's mind. Or could it be? He didn't rule out any possibility and continued to think. They are enemies when it comes to interests, but they are still righteous sects of the Zhengmu alliance. Are the righteous sects joining forces to fight the unorthodox sects? After considering all possibilities, Gong Tacho bit his lip and looked crestfallen. This is so unfair, despicable and vile righteous sect bastards. Now, in a whirlwind of thoughts, Gong Tacho slowly assessed the situation, trying to escape this confusion. What do I do now? And with the Changhua unit joining them, they are all direct masters of the Zhuge family head. At this rate, I'll be torn to shreds and my bones browed to dust. But if I just let those Taoist bastards go, Gong Tacho paused for a moment, thinking about the repercussions that would follow. I will be branded as the one who tried to kill a Wudang disciple and be chased by the Wudang Sect for the rest of my life. Now he could neither retreat nor advance. Extreme tension was written all over his face. Jinmu, noticing that Gong Tacho had fallen into his trap, laughed softly as if pitying the foolish man. You're going through a lot of trouble with useless worries, Jinmu thought smugly to himself. The Zhuge family isn't helping me. When we met in Bangwon County before, I humiliated them. Those petty bastards wouldn't just let it go. They must have followed me for revenge. Jinmu, satisfied with the play he had created, wore a pleased expression. But how could someone like Gong Tacho see that far ahead? Jinmu didn't want to get involved any further. He quickly called out to his 2 dazed disciples to leave with him. All I need to do is use this opening to escape. As he ran, he shouted loudly towards the Zhuge family and the Changhua unit. Farewell, I'll leave the rest to you. Zhuge Jun, seeing Jinmu's naive appearance, said in a sarcastic tone. Leave it to us, don't you know we came to monitor you, you foolish bastards? Zhuge Jun, with a face scheming all sorts of plots, was lost in thought. Father ordered me to monitor you. My job is to catch you in the act of committing illegal acts and report you to the authorities. Then you will know what humiliation is. He looked towards Gong Tacho's side and hesitated, thinking. As soon as I heard the news that you were accompanying Jiam Jongson, I came here immediately. But he is nowhere to be seen. Instead, I find you with that disgusting Gong Tacho group. Zhuge Jun now saw Gong Tacho in a defensive stance, ready to fight. His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Gong Tacho was a well-known master even to the Zhuge family. Although a bandit, he was a master of Hyangyi who skillfully used blade chi. He was also associated with the Hypocrisy, a large unorthodox sect. So this guy Gong Tacho is also here. He sensed something suspicious and wore a sinister expression. He must be involved in some illegal activities related to the Hypocrisy. Zhuge Jun, blinded by hatred, was lost in futile delusions. Just as he was dreaming of becoming the young master, a servant called him. When he turned with a displeased expression, the servant reported, trembling slightly. It seems that Taoists and Gong Tacho are fighting. Hearing that, Zhuge Jun came to a different conclusion. Did an internal strife break out while they were committing illegal acts? I knew it. Considering their character, before he could finish his words, the servant interrupted. It's not like that. It seems Gong Tacho is targeting those Taoists. Only then did Zhuge Jun come to his senses and listen to the servant's full story. Before fighting Gong Tacho, those Taoists deliberately stalled for time, pretending to be on our side, and then used that opportunity to escape. By the time he realized the truth, Jinmu's group had already fled far away, and only Gong Tacho's group was left, coincidentally blocking the path. The servant looked at the young master with incomprehension. What should we do next? Zhuge Jun was enraged by the fact that he had been thoroughly tricked by Jinmu and that the hostages had also escaped. Under the bright moonlight, only Zhuge Jun's sky-tearing shout echoed. That bastard Jinmu, in an inn in the center of Dongwing Fortress. As evening fell, all the shops closed. Jinmu had escaped, but he still couldn't contain his anger and vented it by punching the ground. The three of them collapsed or lay sprawled in a corner of the room, breathing heavily. Chang Cheng's respectful voice rang out. Martial Granduncle. He carefully brought water to Jinmu. He stood by Jinmu's side with a slightly worried expression. At that sight, Jinmu opened his mouth. What is it? Chung finally mustered the courage to speak. Why did you choose an inn on the main street? Wouldn't it be better to escape to a deserted mountain? Before he could finish his words, Jinmu slammed the teacup down hard. He quickly replied with a firm expression. It's darkest under the lamp. They would never dream that we are hiding in the middle of Dongwing Fortress. Only then did Chung realize his brilliant move. Jinmu continued his speculation. They're probably following the road to Wudang by now. With so many people after his life, Jinmu felt his pride being trampled. Gong Tacho, Jiam Jongson, these damn bastards, and even the Zhuge family. Who do you think you are to dare try to kill me? I will never forgive you. he suddenly called his 2 disciples and had them bring the injury pills. Eye-catching blue pills poured onto his palm. They were pills that had the effect of healing internal injuries, one of the items they received before leaving Wudang. Jinmu said seriously, "There are 10 pills in total." He suddenly tossed all the pills into his mouth at once and the disciples were horrified. Their faces turned pale. The anger in Jinmu's heart was about to burn everything. "I don't care if it's 10 pills or 100. As long as I can recover as quickly as possible and kill that Gongtacho bastard." Jinmu forced himself to regain his composure and predicted what would happen next. By now the Zug family must have withdrawn. Gongtacho will be looking for us. I know the psychology of those unorthodox sect bastards well. It will take them exactly 1 day to chase us. And one particular point captured Jinmu's mind. If they can't find us within that time, they will have to flee. He didn't think about that matter anymore, and quickly sat down to begin recovering his inner strength. The urgent thing now is that my inner strength has become too weak due to internal injuries. 1 day is not enough to recover from internal injuries, but there is a way. A thought flashed through Jinmu's mind. Mad Blood Remnant Soul Chi Art. It was a Taoist art that temporarily released and strengthened internal energy. Since this was a method of using existing internal energy, it didn't matter whether it was an orthodox art or an unorthodox art. A firm resolve formed in his mind. Although this method is very dangerous and may leave after effects, I don't care. Now Jinmu was only thinking of waiting for the right time to kill all those bastards outside. "You who dared to try to kill me, just you wait. I will make you disappear from this world." The pitch-black darkness was quiet as if it had swallowed the clamor of Dongwing Fortress. The Zug branch family. Zug Jun was struggling to endure the inkstone thrown at his head along with his father's scolding. Zug Mulan, furious, pointed at his face and shouted loudly, "Did you want to die so much that you tried to help those worthless Taoist bastards? Why do you think I had 20 men from the Changhua unit follow them?" Zug Jun didn't dare to raise his head and continued to listen to the harsh words. Filled with anger, he had no choice but to make a cruel decision. "If you join hands with those worthless Taoist bastards, you are no son of mine. Get out now." Terrified, he knelt and begged pitifully. Hoping for Zug Mulan's forgiveness, he tried to confess his thoughts. "I will definitely find that brat and have Gongtacho kill them." Hearing that, the situation did not improve but only made Zug Mulan angrier. His face darkened, and the murderous aura he emanated made people tremble in fear. His gaze was fixed on Zug Jun as if he could kill him with it at any moment. Zug Jun's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped from his entire body. He quickly opened his mouth to ask for forgiveness for his rashness, but what he got back was his father's refusal. Before his anger had even subsided, Zug Mulan, who had to listen to nagging, slapped him hard across the cheek. Zug Jun tumbled to the floor and Zug Mulan immediately called for someone. Soon a person appeared. "It is Moon Ilsing." He followed his command without delay. As Zug Jun was dragged outside, he constantly looked back and pleaded. After that, Zug Mulan's cold voice was heard. "Stay there until I give the order. If you take even 1 step out of the room, I will break your legs. If you understand, then scram now." Zug Jun could do nothing but cry miserably. He resented his father as he watched his retreating back. What a cruel father! Until the door was firmly shut, Moon Ilsing called him sternly. "Let's go, young master." Now he was in despair, lost in painful thoughts. They were all memories Zug Jun didn't want to remember. Once he was humiliated, another time he was used. Because of that, he lost his father's trust. He burned with hatred as he recalled the one who caused it. "Jinmu, it's all because of you. I will never forgive you." He stopped walking at the sound of a mocking laugh from behind. "Looks like you got scolded by father again?" Zug Jun felt disgusted by that voice. The person in front of him was the eldest young master of the Dongwang Zug branch family, Zug Guk. He continued to be sarcastic and the two bowed. He spoke as if he had seen through Zug Jun's thoughts. "That's enough. Stop with the insincere greetings." Zug Jun didn't want to get involved any further and walked past him. "Did a blind squirrel find a nut? Well, a coward like you wouldn't have been able to monitor them so easily." He put his hand firmly on Zug Jun's shoulder and continued, "How about leaving the family and entering a Taoist sect now?" He laughed sinisterly. "Of course they should gladly accept you since you saved a Wudang disciple." He arrogantly pushed Zug Jun's shoulder hard. Less than a minute later, he heard the sound of Zug Guk entering his father's room. He unconsciously clenched his fist and pitied himself. "Brothers with the same father, yet we try to kill each other like this." He suppressed his resentment and vowed in his heart. "Just you wait." Anger welled up in Zug Jun's heart. "How long will that madman be so arrogant? Someday I will defeat you and become the young master." Suddenly, from outside the Dongwang Fortress courtyard, the sound of many people gathering was heard. The entire group knelt and bowed. "Lord Gongtacho, Dongwang Fortress Master." He lowered his voice and asked, "Still no news?" The subordinate answered, trembling with fear. "The road to Wudang isn't that wide, and still no news?" After finishing his words, he grabbed his subordinate by the collar, and the subordinate immediately begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, we haven't found them yet." Gongtacho, desperate to find the person, took out his frustration. His blade came very close to the subordinate's face. "You idiot! Didn't I tell you to search everyone, whether they know martial arts or not?" the subordinate struggled to say. "Following your orders, we mobilized everyone we could, from vagrants, pickpockets, to thieves, but still," before he could finish his words, Gongtacho angrily pushed him down. He roared like a bloodthirsty beast, wanting to turn everything upside down to find Jinmu. Only now did he realize the whole situation. They've hidden themselves very well. After those Wudang Taoists fled, I also had a fight with the Changhua unit. It turns out they weren't there to help Wudang. In his eyes, along with the flames of anger, was the calculating glint of a cunning man. That cunning bastard is pretty smart. Damn it, I have to find him quickly and kill him. Gong Tacho constantly thought about the consequences of not finding Jinmu. The group from Wudang would appear. Those who targeted Wudang's fellow disciples would be pursued to the end and made to pay the price. He also couldn't contain his anger at the reality that his power had weakened and no one would help him now. Gong Tacho stopped thinking and quickly took action. Go to the Marshall families immediately and ask for their help in finding the Wudang disciples. A goon heard this and worried whether they would help. Gong Tacho angrily retorted, confident that he would get the Marshall family's help. The subordinates dared not delay and followed his words. The goon approached the men guarding the gate to give the order. Just as the gate was about to slowly open, suddenly, a loud sound of the gate being kicked in echoed through the sky. The goon and the servants were suddenly flung into the air and then fell. Gong Tacho's jaw dropped, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The sound of footsteps gradually approached him, and soon an arrogant smile appeared. Jinmu, in an excited state, said calmly, "Finding your courtyard is really easy." Jinmu's challenging voice was directed at him. "Gong Tacho, were you looking for me? Let's play together." He was enraged by those words and cursed him endlessly in his heart. They looked at Jinmu with suspicious eyes. It's like seeing a ghost. He was already ugly, but now he's even uglier. Seeing them staring at him, Jinmu continued to mock them. A meaningful smile was clearly visible on his face. Surprised, his tone also became increasingly sinister. "You thought we would run away to Wudang to report, but now we've appeared right in front of you." Hearing that, Gong Tacho was dumbfounded. These cowards, he thought. They quickly rushed in like barking dogs to eliminate Jinmu. "Thank you for coming all this way." He was not afraid from beginning to end and told his two disciples to step back. Jinmu immediately focused intensely, infusing his sword with a demonic art and activated its full power. An eye-catching red light swirled around the sword. Jinmu thought to himself, "I couldn't completely heal my internal injuries. I've barely recovered any strength either." He continued his thoughts, his spirit undaunted. "Right now I'm using the mad blood soul slaying chi art. It's twice my usual strength." He quickly seized the opportunity and charged forward fiercely. Let no soul escape. Jinmu stood alone in the middle of the fight, brandishing a huge sword. One by one bodies fell, their blood staining the ground. Wudang sword art, soul-seeking, spirit-snatching. Fierce red flames spread out, making it easy to guess that a bloody battle had taken place. Fresh blood spread out in a long trail on the ground, flowing to Gong Tacho's feet. His mind was now in chaos. Gong Tacho could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, looking at his comrades who had lost their lives in an instant. A 10-foot-long sword. What on earth is that? More terrifying than the corpses strewn on the ground was the person standing before him, holding a sword that was not yet dry of blood. Now Gong Tacho no longer had any doubts and could be sure that Jinmu was no ordinary person. He had no time to think any further. He had to escape from Jinmu's hands as quickly as possible. As Gong Tacho fled for his life, Jinmu whistled. Jinmu, of course, had no intention of letting him go easily, and immediately unleashed his final move. A streak of light flew very quickly towards Gong Tacho's face. He knew there was no escaping death now. He realized that the demonic art Jinmu was using was Tanchi. In the end, he couldn't dodge it and was painfully hit by the demonic art. Gong Tacho was sent flying far away. He vomited blood and cursed resentfully. He gasped inwardly as he saw Jinmu approaching him. "I'm done for. This damn Marshall family bastard, is he going to kill me with that Tanchi technique?" He barely managed to get up, attempting to defend himself while thinking of a way. "This guy is a master of Tanchi. I can't win if I fight him, and I can't escape either." Gong Tacho crouched down and tried to take something out from behind his back. If he gets closer, there's one thing that can help Gong Tacho as a last resort. The Heavenly King's gold Tianwang Jin. It was gunpowder in a canister with a hidden weapon full of needles on top. When the fuse was pulled, hundreds of needles would be fired. Risking his life, he knelt down and pleaded with Jinmu with a pitiful appearance. He thought to himself, "He won't be able to dodge the Heavenly King's gold at close range. I need to distract him first." Jinmu looked at him with eyes that seemed to see through his sinister intentions, but he continued his act. Gong Tacho was now inwardly delighted, lost in the illusion that he could easily deceive him. A Taoist, a Wudang Sect Taoist, and yet he believes the persuasion of an evil man? He's approaching without any caution after seeing me apologize. Gong Tacho's eyes gleamed. Just a little closer. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the fuse of the canister. Gong Tacho, with a savage smile, brought the canister close to Jinmu. Jinmu lightly brushed past him. This horrified Gong Tacho. Then his hand was struck and the explosive canister fell to the ground behind him. Pinned by Jinmu, he couldn't move a muscle. Looking at the canister far away with regretful eyes was his only hope for salvation. But now it was gone. Jinmu shamelessly sat on his body, revealing the truth about Gong Tacho's dark inner intentions that he had discovered. He couldn't believe his ears. Gong Tacho's face was filled with horror, drenched in a cold sweat, and he tried to explain with a trembling voice, but Jinmu cut him off. Seeing Jinmu about to deliver a heaven-shaking blow, he gritted his teeth and screamed. This man's pupils, large as pine nuts, dilated to their maximum. After that sharp scream, everything went black for Gong Tacho. A moment later cold water trickled down his face. Just as Gong Tacho was about to wake up and shout in displeasure, Jinmu yelled at him again. Jinmu approached and looked down at Gong Tacho at his feet. He called out to him. Without hesitation he stated his terms. Now I'm going to ask you a few things, so answer quickly. Got it? Just nod your head. It's hard to understand what you're saying. Gong Tacho didn't dare to argue and obediently complied. First, Jinmu wanted to know who had tried to assassinate him. Was it him who ordered you to kill me, Jiam Jongsun I mean? He immediately shook his head and Jinmu continued to ask. Then it must be the Marshall family. Gong Tacho immediately confirmed. A look of incomprehension crossed his face and he thought to himself. The Marshall family seems upright and uninvolved on the surface, so why would they send someone to kill me after meeting me just once? He meticulously planned in his head. I want to wipe them all out now, but once the effect of the mad blood soul slaying chi art wears off I can't maintain my current state. In that case, he paused and opened his mouth. All right, Jinmu immediately ordered. First wipe out the Chungyang Merchant Guild. Hearing that, Chung asked worriedly. Again, Marshal Granduncle, wait a moment. He approached and whispered in Jinmu's ear. Your body hasn't recovered yet, has it? We have fewer people who can fight if we fight now. Before he could finish his words he was met with a sneer. Jinmu replied nonchalantly. Who said it's just us going? Chung was surprised and he gave a devilish smile towards Gong Tacho's face, making him tremble with fear as if standing over a cauldron of boiling oil. Then looking at Gong Tacho's side he said in a terrifying voice, Shall we have a little chat? A loud shout was heard as someone ran over in a hurry. Chief Steward, Chief Steward. Yijichang, not knowing what was happening, shouted in annoyance. But the servant, still panting, spoke. He delivered shocking news. Gong Tacho's group is attacking us. Hearing that, Yijichang felt as if he had been struck by lightning from the sky. A chaotic situation was unfolding under Geiki's command. Wipe out that wicked Chungyang Merchant Guild. Witnessing the continuous clash of blades and swords firsthand, Yijichang was horrified. What on earth is going on? In an instant, Gong Tacho's group captured everyone, including the chief steward. One of the servants triumphantly reported the situation. Taoist master, we searched everywhere and found every last one of them. Jinmu watched the scene before him with satisfaction and chuckled softly. Well done. He turned his face and praised Gong Tacho. You handled it well in such a short time. Tacho, your men are useful after all. Yijichang couldn't help but feel resentful as he watched the two of them looking pleased. Damn it, that Gong Tacho bastard has sided with that Taoist. It's common for Unorthodox sect members to betray, but to become the subordinate of the one they were hired to kill. I'm speechless. Shameless bastards. He was startled by Jinmu's call and raised his head. Suddenly, Jinmu cracked his knuckles with a terrifying face. Ask where that old man Jiam Jongsun is hiding. Why are there only these few martial artists? Has the Merchant Guild come to this in just one day? Yijichang looked at him with a disgusted expression. What do you know? If you're a Taoist, don't meddle in worldly affairs. That's how you'll live a long life. Gong Tacho knew what he had to do and kicked him in the stomach. This damn old man. He didn't stop there, stomping on his back a few more times and cursing. How dare you glare at the great hero, you stupid son of a bitch. He continued to stomp hard on his face, sending blood flying everywhere. Until Yijichang collapsed to the ground, he continued to beat him mercilessly. He thought in pain, this Gong Tacho fellow is really giving it his all. Even if he kills me, it will be seen as him showing loyalty to the Taoists. Blood flowed unceasingly from his mouth, and he could do nothing. The man who was once instigated to kill the Taoists, what on earth had happened overnight to change him like this? Of course, Gong Tacho didn't do this for no reason. As he acted, he recalled a memory. Yesterday, the great hero Jinmu spoke to me privately. That matter wasn't really difficult for him. Just by helping him with one thing, he said he would keep the matter of him trying to hunt down and kill a Wudang disciple a secret. Since honor was the most precious thing to him, he was just doing his best now. He thought to himself, if I can get away with it this easily with just this one thing, I'll be able to run wild as much as I want in the future. He was afraid in his heart, thinking he would be hunted down and killed by the Wudang Sect for the rest of his life. He aimed the sword at the center of his head, and if he had used just a little more force, his brains would have been scattered on the ground by now. He decided to repay the grace Jinmu had shown him. Yijichang was terrified and cried out miserably. Jinmu stood there blankly as if he hadn't expected him to go this far, then approached and asked again. His tone was no longer respectful, and now if he said one wrong word, he might have his tongue cut out. Suddenly, Jinmu gave a sinister smile and provoked him. Of course I can kill you and ask someone else. No problem. He glanced over at all the bound men. Among those tied up in the back, one or two of them must know, right? They became increasingly afraid and started to avoid Jinmu's gaze. Yijichang felt he was on the verge of death and he turned back, giving them a warning look. He naturally had to think of himself first. He quickly bowed his head and confessed that the Chungyang Merchant Guild leader had conducted an illegal transaction. He shocked him by revealing a startling fact. Since it was a dangerous illegal trade, he had taken skilled martial artists as guards, which was why there were few people left in the mansion. Hearing the words illegal trade, an interesting thought flashed through his mind. If I rush over and raid the scene now, the silver is there and the smuggled goods are there, so wouldn't it all be mine? Seizing the opportunity before him, Jinmu deliberately spoke up. Daring to smuggle, you all have a lot of nerve, but why did he go himself instead of sending his subordinates? What is this smuggled item? Yijichang hesitated as if refusing to answer. Seeing that he wouldn't cooperate, Jinmu ordered Gong Techo to kill him. He was naturally afraid of death and he quickly confessed before his head could be chopped off. This time, the smuggled item is gunpowder. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard that, and they reacted intensely. Jinmu hadn't thought it would come to this. Looking at the men before him, he felt truly disgusted. Are they crazy? Everyone knows that gunpowder is used to make firecrackers. It paints the sky beautifully during spring, the Double Ninth Festival, and other festivals. But as cannonballs, it becomes a weapon used in war. Even a small amount must never be traded without reporting it to the authorities. And there was one particular point to keep in mind. The people of the martial world would never touch gunpowder. Moreover, there was a clear regulation called Guanmubul Chaim Guanwu Bu Chin. This was a decree to the effect that the martial world would not interfere in the affairs of the authorities. The authorities would not interfere in the affairs of the martial world. There was one person involved in this incident. The founding emperor of this dynasty had issued that decree. It was issued to gain the support of the martial world at the time of the founding and has been passed down and observed by later generations. Everyone in the martial world followed it absolutely. It was a rule passed down from ancient times. Do not cause harm to the people, and it is even more forbidden to plot or aid in rebellion. And the last thing to never forget is to never touch gunpowder. It is a substance controlled by the military. And if this pact is broken, the martial world will be hunted down and killed by tens of thousands of soldiers. Jinmu thought it over for a moment and gave an enigmatic smile. A merchant guild of that size trading such a thing, Jiamjongson is crazy for money. Chung urged Jinmu. If the smuggled item is gunpowder, we must report it to the authorities. Jinmu agreed, but he was lost in thought for a moment. Not only revenge, but I was going to take all the silver and smuggled goods, but I guess I have to give up. Now that I know everything. Jinmu asked Yijichang one more thing. Chief Steward, where is the trading place? He answered. It's the reed field in the northern abandoned village. Jinmu hurriedly commanded his disciple and he quickly ran to the mentioned place by himself. Chung Yu, you go to the Dongguang County office and report the gunpowder trading incident. I will go to the village of Dongguang first. Chung followed as if to say something. Jinmu cut him off. There's no time. If we let them finish the deal, we can't root them out. A warm hand was placed on Jinmu's shoulder and he was surprised. Looking at him with a worried expression, he spoke incoherently. Chang's heart ached as he thought. Marshal Granduncle was injured so badly trying to protect the disciples. He knows it's dangerous, yet he's going alone. Then he said in a soft voice, I want to go with you. Hearing that, Jinmu's eyes sparkled for a moment and he gave him a gentle smile. He approached and lightly tapped Chang's body. You have to trust me. Before leaving, he reminded him once more. I'll go first and catch them. You report to the authorities quickly. Got it? His heart was moved by those words, and he suddenly realized, I see Marshal Granduncle is risking his life for the greater good. This is the true path of a Taoist that Marshal Granduncle is walking. Chang's resolute voice rang out. I understand. Then the two parted ways to carry out their respective tasks. He was worried about his Marshal Granduncle and ran at full speed. I have to hurry. I can't let Marshal Granduncle face them alone. On this side, Jinmu was also quietly carrying out his plan. I have to get there before the authorities. I can't wipe out all the gunpowder, but I have to get my hands on some of it somehow. The bright moonlight shone on the lake, the reed field in the northern village of Dongguang County. At someone's command, the sound of wheels suddenly stopped. Stop, Jiamjongson, leading on horseback, commanded his servants. Be on guard for any suspicious movements around, everyone. Follow the order quickly. He looked around and asked the person next to him. Has the other party not arrived yet? That person answered his words. It's not the appointed time yet. He snorted lightly, then suddenly looked into the distance and fell deep in thought. Smuggling gunpowder, the most life-threatening deal of my life. Jiamjongson was naturally anxious and wanted to finish this quickly. 5 barrels of gunpowder. It took 3 months just to secure this small amount safely. I bought it at 4 times the usual price, so I can't afford any mistakes. A sinister expression appeared on his face and he calculated in his mind. It doesn't matter how much it costs to buy. Since I bought it at 4 times the price, I will sell it for at least 10 times the price. He couldn't help but dream as he imagined his future. If I succeed in this deal with that money, if I can buy the shops in the center of Dongguang County, I won't smuggle anymore. I will become an honest merchant. Suddenly, his servant pointed ahead in fear. Lord Danju over there. Faint red light gradually approached them. That person continued. The other party is sending a signal. The boats approached one by one, and on each boat were 4 or 5 figures with their faces covered. Jiamjongson knew the opportunity had come and instructed his servants to prepare. Each boat now touched the shore and the waves crashed against the hulls. The two sides stood facing each other, ready to trade. The buyer asked coldly, Where are the goods? As if fully understanding, a servant pushed forward a cart full of large sacks. Without hesitation, Jiamjongson resolutely cut the ropes with a sword and pulled off the large cloth covering the cart. He said with a calm expression, It's all here. And without much talk, he got straight to the point. Where is the money? The buyer had already prepared a large chest, and they disembarked from the boats one by one. To make the other party believe him, he immediately opened the chest lid. The gleam of silver spread in all directions, and the chest was neatly filled. That person offered the price. 20 taels of gold. Seeing the silver chest before him, Jiamjongson couldn't hide his greed and rejoiced inwardly. The deal is a success. After he said a few words, a person's voice was suddenly heard from afar. Over there. This put the situation here in danger. Finally, Jinmu's group arrived in time and his face turned pale. He looked at him silently. Jinmu, with a dignified appearance, snorted lightly and then quickly said in a sarcastic tone, "You're living well even after driving others to their death." He was furious to see Jinmu standing before him, whole and sound. What is this? Why is a guy who should be dead showing up here now? And what's with that familiar face named Gongtecho standing next to him? Are they in cahoots? He quickly shook off the thought and tried to calm down. There are 20 martial artists from the Merchant Guild here. He was angry that someone had interfered when everything was almost finished, and he thought to himself, "It's just the 3 of them, so I can kill them as easily as flipping my hand." Then he hurled insults at Jinmu. "You son of a bitch, I would have let it slide if you had just turned a blind eye." Without compromise, he ordered his servants to rush in and kill them. Jinmu quietly called Gongtecho at this moment, and he, understanding his intention, turned and listened to the order. He raised his shining blade, which seemed to be well honed every day, and shouted for his comrades to make their move. Jiamjongson now felt fear and shuddered at the sight before him. Gongtecho unhesitatingly thrust the sharp tip of his blade into the people on Jiamjongson's side, and it seemed it wouldn't take long to deal with them. A brutal scene. Blood flowed in a long trail on the ground and corpses piled up. He was suddenly ambushed from behind, and in a rage, not wanting to let him go, he was sent flying high by a single blow of his sword, landing towards Jiamjongson's side. Many people were shocked. As expected, he who was sitting peacefully on his saddle met with disaster and rolled painfully to the ground. His horse, startled, fled into the reed field, and he was sprawled on the ground. He had now lost everything and was in agony, filled with resentment. Seeing that his servants were weak and had no strength to stop them, he thought despairingly, "Why are my best martial artists getting beaten like this at this rate? Everything is over." He watched helplessly as his people dwindled. "All my plans have gone up in smoke. My relationship with Wudang is over, and the Changyang Merchant Guild will be gone forever." He suddenly got up and rushed towards the chest full of silver in front of him. He thought greedily, "I'd rather run away with the money myself." He thought he would succeed easily, but a cold sword came very close to his greasy face. The buyer's contemptuous voice stopped Jiamjongson's evil plot. "The deal is off. I'm taking the gold back. Move aside." He pretended to be calm and tried to persuade the other party. Wait a moment. Both sides are still fighting. They will die soon. I'll take the money and you take the gunpowder." The buyer was not easily fooled by his words. "It was truly disgusting," he said in a disgusted tone. Interrupters appearing during a deal. The blade at his neck was so sharp that blood now flowed. Jiamjongson couldn't even breathe heavily now. The other party continued to warn him. "If you're in league with them, you might be acting to stab us in the back." "I firmly refuse. We will not risk our lives in an uncertain situation." "Move aside." Jiamjongson was furious that his scheme had been exposed. Suddenly, Jinmu flew from somewhere and kicked the buyer squarely in the face. "Get lost." Amidst Jiamjongson's shock, he seemed to be daydreaming, and inwardly he was grateful, thinking Jinmu was a generous person. "Is he saving me? Could it be that he's a truly righteous person, unlike what I thought?" Before he could even escape his illusion, Jinmu's heaven-shaking punch brought him back to reality. "You get lost too." The scene of them fighting fiercely appeared, and everything was completely out of control. Jinmu gnashed his teeth in anger at this sight. He swung his sword forward and raged, "Be grateful and get lost while I'm still willing to deal with you. If you really want to fight, I won't be forgiving." Jinmu declared proudly in front of those sword tips. One of the assassins said in a threatening voice, "Do you think you'll be safe acting so arrogant?" Suddenly a sharp arrow flew quickly, followed by countless arrows flying towards this side. A rain of arrows poured down on them. Jinmu and the assassin were so surprised by this situation that they couldn't believe their eyes. It was the government troops who appeared with Chung Yu, and a commander proudly ordered a halt to the battle. He ordered the army to arrest everyone in the midst of the melee. He and other cavalrymen began to charge. Chong, in the midst of the chaos, shouted loudly with a worried face, "Marshal Granduncle, where are you?" Jinmu, seeing him at this moment, cursed inwardly. "Chung, you fool. If the government troops find this gold, they'll confiscate it immediately. Why did you bring them so quickly?" The assassins, seeing this, cursed in anger. Knowing it was difficult to retreat, they quickly fled into the waterways. Jinmu also turned and panted, angry inwardly. "Damn it, there's no time to hide the gold now. I have no choice." He bent down, hugged the gold chest, and shouted loudly at him, "Chung Yu, come here quickly." He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Jinmu quickly threw the chest to Chung Yu and instructed, "Take this, take it somewhere where no one is around." He seemed unable to comprehend all this. Jinmu urged Chung with a physical shock, and he sobbed. Chung ran off at once in frustration. Jinmu, after sending off the gold chest, panted for breath. "Although I'm anxious, I have no choice but to rely on that guy for now." Then he shifted his gaze to the groaning assassin and threatened, "That pig, don't move." Jinmu loosened his wrist joints and said with a very kind face, "We still have things to talk about. Where are you going, you pig, daring to smuggle and trying to kill me too?" He trembled with fear, shedding tears at every word he said. "You must have gone through a lot." Then, with a tearing scream, blood spattered everywhere. He finally died miserably at Jinmu's hands. Chung and a cavalryman approached and bowed their heads hesitantly. "Marshal Granduncle, we've kept you waiting." The cavalryman also expressed his gratitude to him. As soon as he heard that, he thought to himself, "It's strange to be thanked for a bloody fight, but anyway, it's what Marshal Granduncle did." The cavalryman admired inwardly. "This overwhelming presence makes me bow my head without realizing it." Although this Taoist is really arrogant, another person approached and reported that everything was over, catching his attention. The soldier stepped aside to reveal the handcuffed people and said, "My subordinates have arrested the gunpowder smugglers and the men of Sacho faction's Gongtacho." Gongtacho smiled and called out to Jinmu. He rejoiced inwardly. He promised to forgive all my wrongs if I helped him catch the merchant guild. Now that we're in the same boat, he'll side with me, right? That's why I obediently let the government troops arrest me. I trust the great hero. As Gongtacho looked towards Jinmu with sparkling eyes, he whispered secretly with the cavalryman. "How much?" He had a blank expression, not knowing what he meant. He spoke in more detail with a greedy expression. "That thing." The cavalryman quickly realized it was the bounty for arresting Gongtacho. He replied cheerfully, "I can't give it to you right now. The bounty for arresting Gongtacho is 100 taels of silver. I'll give you this as collateral for now. Come to the county office later to receive the silver." Jinmu received it happily. He now stared blankly at himself being sold out by the person who had made a firm promise to him. The cavalryman was delighted and thanked Jinmu for helping him catch this good prey. He replied with a chivalrous smile, "You're welcome. Take all this trash away," Gongtacho shouted loudly with difficulty. "A great hero, great hero." He burst into tears in frustration and cursed him. "You vile and despicable bastard." Jinmu didn't care and had someone drag him away. Jinmu smiled, satisfied with this brilliant achievement. "There's no reason to be a saint to those who tried to kill me. I must root them out." Before the cavalryman could withdraw, he raised his hand to stop him. Jinmu looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Isn't there a bounty for helping solve the smuggling case?" He forced a smile, not knowing how to answer. The cavalryman thought and replied, "When we return to the county office, I will report it to the county magistrate. Since Jiam Jongson has been caught, the merchant guild's assets will be confiscated. That huge fortune should be enough to give a reward." Jinmu's jaw dropped when he heard that, and he was shocked inwardly. "What, confiscate that pig's assets? If I had known this, I would have taken some when I first attacked the Chungyang merchant guild." As he slumped down and held his neck, the cavalryman worried. Suddenly, Jinmu grabbed his wrist and held back inwardly. "I can't help it. It's no use regretting it." He shed tears in pain, looked at him, and reminded him. "You said it was huge. I'll be greatly looking forward to your bounty." The cavalryman could only swallow his saliva and answer, "Yes, yes." The incident ended so emptily. The criminals and all the villains were arrested, and what remained was a hand that kept knocking on someone's door. He opened the door forcefully and shouted, "Which bastard is it so early in the morning?" Before he could finish his words, Jinmu's group barged into the house without his permission. He sat up and looked at them, asking inwardly, "Are you robbers?" One of the three newcomers, acting as if he were in his own home, put his feet on the table and comfortably ordered 3 cups of Longjing tea. The manager looked at them and guessed, "They are probably Wudang Taoists." Unable to contain his anger, he then asked, "Taoist, do you know where you have come?" He reminded them in a displeased voice, "This is not a tea house. This is a money house where money is deposited, so go away." Jinmu's lips curled up. He called for Chung Yu, who quickly answered, bringing the chest at his proud command. When ordered to open it, Chung Yu complied. Inside, gold was piled up like a mountain, shining brightly. Seeing it, the manager's jaw dropped and his head spun rapidly. "So much gold that it's dazzling. This amount is equivalent to the money house's annual transaction volume," he thought. "You are truly gods of wealth." Thinking this, he changed his attitude 180 degrees, prostrated himself, and greeted them with a bright face. He quickly introduced himself politely. "I am Wang Zhang, branch manager of Donglim Money House, Dongguang branch, and I humbly bow to the esteemed guests." Today, the Donglim Money House, Dongguang branch began its earliest transaction in history. The three, Jinmu, Chungchong, and Chungwu, became the first Taoists in Wudang Sect history to open an account at a money house. He looked at the two of them and calculated inwardly. "Since I've opened accounts for them too, it's like silencing them." A new day began again. He looked at the morning scenery and smiled brightly. Jinmu stretched, loosening his muscles and feeling the morning air. Mumunan shouted loudly, "What did you say?" He couldn't hide his surprise and questioned. "Gongtacho and his gang, as well as the entire merchant guild, were taken to the county office overnight?" The subordinate just answered yes, and then seriously recounted how the merchant guild was caught in a fight with each other for some reason while conducting a smuggling deal last night. He said loudly, as if he couldn't believe this fact, "What? Why would Gongtacho be involved with the merchant guild smuggling?" He was tired of these groups and calmly asked for the whole story. "They were the ones who went to kill Jinmu just 2 days ago. What on earth had happened?" The subordinate shook his head, saying he didn't know either. Enraged, Mumunan slammed his hand on the desk and cursed. He was extremely anxious about this situation. If they confessed that the martial family was behind it all, it would be revealed that Jin Hai had tried to harm his martial brother. He swallowed dryly, not daring to imagine the aftermath. When that time came, Jin Hai's tendons would surely be cut, and he would be cast out of Wudang as a cripple. Murim shot to his feet, unwilling to let that happen, and decided to meet the county magistrate. As he hastily prepared to leave, he didn't forget to give his subordinate an order. You contact Jinhai, keep an eye on Jinmu's group, and at the same time destroy all related evidence. The subordinate quickly and respectfully accepted the order. Murim walked away with quick steps, thinking to himself, at the very least I have to make Jinhai seem uninvolved in this. The Marshall family was the mastermind. He hurriedly mounted his horse, formulating a plan in his mind. To do that, I must deal with Jiamjongsun and Gongtacho before they can open their mouths and leak anything. With that thought, Murim spurred his horse and set off in high spirits with his men. At the Dongguan County office, Jinmu stood obediently with Chung and Chung Yu, listening to the magistrate's explanation. According to the investigation of those captured last night, Yipaoriang was also involved. All combined, the bounty doesn't even reach 200 taels, but considering your contribution, I've added a little more, he said, handing him a money pouch. As soon as Jinmu received the pouch, he was overcome with joy and clutched it to his chest, praising the magistrate inwardly. He added, the bounty for discovering and helping handle the smuggling case will be given to you directly by the Lord Prefect. The magistrate stepped forward and proposed, he is waiting for you now. Shall we go together? He chirped happily and agreed. Jinmu was overjoyed in his heart. I'm so happy. Just before he left, his new clothes happened to arrive. The shop owner even threw in a new pair of shoes for free. Right now, Jinmu's heart was fluttering with joy, feeling that today was an incredibly lucky day. Suddenly, the magistrate exclaimed, isn't that the head of the Marshall family? As soon as he heard the words Marshall family, he immediately dropped his smile and turned his head to look. Seeing Murim, Jinmu seethed with resentment inwardly. That bastard, the mastermind of it all, ordered Gongtacho to kill me. Seeing the three of them, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, 3 Wudang Taoists have come to Dongguan. That one must be the first-generation disciple Jinmu. What a coincidence to run into them here. For now, I'll pretend I don't know them. After a moment's thought, Murim approached and spoke to the magistrate. Who are these gentlemen? He replied excitedly. You haven't heard the news yet? He quickly moved to his side and introduced them with a smile. Last night, the Chungyang Merchant Guild attempted to smuggle goods, and thanks to these Wudang Taoists, we caught every last one of them. Murim forced a smile. So that's what happened, but his mind was now filled with questions. Why were they caught on the scene? Could that Jiamjongsun fool have leaked the information? What a stupid pig. He stood still and watched the magistrate, who continued to praise Jinmu's group for what they had done. Murim replied with a hypocritical expression. He glared at him, certain in his mind, the head of the Marshall family, it's definitely him. I've never even seen or heard of him, so how much could he possibly hate me to send someone to hunt me down and kill me? Jinmu was utterly bewildered. Just then, the magistrate suddenly asked, come to think of it, isn't your son also a disciple of Wudang? As soon as those words were spoken, he turned his attention and quickly asked what his Taoist name was. In contrast, Murim became extremely anxious at the question. He forced a smile, turned, and tried to leave with an excuse. Ah, that's right, I have urgent business and must see the Lord Prefect now. Just as he turned, the magistrate had already spoken his Taoist name, Jinhai. Murian's eyes widened as he stared at him. At this moment he was smiling as he said his Taoist name. That's right, his name was Jinhai, wasn't it? Since his Taoist name has the character Jian in it, he must be a martial brother to Taoist Jinmu. The magistrate finished his words and laughed a few times. In contrast to his joy, a tense atmosphere flowed between Murim and him. He was horrified in his heart. Damn it, I'm doomed. Jinmu suddenly gave a triumphant smile and greeted him warmly. So you are martial brother Jinhai's father. I truly failed to recognize you. My name is Jinmu of the Wudang Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. He approached him in a friendly manner and said, then we are heading the same way. As it happens, we also have business with the Lord Prefect. Murim felt awkward with this enthusiasm and stammered, ah, is that so? He followed behind him, doubting inwardly. What is this? Could it be that he knows nothing? There's no way he doesn't know a thing about the inside story, is there? In disbelief, Murim arrived at the place and offered his greetings. Greetings, Lord Prefect. He stroked his beard and replied kindly, Taoist Jinmu, you have worked hard. The Wudang Sect is truly a righteous school. He happily exchanged formalities. Murim furrowed his brow, worried inwardly. In the process of investigating Gongtacho and Jiamjongsun, they will surely find out that the Marshall family is also involved. I should test the waters with the Lord Prefect now. Just then, he casually mentioned Gongtacho's name. He confessed that the Marshall family instigated him to kill Taoist Jinmu. Hearing that, Murim was terrified inwardly. Damn it, is this the end? He bared his teeth in a smile and said meaningfully, I heard that story as well. He closed his eyes grimly, sweat pouring down like rain as he resigned himself inwardly. I was one step too late. This is the end. Jinmu raised his head and sighed. What a blatant lie. The Marshall family is my martial brother's family, so that's impossible. He must have made a false confession, hoping for leniency. He was startled to hear those words. Murim turned his gaze that way, feeling extremely puzzled in his heart. What is this? Why is he taking my side? The Lord Prefect scratched his head, turned his gaze elsewhere and said, Jiamjongsun also said he was used by Taoist Jinmu and had his money stolen. Since ancient times, Wudang Taoists have been famous for their integrity, so relying solely on the sophistry of criminals is too one-sided. I have spoken out of turn. I am truly sorry. He looked at him in distress and smiled awkwardly. Jinmu raised a hand to stop him and at the same time replied with a bright smile, "It's all right, in fact I should thank you for letting me know." He smiled benevolently and relayed a message. "The Lord Governor wishes to express his deep gratitude to Wudang. What do you think? The Lord Governor wishes to see you as well, so please stay at the county office." Jinmu happily accepted the invitation, showing modesty by asking them not to give him too much credit. Afterwards he leaned over to Mumunin and smiled contemptuously. "Since I've helped the father of a fellow sect brother, I'd like to have a little chat if you don't mind." His eyes widened and he was horrified inwardly. What is this man thinking? Jinmu looked at him with great disgust, seething with resentment inwardly. "Jinhai, the Martial family, you are truly despicable. Trying to kill a martial brother to become a disciple, this lord almost went to the afterlife because of you." He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged, symbolizing the rage in his heart. "I want to kill that bastard right here and now, but dying like that would be too easy, and killing him would be pointless." Jinmu's gaze turned cold, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he formed a plan in his mind. "Now that I have his weakness, he'll have no choice but to obediently listen to me from now on. Using this will be very advantageous on the path to becoming the great disciple." At this moment, Mumunin glanced at him in fear. Jinmu laughed gleefully in his heart. "Just you wait, I'll take my time dealing with you." Mumunin sat in a chair, his mind racing. Since Jiamjongsan and Gongtacho have confessed everything, it's useless to kill them for their silence now. Anxious and agitated, he kept biting his fingernails. Mumunin recalled the morning's events with anger, but he couldn't touch him since he knew everything. He hunched over, clutching his head, and continued to bite his nails as he tried to think of a way out. An urgent call came from outside. "Family head." Mumunin shouted in anger. "What is it? What's with the noise?" The subordinate stood close to Jinmu and spoke timidly. "This man is trying to force his way in." He was startled to see him. Mumunin became extremely anxious at Jinmu's appearance here. He slowly opened his mouth. "I have something to say. Would you please dismiss your men?" he proposed with a sneer, and the subordinates behind him ground their teeth and glared in anger. He politely offered tea. Mumunin forced a smile and spoke. "I didn't expect you to come all the way here." He said that, but in his mind he was calculating a rational and most advantageous move. Jinmu smiled brightly and opened the conversation. "I have the ledger that Gongtacho recorded." Before the words were even finished, he spat out the tea that had filled his throat. Mumunin was terrified by his threat. "What do you think will happen if I hand that ledger over to the authorities in Wudang and tell them the Martial family was involved in this conspiracy?" He smiled maliciously and threatened him. "Oh right, Jinhai was also involved and knows everything, doesn't he? How could I forget?" Every word Jinmu uttered put Mumunin's situation on a knife's edge. In contrast, he watched him suffer and laughed triumphantly in his heart. "You fool, what ledger could there be? I only found out Jinhai was from the Martial family after coming to the county office, but a suspicious guy like him will get scared with just a little push." Jinmu watched him triumphantly, feeling gratified. While he was laughing cheerfully, Mumunin struggled in agony and asked cautiously, "So what do you want?" Jinmu quickly stated his condition. "Make Jinhai help me with all his might to seize the position of Wudang's great disciple." Hearing that, he slammed the table in anger and shouted that it was absurd. Mumunin's eyes widened as he growled. "I've done so much to get Jinhai closer to the sect leader position, and now you want me to help you? Make some sense." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "Hear me out. Did I ask you to help me for free? Even if you help me, Jinhai can still become the sect leader." Hearing this, Mumunin was startled and couldn't believe his ears. Jinmu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I only want to become the great disciple, nothing else." He wanted to obtain the Yangpyeong divine art and after that take over the entire Jungmu alliance. The great disciple position is only for the Yangpyeong divine art. The sect leader position is too troublesome for Jinmu. Besides, it's more profitable to hold the opponent's weakness and control them like a puppet. Mumunin glared unpleasantly and interrogated him. "You mean you want the great disciple position, and you'll give the sect leader position to Jinhai? If you're not aiming for the sect leader position, why are you trying to become a disciple? Do you take me for a fool, trying to trick me with such nonsense?" Jinmu pondered for a moment, then a cunning smile appeared as he growled, "Are my words that difficult? Why haven't you realized it yet?" He stood up, walked in front of him, and slowly called out to Mumunin, "I don't originally need your help, but I don't want to deal with troublesome things. You don't have a choice." Jinmu explained nonchalantly, then looked up and threatened with a wicked smile, "If you refuse, I will destroy the entire Martial family right here." When Mumunin was threatened by him, he immediately reacted violently. "Don't you bluff here." Suddenly, he felt a terrifying killing intent surrounding him. Jinmu's aura erupted with a force like a giant serpent about to swallow Mumunin at any moment, horrifying him. Mumunin felt as if he were being tightly wrapped by a snake's tail, and he was horrified inwardly. "This killing intent is so thick it gives me goosebumps, this suffocating pressure. I've reached the Xuanqi realm, but it's hard to endure. Could that man be at the Danqi realm? No, he could be even higher," he guessed, looking at those eyes burning with killing intent. As Jinmu approached, Mumunin felt a pressure greater than ever before. He slowly uttered his threatening words. "Do you know why Gongtacho didn't kill me and attack the merchant guild instead? It's because Gongtacho couldn't kill me. I guess you won't believe it unless you experience it yourself. He lightly placed a hand on his shoulder, and he was overcome with extreme terror. Jinmu continued to emit killing intent, pressing down on Mumunen like a serpent about to swallow its prey. He screamed in pain and fear. Mumunen gasped for breath, unable to think of anything but fear. He couldn't understand what was pressing down on him, as only his cold gaze was there. Looking into those eyes, Mumunen couldn't help but shudder. Those are the emotionless eyes of someone who has massacred countless people, someone who has been through hell. How can a young Taoist have such eyes? Mumunen couldn't help but wonder, but right now he couldn't even guarantee his own life. Jinmu came close and whispered, "I'll be looking forward to receiving Jinhai's help." Afterwards he said his farewells and left first while he collapsed to the floor, still not having recovered from the shock of that killing intent. Mumunen was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged as he thought to himself. Jinmu, a first-generation disciple of Wudang, he is no Taoist, moreover I am not even his match. At this time he had accomplished his goal and left refreshed. Seeing Jinmu leave, the subordinates quickly entered and helped Mumunen up, asking about his well-being. "Family head, are you all right?" He furrowed his brow and commanded, "Bring me paper and ink. I need to send a letter to Jinhai." The next day, Jinmu returned to the Wudang Sect with Chung and Chung Yu. He lamented inwardly at this time, "It's been a long time since I walked the road back to Mount Wudang. Why is the road back so short? The boring life of a Taoist awaits me." Jinhu quickly ran out from inside to greet them. He joyfully hugged him. "Martial brother, you've worked hard." Contrary to that joyful and affectionate display, Jinmu felt disgust and repulsion. Jinhu spoke with a look of respect and admiration. "Martial brother, you have magnificently shown the spirit of Wudang." At those words he couldn't understand. Afterwards he turned and praised Chung and Chung Yu. At this time Jinmu still couldn't understand what he was talking about. Jinhu quickly approached, put an arm around his shoulder and continued to chatter. "Come, let's go. The sect leaders and elders are all waiting for you, martial brothers." At this moment the two words "how annoying" were written all over his face. The three entered, knelt and bowed to the sect leaders and elders. Myungwon smiled brightly and replied, "You've worked hard. The Lord Prefect of Dongguan County sent words of praise for your actions. If it weren't for you, we too would not have realized the true nature of the Merchant Guild and would have nearly fallen for their scheme." Unlike the joyful atmosphere of everyone else, Jinhai was not very happy at the moment. He continued to lavish praise on him, and he glared at him with jealousy. Jinmu cursed inwardly. "That bastard Jinhai dares to try and trick me. He must be going crazy because his father ordered him to follow my words. I should just gouge out his eyes to relieve my anger." Jinmu glared back, not backing down. Myungwon stroked his beard slightly and thought slowly, "In any case we can't use the money given by the Chungyang Merchant Guild, so what should we do? Returning it to the authorities would be most appropriate." "I hear Jinmu received a bounty." He was startled when his name was called while he was glaring. Sitting behind him he laughed gleefully and answered, "The matter of the Merchant Guild is truly regrettable. Didn't Jinmu catch the thieves and bring the bounty to Wudang, right Jinmu?" He was flustered at the mention of the bounty and didn't know what to do. Jinmu's mind was now in a state of great confusion and anger. "What? How can they so shamelessly take away my blood, sweat, and tears money? Absolutely not." Hearing Minton call him, Jinmu replied tearfully, inwardly praying that he wouldn't take his money. He was thinking about what he would do if he said those words. But before he could even finish his thought, Minton smiled brightly and proposed, "Hurry and bring the money to Elder Myungwon." Jinmu had no choice but to reluctantly obey his words. Near Zhenghua Garden there is a place called Samgongam Cave. This place is rarely visited by people, so it is very quiet. At some point this cave became the place where Jinmu cultivated his divine art. He sat quietly and cultivated, making a firm resolve in his heart. "I must become stronger and stronger, seize the position of great disciple, and get my hands on the Jungmu alliance. Besides, that old monster's identity is so secretive that I still haven't been able to find out any news about him." He kept thinking of daring. Those memories gradually surfaced in Jinmu's mind. He recalled the martial arts the old man had used, and he recalled the palm technique that old monster had used. He gathered chi at such a fast speed and exploded it with powerful force. "I've never seen such a palm technique before." Recalling the movement of chi at that time, he tried to follow them. Afterwards, Jinmu gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful palm wind, then moved his steps and continuously shot palm winds towards vital points. Next, Jinmu gathered strength in his arm and delivered a very powerful blow. The move flew forward like a flash, disappearing into thin air not long after. After unleashing that palm wind, Jinmu stood there blankly, then hung his head grimly. A curse erupted from within the cave. Jinmu could imitate Daring's palm technique, but there was still too great a difference from the old man. He sat down, furrowed his brow and sighed. Once, Jinmu was Hyukryun Mugung, and he was at the highest position of the unorthodox path, but he couldn't execute it like the old man. In fact, there were several reasons, but the core was a lack of internal energy, and because of this, Jinmu was overwhelmed. Orthodox martial arts are based on enlightenment, and the moment one breaks through the wall of enlightenment, also called the Wailing Wall, and also an important holy site for the Jewish people. The internal energy that a martial artist cultivates and accumulates is maximized upon reaching enlightenment. But if one does not attain enlightenment, no matter how hard one cultivates, internal energy increases very slowly. Jinmu stared intently at his own palm and remembered inwardly, Previously, I reached the gang realm, so I cannot cross the wall of enlightenment. He could skillfully execute all of Wudang's martial arts, but because his internal power was lacking, the might of his martial arts was also limited. This made Jinmu very discouraged, and he sighed. So the only solution was the Yangpyeong divine art that he so desperately wanted to obtain. The urgent matter now was for Jinmu to cook for Minton. As if resolved, he stood up and went to cook. Jinmu used all his training time to supplement his lacking internal energy, and it could be said that he did his best. On the way, Jinmu encountered Chung and Chung Yu. He was puzzled to see the two of them whispering something. What are those guys doing now instead of training? At this time, Chung Yu mentioned the money from the Donglim money house to him, and Chung realized. At this time he spoke cautiously. If I tell Martial Uncle to offer that money to him, before the words were even finished something flew towards Chung Yu. A painful kick along with a curse landed on his face. You son of a bitch, don't talk nonsense. Chung couldn't help but be surprised by this dramatic scene. He continued to beat Chung Yu's body mercilessly, shouting, "Offer what? You dare touch my money?" He was too weak to resist him and stood dumbfounded by Jinmu's violent reaction. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and grabbed Chung Yu's face, cursing, "Have you forgotten how much blood and tears I shed to take those things, you stupid pig?" Afterwards he continued to hit and kick him, ceaselessly cursing with his mouth. As Chung Yu was curled up and being beaten, just then a person approached. Minton came over carrying a large sack and asked what was going on, and Jinmu was startled. He gritted his teeth and thought of an excuse to pin on Chung Yu. As Chung Yu tried to ask for help, he was punched in the face. Jinmu quickly approached and greeted him. "Martial Uncle, Jinmu is just teaching Chung Yu." He didn't suspect anything either. Afterwards he asked with concern, "Master, did you go out? This disciple was very worried about you. Please, come inside." Minton laughed heartily, put his hand in the cloth bundle and replied, "Don't worry too much about me. I caught a few pheasants today. Let's have a drink together," he urged excitedly. Jinmu was very worried. "You caught them yourself? Why didn't you have me do it?" Minton replied happily. "I can still handle such trivial matters." He came closer and spoke affectionately. "Besides, seeing you here puts my mind at ease. I was worried you might still be tired from just returning from outside." In the face of such concern and care, he couldn't help but be moved. Jinmu looked at his bright face and was touched inwardly. "Master, your body is still weak, yet you're thinking of me. But why did you tell me to give all my bounty to them? Do you not know the real reason why I'm tired?" This wicked master. When his disciple sobbed and sat down, Minton was flustered. "Jinmu, are you all right? Are you sick somewhere?" Jinhu came running from a distance, shouting loudly, Martial Uncle Minton." He was disgusted to see his face. Jinhu smiled brightly and announced, "Martial Uncle, it's very noisy outside right now." He was intrigued by the two words "very noisy," and he, though panting, urged him on. "You'll know when you see, let's go quickly." At his urging, both Minton and Jinmu were very puzzled. At Zishao Palace, the great hall of Wudang, hundreds of people were lined up. He couldn't help but wonder upon seeing it, what's going on that there are so many people? What is all that? Jinmu looked up and saw them measuring each other's dimensions while someone recorded something. As he continued to wonder, a few cheerful laughs were heard from behind. Myungwon and the other elders approached with excited faces. "You're here?" Minton quickly turned and greeted them. He asked, quite curious, "What is happening?" Myungwon laughed heartily and replied, "It's all thanks to Jinmu." Myungxian, who was beside him, also exclaimed with joy, "Martial brother, you have a truly blessed disciple. A clothing store from Dongguan County is fitting all of Wudang's disciples for new Taoist robes, even hats and shoes." Hearing this, Jinmu couldn't help but be shocked. Contrary to the affectionate gazes, his mind was filled with choice words. "Did they really use my 200 taels of silver to make clothes for the disciples? I went through so much trouble to snatch that money. But you shameless bastard." Myungxian was overjoyed. "It's all free." As soon as he heard that, Jinmu was speechless. He slowly told everyone. The sect leader strongly refused, but they insisted, saying they found peace thanks to disciple Jinmu clearing out the ruffians of the martial world. Not only that, but the blacksmiths of Dongguan County have also promised to make all of Wudang's weapons. Hearing that, Minton couldn't help but feel proud. Another elder next to him added, "There's even more surprising news." Minton quickly turned with a curious face. He smiled brightly with joy. "The money we received from the Chungyang Merchant Guild, which we offered to the authorities, has been returned." Hearing that the Wudang sect was short on funds, the owners of shops, inns, and taverns in Dongguan County all donated to our sect. The amount reaches 500 taels. As soon as he heard this enormous sum, Jinmu couldn't help but be stunned. Several sect leaders and elders looked at each other and smiled wickedly. "That's not all. Many merchant guilds want to establish relations with Wudang. We will dispatch second-generation disciples to expand these relations. It's all thanks to Jinmu. This is truly a return in glory." At this moment his veins bulged with anger as he cursed inwardly. "Those ungrateful merchants of Dongguan, if you owe me a favor, why are you repaying Wudang? That sect leader who pretends to be a man of virtue is the same. If you received a donation of 500 taels, if you have a conscience, you should give me back 200 taels." Jinmu couldn't stand the sight of his joyous face. Suddenly, Minton hugged him tightly, stroking his head and praising him. "Jinmu, thank you so much." The master was so happy he didn't know what to say, but he didn't care about this warmth. All Jinmu cared about was money. Looking at those joyous faces, he couldn't help but feel contempt inwardly. "You are all robbers and thugs. Let go of that hand. All I need is my money." Jinmu was surrounded and hugged by the elders. Jinmu put in a lot of effort to strengthen his internal power, and Chung Yu also improved much more than before. As for Chung Chung, he reached the realm of sword chi. He was greatly incensed and inwardly shocked. That guy has reached the realm of sword chi. Unbelievable, Minton praised happily from behind. Chung Chung is truly a genius. Compared to you, he's still a long way off, of course, but those kids will surely become the pillars of Wudang in the future. He looked at the two of them with pride. Minton smiled brightly. It's all thanks to you teaching them so well. But at this moment, Jinmu's thoughts were different. You don't understand. I have the memories of my past life as the invincible Hyukurion Mugang, but Chung Chung has nothing. Besides, I didn't even teach him properly. He fell into deep thought about Chung Chang's progress. Because Minton wanted to take those two as his disciples, Jinmu had no choice but to accept. He had only taught them roughly, but Chung Chung had cultivated on his own and improved his skills. Jinmu narrowed his eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat, and became certain inwardly. Isn't that guy's talent greater than mine? If this continues, he'll only get stronger. Before long, he'll become a threat to me. Damn it, I can't let that happen. He shuddered just thinking about it. Jinmu did not tolerate anyone blocking his path, so he decided to block theirs first. Just then he heard a voice calling him. Myungwon approached from a distance with Myungxian, a smile on his lips as he greeted them. Are you well? Seeing them, Jinmu was as terrified as if he'd seen a ghost. Not knowing how they would torment him again, he quickly hid behind Minton. Myungwon stroked his beard and laughed refreshingly. What could be the matter? We've been so busy lately that we haven't been able to come by often. Were you very upset? Jinmu sneered inwardly. Whether you're busy or not, just don't show your faces. Robbers like you aren't welcome, Myungwon continued. Minton, I have something to discuss today. Let's go inside. Minton hesitated slightly, wanting to refuse, but he couldn't, so he replied reluctantly, Yes, martial brother, and then he urged Jinmu as well. Jinmu, you come too. Jinmu's face was full of displeasure. Me, why? But upon hearing that the following words concerned him, he flinched for a moment. In the elders' room, 6 elders sat around a round table. He was expressionless on the outside, but his mind was a storm of over 1,000 questions. Are they planning to take even the money I've saved? Has that pig Chung Yu already blabbed? Damn it, I'm so anxious. Why on earth are they all gathered here? A chill started to run down his spine. One of the 6 elders opened his mouth. After consulting with the elders, Myungwon stood up and announced some shocking news. We have decided to rebuild the Oryang one, which was previously destroyed. Minton was surprised by the news, and Myungwon nodded to confirm. Seeing Myungwon nod, Minton shed tears of happiness without realizing it. To rebuild the Oryang one, I never thought I'd see it again, and then he turned his attention to Jinmu. Aren't you moved too? This is truly a good thing. In contrast, he thought, what? What is Oryangwon that it makes my wicked master so happy he's even crying? Myungwon approached and asked. Jinmu won't understand yet, so let me explain. He recounted that in the old days Wudang had a total of 8 palaces. Zishao Palace was the main palace, Ying'an Palace managed discipline, Ojingding was in charge of external cooperation, Seongdong Palace specialized in making elixirs, Wonhoguan was responsible for daily life, and then there was Oryang Palace. The figures of the generals were also listed, and they served to protect Wudang, also known as the Guardians of Wudang. A long time ago, before I became the sect leader, during the war between the Orthodox and Unorthodox paths, Bukri Dochian was the palace master of Oryang Palace, and Minton was his first-generation disciple. Oryang Palace stood firm through numerous historical vicissitudes, but the next words came at Jinmu like 10,000 arrows. But it was destroyed in a fire started by Hyukurion Mugang. When the cruel and evil leader of the Unorthodox path attacked Wudang, the disciples of Oryang Palace, including Minton, risked their lives to protect Wudang. Hearing this, Jinmu could only shed tears of blood inwardly. That look full of resentment, it's really an eyesore, but he paid no mind and continued his story. Oryang Palace suffered too many sacrifices back then. Returning to the present, the elders who were there were also present. Since that incident, the duty of protecting Wudang is no longer handled by one palace alone, but by all palaces together. So Myungwon concluded. The newly built Oryang Palace, this time while named Oryang Palace, will actually take on the role of Namia Palace, and he proposed to Minton. Minton, would you agree to become the palace master? I believe you will do a good job, Myungwon said. Minton thought for a moment, then looked at Jinmu and said meaningfully, Who knows, there might be someone else more suitable. Jinmu, who was there, had no idea what he was talking about when a voice interjected. That's right, after the meeting, Martial Brother Minton saw the elders off. Just because we're building it now doesn't mean it can be built right away. We also have to wait for the treasury situation. Myungxian said he would try to solve the treasury problem as much as possible, so it could take a few years. Myungwon added, You must recover your health quickly. Many disciples will be entering Oryang Palace in the future. Minton replied, Yes, sect leader. And then he entrusted a heavy responsibility to Jinmu. Jinmu, you have a lot to do in the future. I trust you will surely help Wudang develop further. And the elders turned and left. After seeing them off, Jinmu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't here to take my money. I really thought my life was being shortened. Minton called his disciples. Jinmu, Chung Yu, Chung Wu answered. Yes, the 3 boys looked back at him. He then spoke softly to his disciples as if they were his own children. Follow me. The image of Jinmu's martial brothers appeared. Most of the management duties were handled by the first-generation disciples. There were a total of 7 first-generation disciples, including those who had already passed away. Beads of sweat kept flowing, but it was understandable given the arduous days of training. It will take a few years to rebuild Oryong Palace. What if someone else becomes the great disciple before then? But that was only for a moment. How long had he been training that he was already sighing and getting bored? I have to build Oryong Palace as quickly as possible. I also need to build up merits to show my management qualities as the great disciple. They said it would take a few years, but if the money gets into the hands of those incompetent old men, it will easily take 10 years. And then he was at a loss for words, lost in thought for a while. I have to do something, but even if he guessed 7,749 times, no matter how urgent the situation, he couldn't use the silver he had earned from the previous battle. Whether I become the great disciple or not, I'll go crazy if Wudang takes what I risked my life to get again. He had to rack his brain so hard he was pulling his hair. Is there really no way? As if a spark ignited in his head, he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Right, there was that's still left. I suppose I'll have to stop by Dongguan County. The scene changed and a voice echoed from a corner of a small mansion. What? Minton asked again. I would like to get permission from Zishao Palace to go to Dongguan County. What's the matter? He asked again. At this moment, Jinmu was in such a hurry that he didn't have time to think. Damn it, I forgot. To go to Dongguan County, I need an excuse to tell the sect leader and the elders right. What excuse should I make? Jinmu stuttered as he thought. Before he could come up with a suitable reason, Minton suddenly spoke his mind for him. I get it, you rascal. You want to go for a drink, don't you? Buy another jug for me. Hearing this, Jinmu was dumbfounded. Since when did this old man become so depraved? And then he continued. That's enough. Actually, you don't need permission from Zishao Palace. Quote, so don't worry, he added happily. Although it's not built yet, I'm already the palace master of Oryong Palace and you are the manager, so you only need my permission. I give you permission, go to Dongguan County. Jinmu thanked him as if his life had been saved. Oh, I see, that's really convenient. I understand, master, I'll be back soon. After speaking, he happily grabbed an extra sword and quickly left the place. At this point, the scene changed to night elsewhere and Mumunen looked around. It's time to go begging. Suddenly, as he was walking, he felt his ears itch as if someone was bad-mouthing him. At this moment, someone called him and the two quickly went inside. Jobang and Mumunen walked and talked. This is the gambling house that the evil cult opened in the past. It seems this place was abandoned after those bastards were executed. Then he glanced around mockingly. The wealth they left behind also remains. And he extended his hand towards the place where the gold and silver treasures were. It seems no one has come here yet, because a huge fortune still remains, from the gambler's debt documents to jewelry, house and land deeds and many silver boxes. When Mumunen saw the gold, his face lit up like a lantern, and he praised Jobang. Before the praise was even finished, something more interesting appeared. And I also found the slush fund that the Changyang Merchant Guild had hidden. There was a small silver box and a night luminescent pearl the size of a finger. Mumunen asked again as if he had discovered a huge gold nugget. The night luminescent pearl was known to emit light on its own in the dark. It was usually not easy to find even in the imperial palace. It was especially rare and valuable. With this, Jin Hai can become the sect leader of the Wudang Sect. I can use it for the sect's development expenses. As soon as he finished his thought, he excitedly asked Jobang where it was. Seeing this excited face, Jobang also spoke without hesitation. Hearing the words, Mumunen happily praised him again and again. Well done, very well done. Since there was praise, there must be a reward. And he bestowed a reward upon Jobang. After you take the money to the Marshall family, take this money as your reward. I'll be on my way now. Jobang extended his hand to receive it. As night fell, footsteps were heard and two people came out to greet them amidst the quiet city surroundings. What a wonderful day. I was just having difficulties and then this money appeared. Since the evil cult has fallen, I hope we don't have any problems in the future. The itch from that damn Jinmu rascal has gotten a bit better, Mumunen thought of his family's man. But I have to keep my promise to make Jin Hai the sect leader. I wonder if that guy has some ulterior motive. The moment he opened the door, speak of the devil and he shall appear. He had been sitting and waiting since morning and greeted him with a bright smile. Hey Lord Mumunen, it's been a while, did you sleep well? You look very well. The man froze for 5 seconds. Mumunen was stiff and screamed, damn it, why is this bastard here? Jinmu rested his chin on his hand and said crookedly, you have a sharp business sense, don't you? You've earned quite a lot. That's amazing. I have something I'd like you to help me with, he said, looking at him. Since you are so rich, my lord, I believe that amount is nothing to you, right? Unsure whether to advance or retreat, he chose to yield. What do you want from me? He replied that it was nothing much. Jinmu smiled cunningly like Cao Cao. I've come to ask for a little support in rebuilding Wudang's Oryong Palace. It's not much, just enough to finish the construction. As expected, he flared up at the touch. Oryong Palace, all those expenses, and it's not even on flat ground but on a mountain, and it's a temple. The cost is really, he heard it but took it as calmly as distilled water. I'm not a street robber. Do you think I came all this way just to get a few pennies? Of course I'm asking for the full amount. Mumunin trembled with anger. You son of a bitch, you're worse than a street robber. Is this something a Taoist should do? Jinmu said. Stop whining and use your head. Contributing to the construction is not just for me, but for your son as well. Mumunin seemed to be hit where it hurt. Seeing that, he said, have you forgotten? Oryang Palace is a symbol of Wudang's history and tradition. If Jinhai's family pays the full cost of rebuilding that symbol, he continued to paint the picture, then the Marshall family's name will be engraved on the buildings, stels, and pillars. All future generations will see it, as will many others. The elder's impression of Jinhai will improve. His reputation will surely be several times higher than it is now. Hearing his words, Mumunin's face turned blue, but he fell into deep thought. That guy isn't wrong. Seeing that Mumunin seemed to have taken the bait, Jinmu continued to chatter relentlessly. Look at the big picture, it's an investment for the future. Even if I become the great disciple, it's your son who will become the sect leader of the Wudang Sect. Mumunin tried to avoid that mouth. He cleverly refused. Jinmu heard and gave an affectionate scolding. Surely you don't suspect me, do you? When that didn't work, he presented an agreement as his final ultimatum, as if he held a gold nugget. He rushed over. Wait a moment, and he quickly ground the ink and wrote on the paper. Since that guy has my weakness, I have no choice but to listen to him. Maybe I can make sure he doesn't break his promise to me either. Mumunin sat happily and wrote diligently. With this I won't suffer any losses. While he was writing, he pocketed a few gold ingots. Oh, excuse me, there's something I want to buy, he wrote diligently, unaware. Of course, take it all. Instead you must put your thumbprint here. While he was talking, Jinmu's nimble hands were busy. And it would be even better if you could add my name when you send the construction funds to Wudang. I need a reputation to become the great disciple too. You know what I mean, right? Say something like I contributed to the old Chung Yu Merchant Guild case, or that I helped a member of the Marshall family. Just write a few things down, he took the opportunity to add. But the other man wrote even more diligently, as if he held a gold nugget. All right, just a little more. He was listening and writing. Come find me when the construction is finished. We'll treat you. By the time he finished writing, Jinmu was already saying his goodbyes. When Mumunin turned to speak to Jinmu, my God, he was already gone. There was nothing left to cry over but an empty space. He looked up and shouted. Damn it, the workers were lined up working hard. Some were hammering nails, some were dragging wood, and some were shouldering it, working energetically. The construction began a month after the Marshall family sent the silver. The foundation work for Oryang Palace took quite a long time. Minton wiped his eyes and nose, shedding tears of joy. Jinmu. Minton's tears of joy flowed like a river. You must not forget the grace the Marshall family has shown to Wudang. Jinmu was delighted in a completely opposite way. I understand, master. At this moment someone called him. Jinmu, we have a big problem. Seeing that, he asked why. Minton had not yet emerged from his emotional state. The simple rice and soup here are different from their usual food. What if the hospitality is not good and they don't have the strength to work? Jinmu approached his side to ease his excessive worry. I've already told Chung Yu to prepare meat and wine for them, so please don't worry. Minton replied, Is that so? Well done. After comforting him, he reminded the elder. More importantly, the weather is still cold. Let's go down. If master catches a cold. Before he could finish, he waved his hand and refused. He was still lost in his emotions. I must personally see every pillar of Oryang Palace being erected, every stone being laid, Jinmu screamed in his heart. But if the old man collapses here, I'm the one who'll have to take care of him in the end. He then handed a scroll to Jinmu. Minton, when Oryang Palace returns, I will also take in more disciples. I've organized the martial arts that need to be passed down and recorded them in a list, so go to the scripture pavilion and find those books. Seeing the long scroll, he froze like a block of wood. Is the old man telling me to bring the whole tower? Before he could even have a proper meal, Minton coughed severely. He quickly supported his master. He quickly called his subordinates. At this moment his master called him. I almost forgot, he was worried. Master, he wondered what it was, but it turned out to be a worry about a few books. I missed the 10 profound arts, the severing and joining technique, and a few sword manuals. How careless of me. How could one not be angry hearing that? Jinmu was speechless. There are this many books and it's still not enough, that crazy old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Minton ran off with superhuman speed. I'll go to the meditation room and write it again. Yes, go to the scripture pavilion first. He was truly speechless, but his heart was different. Wasn't he unwell? To be so active, his speed is truly amazing. It's like he's using the cloud-stepping art. He must be really happy. The hand holding the scroll tightened. Whether it's because of this body's thoughts or because I'm truly happy, I can no longer tell the difference. Maybe I've changed too. I'm gradually assimilating into this body. Scripture Pavilion. He rolled up the scroll and looked at it with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, the Scripture Pavilion is managed by Yingun Palace. All that remained now was the silence of the government office. Miangding was surprised to see the pile of books. What, all of this? Thankfully I have a comrade. I wasn't the only one who thought master was being a bit excessive. Outwardly he said, Yes, I understand. I think this much is necessary. That's what he said on the outside, but what about the inside? He's just giving out all the books like this. Is this old man crazy too? And he called Jinhai. Are you there? Jinhai answered, yes, master. As he lifted the curtain, a handsome young man who looked as if he had descended from heaven appeared. Go with Jinmu and deliver this to the scripture pavilion's keeper, he said, handing the item to Jinhai. Jinhai accepted the order and asked him to go with him. Just looking at him filled him with disgust. That abominable guy, he was silently displeased inwardly. That guy is still hostile towards me. Anyway, he's the type who would slaughter his martial brothers to become the great disciple. I'm ready for a fight, but he sighed again. Still, it's better to have that guy on my side. Dizzily high mountains. Wudang's scripture pavilion was on the steep cliffs of Ying'an Palace. The only way to get here was the bridge connecting Ying'an Palace and the scripture pavilion. Because this path was so dangerous, few could easily invade. This place was a natural fortress that needed no defense, which also meant that if anyone died here, no one would know. As he walked, a cold wind blew. I feel it. The ice-cold chill, the murderous gaze, that guy's fierce killing intent is pouring out. What are you staring at? Jinhai sighed. Your entry into the heavenly realm is the joke of the century. The images of the strong first-generation disciples of Ojinging came to mind. Among the first-generation disciples, only 2 can enter the heavenly realm. Martial brother Jingging of Ojinging, and martial brother Li Kongbek who wanders the martial world. I have seen them act personally, so I know how strong they are, Jinhai continued. A guy like you can never be compared to them. The rumor that you defeated martial brother Jinhyo is very suspicious. The way you tricked my father, I can only see you as one thing. He snorted and sneered at Jinhai. He pointed his finger in anger. You bastard, you use sorcery on everyone. Aren't you ashamed of your conscience, and you call yourself a Taoist? Are you done talking? Jinmu was contemptuous, as if a lowly person wasn't worth dealing with. Did you squeeze your brain to come to that conclusion, big brother? Just because you think you have no talent, you think others will be the same? How utterly foolish. At this moment his mad dog blood boiled and he spewed curses in anger. You bastard, how dare you speak to your martial brother like that? Jinmu didn't care at all and was contemptuous. Are you kidding me? Who would see someone who tried to assassinate them as a martial brother? You acted too obviously, he continued. Standing on the cliff he continued to show off his power. Big brother will surely try to kill me here, in a deserted place, and then you'll tell people that Jinmu slipped and fell off the cliff. Right, he said, shedding crocodile tears. That way everything will be convincing, and he turned around and warned him. But the moment you touch me, big brother, it will be you who slips. Think carefully. If you cross the line, it doesn't matter if you're a Wudang man or if I have a secret pact with your father. You will have to die, big brother. A menacing look appeared on Jinmu's face, threatening Jinhai. He has put in no small effort for you, big brother. Don't act rashly before becoming the sect leader. Feeling the demonic atmosphere, Jinhai trembled in fear. What is this cold energy? It feels like my heart is freezing. The fear soon turned into tears. I am afraid, recalling the past scene, it feels like my heart is freezing. That guy disregards the hierarchy within the sect and devours whatever he wants. He's a lowly person who acts like a hypocrite and harms the dignity of a practitioner. A piece of trash that breaks the order of our Wudang. I am afraid just because of the way he talks and looks at me. And Jinhai screamed. Jinhai frowned in anger and repeated in his head. This isn't real. That guy used sorcery. It must be sorcery. He said it openly to Jinmu. I see. He could no longer maintain his composure. Jinhai challenged. You bastard, you use sorcery after all. It won't work on me. A guy like you who defiles Wudang must die here and now. With these words he rushed at Jinmu. Die, Jinmu, as if everything was going according to his plan, thought. So that's your answer. How foolish. Jinhai clenched his fist and thought to himself. I can infuse sword chi into the blade to increase its power, but I don't necessarily have to use a sword. If I use it on my fist, I can obtain fist chi. As soon as he thought it, he put it into action. Jinhai immediately rushed towards Jinmu. Jinmu showed no guard at all and instead a smirk played on his lips. Jinhai swung his fist over his head. Jinmu quickly grabbed his hand when Jinhai kicked. Jinmu twisted his body to avoid it. He threw another punch, but Jinmu remained untouched. Jinhai's leg strength, however, seemed to grow even stronger. He kicked down hard without hesitation. Jinmu stepped back just in time, the plank where he had stood shattering from Jinhai's kick. As Jinmu lowered his body, Jinhai closed in. Jinhai looked at his fist and smiled complacently. What's wrong? Why does someone who has reached the realm of chi circulation only dodge? That's proof that you haven't reached that realm yet. Jinmu heard his words but gave no reply. Jinhai prepared to attack again. This time you won't be able to dodge so easily. Jinhai swung a lightning-fast fist, powerfully unleashing the shadowless long fist. Wherever his attack reached, Jinmu dodged. As Jinhai attacked again, sweeping from below to above, Jinhai thought as he attacked, the shadowless long fist is a technique that boasts incredible speed. You won't even be able to see its afterimage. I'm 80 sure that you, standing on that narrow and old plank, won't be able to dodge all these attacks. Just as he thought, Jinmu immediately missed a step. But Jinmu was nonchalant. Taking advantage of Jinmu's opening, Jinhai immediately rushed in. I'll get close and push the bastard off the cliff. But what his hand touched was a hard stone wall. Jinhai was bewildered that Jinmu had disappeared. Jinmu yawned briefly, bored. Shadowless fist, my foot. It's so slow, it's making me sleepy. What are you going to do to me with that level? Only then did Jinhai raise his head upon hearing the sound. He was stunned to see that Jinmu had already climbed on top. Jinhai's eyes widened even more in disbelief. He admired Jinmu's feet. That guy is standing on one foot on the edge of the cliff, as if he's standing on flat ground. Jinhai was furious. Damn it, it's sorcery again. But Jinmu sneered and retorted, how foolish. Just because you don't know how to do it, you call it sorcery. How pathetic. This is Wudang's dragonfly skimming the waves. After speaking, Jinmu jumped down and attacked Jinhai. He happily threw a punch. Jinhai also prepared to fight. Naturally, his speed was no match for Jinmu's hands. In an instant, Jinmu grabbed him with one hand, and with the other, he sequentially pressed the acupoints on his body. By the time his body became stiff, Jinhai realized, damn it, Jinmu's goal wasn't to attack but to press the acupoints. My meridians are blocked, I can't move. Jinmu's hands and feet reached out again, and he grabbed Jinhai by the head. Held by Jinmu, Jinhai cursed him furiously in his mind. Jinmu held Jinhai's head lightly, dangling him between the cliffs, and he still stubbornly cursed. You son of a bitch, let me go, you gangster. Cursing, he was slapped squarely across the face. Jinmu, now filled with killing intent, glared at Jinhai and said, I gave you a chance and you dare show your claws. I was going to make a useless guy like you the sect leader, and this is how you repay me. Jinmu could no longer hold back his anger. You are no longer of any value. I will eliminate you the same way you wanted to eliminate me. For the first-generation disciple Jinhai to fall to his death today by misstepping, what a laughable end for someone with ambitions of becoming the sect leader. He became strangely suspicious at Jinmu's words. Martial Uncle Minton's disciple was just an innocent child, but Jinhai had changed as if he were a completely different person. When did he get that look in his eyes? Jinhai was so frightened by his threat that he shed tears. It was a gaze that didn't waver even when prepared to kill a person. Jinmu gently said the last two words to him, farewell forever. As his hand slowly let go, Jinhai hastily stopped him. Jinhai cried and begged, please spare my life, I will be loyal to you, so please give me just one more chance. Jinmu pretended not to hear. Shut up and die. Jinhai tried to persuade him. I'll do anything, I'll do everything I can, I won't disappoint you again. He no longer cared about his pride and begged, crying even louder. So please spare my life. Jinmu looked at him as if disgusted and easily raised the corners of his mouth and agreed. As Jinhai's head was pulled back, he was startled. Jinmu mercilessly threw him to the ground. Jinhai, battered and bruised, tried to get up but he couldn't. Jinmu finally spoke, I've unblocked your acupoints, you should be able to move now. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinhai jumped up and thanked him. He was scared out of his wits seeing that he was okay. Jinmu called him. He warned him, this is the last time. If this happens again, you and the Marshall family will have nowhere to run. Do you understand? Jinhai, now completely terrified, nodded. Jinmu said with satisfaction, kicking him once. Good, now lead the way. He could only endure and obey. He trembled and felt sorry for himself. Recalling his glorious past, I entered Wudang at the age of 15. My talent was recognized and I became one of the first-generation disciples at 15. And now at 30, I have a bright future, constantly striving to become one of Wudang's 7 top disciples. And then he looked at himself now, feeling miserable at the hands of someone who had nothing but Wudang's immaturity. From now on I have to obey his commands. Jinmu couldn't stand his sluggishness and shouted, Hey, get your ass up, do you want me to throw you down here? Jinhai could only get up, he lamented inwardly. My life is over. At this time in the scripture pavilion of Wudang Mountain, Ungong sat reading a long pile of materials. The old man sighed, this is too much, it will take a month to copy this much. Then Ungong saw the battered Jinhai in front of him and asked cautiously, Son, what happened? You're not your usual self. As he tried to explain, Jinmu shot him a warning glare. He laughed, interrupted, and explained, Marshall brother carelessly fell off the cliff, but fortunately I saved him in time. The situation was urgent, so I had no choice but to grab him by the hair, but the old man's attitude was somewhat strange. You almost fell. Ungong smiled dangerously and looked at Jinmu. That smile of yours is just like how those cult bastards laugh. Jinmu was startled. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened and a light from Ungong's eyes swept over Jinmu's body. He looked at Ungong and thought with incomprehension, why is that old man doing that? He broke into a sweat. The light felt as if it were piercing through his body, and Ungong returned to his usual self and sat lost in thought. He assessed. The internal energy within you is clearly from the Wudang Sect, so how can it be so strange? What happened while I was away? But Ungong didn't press any further. That's enough. I'll call you when I'm done copying this much. The two listened and left. As they passed the plank they had just crossed, Jinmu was still unable to understand. He recalled Ungong's name. The name Un hadn't been used in Wudang for a long time. The way he was addressed meant that the old man was not of the disciple class who received names from Wudang, but he didn't care much. Whatever the truth, that old man suddenly had many secrets. I just hope that old man doesn't get in my way. The restoration of Oryong Palace began, and the biggest change after I took on the management role was participating in the greetings with the other first-generation disciples. Jinso held a report paper in his hand and said, I just received news from Marshal Brother Jingding in Dongguan County. He reported that the conflict was intensifying due to a dispute over waterway rights among merchants, and that his marshal brother was asking the sect leader for support. Jinhyo offered his opinion. Isn't the waterway issue the most sensitive problem among merchants? Jincho nodded with a troubled expression and continued. The main transportation route for the merchant guilds in Dongguan County is the waterway, which is safe when patrol boats are present, but when they leave it becomes a lawless area teeming with pirates. So the merchant guilds decided to divide the number of transports and the volume of goods. That is the meaning of waterway rights. Because it's a matter of life and death, the merchants always try to seize the rights. Jinmu had no interest at all. This has nothing to do with me, so I hope it passes quickly. Jinhyo found it strange. He analyzed. It's natural for the sects associated with them to solve the problem, but if everyone dies and all the goods are plundered, they should negotiate and solve it together rather than fighting. Wouldn't it get worse if the martial world sects got involved? Jinso hesitated. Usually yes, but it seems the negotiations are not going so smoothly, Jinso explained. The merchant guild associated with us is the Jiang Merchant Guild, and the guild in conflict is the Sangri Merchant Guild. They probably refuse to negotiate. Someone else said incredulously. Did you say Sangri Merchant Guild, one of the three great merchant guilds, brother? Why them? Then Jinso asked Jinhai. What do you think? The affairs of Dongguan County are always related to you, aren't they? Jinmu interjected as if he couldn't listen to this boring story any longer. That's right, martial brother. Tell us what you think. Jinhai was also flustered and replied. At this moment he spoke. The Sangri Merchant Guild, they would never be willing to negotiate. Behind them is a branch of the Zug family. As soon as Jinso heard the name he was horrified. The Zug family? Didn't you say that after our Marshal Jr. resolved the gunpowder incident, Wudang allied with the three great merchant guilds? Jinhai also affirmed. That's true, but basically the money I demanded was nothing compared to the Zug family. So only the smaller merchant guilds had their eyes on Wudang. And during that time the Zug family felt their position was being threatened. That's why they manipulated a large merchant guild to crush smaller ones like the Jiang Merchant Guild. I think they are using this as an example to show the world what happens if you resist the Zug family. On the surface, it's just a conflict between merchant guilds. That way, they can avoid opposition from other sects. If this continues, the Jiang Merchant Guild will eventually collapse, whether due to plunder or a lack of supplies. Jinmu yawned as he listened to the long story. If that happens, the merchant guilds will turn their backs on Wudang and return to the Zug family. Jinso was already sweating with worry by this time. That can't be. What should we do then? The corners of Jinhai's mouth lifted, he continued. Wudang must become the Jiang Merchant Guild's escort, completely wipe out the pirates, and the elders and above must never get involved, and the number of first-generation disciples involved must be minimized. If we succeed, it will signal that Wudang has enough power to wipe out the pirate gang, and Wudang's reputation will spread far and wide. Other merchant guilds will also come to us. There is only one person suitable for this important task. The sword of Wudang and the manager of Oryong Palace, Jinmu. When he said this, he pointed at him, surprising everyone, including Jinmu. He looked at this situation and was bewildered. Jinmu cursed Jinhai inwardly. Enraged, "You son of a bitch, no way!" The scene changed, and at dusk at the Jiang Merchant Guild a man shouted in anger. "Why are you alone?" Jinging said with annoyance. "I wrote in the letter that it was a very important matter." He looked at the people in front of him and scolded them. "What can I do with just you and 7 second-generation disciples?" Jinmu was even angrier than him. "You say it as if I decided it." Jinmu sighed inwardly. "I don't want to get my hands dirty with this kind of crap," he cried in his heart. "To have to go fight pirates with useless second-generation disciples. It's like a mother duck leading her ducklings. It wasn't even my choice." Jinmu cursed Jinhai inwardly. "These sons of bitches." He then recalled his shameless appearance when he was persuading people, and even the name Jinhyo, who eagerly agreed and added fuel to the fire to get the sect leader and elders to drag Jinmu here. Jinmu's anger burned. "When I get back to Wudang, I'll shave those guys' heads." Then he noticed a sobbing sound in his ear. He saw Zhangju sobbing and crying. "I trusted Wudang so many times and now they treat me so coldly." Jinmu looked at him with contempt. "Why is this guy making such a fuss and being so fake?" Jinging hurried to explain. "Guild leader, I've recently heard of Taoist Jinmu's reputation," but Zhangju was still crying and shouting. "I have to know that not only is there a pirate gang but the Zug family is also behind the Sangri Merchant Guild. No one is willing to protect me no matter how generously I recruit." Jincho tried to encourage the guild leader. "Guild leader, please be assured. I will always be by your side." But this scene was an eyesore to Jinmu. "This guy is pretending to be pitiful to use others. He's worse than Jinhai," Jinging said. "I'll send another letter to Wudang. Maybe if the guild leader changes his schedule," Zhangju said hastily. "There's nothing to change in the schedule. The merchant guild will depart as planned." As he was speaking, Jinmu interrupted. "I will be the escort with the 7 second-generation disciples. As the manager of Oryong Palace, I have been entrusted with the important task of being the sword of Wudang. If a problem arises because of Marshal Brothers' useless actions, I will report it to Wudang." Jinging heard his words and said with incomprehension. Jinmu said firmly, "You must be clear in your thoughts. From now on, the person in charge of the escort is me, the manager of Oryong Palace," he declared firmly. "And as the sword of Wudang, I will take on this mission." Jinging was surprised. "Sword of Wudang, what nonsense is this guy spouting?" Jinging suggested to Zhangju. "Guild leader, could you excuse us for a moment?" He agreed and left. Jinging then spoke to Jinmu privately. He introduced himself. I am responsible for Wudang's external diplomacy, and I am here as the manager of Ojinging. Regarding matters related to the merchants of Dongguan County, I can say that I know best among the first-generation disciples. The pirate gang in Dongguan County is a notoriously powerful organization belonging to the Heavenly Serpent Sect. Every member within it is ferocious, and all have undergone martial arts training, having survived life-or-death situations. They are on a different level from the smugglers or street robbers you've taken down. Jingjing glared at Jinmu. You should be asking me for help. How dare you joke around with the sword of Wudang, the pride of Wudang, the sword of Wudang, the one who holds the important task of spreading the majesty of a Taoist for 1,000 years in the martial world. That was the meaning of the one who held that title in the past, due to the sudden attack of the Heavenly Serpent Sect. Wudang cut off contact with the outside world, and it is said that the sword of Wudang was broken then. Jingjing clenched his fists in anger. Restoring the broken sword of Wudang, that task is far more meaningful and important than your honor. Since you said such things in front of outsiders, you must take responsibility for this. Since you are so arrogant, I will not help you. Jingjing and Jinmu faced each other and fought. He warned, if the mission fails, your head Marshal Uncle Minton and the restoration of Oreong Palace will all not be safe. Jinmu was startled to hear his words. He was angry at this moment. Damn it, how dare you drag my master's life into this foolish matter? He sneered and accepted. Fine, just sit back and watch, and he asked back. If I complete this mission, what will you do, brother? Jingjing was surprised by the question. Jinmu said calmly, for despising me, and for threatening my master's life. He dangerously set the condition. Brother, you will have to kneel before me, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Jingjing became even more furious. What did you just say? He clenched his fists and endured. Damn it, I tried to be nice to you, but it seems you still haven't realized, Jingjing shouted. How dare you compare the fate of the Wudang Sect to your honor and one old Taoist? Jingjing turned and rushed at Jinmu. I'll fix your attitude, he observed Jingjing and assessed him inwardly. I heard that Jingjing is a first-generation disciple who has reached the state of Qi emission. He is the one closest to the next sect leader position. As soon as the thought finished, Jingjing unleashed a technique. A Wudang palm technique flew towards Jinmu, and the disciples behind him hurried over, worried for him. They warned Jinmu that it was dangerous, but he still calmly faced Jingjing's attack. Chung said, don't make a fuss. He guaranteed it was a common palm technique from a sissy like that. Jinmu's hands and feet slowly rose. For him, Tai Chi was more than enough. A vortex appeared and struck Jingjing on the crown of his head. The disciples were shocked to see his technique. One of them said in surprise, Jingjing's strike was scattered by Tai Chi. Jinmu was satisfied with the recent strike. He calmly faced Jingjing. His hand swung quickly, grazing Jingjing's shoulder. He tried to dodge each move but was soon kicked hard by Jinmu. The disciples were surprised and worried to see Jinmu get hit, but Chung easily noticed. He knew very well that Jinmu was fine. Jingjing was in pain. His leg was now blocked by Jinmu's elbow. Chung explained to the others. The moment Martial Uncle Jingjing attacked, Martial Uncle Jinmu blocked it with his elbow. He analyzed, that is the strongest bone area in the body. No matter how much you train, your toes can't compare to your elbow. Jingjing and Jinmu separated. Jingjing slid to the floor and got into position. He was completely surprised at this point. Even after thinking it over 10,000 times, he never thought that despite having reached Qi emission, he could so easily scatter his palm force and gain the upper hand in close combat. He looked at Jinmu in disbelief. Are all the swords of Wudang this perversely strong, despite the current situation being unfavorable to him? Jingjing raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. He provoked, I have to see how great you are. I'll fight seriously now. I can't stand it anymore. I want to know his true strength. Jinmu was surprised to see him. What is this familiar feeling? He remembered. Yes, it was then. It's like when I attacked Wudang when I was Hyukrian Mugong. He's like Minton, the one who fought against me to protect Zishao Palace in the past. A true pure martial artist. Jinmu felt a bit more interested at this point. He also calmly provoked, do as you please. The two cautiously stepped forward, facing each other and taking their stances. Jingjing sneered and rushed in, and Jinmu also joyfully charged forward. They started a fight to determine the winner. But when Jingjing opened his eyes, wrapped in bandages all over his body, all he heard was a voice calling him. The disciples cried miserably, you were hit so hard, we thought you were going to die. Looking at the two in front of him, Jingjing thought inwardly disgusted. I don't remember anything from the middle of the fight. Jinmu, how badly did that bastard hit me? One person reported to him. Martial Uncle Jinmu left with the Merchant Guild on the scheduled day. Jingjing was surprised only after hearing that. So I was unconscious for a whole day, but after that, he lay down refreshingly and laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I was this disgraced. The thought of a guy like me being in Wudang, Jingjing smiled with satisfaction. I don't need to worry anymore at this time. The ship was already sailing on the sea, Jin Hai thought with satisfaction. With a guy like that, he can probably handle the pirates on his own, and he'll fix the sword of Wudang again. Clear blue sky. The ship was sailing with the wind on calm waters. Jinmu said, the weather is really nice. His hair blew in the wind. Jinmu continued, the moon is bright and the wind is cool. The waves are calm. It's so peaceful. He smiled slyly and pointed ahead. He shouted, "All right, everyone forward," the disciples behind him shouted in unison. "Yes, martial uncle," Chung Yu sighed. He lamented to the servant beside him. "We don't know when the pirates will appear, so why is he so carefree?" Chung Yu thought of Jinging and thought to himself, "Taoist Jinging, you said you would overcome this difficulty with me, but where are you now?" His image appeared and said, "I will always be by your side. So don't worry." He couldn't help but bite his towel and cry, "I was fooled by your sweet words." He hit the ship's rail and continued, "I shouldn't have rashly joined hands with Wudang and provoked the Zug family's concerns. It was a real mistake, a fatal mistake." Jinmu turned and called Chung. He answered immediately. "Yes, martial uncle," he asked Chung. "How far have we come?" He quickly replied. "We are at the border with Xixia." Jinmu smiled lightly. "Then we've left Dongguan County, so the pirates will be moving soon. The pirate gang is a scourge of the sea that has brought numerous disasters to Dongguan County. Their leader, Zan Baidao Duluodong, is said to have split all his enemies in two from behind. That nickname, Zan Baidao, comes from his cruel deeds." Jinmu showed a hint of excitement. "It's been a long time since I met one of the elite soldiers of the evil cult," but he smiled very proudly and thought to himself, "They must be sacrificed for the purpose of becoming my disciples." The image of Jinmu being praised by Muang appeared before his eyes, and he became even more determined. "If I handle it successfully, if I deal with the notorious evil cult bastards instead of some back-alley thugs, I will gain trust. No, I must gain a lot of trust." Jinmu wore a chilling smile that would frighten anyone who saw it. He thought to himself, "I must wipe out this pirate gang, build up merits, and become the great disciple." Jinmu laughed coldly and shouted, "Come on out, you small fry from the evil cult." He laughed loudly, and his two subordinates were at a loss for words. Chung Wu asked Chung curiously, "Is something good happening to martial uncle?" Hearing that, a slight look of bewilderment crossed his face. Chung Wu turned back to look at Chung and was puzzled. "Everyone is extremely tense, but that person is happily laughing and chatting." Chung placed a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. He replied, "Is martial uncle a normal person? He must have some plan." Chung Wu felt a little relieved by Chang's words. Although he said that, there was still a slight sense of unease deep in his heart. "This is my first real battle after mastering swordsmanship." Thanks to his master's teachings, Chung gripped the sword by his side tightly. Memories from his mind resurfaced amidst the blood-soaked corpses. Chung knelt and swore inwardly, "The pirates and bandits, the ones who massacred my family and village, they are no different from trash." The image of his arduous training days with Manhwa came to mind. "Thanks to the elder's help, I was able to enter Wudang. The reason I trained harder than anyone was to get revenge." His anger grew stronger and stronger. "How long have I waited for this day? So that my unjustly killed family and villagers can rest in peace, I will completely destroy you." At this moment, Chang's body was surrounded by killing intent, like a flame symbolizing his grudge. Chung Wu, who was next to him, saw it and was afraid, trying to calm him down. Jinmu heard his voice and approached. Jinmu saw Chung and was surprised, quickly asking, "Why does he look so strange?" Chung Wu said hastily, "Martial uncle, martial brother, Chung is emitting too much killing intent." Jinmu looked at him and thought to himself, "Oh right, Chang's family, there's no reason to stop him. He will go all out in battle." After some time, the ship entered a foggy canyon. Jinmu shouted, "Strengthen the guard." "Look around." Everyone on the ship was startled and hurriedly asked him, "Is the enemy here?" Jinmu denied it and calmly explained, "Because this is the perfect place for them to ambush." He thought to himself, "This is the starting point of Xixia. Both paths are blocked by two cliffs, perfect for a ship to hide. Those pirates will definitely choose this entrance. They will launch a surprise attack the moment I let my guard down." Just then, a burly man with a bushy beard stood there. Jinmu smiled lightly and thought to himself, "Here they are." Just then, 3 ships, large and small, appeared with a thud, blocking their ship's front. Duluodong shouted, "How dare you pass through this area without my permission?" The scourge of the sea, Duluodong, a man with a sword, a man with a spear, and a man with an axe, stood behind him, smiling wickedly. Duluodong bared his teeth and laughed loudly, continuing, "You have guts, be prepared." They ignored him and laughed loudly. Jinmu enjoyed listening to their voices. "It's been a long time since I heard the voice of an evil cult member. Oh, that rough voice." Jiangju just covered his face and screamed. Suddenly a rope with a hook flew over. When it caught on the ship's rail, he jumped. Now their ship was surrounded. On both sides were ships carrying Duluodong's men. Seeing his men trying to cross over to their ship with that rope, Jiangju panicked. "It's over, those bastards are coming over. You Taoist bastards, don't just stand there, do something." "I knew it. I shouldn't have joined hands with Wudang. I have to protect my merchant guild." He ran onto the deck. A moment later, Jiangju ran out with a box. He quickly knelt and shouted, "Jiangju, the head of the Jiang Merchant Guild of Dongguan County, pays his respects to the great hero of the river." He opened the box. He continued obsequiously, "I had an urgent matter, so I couldn't get permission in advance, so I prepared a small gift, please accept it." Duluodong laughed exaggeratedly. "You are a discerning merchant, wait there, I'm coming," Jinmu said with contempt. "Discerning, all he does is useless things." Hearing that, Duluodong's whole body stiffened. Jinmu smiled confidently, and Jiangju screamed and resented him inwardly. "This crazy Taoist bastard," he approached and said in a small voice, "Wait a minute, Taoist Jinmu. Let's talk, pay the toll and get out of here quickly." Jinmu pointed at his face and shouted, "Hey over there, my stepping stone, listen up." At those words, Duluodong and his men were a little bewildered. "Stepping stone, what is that rotten Taoist talking about?" he said proudly and confidently. "Under the honor of the sword of Wudang, I will never forgive you." Zhangju's whole body went limp, he thought to himself. It's really over, the two men behind him laughed loudly. Du Luodong pointed at Jinmu and asked, what is that guy trying to do? He seems to be delusional, he continued. Whether they pay the toll or not, we'll break their spines, he quickly gave an order. Chang guard the left flank. Chung Yu guard the right flank. I'll take the front, Jinmu shouted. Kick them away. Chang, along with two of his brothers, jumped onto the boat to the right of the enemies. At this moment Chung Yu was fighting fiercely on another boat. Filled with the terrible screams of Du Luodong's subordinates, he became slightly worried. What kind of Taoist would attack like that without any warning? The man named Muk beside him replied, what are you worried about? It's just a few Taoists. We have dozens of people here. Before the words were finished, a loud shout suddenly rang out, attracting their attention. At this time, Chung was on another boat, crazily slashing at the pirates, and he thought worriedly, what amazing swordsmanship! I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Why would a Taoist be so cruel with his hands? Another battle cry echoed. Du Luodong turned his head to the other boat in panic. Chung Wu's hand was covered in blue energy. As he threw a series of punches at the pirate, his opponent had no time to react, and Du Luodong couldn't help but feel afraid. He turned back and scolded, what are you guys doing? Steer the boat. We need to get away from our boat. But unfortunately he had no idea what was above his head. Only after seeing Jinmu's shadow did Du Luodong feel something was wrong and turn around. But it was too late. He lightly stepped forward and said, where are you going? Seeing Jinmu on his deck, his face became extremely tense. He cracked his knuckles and said firmly, I'll take this side. Du Luodong thought in panic, what the hell is going on? He looked at the distance between his boat and Zhangju's. I maintained a safe distance from the Jiang Merchant Guild. That shouldn't be a distance he can jump. Could he possibly? Du Luodong thought of a possibility. Did he step on the water's surface with Qinggung and fly over? He gritted his teeth. Impossible. Even I, who have reached Qi mission, haven't mastered that state. The kid is at most 20 years old, there's no way. Du Luodong, as if to hide his fear, pointed at Jinmu and shouted, you fake Taoist, if you want to get on my boat, ask my sword first. He sneered and drew his sword, replying, stop talking, I'm tired of hearing it. Is your mouth all you have? Jinmu's words were like adding fuel to the fire, and he became even angrier. He said, you son of a bitch, your mouth isn't a Taoist, so I will definitely tear it apart. He ordered his dozens of subordinates. What are you standing there for? Kill that guy. He looked at them and thought to himself, now I don't need to worry about the left and right flanks. Chung Yu has gained courage and mastered the 7 stars fist, so it's enough to deal with those small fries. I just need to focus on the main target. At this time Jinmu lifted his foot and stomped hard on the deck, and the deck shattered. Hyangryum was puzzled as to what he was doing. Suddenly, Hyangryum's body lost its balance and fell backward, and he was startled. They never imagined that the boat would lose its balance and tilt to one side with a single kick from him, and they screamed. Jinmu immediately seized the momentum and quickly jumped towards Du Luodong. He saw Jinmu and thought, he flipped the boat to make us lose our balance, then used the rebound to fly up. Du Luodong asked in fear, who the hell is that guy? Jinmu swung his sword and thought to himself, now I don't need to worry about the small fry, he shouted. Du Luodong, Jinmu continued as he slashed at him. Dong! He couldn't dodge Jinmu's sword strike in time. A sword that appeared from somewhere suddenly blocked his attack, and Jinmu was quite surprised. Hyangryum said angrily, a brat who doesn't know his place dares to aim for our big brother. We are the 5 masters of the Qianje gang. As long as we're alive, don't think about touching our big brother. Jinmu landed on the ground and burst out laughing when he heard that name. 5 Qianje, are you serious? He shouted angrily to shut up. Hyangryum continued, you foolish brat, your effort is commendable, but it was a mistake to board our boat alone. I will kill you and sink the Jiang Merchant Guild's boat. Jinmu scratched his head as if he was fed up. I was just trying to finish it quickly by dealing with Du Luodong first, but this is really annoying. Why are you needlessly throwing your lives away? So what? You're going to kill me? A blue light gradually emanated from his sword. Easier said than done. Jinmu had a very confident expression. It will be over soon. If I struggle more than those disciples, how can I hold my head high? Hyangryum saw that sword and realized it was sword ki. He quickly thought, that guy is their martial uncle. He's just a young Taoist, but how? The moment Hyangryum thought that, he was kicked by Jinmu and instantly lost consciousness. The enemies yelled. Then filled with anger they rushed at him and attacked. Jinmu quickly jumped up at a speed invisible to the naked eye, then descended between the blades. The axe missed him, and one of them was kicked squarely by Jinmu. That guy spat blood. It wasn't over yet. He prepared to punch him one more time. That one punch, which they never expected, hit 2 enemies at the same time, and he and the guy next to him were knocked out on the spot. Jinmu stood in his original position again and then disappeared in an instant. The remaining 2 enemies were bewildered and shouted, he's gone. Suddenly those 2 were thrown forward by his force. From a distance Du Luodong watched Jinmu's movements in astonishment. That guy didn't even use sword ki. He only used his fists and feet against those rats. Where did a guy like that come from? He shouted. You rotten little brat, you must be tired of living. Fine, this old man will grant your wish. A strange red energy gradually emanated from Du Luodong's sword. Seeing that, Jinmu provoked him. You should have done that from the start. I didn't know you were this pathetic. Since when did a heretic fight fair and square? You should use your subordinates as bait for a surprise attack, or use poison or hidden weapons, or just rush in and fight," he sneered again. "You're not even an official member, so why are you pretending to be one? You're just a fly, not even worth using by the evil cult." At the same time, Jingjing looked at the river and asked worriedly, "Is there still no news from them?" The Wudang disciple next to him replied, "No, martial uncle," he sighed. "It's been 3 days since they left." That disciple also became worried. "Could martial uncle Jinmu have been attacked by pirates?" Jingjing regretted. "I was wrong. I should have formed a pursuit party and chased after them as soon as I woke up. I only thought about raising Wudang's reputation. If Jinmu and the others overcome this difficulty and complete the mission." Why was I blinded by profit, pushing a young and inexperienced martial junior to his death, his hands clenched tightly. "I'm trash. Jinmu, please come back safely." At that time on that boat he was sitting and yawning after beating up the pirates to his heart's content. But Jingjing, who was too worried about Jinmu's life and death, opened his mouth. "I can't wait any longer. Send a carrier pigeon to the main sect." The Wudang disciple immediately followed the order. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind. "Who is this?" The great young master of the Zug branch family, Zhu Guk and Duikji of the Sangri Merchant Guild were approaching. "Isn't this Taoist Jin Gung of the Jade Cloud Dragon?" he sneered and continued. "I heard you came down from Wudang Mountain, but I was too busy to come and meet you. My apologies." Jingjing looked at him with slightly worried eyes. Zhu Guk looked around. "It seems the Jiang Merchant Guild has not returned yet." "Oh my, everyone must be very worried." He sneered at Jingjing. Jingjing said politely, "Thank you for young Master Guk's concern." Zhu Guk lightly tapped Duikji with his fan and said in a sarcastic tone, "I heard there was a small conflict over the waterway rights. Head manager Du, you should have yielded a bit." He scratched his head and replied, "It's my fault. There was an urgent request, so I didn't know it was the Jiang Merchant Guilds. How could I have known they would set sail despite the danger?" At those words, Jingjing was very displeased. "A fake urgent request. After Jinmu and his party boarded the boat, I stayed at the port for a few days. Not a single boat from the Sangri Merchant Guild left the port." Zhu Guk didn't stop. "Oh right, I heard there's a pirate leader named Du Luodong and he's quite cruel," Duikji continued. "He's also infamous for splitting people in two. Everyone calls him Zan Baidao." Zhu Guk said in a carefree voice, "Oh my, how could they have set sail without any patrol boats?" He clicked his tongue. Hearing those sarcastic words, he thought, "This tone clearly has no sympathy at all. That guy came here to shame Wudang in front of people." Jingjing clenched his fists. "This despicable bastard. Everyone knows that the Zug branch family is behind the Sangri Merchant Guild and caused problems for the Jiang Merchant Guild. The other two merchant guilds allied with Wudang are now also anxious, thinking that they might suffer the same fate as the Jiang Merchant Guild at any time." He gritted his teeth in anger. "While I was worrying about my martial junior day and night, that bastard is here shedding crocodile tears." Zhu Guk said with a very fake smile, "If you need help, I will do my best to assist you. Please let me know anytime." "Aren't we all from the righteous sects?" Jingjing replied unpleasantly. "Thank you again for the young master's concern, but Wudang's power is not to be underestimated. So we won't need the young master's help this time." Zhu Guk replied with false kindness. "That's a pity. Let me know if you change your mind. The power our family boasts is always ready to help." Outwardly, Zhu Guk said that, but inwardly he was contemptuous. Stubborn Taoists who don't know the times. He was about to say goodbye, but a Wudang disciple ran over and interrupted him. "Martial Uncle Jingjing, they've arrived." Everyone looked at the Wudang disciple in surprise. He shouted, "News has come from the Jiang Merchant Guild. The fleet that Jinmu was escorting has arrived safely in Zhengzhou." He was overjoyed. "Is the good news true?" Unlike Jingjing, Zhu Guk showed a blatantly displeased expression. Jingjing thought of his martial junior. "Jinmu, you're alive. You're alive. You successfully protected that small merchant guild." That disciple ran over with a scroll. "That's not all. Look at this, martial uncle." Jingjing was curious. He unrolled the scroll and shouted, "The Wudang Sect has successfully subjugated the Qianjie pirate gang." Jingjing couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say?" The disciple continued, "We received a huge bounty from the Zhengzhou government office." Zhu Guk shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The startled disciple replied, "But it's clearly written here. Du Luodong, the leader of the Qianjie pirate gang, was captured alive with 3 pirates." Jingjing was astounded. Jinmu, that kid. He was proud of Jinmu. "I only wish for their safety. How could a child not yet 20 years old bring such a glorious victory to Wudang?" At first, when Jinmu called himself the Sword of Wudang, I thought he was joking, but he really fulfilled the role of the Sword of Wudang so miraculously. Zhu Guk opened his mouth. "They defeated the Qianjie pirate gang with such a small number of people. Ridiculous." "Now the tide has turned in Jinggung's favor," he said. "Young Master Zhu, you don't look well," Jingjing said arrogantly. "Aren't you happy, young master? Wudang's proud disciple Jinmu has pacified the Qianjie pirate gang." When the surprised man denied it, Jingjing continued, "I understand. I didn't come here to talk about that. Martial Junior Jinmu is still young and has a strong sense of justice. He couldn't stand by and do nothing when he learned of the pirate's scheme to harass merchants." Everyone started talking about what Jingjing had just said. Zhu Guk's displeasure was obvious, but he still had to endure it. He continued, "And that kid, how could he defeat the Qianjie pirate gang with only 7 second-generation disciples? It was too reckless." The people nearby who heard this were astonished. A group behind Zhu Guk was curious. One person asked, "They defeated the Qianjie pirate gang with only 8 people?" Another person replied, "I heard they are Taoists from Wudang." At these words he became so angry he felt his blood boil. Jingjing continued triumphantly, "I heard that the Zug family tried to deal with these pirates several times but failed each time. If the young master had told us earlier we would have lent a hand. It's truly a pity. And to think I sent a few weak martial artists who couldn't even do what my martial junior did." He sneered and teased him. "It seems the Zug family has little interest in the worries of the Dongguan County merchants, isn't that right?" Suddenly Jingjing turned his body and shouted, "That's enough. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Zhu Guk glared at his back in anger, but those sharp words were not enough. Jingjing laughed triumphantly and said, "Those kids, I knew they would complete the mission easily. I should have sent the letter earlier. I'll have to scold them a bit when they return." He trembled with anger and clenched his fists. Zhu Guk called out, "Il-sung." He bowed his head and said, "Yes, young master." His eyes were filled with hatred and he commanded, "Immediately send a letter to Zhengzhou and confirm the truth of this story." At dusk, in the Zug branch family, Zhu Guk's room was a mess. Books were scattered everywhere, and the inkstone was broken. He thought to himself, "Jingjing, you damn bastard." His body trembled with anger. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "He humiliated me in front of everyone. My plan was perfect. By manipulating the Sangri Merchant Guild to take away the waterway rights from the Jiang Merchant Guild, the Jiang Merchant Guild would be in a situation where they couldn't sell the goods they bought. To avoid losses, they would ask Wudang for protection, and when the Wudang Sect took responsibility for protection, 2 outcomes would emerge. Either be ridiculed by the world for having to send an elder to deal with mere pirates, or Wudang would fail in its protection and have to ask the Zug family for help, and Wudang's reputation would hit rock bottom. Zhu Guk walked to his desk and thought, but not only did they complete the trade route, they even subdued the notorious pirate gang. His hand clenched so tightly it seemed it would crush the handkerchief. And they only used 1 first-generation disciple and 7 second-generation disciples. Suddenly a voice from behind Zhu Guk caught his attention. "Brother, the one who always held his head high, the day has come for you to bow your head." Zug Jun sneered, "You're being compared to a Taoist of a similar age to you, brother. I heard you were ridiculed on the street, and father won't just let this go. Why do you always step forward?" Zhu Guk threw a box that landed right next to Zug Jun's head and he was startled. He threatened angrily, "If you don't disappear from my sight right now, next time it will hit your face." Zug Jun thought to himself, "It seems the situation is worse than I thought," he replied with some concern. "I understand, I'll leave right away." Zug Jun sneered and hummed as he walked away. "I've finally let off some steam." In the meantime, Il-sung came in and wondered why he was so happy. He stood in front of Zhu Guk's room and said, "Young master, it's Il-sung." He was given permission to enter. He reported, "According to the investigation, all the words about Wudang are true. After repelling the pirates' attack, they subdued them all and captured the entire pirate gang." Zhu Guk was skeptical. "Is that true? A young brat from the Wudang Sect?" Il-sung replied. But Du Luodong said something very strange. He said that the first-generation disciple Jinmu is probably a master who has reached the state of Qi emission. He sat down, incredulous. Qi emission? It must be the nonsense of a dying pirate. Those guys always exaggerate everything. Hearing that, the man remained silent, and Zhu Guk asked, "Don't tell me you believe that guy." Il-sung replied, "I heard he called himself the Sword of Wudang in front of the pirates. It might have been forgotten, but do you remember what the Sword of Wudang means?" "There's no harm in investigating further." Zhu Guk listened attentively and opened his mouth. "Jinmu, good. It seems all the problems originated from him. My perfect plan failed because I still don't know anything about him." He focused his thoughts. "A 20-year-old master who has reached Qi emission. It's unprecedented. This will cause a huge stir throughout the Central Plains." Zhu Guk tapped his fingers and said, "It's better to eliminate him from the start." He crossed his legs threateningly. "I'll have to go see the leader of the Huqian Corps." Hearing those words, Il-sung was startled and tried to stop him. "That's too excessive. Isn't the Huqian Corps the direct assassination unit of the main family? If we mobilize the Huqian Corps, the main family will find out." Zhu Guk replied calmly, "It's necessary to ensure there are no failures. As you said, if that Jinmu guy is really the Sword of Wudang, this is by no means an excessive measure. I'm just asking for confirmation." "Just a confirmation." Il-sung immediately complied. "I will call the leader of the Huqian Corps." The next night at the Jiang Merchant Guild, Zhangju's merchants and the Wudang disciples were holding a grand banquet. Suddenly, Chung Chang's voice echoed. "Isn't it amazing?" he continued proudly. "I took down 5 enemies at once. I thought my heart would stop." The other disciples looked at Chung Chang with admiration and exclaimed, "My goodness, 5 people." He reenacted a flying motion and said, "We flew like this." When Chung Yu also reenacted an attack motion, everyone exclaimed in admiration again. Chung Chang praised Jinmu. "Martial uncle has truly brought light to our Wudang. He has wiped out the evil water bandits and their gang." Hearing these words, Jinmu became conceited and thought to himself, "Yes, very good, really good. Do more, praise me more." He remembered Jingjing. Jinmu glared at him as he talked cheerfully with Zhangju. "I've returned safely, but has he forgotten to bow and apologize to me?" this promise breaker. Besides, I'm the one who accomplished the feat, so why is he receiving thanks over there? Suddenly, Jingjing felt a chill down his spine and turned around to feel Jinmu's killing intent. He was threatening him. In the meantime, Jingjing was laughing inwardly. Cute fellow. He must be pouting because this martial uncle isn't praising him. Jingjing imagined a rosy scene. I really want to give him a big hug and praise him a lot, but if everyone praises him he might become arrogant. He nodded in agreement. This martial uncle's responsibility is to prevent his martial junior from going down the wrong path. Jingjing looked at Jinmu with a bright smile. Don't be too sad, my proud martial junior. Seeing his smile, Jinmu got goosebumps and thought worriedly. What? Why is that guy suddenly looking at me with those eyes? Jinmu sulked and took a bite of a dumpling. Anyway, those Taoists are used to taking credit for others' work. A few hours later, after the banquet ended, Jinmu walked along a bridge. Looking at the other side of the bridge, he thought to himself, I expected the banquet with those Taoists to be boring, but it's really unbearably boring. He took a sip of alcohol. Under the quiet moonlight, Jinmu admired it and exclaimed, what a beautiful scenery. He looked down at his palm. Jinmu recalled the nameless old man's palm technique. He said he would use it when deciding the Wudang Sect leader. He clenched his fist and smiled, hoping for a chance to use it on a Wudang disciple later. At the moment of death, Jinmu survived thanks to the spiritual energy of ginseng. After waking up in Wudang and becoming a disciple without hesitation, a long time had passed. Jinmu didn't know how the Grim Reaper had revived him, but it no longer mattered. Jinmu continued walking and thought, except for my martial arts being a bit weak, my life isn't so bad. At first, I quite disliked the complicated thoughts. He yawned and said, but now I just have to focus on becoming the great disciple. I have to care about work, care about reputation, and take care of the disciples. Jinmu stopped and thought again. Why are there so many things to do? I'm suddenly going crazy, he said to himself. No, let's just take it one step at a time. I'm only 20 years old. First, I become the great disciple, find and learn the Makryang Han Wanggong. Then, when Wudang is in my hands, an idea came to Jinmu. Wait, isn't taking over just one righteous sect too small a goal? Me, who has been resurrected from my past as a peerless master. In this state, it would be a waste to just take over Wudang and end it there. Jinmu continued to think. The righteous sects are a given, but if all the evil sects also fall into my hands, he imagined a mountain of gold coins. If that happens, Jinmu will be able to get back the money he couldn't spend before he died in his past life. New concubines. The evil sects are where the strongest gather anyway. After building up enough power, both the righteous and evil sects will be in my grasp. He laughed out loud. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Righteous sects, evil sects, both in my hands. Just then, Jinmu snapped his head and quickly threw his wine bottle. The wine bottle immediately shattered next to a beggar over there. He said to the beggar, how long are you going to follow me? Jinmu quickly approached. Do you have something to say to me? The startled Ju Hyuk hesitated and replied. Yes, he asked curiously. Who are you? Do you know me? He replied. No, this is our first time meeting, Jinmu asked again. Then why are you following me? He stammered. Stammering, he replied. Following you? I don't know what you're talking about. He glared at him threateningly. Before I cut your throat, stop acting. A moment ago you were a passerby, then a drunkard, and now a beggar. Ever since I left the Jiang Merchant Guild, you've been constantly disguising yourself and following me, haven't you? Who sent you? Why are you spying on me? Ju Hyuk lowered his hat and praised. You have sharp eyes. He revealed his true form. Jinmu said, you bastard, you're pretty good too. Look at how many layers of skin you've put on. Ju Hyuk thought to himself. Damn it, everything's a mess. I was just supposed to confirm his level and go back. He was nervous. Not only did he recognize the best disguise technique of the Amchian Corps, Ju Hyuk looked around. What the hell is this energy spreading everywhere? He's not going to let me go. He opened his mouth. You have indeed reached the state of a master of Dongi. He replied confidently. Indeed, you mean you were trying to test my level? Isn't that interesting? Now I need to know who sent you. Jinmu gestured provocatively. I was just going to kill you, but I must ask. He smiled frighteningly. No, whether I ask or not you won't talk, so let's just begin. In the darkness a huge energy suddenly appeared, illuminating the dark place. Not far away, Yang Sopeng was startled. He looked back and asked, what was that sound? The person next to him replied, let's go and check. Yang Sopeng continued to stare and thought, it's quite far away, but I can feel it very clearly. He ordered his disciples. Good, you guys continue with the investigation. From now on, not a single mistake will be tolerated. They immediately followed the order. Yang Sopeng said with interest, hey, you and I, let's go together to where the sound came from. The man beside him followed his words. The sounds of a fierce fight continued to echo. Yang Sopeng squeezed through the crowd to get a look. He was surprised and thought, no, that guy is a disciple of Wudang. At this moment, Jinmu seemed to be very interested in the fight and asked, you seem to know Qinggung. You dodge well. He threw another attack and shouted, then try dodging this one too. Jinmu threw a series of punches at Ju Hyuk, but Ju Hyuk quickly dodged, avoiding the road to the underworld. The man next to Yang Sopeng asked, judging by his Taoist robes and martial arts, he's clearly a disciple of Wudang. So why are the common people avoiding him? He replied. That's right, but that Taoist martial arts are not ordinary. Yang Sopeng continued, I can read the flow of his fists and kicks, but his movements contain the Zon Gong of Wudang. He's using it to cut and separate every move. The Wudang techniques have become very practical and efficient. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was desperately fleeing from Jinmu's continuous attacks. Young Sopeng smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. What an interesting fellow, the man beside him said with wonder. For that guy to be able to dodge all his attacks, he must be an outstanding individual. Young Sopeng replied. No, that guy might think he's dodging, but in reality, that Taoist is just playing with him. Even though he could overwhelm him right now, Jinmu showed no signs of fatigue and was relaxed, while Ju Hyuk was exhausted and panting. Jinmu rolled his wrists and said, You won't tell me who's behind you until the end. Fine, but what now? It's starting to get boring. Ju Hyuk looked at Jinmu nervously. Jinmu grabbed Ju Hyuk by the collar and he was startled. You should have spoken when I gave you the chance. Jinmu's eyes flashed and he sneered. I'll give you a clean end. Jinmu opened his palm and prepared to attack. Young Sopeng and his subordinate were startled when they saw that. Young Sopeng's eyes widened and he thought, he's going to strike with a palm from that stance without any preliminary motion. As Young Sopeng disappeared in an instant, the man beside him became worried. He flew from a distance and approached Jinmu. Young Sopeng moved like the wind and grabbed Jinmu's arm. They faced each other for a moment. Young Sopeng squeezed Jinmu's hand tighter and opened his mouth. On the outside he was clearly a Taoist from Wudang. He growled sternly. How do you know that martial art? Jinmu replied with a puzzled look. Who are you? Suddenly Jinmu was startled. Wait. Jinmu examined Young Sopeng closely. A stooped back, the unique smell of a beggar gang, and a ghostly swirling movement. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. There's no doubt, the one called the absolute master in Jianghu, the one whose whereabouts are most mysterious, the beggar's clan's dog-beating staff. Young Sopeng. Old memories flooded back. He was a pain in the ass for revealing the secrets of the demonic sect heaven several times in the past. Jinmu watched him nervously. A despicable bastard who only delves into others' private lives. He used to just run away, so why did he suddenly appear here? Young Sopeng's eyes widened as he asked again, Did you not hear me? How does a Taoist from Wudang know that martial art? Jinmu shook his hand off and replied unpleasantly. What martial art? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are. I'll be on my way, he thought to himself. A troublesome connection. It's best to avoid him. Suddenly a sword was pointed at his neck and a voice was heard. Stop. Jinmu looked in that direction and sneered. Look at this, he dragged Ju Hyuk out. How dirty, you guys are with this one, aren't you? Young Sopeng's subordinate was flustered and thought to himself, what is this gangster-like Taoist? Jinmu shouted, if you're with this guy, either hurry up and attack or get lost. I have business with him. Seeing the surrounding people murmuring, Young Sopeng thought to himself, damn it, more and more people are gathering. The mission is to follow them secretly, so I can't reveal my identity here. He hesitated. But that guy's palm technique is definitely related to that person. I can't let him go. Young Sopeng was surprised to realize that everyone was following them. Young Sopeng sneered. Seriously, that Taoist is lucky, he said to the man beside him. Let's stop here. The man immediately followed the order. Young Sopeng thought to himself, for now I should follow the more certain one, he said. What is your name? Jinmu asked suspiciously. Why should I tell you? Do I know you? He grumbled. This Taoist is all talk. Jinmu frowned and replied, what did you say? Young Sopeng thought to himself. It's not hard to find out if I put my mind to it. He raised the corners of his mouth and said, we'll meet again later. After saying that, he quickly disappeared, receiving the surprised gazes of the people nearby. They murmured, what, he's gone? Watching Young Sopeng leave, Jinmu said, this has become really troublesome. Jinmu shouted inwardly, damn Young Sopeng, I never wanted to get involved with him again. Now the problem is that those beggars will be digging into my past. He thought of Ju Hyuk in his hand. I have no choice. Let's deal with this one first. Jinmu smiled wickedly and raised his fist. Shall we return to our previous conversation? Let's have a very detailed chat now. Facing the painful future that awaited him, Ju Hyuk let out a pitiful groan. A moment later, Zhu Guk heard the shocking news and was horrified. What? One of the Hyukchian Corps members was captured? Yoigang replied, yes, he was captured while monitoring him. He shouted, you damn bastard, is it that difficult to find out the level of a mere disciple? Zhu Guk was nervous, his hands trembled. He thought, the main family warned us because of the rumor that the Zug branch family tried to obstruct the Wudang Sect subjugation of Qianje. Father was severely reprimanded by the main family. The people from the Zug main family are running around trying to prevent the rumor from spreading further. He bit his nails in anger. Damn it, in this situation, if it becomes known that I spied on that Wudang Taoist, it won't end with a simple reprimand. No, absolutely not. I have to rescue him before he's discovered to be a member of the Zug family. Yoigang opened his mouth. What about the family head's permission? Zhu Guk shouted. You idiot, can't you grasp the situation? How can I get permission in this situation? He ordered sternly. The Hyukchian Corps will infiltrate the Jiang Merchant Guild at midnight tonight. You must rescue the Corps member no matter what. Yoigang immediately followed the order. At the Jiang Merchant Guild, Changchang was strolling through the courtyard when he saw Jinmu approaching. He asked, Martial uncle, why are you going to bed so late? Jinmu replied. Oh, Changchang, you're not asleep yet. Good. Jinmu put down Ju Hyuk, whose face was covered in bruises. Changchang was puzzled to see that. Who is this person? Jinmu tapped his shoulder and asked. Something came up? Where are the other kids? He replied. They're all asleep, Jinmu exclaimed. Excellent, Changchang, I have a favor to ask of you. In the curtain of night, along with the rustling sound of the wind, light footsteps were heard. Men dressed in black ran in a line along the walls of the Jiang Merchant Guild. Leading them was Wudang. He said quietly, "Everyone should be sound asleep by now. Our goal is one thing, to rescue our man Ju Hyuk." The men behind him nodded. Suddenly Wudang sensed something strange and raised his hand to signal, "Wait, stop." The rustling sound of the wind made them even more nervous. Wudang said, "There's someone else hiding besides us. It's a very powerful force. Definitely a master." Someone asked, "Is it one person or two?" He replied, "No, there are at least 10 of them," another man said. "Are they the Wudang Taoists? They knew we were coming." Wudang swallowed and replied, "No, if they were hiding we wouldn't have heard anything." The man behind him said, "Leader, we don't know who they are, but we're out of time. We need to get inside quickly to save Ju Hyuk." Wudang thought he had a point. "Hurry up, there's no time." He and his companions drew their daggers. Wudang quickly threw them. The daggers flew like arrows cutting through the air, but they were blocked by some attack. Looking down, they saw men covered with reed hats, just like them. The one who had launched that slash was the Beggars Clan branch leader, Chung Yu. He asked nervously, "What? There are other people monitoring this Jinmu fellow besides us?" The man beside him explained. "Branch leader, these are the ones we made contact with earlier. Their leader has ordered all beggars across the Central Plains to investigate the first-generation disciple of Wudang Jinmu. That's why hundreds of beggars from the nearby area are looking for information on him." Chung Yu began to calculate. "We're the only group monitoring from outside the Jiang Merchant Guild. It's hard to identify those guys in black clothes and masks. Could they be the Wudang Taoists who came to protect Jinmu?" The daggers flew towards him again. Chung Yu blocked the daggers and thought, "These damn bastards." Seeing them use hidden weapons, he was sure they were not Wudang disciples. "I can't let those who interfere with our mission go." Saying so, Chung Yu and his companions jumped out. "You're the ones who started it." The sound of blades clashing continued until dawn, and the noise reached the room where Jinmu was sleeping. He thought to himself, "I'm dying to sleep." Jinmu frowned at the endless noise. He tossed and turned. Jinmu sat up in anger. "Damn it all." He pushed open the door and went out. "Who the hell is practicing swordsmanship at this hour?" Jinmu grumbled in anger. "I'm dead tired from sleeping late last night. You guys are dead in my hands today." He looked around the garden, but no one was there, and the same was true when he looked outside. Jinmu realized and asked himself, "Is it beyond the wall?" At this time, Chung Yu rushed in. The fight between his group and Wudang's group was still fierce. When one side attacked, the other blocked, and that side counterattacked. Both sides looked tired. Chung Yu's group thought to themselves, "It's a stalemate. Their abilities are on par with ours." Wudang's group also assessed their opponents. "They are masters who have undergone very strict training." He glanced to the left. Wudang noticed Jinmu sitting on top of the wall and shouted, "No, you bastard!" At those words, Chung Yu also followed his gaze. Jinmu waved his hand and said, "Don't mind me, just keep fighting. It's very entertaining to watch a fight between masters." They all looked up and shouted, "Jinmu?" Jinmu asked with curiosity, "What, you guys know me?" Jinmu stood up, dusted off his clothes and lifted his face. "Am I that famous? It's a good thing. My reputation will go up. There should be people who recognize me on sight." And then he disappeared. Jinmu landed on the ground and continued, "Fighting with swords in front of my lodgings, wearing black clothes and masks, there's definitely a problem." He asked them, "Where are you guys from?" The two groups shouted at the same time. "Damn it." They started to run away together so as not to reveal their identities. Jinmu thought to himself, "They were fighting to kill just a moment ago, and now they're running away together." He shouted, "Is this what you call a stroke of luck?" Jinmu unleashed his own technique. Chung Yu and Wudang, who were desperately fleeing, were hit by his blow and knelt down. Their subordinates returned and worried about their leaders. Jinmu looked at them and wondered, "Why are the young ones these days so impolite?" He asked again, "I asked you who you are." As Jinmu rushed at them, one of them, scared, swung his sword wildly. That one showed an opening. Jinmu quickly threw a punch and knocked him down on the spot. Suddenly, two more appeared above Jinmu's head. Just as they were about to attack, Jinmu disappeared before their surprised eyes. Suddenly, a hand grabbed each of their faces. Jinmu spun them like tops and threw them onto the roof of the wall. Chung Yu observed all his movements with astonishment. "He's strong, a power that transcends everything. Was there someone like that among the Wudang Taoists?" Jingjing approached with other Wudang disciples and shouted, "What is going on here?" At those words, Jinmu was startled and thought, "Oh no." Jinmu looked at Jingjing worriedly. "I forgot that these Taoists don't sleep in. My reputation will be tarnished if I'm caught fighting in the morning." Jingjing looked at Jinmu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Jinmu, what are you doing here?" Jingjing urgently asked again, "Jinmu, what on earth is going on?" Jinmu replied worriedly, "It's nothing, martial brother. It's just..." Jingjing gritted his teeth. "If I had come a little later," Jingjing shouted, "I would have never known you were being mercilessly attacked by these monstrous bastards." Jinmu was startled by those words. "You all, drop your weapons immediately." They quickly dropped their weapons, worrying that they were in big trouble. "That man is definitely the Jade Cloud Dragon," Jingjing commanded. "Disciples, subdue these men and drag them inside." They quickly followed the order. Jingjing worriedly asked Jinmu, "Marshal Jr., are you okay?" A disciple behind him also worried about Jinmu and asked, "Marshal Uncle, are you all right?" That disciple handed Jinmu an outer garment. "You didn't even get to put on your clothes properly. Please wear this." Meanwhile, Jinmu thought to himself, "Subdue them, these brats are nothing. I took care of them all by myself. You guys are just dragging them inside." He couldn't understand, asking if I'm okay. "That guy Jingung, is he worried about me right now?" He shook his head and denied it. "No, that can't be, that stiff and blunt guy. A little later they were all tied up tightly by the Wudang disciples and gathered in one place. Jingjing commanded, "Take off their masks at once." The disciples took off Wudang's and Zhulchunggai's masks in turn. Jingjing was shocked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He kept shouting, "Aren't you Chukgungu, one of the 5 great disciples of the Beggars clan?" Jingjing asked them, bewildered. "Why were you wearing masks and fighting Jinmu?" Jinmu, who was next to him, thought to himself, "So they were the beggars from the Beggars clan. The old man Yang Sopeng must have ordered them to investigate me." Jingjing quickly turned his head to the side and continued to be shocked. "You are Wudang." Jinmu wondered who he was. Jingjing was puzzled. "Why are the top martial artists of the Zug family here?" "Oh no." Jinmu looked down at them and wondered what the Zug family was up to. Jingjing shouted at them in anger. "Was it Zug Guk, or did you receive a direct order from the family head Zug Murim?" He denied it. "The family head knows nothing about this." Jingjing became even angrier. "No matter how shameful the pursuit of the Jiang Merchant Guild is, to come all the way here to find our disciple without any shame." He spun around. "I will report these wrongdoings committed by the Beggars clan and the Zug family to our sect." Wudang tried to plead with Jingjing. Jingjing shouted, "Don't try to make any more excuses." Jingjing pointed at Jinmu. "How dare you attack the sword of our Wudang Jinmu? This time I will not let it slide." Zhulchunggye and Wudang were startled. "The sword of Wudang?" they asked themselves. "Wasn't it the fist of Wudang?" Jinmu smiled wickedly behind his back, and Jingjing called for Chunggong. He ordered, "Immediately send a letter up the mountain to report this matter to the elders and the sect leader, and ask for Elder Myungxian's opinion." Chunggong immediately followed the order. Jingjing looked at the 2 leaders and said, "The matter of these people attacking a disciple of our sect," his eyes widened, "will all be decided by Elder Myungxian." The meaning of the words, targeting a Wudang disciple. In the past there was a case where a Wudang disciple was murdered after descending the mountain. If the death was not due to one's own fault or a fair fight but a conspiracy or an ambush, the problem becomes very serious. Wudang will never forgive this crime. An emergency summons is issued to all Wudang disciples who have descended the mountain, and a large-scale retaliation follows in the name of the sect. That is the wrath of Wudang. Jingjing continued to command, "Imprison these people and watch them closely." Chunggong immediately complied. Jinmu thought to himself, "He's a stiff Taoist, but I quite like this side of him." Jingjing patted Jinmu's head and worried. "Jinmu," Jingjing smiled, "you must have fallen asleep in the middle of the night. Aren't you tired? Don't worry about such things anymore, just go in and rest." Jinmu looked at him. How dare this guy pat an adult's head, Jinmu thought. Anyway, this is getting bigger and bigger. He smiled, "But it's okay. I'm not in a bad mood today." At this time Zug Guk had just been slapped by Zug Murin. Zug Murin scolded him. "You foolish fools." As Zug Guk knelt down, Zug Murin continued to reprimand him. "You dare to mobilize the Hyukchian Corps without my permission? You're the one who has brought shame to this family." As Zug Guk begged for forgiveness, he continued to be kicked, and he could only bow his head and cover his head. Zug Murin kicked him and said, "Forgiveness? Look at your face. A letter has already arrived from the main family." "Of course," Zug Murin thought worriedly. "From the moment they found out we targeted a Wudang disciple, a fight between sects has become inevitable." He put his hand on his head. "There was already a conflict over the issue of dividing the waterway rights of Dongguan County, so it won't end easily." Zug Murin opened his mouth. "If the conflict between us and Wudang becomes serious, the alliance will not just stand by and watch." Zug Guk stood up and called him. Zug Murin was nervous. It was a clash that was bound to happen sooner or later. He sighed. "When the alliance was launched, the advantage was with us. Isn't everyone turning their backs on Wudang? We must use this opportunity to show the world, compared to those Taoists who only practice the way and grind their swords on the mountain, how much higher our Zug family is." The next day at the Jiang Merchant Guild, the group led by Wudang and the group led by Zhulchunggye were still kneeling on the ground. Zug Murin sat arrogantly in a chair drinking tea, and Palace Lord Myungxian opened his mouth. "Well then, let's hear it." Zug Murin of the Zug family was silent with a serious expression, and Beggars clan branch leader Yang Songye also kept his mouth shut. Myungxian gestured to him. "Beggars clan branch leader, you speak first." As Yang Songye hesitated, Myungxian continued, "Do you admit to targeting Jinmu of our sect?" He shook his head hastily and denied it. "That's not true," Myungxian shouted. "Then why did you attack with a mask on?" Yang Songye stammered in reply. "No, that's," he thought to himself, "how can I speak of the elder's order to keep this matter an absolute secret?" Myungxian turned his head as if tired and said, "Truly, then, head of the Zug family, you answer. Why did the Hyukchian Corps target Jinmu of our family?" Zug Murin gently opened his fan. He glanced at Myungxian and replied, "Watch your words. Who targeted whom? It seems the elder of Wudang has misunderstood something." Everyone was surprised to hear that. Zug Murin said shamelessly, "Listen carefully. I did not come here to apologize." He pointed his finger. The person Zug Murin pointed at was Jinmu. He shouted without a shred of shame, "It's just that the innocent martial artists of the Zug family who were patrolling around Dongguan County were attacked by Taoist Master Jinmu." Zug Murin said sarcastically. "I came to receive an apology." Zug Murin said sarcastically. "Our martial artists were attacked by Taoist Master Jinmu while they were investigating, so I came to receive an apology." Jinmu looked at him unpleasantly and thought, "What? Why is that guy so shameless? What, is he going to play the victim now? Myungsian shouted. Excuse me, head Zug, he replied. What, did I say something wrong? Then I'll ask again, did you or did you not cross the wall of the Jiang Merchant Guild? Uigang replied, no, family head. We never crossed the wall. Zug Murin raised the corners of his mouth. Then did you attack Grandmaster Jinmu first? He replied. Absolutely not, Zug Murin asked again. Then who were you fighting with? Yowigang replied. The Beggars Clan, we only found out about that later. Zug Murin said, you mean to say that Taoist Master Jinmu interfered in your fight? Myungsian watched their despicable acting and shouted, you are all truly amazing. He turned to Jel Changye and asked, then what about the Beggars Clan? Are there any lies? He replied. There is nothing of the sort, Zug Murin said shamelessly. You see, our family's martial artists were on a secret patrol in Ganggu when they discovered the Beggars Clan and fought them out of suspicion. That's all. Yowigang and his companions laughed triumphantly when they heard that. Zug Murin sighed. Since they attacked our innocent martial artists, isn't Taoist Master Jinmu the one at fault? Myungsian replied as if he never expected them to be so shameless. What an interesting thing to say. Myungsian retorted, you wear masks while patrolling at night, what does that mean? Besides, you were near the Jiang Merchant Guild where our Wudang people were staying. Zug Murin laughed coldly and replied, Dongguan County is the territory of the Zug family, so what's so strange about patrolling? Jinmu thought as he watched them speak shamelessly without a hint of shame. Not only are they turning black into white, but they're also loudly proclaiming that Dongguan County is their territory. Everyone knew that Zug Murin was targeting the Jiang Merchant Guild, but Zug Murin dragged the conversation on with his brilliant rhetoric, asking and answering only Yowigang, and made a favorable declaration. Jinmu was furious. On the surface it's all true, so I can't refute it, Myungsian growled in anger. Head Zug, it seems you are looking down on our Wudang, he shouted. When you snatched the waterway rights and interfered in the affairs of the Jiang Merchant Guild, our sect had already shown generosity. Zug Murin put down his teacup and replied. Palace Lord Myungsian, he said contemptuously. Watch your words, I have also heard about that rumor, but it's all a groundless story. Myungsian was taken aback. What, groundless? Zug Murin took a sip of tea and replied. That's right, aren't they just baseless rumors spread by those who want to harm our Zug family? Myungsian and Jinmu looked at him in anger. It was truly unbelievable. Zug Murin said triumphantly, if you don't believe me, go and ask the Sangri Merchant Guild, he thought to himself. I've already dealt with Sangri, you'll get nothing from them. You'll all freeze there and won't be able to say a word. Zug Murin raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. That is the difference between you Taoists who only live on the mountain and our Zug family. He put down his teacup. Victory is already in my hands, I need to drive the nail in one more time here. Zug Murin called Jinmu. Jinmu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zug Murin praised him, mentioning the ousting of smugglers and the preemptive strike on the Jiang Merchant Guild. I hear you've even subjugated water bandits recently. Truly impressive, he continued. I understand you're brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, but Zug Murin then sneered contemptuously. As a member of the Orthodox faction, I'm a little worried about your future. Fury welled up inside Jinmu, and he clenched his fists, thinking, should I just cripple him? If it weren't for this place, I'd have definitely sent a letter for them to come collect his corpse. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Jinmu's shoulder. Startled, he turned around. It was Jin Gung advising him to be patient. Jinmu quickly turned back. He looked at Myungsian and Jin Gung and thought, Jin Gung is excellent at external negotiations, but it won't work on bastards like that. He scowled at Zug Murin. A venomous snake flicking its tongue, Jinmu thought desperately. Is there no way out? I have to find an escape route somehow. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, Martial Uncle Jinmu. Jinmu smiled triumphantly. The voice was Chung Chang's. Using sound transmission, his face and hands were covered in blood as he called to Jinmu. The man you entrusted to me, I've found out his identity. He's Ju Hyuk from the Zug family's Hyukchian Corps. Jinmu grinned wickedly, inwardly pleased. I was right to leave it to Chung Chung. The guy was half dead, so I knew torturing him would reveal his identity, he thought gratefully. I've found my escape route. Jinmu looked at Zug Murin triumphantly. I'll cut that bastard's tongue out and save our Taoists who got caught up in this verbal sparring, he pleaded. Elder Myungsian, Jinmu, disciple of the Five Dragons Palace, has something to say to family head Zug. Myungsian gave his permission. Jinmu stepped forward and said, Family head Zug, Jinmu asked, can you take responsibility for your claim that you did not spy on Wudang? Zug Murin affirmed it seriously. Jinmu smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. Then that settles it. In fact, just the other day I was ambushed. Jin Gung and Myungsian exclaimed. An ambush? Hearing this, Zug Murin froze on the spot. Jinmu continued. I was about to enjoy a moment of leisure by the river when I noticed someone secretly tailing me. That person followed me with very skilled camouflage. Yowigang was horrified. He trembled in fear, thinking, Damn it, I forgot, Jinmu said. His name is Ju Hyuk, a man from the Zug family. The Wudang member's jaws dropped and Yowigang gritted his teeth and trembled, cornered. Zug Murin shouted, Shut your mouth, don't you dare spout nonsense there. His mind was in turmoil. I never received a report that Ju Hyuk was tailing Jinmu. This is unheard of, Zug Murin asked him. That's a truly absurd story. First-generation disciple of Wudang. Can you prove what you've said? Jinmu agreed. I have a witness. He pointed out that Yang Songye of the Beggars Clan branch knew about this. Jinmu turned back and stared at him with a dangerously triumphant smile. Myungsian asked, Yang Songye, is that true? He hesitated. Well, Myungxian shouted, tell me the truth. Jinmu clenched his fists in anger. Speak, you bastard. Yang Sopeng ordered you guys to dig into my past. Just say you saw me fighting that guy named Ju Hyuk. Is it that hard to open your mouth? Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Don't push the beggar's clan disciple too hard. Those words, everyone turned around in surprise. Yang Sopeng smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. He stood majestically at the door amidst the rustling wind. He continued, it seems I'm a little late. A figure appeared at the door, the sunlight illuminating him, creating a firm presence. People stammered as they looked at him. That man is? He must be a person of great stature. Guan Xin and Jin Geng were also slack-jawed in surprise. They were thinking the same thing. One of the peerless masters. Zhuge Murin too was astonished to see the person who had just appeared. A person whose whereabouts are very mysterious. He seems to be a person of great renown. An old man with a leaf in his mouth, the dog-beating staff. Yang Sopeng. Everyone bowed their heads in respect. The high-ranking Jin Geng and Zhuge Murin were no exception. From all sides everyone shouted in unison. Greetings, senior. The sound seemed to shake heaven and earth. While everyone was paying their respects to Yang Sopeng, only Jinmu was inwardly displeased. He bowed his head along with the others, but inwardly he scowled. Why did that old man suddenly show up uninvited? That Yang Sonye guy was enough. Yang Sopeng, looking pleased, gestured for them to rise. Disciples of the beggar's clan, rise. You've all suffered because of me. Those who had been kneeling and bowing their heads replied with respect. Not at all, elder. We failed to complete our mission. We are sorry. He then greeted those in front of him. Myungxian Murin, it's been a while. The other side also replied politely. Yes, elder. Yang Sopeng glanced around and seemed to spot something. Let's see, he saw Jinmu, who was smiling and clasping his hands in a bow. Yang Sopeng was surprised. He's a completely different person from last night. Jinmu looked very friendly, but his inner thoughts were different from his outward appearance. This damn bastard. But he couldn't let it show in front of others, so Jinmu replied respectfully. I was rude, not realizing who you were. My apologies. He had a smiling face, but he couldn't help it. There's no other way now. I have to be polite. But as soon as Yang Sopeng saw him, he saw through his act. He simply said weakly, you haven't changed a bit. And Yang Sopeng turned his head to the other side and continued. But Myungxian, let's call someone else. Jinmu's expression changed behind his back, from a smiling face to one full of annoyance and disgust. Ignoring the change in the other's expression, he continued, it's true that the beggar's clan was tailing him. It was my order. It's also true that he was ambushed. It's a bit ambiguous whether he was ambushed or not, but anyway, that's what happened. Jinmu, listening to Yang Sopeng, cursed inwardly with annoyance. Just say what's necessary. The old man is rambling on unnecessarily. Yang Sopeng continued his story. The reason I had him followed is another matter, but anyway, I hope the misunderstanding between him and the beggar's clan is cleared up. Myungxian, having heard the whole story, laughed happily and clapped his hands. He replied politely, of course, I didn't realize at first, elder. On one side, Myungxian replied happily, but on the other, Jinmu snorted in disgust and was lost in thought. Is this how it ends? Confirmed by none other than Yang Sopeng himself. But the story didn't end there. Yang Sopeng glared at Zhuge Murin and asked with an interrogating gaze, but I hear there's a conflict between the Zhuge family and Wudang. At those words, Zhuge Murin was startled and stammered. Yang Sopeng continued, glaring at the man in front of him with sharp eyes. It seems the Zhuge family has wronged Wudang. An unspoken pressure weighed down on Zhuge Murin, and he could no longer stand straight. He could only listen to Yang Sopeng's question. How about we stop here for my sake? At that threatening suggestion, Yoigang and Zhuge Murin hesitated and were lost in thought. In Dongguan County, everyone knows the Zhuge family. If we stop here, it will be an admission of defeat to Wudang and we will lose face. Zhuge Murin opened his mouth. Yang Sopeng also turned his head to wait for the other party. Zhuge Murin began to shift all responsibility to Yoigang. I really didn't know that Ju Hyuk was targeting Elder Jinmu. Yoigang just bowed his head and said nothing. To save face, Zhuge Murin continued. But Wudang used this as a pretext to frame the Zhuge family and even used the matter of the merchant guild to fabricate things that didn't happen. He pleaded his case without a change in expression. We have been wronged. How can we just let it go? Annoyed by the other party's unrepentant excuses, Yang Sopeng opened his mouth. Really, if that's the case, before he could finish, Jinmu interrupted. Elder, may I say a word? Surprised by the unexpected action, Yang Sopeng gestured for him to continue. Speak. Having received permission, Jinmu began to speak at once. Let's stop the useless questions and answers and give an example. To explain briefly, useless questions and answers refer to meaningless questions and answers. Those who have learned martial arts speak with their fists and settle things by drawing their swords. This was a truth that had been maintained in the martial world for a long time. Yang Sopeng, understanding his words, asked back. Do you mean to say you want to settle this with a match of pride? Jinmu admitted it without fear. That's right, each side will put forth a representative to settle the score and the loser will withdraw cleanly. Everything was going according to Jinmu's plan, he thought. At least from the Wudang side I will step forward. The Zug family will be quite disappointed that last night's events had no effect. At this time, Yang Sopeng was watching him calculate everything from the side. Yang Sopeng watched for a moment and highly praised this boy named Jinmu who seemed cheerful. At a delicate moment he has proposed an exquisite solution to this situation. He intends to solve the problem by seeking my permission. He's not only skilled in martial arts but also quite smart. After thinking for a moment and reviewing what he knew about Jinmu, he realized one thing: Wudang's disciple Jinmu. The Beggar's clan's investigation on him revealed no major problems. In fact, Jinmu's recent actions in Dongguan County are worthy of being called a righteous hero with a stronger sense of justice than anyone else, except for the fact that he's connected to the ones we're chasing. The gunpowder smuggling in Dongguan County, the traces left by one of them, and the martial art Jinmu used that I witnessed that day. Recalling that information, Yang Sopeng became even more interested in this person named Jinmu. He decided to go along with his wishes to see what would happen. This guy is not ordinary. It will become clear if I ask him gradually. For now I'll let myself be used. Agreeing with him, Yang Sopeng cheerfully went along with his wishes. Good, Myongxi and Murim. What do you two think? It was just what Zug Murin had been hoping for, so he smiled triumphantly. In that case I will follow the elder's wishes. He had other ulterior motives. Since he values face, Myongxian won't step forward himself, so it will probably be Jin Geng who fights. It would be even better if it's that Jinmu fellow. On the contrary, Myongxian was a little worried about the matter. As fear grew, his suspicion deepened. Who will the Zug family send out anyway? It's Jinmu's wish, so there's no other way. Seeing Myongxian lost in thought, Yang Sopeng called out loudly, "Hey, Myongxian!" Since there was no other choice, Myongxian could only comply. Of course I must follow. Seeing that the discussion was over, Yang Sopeng concluded everything and proposed, the Zug family and Wudang each side will put forth a representative. But no matter what happens you must not kill. As soon as the words were finished, Jinmu bravely recommended himself. I am at the center of all this, so I will participate for the Wudang side. At those words, Myongxian almost cried out, "No, no, Jinmu, how can you do this without a word of discussion?" Meanwhile his opponent, Zug Murin, was very confident and immediately recommended one person. Guildmaster Moon Ilsing stepped forward. Moon Ilsing stood up beside him as if following his instructions. When he learned that Jinmu's opponent was Moon Ilsing, Myongxian was even more shocked. Guildmaster Moon Ilsing, the master of Tanji, Moon Ilsing, who has been famous throughout Hubei for the past 10 years. I should have known they would send him out. The bullet was already loaded, and it couldn't be changed. Myongxian could only tremble and stammer now. That man is someone even some of Wudang's elders can't defeat. How can Jinmu? Jin Geng, who was beside him, calmly reassured him. Master, don't worry, he spoke more persuasively. Jinmu is strong. That child is a disciple of the Five Dragons Palace. Is he not the sword of Wudang? Jinmu, holding a sword, walked forward with a very confident and firm step. For a little dramatic effect, Jin Geng said vaguely, but perhaps it's a little different from what Master thinks. Myongxian, who didn't understand what he was saying at all, asked blankly, "What?" Moon Ilsing, thinking he had won, taunted loudly. "I didn't expect the participant to be Taoist, Master Jinmu. It seems you're as bad at grasping the situation as your age suggests." He became even more arrogant, stroking his chin and continuing, "But what can I do? The family's honor is at stake, so I can't go easy on a young man like you." At the same time, a subordinate brought him his weapon. Jinmu, seeing his opponent's arrogant provocation, did not lose. He drew his sword and said, "You really only say the dirtiest things." "The sword has been drawn from its sheath," Jinmu continued. "I hope your skills are as good as that mouth of yours." Whether he was too confident or threw the wrong thing, he threw the sword in his hand behind his back and said in a provocative voice, "Then I'd be very grateful." The scene just now was shocking. As Myongxian froze, Jin Geng whispered in his ear, "Everything will be different from what Master thinks." It was unknown if he heard those words in his ear. Moon Ilsing, whose stomach was churning from the sarcastic remarks, gritted his teeth and said, "The Wudang bastards, every word they say is sour and full of resentment." Moon Ilsing took his stance, pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent and still muttered, "It seems you haven't learned how to be polite to a senior." In contrast, Jinmu very leisurely tapped the scabbard with one finger and responded lazily. "Senior politeness?" He suddenly attacked fiercely. Jinmu swung his scabbard and at the surprising speed, Moon Ilsing responded loudly, "That only applies to important people." With the pressure he brought, Moon Ilsing also unfolded his move and swung his weapon, but he didn't forget to assess inwardly. Fast, the opponent's speed is also formidable, but in the end he was able to dodge. As the scabbard simultaneously dug into his waist, he also had to dodge with difficulty. But it seemed his attack just now had hit a blind spot. Unable to dodge, he had no choice but to pull out his hand to block. The force was so great that he had to step back. A fierce vibration like a big collision occurred, and the two stopped in the positions of attacker and defender. Seizing the opportunity, Jinmu was confident of victory with his overwhelming momentum. "You look quite surprised. This is just the beginning. I'm still full of motivation." His momentum also grew stronger. He provoked him and gathered his spirits. "I'm still full of youthful vigor." Meanwhile, Moon Ilsing was so surprised by the scene just now that his face stiffened. The weapon in his hand was also severely damaged by the surprise attack just now. Jinmu was now boiling with excitement all over his body. I'm overflowing with strength right now. In this unprecedentedly confident atmosphere, Munil-sing's hands trembled, but it was not because of fear but because of anger at Jinmu's attitude. Munil-sing charged. As the mad dog's blood boiled, he swung his hand and threw the wooden sword at Jinmu. You bastard! To avoid the attack aimed at his vitals, Jinmu used his leg as a pivot and tilted his whole body 180 degrees, his head almost touching the ground as if waiting. Munil-sing changed the tip of his sword and aimed at Jinmu's neck. But Jinmu didn't care at all at this moment, and still had a triumphant smile. Munil-sing opened his eyes wide, raised his wooden sword high for a single blow and decided to finish him off. When Munil-sing brought his sword straight down, unfortunately Jinmu quickly dodged, and his wooden sword was stuck in the ground. He stared blankly as Jinmu skillfully somersaulted. Did I miss to dodge with such a shameful move? He laughed like a victor. He thought he had grasped victory. Shameless bastard. Unfortunately, Munil-sing did not expect Jinmu to counterattack quickly. He lifted his leg to attack Munil-sing. Jinmu aimed at Munil-sing's back with one blow and he let out a painful scream. Feeling a bone-deep pain, he staggered to regain his balance, and Jinmu said mockingly, "Did you really think I would stay on the ground?" Munil-sing realized that Jinmu was a cunning and resourceful bastard. He analyzed his actions just now. He slid across the ground to create an attack aiming at his exposed back. He turned around with angry eyes. "How dare you?" he said more sarcastically. "I'm not afraid." Jinmu dusted off his clothes and said, "You just watch. Why are your reactions always the same?" Jinmu went beyond fanning the flames and deliberately poked at his proud ego. Weaklings with high pride but no ability. He felt that Jinmu was toying with him. Munil-sing's face turned ashen, and he no longer went easy on him. "You damn bastard!" A blue energy suddenly erupted from his body. It enveloped him and the wooden sword next to him like a flame of hatred. The wooden sword slowly crumbled. Myung-sien recognized the familiar energy. Sword chi. Yang Sopeng was horrified, a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. "I told you that killing techniques are absolutely forbidden." But for Jinmu the game had just become more interesting. "Yes, this is what makes it fun for me too." Munil-sing seemed unable to hide his anger any longer. A mere first-generation disciple dares. Munil-sing made the first move. Unfolding his move, he launched a powerful sword strike at the opponent in front of him and shouted loudly, "Die!" Jinmu said nothing, and without a moment's hesitation he walked proudly towards the Grim Reaper. Seeing this, Yang Sopeng considered the possibility of intervening in the fight. Chi gathered in his right hand, ready to charge. "Diving into such pure sword chi is tantamount to suicide. I can't let this happen. I have to step in." But some magic pulled him and stopped him. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. It was a scene where Jinmu not only dodged the sword strike but also blocked it with just a scabbard. In less than a minute, Jinmu had broken through the sea of sword chi and was pointing his scabbard at Munil-sing's neck. The people behind him had expressions of horror. It was a task that was almost impossible. Jinmu did it without any obstacles, as if it were a piece of cake. Myung-sien and Jin Gung were now slack-jawed at Jinmu's unprecedented performance. That kid cut through sword chi. Jinmu has become much stronger now. To cut through the sword chi of a Tanji master, one must be at a much higher level. Could it be that Jinmu's level has reached the state of mind chi? Jinmu maintained his stance with the scabbard pointed and declared victory. "This should be enough to decide the winner. Let's stop now, or do you want me to blow off some more of your hair?" The two could have shaken hands and made up, but hearing Jinmu's provocation, Munil-sing was furious and gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" Munil-sing seemed to want to kill Jinmu to vent his anger, and he broke the wooden sword in his hand. He growled at Jinmu in anger. "You damn bastard!" The broken pieces were instantly replaced, turning into bullets ready to be fired. Munil-sing couldn't contain his anger and fired the wooden pieces at him. "Die!" Seeing this, Zhuge Miran zhowed loudly, but he couldn't stop or do anything to the madman. Jinmu had no choice but to counterattack quickly to avoid being hit by the blow. "Damn it!" Jinmu worried that things were getting out of hand and quickly warned, "The range is too wide, it's dangerous." Those wooden pieces were flying straight towards the outsiders who were watching the match. Myung-sien couldn't just stand by and watch innocent people die unjustly and was about to cast a spell, but luckily two shadows quickly descended and blocked them. It was none other than Chung and Chung Yu. They knocked away the attacks, turning them into small pieces and scattering them on the ground, saving them. They couldn't help but be amazed and admire the noble actions of the two benefactors who had just saved their lives. Everyone asked Chung and Chung Yu if they were okay. At the same time, Myung-sien also saw the two of them spitting blood, overwhelmed. It looked really pitiful. Myung-sien assessed, "They've been hit by a martial artist with the power of Tanji." Chung and Chung Yu both knelt down and gasped for breath, having blocked the attack for their comrades. That kid is just a first-generation disciple. Finally, returning to the protagonist, even he couldn't stand his absurd behavior. "This damn bastard." This time it was Jinmu's turn. Now a terrifying energy different from anyone else's was emanating from his body. "I told you to stop. How dare you lay a hand on the people of my sect?" Yang Sopeng, an outsider, actually understood the situation better. As a swordsman, he began to analyze the two, especially Jinmu, a weak Taoist reaching the state of mind chi. It's almost unprecedented in the history of the martial world. Whether he was stubborn or foolishly unwilling to lose, Munil-sing rushed forward like a moth to a flame and unfolded his next move. Who gave you permission to stop, you damn Taoist bastard? This time, Jinmu did not dodge or hide, but directly blocked Mu Nilseng's attack with his hands. He warned with a stern face, "Stop this childish game, you understand," to a rude and unreasonable person. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinmu's hand gripped Mu Nilseng's hand tightly. He felt his hand bones crushing and screamed in excruciating pain. Jinmu, determined to end the fight that had been decided long ago, threw a powerful iron fist. "My fist will be the strongest." Jinmu punched him in the face and the force knocked Mu Nilseng down. His face was covered in blood. That one blow was enough to send Mu Nilseng to paradise and never return. Everyone was horrified while also lamenting the tragic outcome given to the loser. Mu Nilseng's face was now so disfigured that it was unrecognizable. His teeth were broken, he was covered in blood, and his eyes rolled back as he could only make sounds. When Jinmu let go of his hand, Mu Nilseng could only let out a few groans. When Mu Nilseng collapsed in front of Zhuge Murin, he seemed to have stopped breathing. Zhuge Murin's face turned pale with extreme fear at Jinmu's skill. Jin Geng had an expression of respect, and Myongxian, still not recovered from the shock, could only move his mouth and repeat one letter. "Ha!" Jinmu, having finished the fight, did not forget his manners and clasped his hands together, approached Zhuge Murin, bowed and asked, "Do you accept the result, family head?" Jinmu looked at Zhuge Murin and said, "Do you have any more complaints?" The old man looked down at the loser on the ground and thought in disbelief. Mu Nilseng lost. He not only used killing moves on a second-generation disciple of Wudang, but he was also defeated so miserably. At this time, Mu Nilseng had been knocked unconscious by Jinmu and was lying on the ground. He closed his eyes unpleasantly and frowned, thinking, "It's not just Mu Nilseng but the entire Zhuge family that has been defeated by Wudang," he said loudly. "The Zhuge branch family will take responsibility for everything." Hearing that, the disciples, martial uncle and Jin Geng were all delighted. The disciples cheered with joy. The martial uncle said to a disciple, "It's done. Everyone move Chung and Chung Yu to their rooms and call a doctor." That disciple also replied with a smile, "Yes, martial uncle." Suddenly someone called out loudly. Jinmu heard the voice and turned to see who was calling him. It was Jin Geng. He ran towards Jinmu with a smile. Jinmu thought with a bewildered expression, "Wait, don't tell me." Jin Geng ran up and hugged him tightly, saying happily, "Well done, you are the lucky charm of Wudang." Jinmu was being hugged but thought very uncomfortably. "Why do these guys like hugging people so much? Don't tell me these Taoists only like men?" Yang Sopeng looked at Jinmu's group and asked, "Where did you learn your martial arts?" Jinmu thought with a bewildered expression, "What a stupid question. Where else would a Wudang disciple learn martial arts but from Wudang?" Despite his thoughts, he smiled and asked back, "Which martial art are you referring to?" Yang Sopeng shouted furiously, "You know what I'm asking, don't play dumb." Jinmu put on a displeased expression. "I don't know what you're talking about." And he cursed inwardly. "What the hell is that damn old man talking about? Ever since becoming a Wudang disciple, I've never once used the martial arts from my old heretical sect." Yang Sopeng shouted in a rage, "You're clearly using their martial arts." "Them," Jinmu thought. His face filled with fury. Yang Sopeng gritted his teeth and demonstrated a move towards Jinmu. Jinmu was inwardly surprised. "Isn't that the palm technique of the old man I met at Muol Pavilion?" Yang Sopeng shouted angrily at Jinmu. "You rascal, you must know them." Jinmu was lost in thought. Why is Yang Sopeng so agitated, and how does he know that palm technique? Yang Sopeng pressed on. "Tell me now, how do you know that martial art?" Jinmu put on an expression of helplessness. In fact, he exclaimed in feigned surprise, "I learned it by watching." Yang Sopeng couldn't believe his ears. "Nonsense, you're saying you copied the formless art Musangong." Yang Sopeng thought, "Musangong is a martial art of the Central Plains, and everyone knows who its user is. It took me a full 3 years just to imitate it. Copying it after seeing it once is impossible." He stared intently at Jinmu and said, "Do you expect me to believe that?" But then, seeing Jinmu's calm face, he reconsidered. "But looking at his eyes, it doesn't seem like he's lying." Then he said loudly, "Fine, I'll verify your words." With that, Yang Sopeng swung his arm and unleashed an incredibly fast move. A blue aura flared around him, and he said to Jinmu, "Let's see if you can copy this move." The martial uncle saw this and urgently shouted, "Stop!" But Yang Sopeng swung his arm forcefully, creating a circular aura in his palm, and with incredible speed he launched the move at Jinmu. With an incredulous expression, Jinmu took a defensive stance and thought, "Damn old man, he's going to use the heart-shattering palm Pasimjong." Jinmu recognized the move, but Yang Sopeng was so fast that he could only barely block it with both hands. Yang Sopeng's hands were enveloped in a powerful blue chi. Jin Geng saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "That chi enveloping his hands as he blocked the attack." Jinmu thought, "Judging by the chi Yang Sopeng is using, he doesn't seem to intend to kill me. Is this just a test? Yet he attacks with such a murderous expression." Jinmu narrowed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. "He's not using his full power. I can block it, but the slightest mistake will break all my ribs." As he thought this, he began to swing his arms, starting a move to counter the opponent's attack. Jinmu circled his hands at high speed, creating a massive blue aura of chi. Maintaining the technique, he thought, "I need to calmly ride the flow of chi." The moment the wave of chi reached its peak, Jinmu gripped the source of its power with his hand. Jinmu exerted his strength to reverse the flow of the chi, calculating inwardly, "If I turn this in the opposite direction." Yang Sopeng watched in astonishment and said, "The chi of Pasimjong is..." The powerful chi gradually dissipated. Jinmu thought, Simple chi is bound to scatter when its flow is reversed. How do you like that, you damn old man? Jinmu caused Yang Sopeng's power to gradually fade away. Yang Sopeng was horrified, unable to believe the scene before him. How can this be? Even though I didn't use my full power, that rascal not only blocked Pasimjung but also dispersed its chi. Unable to concede, Yang Sopeng clenched his fist and launched the same move at Jinmu again, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" Before Jinmu could answer, he was sent flying by the force of the chi. The martial uncle and Jin Gung, who were behind him, cried out in terror. Jinmu! Yang Sopeng stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Jinmu slammed his back against the door, cried out in pain, and collapsed to the ground. The martial uncle shouted in rage, "What on earth are you trying to do?" With that, the martial uncle stood protectively in front of Jinmu. Meanwhile, Jin Gung knelt beside Jinmu in concern. Yang Sopeng had a bewildered expression. He thought in disbelief, "I just touched him lightly." At that moment, Jinmu, who was collapsed and unconscious on the ground, flashed a cunning smile. Then Jinmu slowly got up. Jin Gung supported him worriedly and asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" At this time, Yang Sopeng looked at his own hand, his face full of guilt as he thought, "I didn't mean to hurt him. I just wanted to show him the beggar's clan's secret martial art, Pasimjung, to see if he could really imitate it. Did I go too far?" The old man thought to himself. Jinmu stood up, dusted off his shoulders, and said in a displeased voice, "What do you think you're doing right now?" Jinmu spoke calmly as if everything were his fault. "Even if you are one of the great elders of the martial world, you can't just hit an innocent person like this. This is really too much." Yang Sopeng was flustered. He thought to himself, "First, I need to confirm that he is harmless. If he's strong enough to disperse the chi of Pasimjung, must be a strong one." He asked Jinmu, "Can you try to copy my move again?" Jinmu asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Yang Sopeng replied. "I'm talking about the martial art I just used." Jinmu had a suspicious look on his face and thought to himself, "This old beggar is too suspicious. Did he cause all this commotion just to confirm this?" Just then, the martial uncle ran over and stood in front of Jinmu, saying, "Look here, elder. What are you talking about? First you attacked Jinmu for no reason, and now you're telling him to imitate what you did?" Jinmu stood blankly behind him. The martial uncle continued, "I know well that Jinmu has outstanding talent, but who can master a martial art just by seeing it once?" Jinmu stepped forward and asked, "Why should I do that?" The martial uncle was surprised by Jinmu's action. Yang Sopeng replied, "Because you need to prove that you can use Musangang after seeing it once." Jinmu asked back, "What if I can't imitate it?" Yang Sopeng thought for a moment and then said calmly, "Then you will be imprisoned and tortured in the righteous martial alliance." Jinmu was furious and cursed inwardly. "This lawless and cruel old man, he speaks of torture without any shame." Jinmu rolled up his sleeves and said, "So I just have to imitate what you did, right?" Jinmu thought contemptuously. "Pasimjung, you think something as trivial as that will be difficult for me?" He began to raise his hands and thought to himself, "It's a martial art I've seen countless times in the past. This is much easier than Musangang." Jinmu drew a circle and performed the move. "If I were really a young Taoist, the story would be different, but I'm not." He once again demonstrated the move that had astonished Yang Sopeng. Yang Sopeng was surprised to see Jinmu succeed and thought, "That chi, can he really imitate a martial art after seeing it just once?" Jinmu clenched one hand into a fist and shouted loudly, "Here I come." He rushed quickly towards Yang Sopeng. Yang Sopeng shouted in surprise, "Wait!" Just as Jinmu's hand was about to reach him, Yang Sopeng quickly stomped his foot and leapt into the air. Though he retreated, Jinmu immediately charged after him. As his hand nearly touched his body, Yang Sopeng was startled, but then Jinmu disappeared. Yang Sopeng's eyes widened. "He's gone." Jinmu appeared next to Yang Sopeng, startling him. Yang Sopeng quickly dodged Jinmu's move, thinking, "Damn it, he's too fast." Yang Sopeng's face was filled with astonishment. He's not just using it, he's adjusting it in his own way. Suddenly, Yang Sopeng's face was grazed by Jinmu's attack, leaving a cut on one cheek. Yang Sopeng had a look of disbelief. Seeing his own blood flow, Yang Sopeng looked at Jinmu, who had wounded him, and thought, "When was the last time in my life I felt this sensation, this pain?" Suddenly, Yang Sopeng's hand flew towards Jinmu. His hand struck Jinmu's shoulder with considerable force. Jinmu was sent flying backward, and the martial uncle and Jin Gung shouted, "Jinmu!" Jinmu's head slammed hard against the door. Seeing this, Yang Sopeng looked slightly worried and thought, "Damn, I countered unconsciously." Jin Gung shouted, "Senior, Jinmu has already done as you wished. You've gone too far. Please stop." The martial uncle looked worriedly at Jinmu, who was collapsed and trembling on the ground. He continued in anger, "Jinmu is the light and future of the Wudang Sect. If you don't apologize right now," before he could finish his sentence, the martial uncle grew worried seeing Jinmu vomit blood. "Oh my god, he's coughing up blood. He must have suffered a severe internal injury. What should we do?" Yang Sopeng thought in disbelief. "Wait, I hit his shoulder, but he has internal injuries. Why is this scene so familiar? That Taoist has a frightening instinct to shift his body to reduce impact. Perhaps my chi was inadvertently infused into the attack." But then, as if realizing something, he thought to himself, "I've made a huge mistake. As one of the leaders of the Righteous Martial Alliance, I not only tested a young Wudang Taoist but also seriously injured him." Yang Sopeng was flustered, sweating profusely as he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Jinmu opened his mouth. "Senior," Yang Sopeng was slightly perplexed. Jinmu lifted his injured face. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Sopeng said, slightly flustered. "I think," before he could finish, he was horrified to see Jinmu vomit blood. Then Jinmu smiled again and said, "I'm truly relieved. I don't know why you suspected me, but I'm glad that suspicion is now cleared. Young Sopeng was at a loss for what to do. Ah well, supported by the martial uncle and Jin Gung, Jinmu said, I'll go inside and rest for a bit, my injuries are quite severe, Young Sopeng replied. I understand. Young Sopeng's gaze dimmed slightly. He watched Jinmu leave and thought, he could have felt insulted by what I did, but that boy is still calm and polite. To think I hurt such an upright child twice, Young Sopeng thought, recalling Jinmu's face as he tried to force a smile. Young Sopeng's expression turned sorrowful. I've made a truly big mistake, but contrary to his guilty expression, Jinmu was wearing a cunning smile. He chuckled sinisterly and thought, old beggar, whatever you do, you're still in the palm of my hand. Jinmu thought, I'm only at the level of sword chi. I can't fight Young Sopeng head-on. If I lack strength, I have no choice but to play dirty. From his subordinate position, Jinmu looked up at Young Sopeng with a crafty expression, thinking, I could have dodged his attack, but I deliberately took the hit, letting myself be sent flying by his hand and even pretending to vomit blood. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with enjoyment. In return, I've dispelled his suspicion and even made him indebted to me. Young Sopeng, one of the most influential elders in the righteous martial alliance, I'm sure you will become a very useful tool for me in the future. Jinmu was lost in deep thought. This time, Young Sopeng was still watching the three of them from behind. Jinmu smiled wickedly. I'll slowly suck you dry down to your very bones. The martial uncle and Jin Gung, seeing Jinmu's smile, were bewildered, not knowing the reason. Outside a room, 4 people stood guard. One of them said loudly, don't doze off, keep your eyes open. The other disciple's expression stiffened slightly. It was Chung. He continued, we don't know when the Zug family might attack martial uncle again. We must not let them lay a single finger on martial uncle's body. The other disciples answered loudly. Yes. Chung Yu came running with a tray-like object, smiling. Senior brother Chung Yu excitedly showed off what he had brought to Chung. He was very excited, saying he had bought food that martial uncle liked. Seeing this, Chung quickly let him in. Chung Yu entered the room and said with a smile, Martial uncle, I've prepared some restorative food. It was Jinmu who had requested the food. He replied quickly, thank you, bring it here. Chung brought the food tray to Jinmu's bedside and opened the lid. Please have some, martial uncle. Jinmu looked at it and praised him happily. Your skills are quite good. Just as Chung was about to pick up a piece of meat to feed Jinmu, Young Sopeng, who had appeared outside the door at some point, said in surprise. He asked with a puzzled expression, I thought the Wudang Sect didn't eat meat or drink alcohol. The martial uncle heard this and laughed. Jinmu is an exception. The sect leader has given his permission. Young Sopeng seemed to understand. Ah, I see, if the sect leader permitted it. Seeing Jinmu eating deliciously in bed, he admired him inwardly. He has a good appetite for a patient. Jinmu chewed on the meat and asked him, by the way, what are you still doing here? Haven't you left yet? Hearing this, Young Sopeng replied immediately, I will be leaving soon, but before that I think I need to stop by the Wudang Sect. Hearing that, Jinmu thought with a displeased expression, what is that guy planning to do at Wudang? Chung drooled as he watched the plate of meat Jinmu was eating. The martial uncle also heard his words and asked, it's an honor to have you visit Wudang, but what is the occasion? Young Sopeng turned to look at Jinmu and said, the occasion. He then smiled at the martial uncle and said, it's not that important. Now that my business in Dongguan County is finished, I just wanted to stop by various places on my way back. The martial uncle also smiled and replied, I understand, I'll send a letter to Wudang right away. The sect leader will surely be pleased. Young Sopeng also smiled. Certainly. Jinmu looked at Young Sopeng and thought, he definitely glanced at me just now. What is that beggar plotting? The scene changed to Mount Wudang. At this time, several disciples were looking out from a wall. One of them pointed ahead and said loudly, here they come. Other disciples shouted, Martial uncle Jinmu is back. It was Jinmu and his party who had returned. Looking Jinmu over from head to toe, the disciples assessed him inwardly. His hair is messy, not befitting a Taoist, and he just slings his sword over his shoulder because he likes it. His walk looks like he's trying to pick a fight, the disciples hiding on the wall said with eyes full of admiration. So cool. At that moment, Jin Hyo, Jin Hai and Jin Zhou all ran out to greet them. Jin Hyo smiled brightly, and Jin Zhou also looked happy, but only Jin Hai remained expressionless. The martial uncle spoke at this time. Jin Hyo, you're here. Seeing this, Jinmu was slightly taken aback and stepped back. Jin Hyo rushed towards Jinmu like an arrow and hugged him tightly, calling out loudly, Jinmu? The martial uncle was surprised by Jin Hyo's passionate display, and Jinmu had an angry look on his face. The martial uncle scolded him in anger. How can a first-generation disciple act so rashly? Jin Hyo smiled and explained, I'm sorry, martial uncle, I was just so proud of our Jinmu. While being hugged, Jinmu suspected, does this guy really like men? Jin So smiled brightly, but Jin Hai stood with a murderous expression. The martial uncle said gently, you ill-mannered brat, didn't you see that one of the great elders of the martial world is here? Hearing that, Young Sopeng, who was standing behind, cleared his throat lightly, and everyone else had a puzzled expression. What? The martial uncle said solemnly. Let me introduce you. Then Young Sopeng took off his bamboo hat and introduced himself with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Young Sopeng. Jin Hyo heard this and still smiled, clasping his fist. Hello, I am Jin Hyo, a first-generation disciple of Wudang. As soon as he finished his greeting, he was shocked as if he had realized something. It was only then that everyone gasped in astonishment and shouted. What did you say? The martial uncle demanded angrily. Don't be rude to Senior Yang Sopeng. Hurry and show proper respect. At this, Jinho respectfully clasped his hands and everyone else, including the disciples, bowed politely. The disciples of Wudang greet Senior Yang Sopeng, the Wufeng elder of the Beggars clan. Yang Sopeng smiled, put his bamboo hat back on and said, "It's a pleasure, he thought to himself. Although much has declined, the Wudang sect remains the same. That strong will, that noble grace. The disciples of Wudang were bowing politely. Yang Sopeng clenched his fist, blaming himself. I'm ashamed of myself for not being able to help them when they were attacked by the heavenly evil sect. Jinmu, who was standing beside them, requested of the martial uncle at this time, "Grand Martial Uncle, may I return to my quarters to rest first?" the martial uncle asked in surprise, without seeing the sect leader first. Hearing that, Jinmu deliberately coughed a few times and said, "I'm feeling a little dizzy." Seeing that, the martial uncle immediately reproached himself. "Oh dear, I was thoughtless. I'll speak to the sect leader on your behalf, so hurry and get some rest." Then Jinmu left, supported by Chung. The martial uncle who was behind also worried. In any case, he fought with a Wufeng expert of the Beggars clan, so he probably hasn't recovered yet. And the martial uncle said, moved, "I hope he doesn't overdo it." Suddenly a voice was heard. Jinho and the two disciples looked at the martial uncle with sparkling eyes. "Grand Martial Uncle, we want to go to his quarters too. We have a lot we want to ask." The martial uncle asked with a helpless face. "Have you finished your training? What about the work in each palace, the evening greetings, the dinner preparations?" Each of the martial uncle's questions pierced Jinho's heart like a dagger, and the two disciples were also flustered. Seeing their expressions, the martial uncle smiled, then suddenly shouted in anger, "Everyone get back to your places." Then the martial uncle turned to Yang Sopeng and said, "Well then, shall we go?" Yang Sopeng smiled and replied, "Let's." The disciples returned to their work with dejected faces. On the table sat a half-drunk teacup, and Myungwon's face was reflected on its surface. He gently swirled the cup and the tea moved with it. Yang Sopeng spoke at this time. "Has the alliance leader considered that they might break the peace we have maintained?" He smiled and extended a hand towards Myungwon. "That is why we intend to hold the Dragon Phoenix Assembly." Myungwon heard this and asked, "To prepare for the case that they become our enemies, you mean?" Yang Sopeng smiled and replied, "That is correct. We must cultivate the next generation of leaders. The strategist has already decided on the person who will guide the chosen one from the Dragon Phoenix Assembly and the martial arts to be taught," he continued. "This information will soon be distributed to all sects belonging to the Righteous Martial Alliance." Hearing that, Myungwon replied, "I understand. But why did you come to the Wudang sect in person?" He stroked his beard and said, "I believe it wasn't just to announce the Dragon Phoenix Assembly." Yang Sopeng smiled cunningly. "It is because of that child from your sect." He crossed his arms and smiled at Myungwon. Myungwon was astonished. "Are you referring to Jinmu?" Yang Sopeng said calmly. "I met that child while investigating the palace in Dongguan County. Do you remember the gunpowder smuggling case that Jinmu solved?" At those words, a memory flashed in Myungwon's mind. That was the first merit the child established after descending the mountain. Yang Sopeng said suspiciously, "We suspected that the case was related to the palace, however, Jinmu's moves matched theirs, so we suspected him." Myungwon was also startled to hear that, but Yang Sopeng quickly refuted it. "But we have already withdrawn that suspicion, so please do not be angered," he explained calmly. "Anyway, I saw a few things while tailing Jinmu." He saw Jinmu's talent and his wisdom to resolve any problem amicably. "And perhaps he is a person with the potential to become a hero of the martial world. I owe him for having doubted him even for a moment." Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table firmly. "What do you think? This is my way of repaying my debt. With firm belief and resolution, I want to open up that child's future." Chung and Chung Yu were lifting a heavy boulder together with both hands. Jinmu watched intently from the side and pointed out in a stern voice, Chung, lift your hands higher." Chung Yu, lower your body." Chung Yu, exhausted, trembled and said, "Martial Uncle, it's already been 2 hours since you said you would train us." But Jinmu paid no heed and reprimanded them. "So weak, I went through the same training you're doing. Stop whining and just do it." At those words, Chung and Chung Yu could only grit their teeth and endure. "We've never seen Martial Uncle do this," Jinmu calmly analyzed. "A strong lower body is necessary to generate unimaginable power. The pain you are suffering now will become the bedrock that saves your lives in the future." He smiled and thought to himself, "Where else can I earn some merits? I hope another incident breaks out." He felt proud and triumphant. The reputation of being the sword of the Wudang sect is quite useful. The second-generation disciples have started to see me in a different light. From a distance, Yang Sopeng suddenly appeared. "It seems you're training the disciples." At those words, Jinmu froze. "If your business here was done, you should have left. Why are you still here?" Yang Sopeng approached and observed closely. "We used to do this when we were young too. I didn't think people trained this way these days. This training is also very good for the back muscles." Jinmu was furious and cursed inwardly. "Who asked for the old man's opinion?" Yang Sopeng looked at him with curious eyes and asked, "I heard that people use iron bracelets for training these days." Jinmu said bluntly, as if uninterested, "We're poor." Yang Sopeng burst out laughing. "I think Taoists and the Beggars clan are the same in this regard." Jinmu couldn't contain his anger at the old man. "What do you mean the same? We just don't value material things while you are beggars." And we're different from that pack of beggars. You guys make thousands of niang every year selling information, yet the ones digging for money always claim to be poor," he said irritably. "So what brings you here?" Yang Sopeng looked puzzled, then began to search all over his body. It was here. He finally found something at the bottom of his pants. Found it. With a happy face, he handed a foul-smelling coin to Jinmu. Jinmu looked at the coin with a disgusted expression. Yang Sopeng was proud. "This is the warrior's coin." At those words, Jinmu was just as surprised. The warrior's coin of the beggar's clan could only be possessed by the clan chief and the 8 elders or higher. The owner of this coin, as long as they did not violate the warrior's code of the beggar's clan, could receive the full support of the beggar's clan disciples. Jinmu stared at it intently, thinking, "This is really desirable." The warrior's coin of the beggar's clan was not something that could be bought with money. Yang Sopeng smiled at Jinmu. "This is how we connect our destinies. Take it." But Jinmu hesitated as he looked at him. Despite his urging, Jinmu felt truly creeped out. Still, it's rare for someone to give such a precious thing, right? Jinmu couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. That old man is an even greater figure than the beggar's clan chief. Jinmu recalled where he had hidden the coin. Even so, it's too dirty. He immediately knelt down, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, "Chung, come here." Chung ran over happily. "This is a precious gift bestowed upon us by that gentleman, so receive it respectfully with all your heart." Jinmu bowed his head and expressed his gratitude very politely. "Thank you for your grace. I cannot receive this precious gift with my own hands." Yang Sopeng saw this and smiled with satisfaction. Having someone else receive it while showing respect himself, he's really too formal. Is this a sign of his respect for me? He laughed out loud, satisfied. "Your demeanor is quite similar to our people. I knew you had a knack for it." He admired him inwardly. "He's truly a desirable talent. I want to drag him to the righteous martial alliance right now, even if Wudang objects." Finally, he bid farewell. "I've given what I had to give, so I'll be on my way now. When you descend the mountain next time, let's have a drink together." He gave a meaningful smile and left. "Farewell." He disappeared in a flash like the wind, leaving no trace behind. "The old man is gone," Jinmu solemnly commanded. "Wash that as cleanly as possible. Make sure not a whiff of the smell remains." At those words, Chung was puzzled. Jinmu was also inwardly delighted. "The warrior's coin of the beggar's clan. I've obtained a treasure I never expected." His eyes turned strange and full of schemes. This is just a gift he gave. In other words, he still owes me a debt. It was a cunning and sinister thought. "I'll suck up all of your faith in me." That night, the space of Wudang was unusually quiet. Myungwon stood quietly, deep in thought about one issue. The words Yang Sopeng had proposed echoed in his ears. "What do you think? I want to open up that child's future." The fact that he had personally requested the alliance leader to recommend teaching the child made him unable to help but worry. Indeed, it is an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jilyang, the sword saint, a figure renowned for his swordsmanship with no equal in this world, agonized between hope and anxiety, thinking, "I hear that Jinmu has already reached the state of core chi and is even showing signs of sword intent. In the history of Wudang, no one has reached such a state at that age. A self-made genius. If that child receives the sword saint's teachings, he will reach a level no one has ever reached, and the name of Wudang will also spread throughout the Central Plains under the sword saint's name," he vowed to himself. "That child will not be the sword of Wudang but a disciple of the holy sword. Whatever happens, the most important thing is Jinmu's thoughts. We are only here to guide our disciples on the right path, not to decide for them. This is a path Jinmu must choose for himself." His gaze was distant and cautious. "I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Perhaps we should start preparing early." The month had passed since their return from Dongguan County. With no special incidents and no opportunities to distinguish himself, Jinmu was bored and complained. "I'm bored to death. Is it okay to be this idle?" At his words, Chung and Chung Yu cried out inwardly in unison. "If you have nothing to do, please just leave us alone." A voice came from a distance calling, "Martial uncle." Jinmu, martial uncle. Jinmu instantly recognized the voice as belonging to that rude fellow. He asked urgently, "What brings you here?" The person panted as he answered, "The sect leader has summoned you to the Zishao Palace immediately." His voice was frantic. "Almost all of Wudang's disciples have gathered. Even the elders and masters of each palace have been summoned." Jinmu became curious too. "Do you know what's going on?" The person didn't know the situation well either. Seeing that even the first-generation disciples were summoned, it had to be a very serious matter. Jinmu was excited. Has an opportunity to earn merit arrived? For it to be an issue that required gathering all of Wudang's disciples. He thought with a cunning smile, "This is a big one." He immediately shot to his feet. His voice was filled with excitement. Chung Wu, let's go." His chest swelled with anticipation for action. The moment of achievement has come. As Jinmu walked excitedly, he suddenly paused. 2 lines of people were bowing their heads to him in greeting. He was flustered and surprised. "What is this?" The atmosphere was solemn. As he continued to walk inside, all the disciples greeted him seriously. Someone quietly opened a door to welcome him. As the door slowly opened, countless people were gathered inside. Jinmu felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, "Why do they look so serious?" He looked around at the people. Everyone was dressed differently than usual. He looked down at himself and thought, "Can I go change my clothes and come back now?" Myungwon called out to him loudly. First-generation disciple Jinho stepped forward. He was startled and replied. Everyone's eyes were on him. What in the world is going on? He couldn't help but seek help from his master. He looked at his master with a gaze mixed with resentment and complaint. You should have told me what was going on, the old Murim requested in a soft voice. Jinho, sit. Jinho guessed inwardly. Is this an extremely important mission? Are we preparing for war? But everyone around him was strange. Why is everyone smiling? Only Jinho was gritting his teeth with a displeased expression. Seeing that guy's face, this must be good for me. Murim announced loudly. Jinho, listen. This is a decision made after a month of meetings by the elders and gathering the opinions of the first-generation disciples. 2 disciples quickly brought 2 trays and placed them before him. Murim explained concisely. Before you lie 2 paths you must choose. His gaze seemed uncomfortable. First, that letter was written by me. Looking at the letter in front of him, he thought, we're not that close, why would he write me a letter? He explained seriously. That letter will be sent to Jilyang, the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance and a great warrior, the Sword Saint. With Elder Yang Sopeng's recommendation, it is a token that will allow you to receive his teachings. Jinho immediately understood the problem. He recalled the old man he had smashed to pieces in his past as Hyukurian Mugang. Seeing the disciples' admiring attitudes, he thought, indeed his swordsmanship was impressive on the same level as mine. It is a great honor for a Wudang disciple to receive his teachings. He frowned in displeasure. But I'm different. What am I supposed to learn from a guy that first beat? Beside him, Murim continued. The white robe next to it can only be worn by one person. It is the white dragon robe, worn by the one known as the Sword of Wudang. Everyone watched with admiration and anticipation. Jinho was extremely flustered as he looked at the robe before him. Are these guys crazy? He imagined what would happen. What kind of idiot would go around advertising who they are in the martial world? It's too dangerous to wear this. He glanced at his master and cursed inwardly. Are these guys serious? You guys have nothing better to do, so you're doing all sorts of things. Murim continued softly. Treasures will be bestowed upon the one who holds the title of Sword of Wudang. At those words, Jinho's eyes widened. He pointed to a white box next to Jinho. Inside the box is a grand culmination elixir Daejongdan. Jinho shouted out loud and stared at the box in surprise. The grand culmination elixir, a legendary sacred treasure of the Wudang Sect, a Taoist panacea known as the most precious among priceless treasures that had never been passed down. He looked at it and dreamed of a future where he would ascend to the clouds in a single breath. He vowed to himself, if only I can absorb this panacea, his ambition soared. I can immediately reach the realm of Gangryuk vigor. By absorbing the chi of the grand culmination elixir, to reach the realm of Gangryuk, mastering the dual hard arts and completely controlling the dark dragon's internal energy, he would gain immense power. Then I will be invincible. Jinho was overjoyed with excitement. Thank you, fate, that damn lion. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. I'm sorry for cursing you when I was trapped in Jinho's body. Murim let him choose freely. Whichever you choose, even if you refuse both and want to go your own way, no one will blame you. He looked at Jinho as if expecting something. Jinho's face darkened, becoming serious. He took a light, deep breath. Disciple Jinho tightly gripped the robe and the grand culmination elixir, embracing them as if embracing his own future. His eyes shone with firm resolve without a hint of hesitation. I will advance as the Sword of Wudang. Everyone couldn't hide their joy. Murim was deeply moved. This child has refused an opportunity that anyone would desire. He has chosen the pride of entering the martial world as a disciple of Wudang rather than relying on the Sword Saint's influence. He looked at Jinho with proud eyes, unable to hide his inner emotion. Thank you, Murim said joyfully. I couldn't be more proud. You are truly a blessing to the Wudang Sect. Jinho wore a cunning smile. His eyes shone as if he held a dream in his hands. In a dark, cold cave, Jinho stared intently at the box in his hands. It's in here. His face was filled with anticipation, and his hand trembled slightly as he opened the box. He slowly opened the lid, extremely nervous. A faint ray of light emanated from within. He couldn't believe his eyes. It glowed beautifully with a brilliant hue. Ah, so this is the grand culmination elixir. At the sensation, Jinho felt as if he had entered another world. It's truly magnificent, so beautiful and even fragrant. It's like being in a celestial garden with all kinds of flowers in full bloom. He noticed a strange piece of paper next to it. Although in a hurry, Jinho calmly examined the points to be careful of when absorbing the grand culmination elixir. It's complicated. Nevertheless, he read it diligently. Since you kindly wrote this, I'll bother to remember it. Jinho held the elixir in his hand. I must not make a mistake at any stage, he quietly vowed to himself. I must not miss a single wisp of chi. He placed the elixir in his mouth. The elixir slowly dissolved in his mouth. It flowed straight down his throat with a subtle sweetness. Jinho clearly felt a hot energy rising from his dantian. The warmth and energy of the elixir slowly spread throughout his body. Calm everything down and follow what is written. The flow of mystical chi seeped into his body one by one. Murim and the 2 disciples were anxiously worried. Murim asked in a trembling voice of anxiety, "Will he be able to do it?" Chung nodded reliably. "I believe he will." All 3 of them waited. Time passed, and a long night engulfed in tension and waiting quietly went by. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn shone, Murim approached peacefully. He was startled and reproached himself. "You all, why are you like this?" Seeing their tired eyes, the newly arrived sect leader immediately guessed the situation. "You've been here all night," he quickly reassured them. "Don't worry too much, there can be no mistakes." Myeontan smiled faintly. "I know the child will make it, but there was nothing I could do but worry. He was like an old father. Jinmu is more precious to me than anyone. That child's eyes make it impossible for others not to care." Myeongwon smiled gently. "I understand how you feel," Myeonggung also said in surprise. "But senior brother, isn't it taking too long?" Myeongwon was not sure. "I don't know either. It's the first time I've seen it. We were still too young when our martial uncle used the grand culmination elixir, but he still believed in Jinmu. I believe everything will be fine, so trust in Jinmu and wait," Chung Yu cried out in surprise. "It's been 4 days, everyone was worried. It's taking too long. What should we do?" Myeongtan anxiously thought to himself. "Should I take a quick peek? What if that mysterious elixir is affected? Just one look?" He hurriedly approached the cave entrance. But a loud explosion came from inside the cave. A small sound grew closer, the sound of slow, calm footsteps. Jinmu walked out in surprise. He wondered, "What are you all doing here?" Myeongtan hurriedly embraced his disciple. He couldn't hide his joy. "You did it, you did it." Jinmu was also flustered. "It's not like I returned from hell. Why is he so happy?" He saw Myeongtan waver for a moment. "To be so happy just because I walked out safely." Chung Yu also smiled brightly. "Martial uncle, you seem to have gotten bigger. You look healthier on the outside too. You look fuller." Myeongtan shed tears of emotion. "How is your body? You must be hungry after starving for 4 days, he hurriedly ordered. "Changchang, go to the Zishao Palace and inform the sect leader that Jinmu has come out of seclusion. Chung Yu, go back to the quarters, light a fire and cook rice." The two joyfully followed the order. Jinmu also suggested, "I'll go catch a wild boar," but Myeongtan immediately objected. "It hasn't been long since you absorbed that elixir," he analyzed seriously. "Even a pregnant woman needs to recuperate for a month, even a year after childbirth. How can I let you overwork yourself right after absorbing the elixir?" At those words, Jinmu doubted life. "But I didn't give birth, and isn't childbirth much harder?" he scolded loudly. "Look at how much you've grown. Your body must have grown, so there's no way your body is in a normal state right now." He hurriedly turned and left. "Cold wind can seep into your bones, so hurry and go into your room. I'll go catch one myself." Although he was reluctant, his heart was filled with happiness. That old man is really energetic. To go catch a wild boar himself. Watching his master's back, he thought, "I can't feel that old man's internal energy, but his body has noticeably improved." He couldn't hide his joy. That old man is regaining his former skills, a respectable master, a true martial artist. Chung Yu proudly presented a large plate of meat. "Martial uncle, eat a lot. It's all restorative food for you." Jinmu didn't hold back either. "Your skills have improved a lot. Thank you." He quickly ate deliciously. "I've successfully absorbed the grand culmination elixir and I'm eating delicious food. Today is a really good day," Myeongtan said with joy and pride. "Thinking of you becoming the sword of Wudang, I'm so proud of you." Jinmu was equally excited. "Be as proud as you want," but he paused at Myeongtan's words. "If that's the case, have you become the head disciple or something?" He looked at his master with a bewildered expression. "I don't know what you're talking about," Myeongtan replied casually. "What are you trying to say?" He worriedly repeated Myeongtan's words. "You spoke as if I couldn't become the head disciple." Myeongwon tilted his head and looked at Jinmu with surprised eyes. "You didn't know?" It was a wake-up call for Jinmu. "The disciple who becomes the sword of Wudang cannot become the head disciple." Jinmu cursed inwardly in a daze. Myeongtan laughed loudly. "It seems you didn't know. Is that a problem? You are the sword of Wudang." "Understood. Hurry up and eat." Jinmu cried inwardly in anger. "Why not?" His eyes blurred with injustice. His terrifying smile surprised everyone. It was extreme regret. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The atmosphere around suddenly became lively. Myeongwon said with joy and emotion, "You have safely absorbed the grand culmination elixir." His voice echoed low and warm, making Jinmu even more wilted. "Well done, truly well done." His gaze was as if he had no more regrets in this life. He cursed inwardly in anger. "This damn bastard, you didn't tell me I couldn't become the head disciple if I became the sword of Wudang." "Well done," but Myeongwon didn't care and was still happy. "I can feel the spirit of the sword of Wudang in your eyes." He sighed and cursed inwardly. To hell with the sword of Wudang or whatever. Everything happened because of that guy. The dream of mastering the dual heart arts and becoming the strongest of the righteous and demonic paths sparked constant murmurs among the people. Why does Jinmu look so dazed? He's someone who should be glowing and radiating energy from his eyes after absorbing the grand culmination elixir. Jin Hai smiled triumphantly. "Isn't it because he failed to absorb the energy of the grand culmination elixir? Even though it took 3 whole days," he sneered. "I told you. The grand culmination elixir is too much for that guy." Myeongtan heard that and became worried about his disciple. He hurriedly ran to ask about his well-being. "Jinmu, how is your body?" Jinmu replied in a tired voice. "I'm fine," he said gently. "Changchang has caught a fat pheasant for dinner." Even those words couldn't lift Jinmu's spirits. His face was full of worry. That child is still down. Is it really because he couldn't fully absorb the elixir's energy? Watching his increasingly listless body, he thought. He must have thought he could reach the realm of Gangryuk the moment he absorbed the grand culmination elixir. His heart ached too. Now that child has become the sword of Wudang. He must be under pressure to become stronger. In that case he must be really disappointed. He immediately rushed to Jinmu's side. Jinmu, he encouraged with all his might. Don't push yourself too hard, you're already really amazing. Just achieving sword intent at the age of 20 is unprecedented in the history of the martial world. Jinmu was also surprised. What nonsense is this old man spouting? He stared blankly at his master. It doesn't matter how much energy you've absorbed from the grand culmination elixir. I'm talking about reaching the realm of Gangryak. That is a realm that no one in this Wudang sect has ever reached. Even in the righteous martial alliance, those who have reached that realm can be counted on one hand. Jinmu sighed wearily. That's life, it's full of hardships, no need to worry. He stood up decisively and led his master outside. As if by habit he lightly waved his hand, and a faint blue chi emanated from his palm. It swirled above his hand. Jinmu lightly moved his hand and sent the chi flying. A huge rock shattered into hundreds of pieces and scattered. Myeontan was speechless with surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. Jinmu sighed as if tired. That is Gangryak, he said gently. You don't need to worry, I have absorbed all the energy of the grand culmination elixir. Jinmu lightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath and entered his room. I'll go back and rest now. I'm quite tired. He left Myeontan standing there, still dumbfounded with his mouth open. He couldn't understand what was happening. Jinmu has reached the realm of Gangryak. Then why, if he's reached the realm of Gangryak, why does he look like he's lost the whole world? Jinmu lay stretched out on his bed exhausted. He felt a suppressed frustration. What's so great about breaking through a realm? Internal energy accumulates over time, you just have to train. A feeling of regret welled up. If only I had my dark dragon internal energy, reaching the realm of Gangryak would have been child's play. My dual heart arts, but soon another thought crossed his mind. Should I kill everyone and take it by force? Now that I'm the strongest in the Wudang sect, no one can stop me. But that thought was immediately dismissed. As long as the memories of this body's previous owner dominate this body, if my master tells me to stop, I have no choice but to stop, like a pet listening to its owner. Stop, you beast, he would nod and obey. Jinmu sobbed. That damn devil of all places, he threw me into the Wudang sect. What am I supposed to do now? A voice came from outside. Martial uncle, it's Chung. Chung said calmly. A message has come from the scripture pavilion. The elder said he has finished transcribing the martial arts books you requested before. Jinmu was already too tired and his mind was troubled. These stupid Wudang guys, they never let me rest. The Wudang sect scripture pavilion was located on rugged terrain with countless old books piled up. Jinmu frowned in displeasure. It was a good thing I brought Chung and Chungwoo, Ungong carefully advised. Take them carefully. While Chung and Chungwoo quickly packed, Jinmu, still tired, grumbled. Without the dual hard arts, what use are these worthless martial arts? Ungong looked at him. What did you say? The old man said in a quiet, soft voice. I was just surprised that someone is interested in the worthless dual hard arts that no one cares about. Jinmu said irritably. I heard that it is a noble secret manual that only the head disciple of the Wudang sect can learn. How can you say it's worthless? The old man's voice sank sadly. I think it's noble, but the dual hard arts are also a poison. Jinmu cursed inwardly. He's senile and his mind is wandering. The old man gently explained again. While the dual hard arts have long been a legend of the Wudang sect, it would be good if it could be restored to its original form. Jinmu's eyes immediately widened. Surprise and interest intertwined. He asked back excitedly, what do you mean by that? But the old man just smiled. It's nothing, just an old man's rambling. If you've taken what you need, you may go now. Jinmu felt an intense curiosity. The original form of the dual heart arts, what does that mean? Does it mean it's in a different form now? He guessed inwardly, agitated. This old man definitely knows something. He ordered Chung and Chungwoo. Go back first. Chung was surprised. What about you, martial uncle? He quickly replied. Tell master that I'll be staying at the scripture pavilion for a while. He brought a chair from the side and sat down quietly. His gaze was focused. Elder, could you tell me what you mean by restoring the dual heart arts to their original form and what that poison is? Ungong's voice sank seriously. You are truly a rare one. I have met many generations of disciples, but none of them were interested in the dual heart arts. The old man's gaze deepened. Perhaps you wish to learn it. Jinmu frowned upon hearing those words. He observed the old man. An old man of unclear age and status. He's lived longer than anyone currently in Wudang. That man might be my last hope to learn the dual heart arts, he said in a playful low voice. I want to learn it. Jinmu was firm. To achieve what I want, I must get my hands on the dual heart arts. Ungong was silent for a long time. To achieve what you want. I hear you are now the sword of Wudang. That means you can no longer learn the dual heart arts, so why do you still cling to it? Jinmu answered without hesitation. If I had known that I could not learn the dual heart arts, I would not have chosen to become the sword of Wudang. Ungong looked at him. His eyes seemed to pierce through Jinmu's heart. In any case, you have already received the grand culmination elixir, so it is too greedy to try to learn the dual heart arts as well. The old man refused firmly. Give up. That is the only advice I can give you. The old man stared at Jinmu. The new light of the Wudang sect. This one still has infinite potential to develop. A terrible scene from the past suddenly came to mind. Once is enough for the light of Wudang to be buried in tragedy. Jinmu was surprised. That's ridiculous. He frowned as if he couldn't understand. Compared to the dual heart arts, the grand culmination elixir is just a simple energy pill. Ungong chuckled. To think there is someone who sees the grand culmination elixir this way. You're truly mad. The old man looked at Jinmu with sharp eyes. Do you know what dual heart Liang Xin means? It is a power that symbolizes yin and yang, light and darkness. It also signifies good and evil. To encompass both these forces within one's being is the essence of the dual heart. The old man's gaze grew solemn. To possess both the righteous path and the evil path within one body, do you truly believe an ordinary Wudang Taoist can control that? Consequently, a constant conflict between righteousness and evil will inevitably arise within the mind. If these two energies do not harmonize, you will surely be consumed by the evil within your heart. The old man spoke calmly as if delivering a lecture. If a disciple of the Taoist sect becomes like that, they will turn into a demon and eventually harm the world. For that reason you must give up. But Jinmu stubbornly insisted. I'll be fine. At those words, the old man was startled. He gave a dark smile. That guy is just an old man who hasn't experienced it. It is certainly a dangerous thing for an ordinary Wudang Taoist, he said nonchalantly. There is absolutely no way I will be crushed by the demon in my heart, because I myself am not an ordinary Taoist, a Taoist who could not learn the arts of the heretical sect. It was a natural principle for those with pure hearts to learn pure arts, so their internal energy would not increase but could even be destroyed if they learned the arts of the evil path. But Jinmu had been forcibly injected with 6 streams of yang energy into his evil heart. He was forced to learn Wudang's arts, but there were no signs of conflict. Yang energy filled his body, but it had no effect on his heart. He was still as cruel and evil as before, a demon of the heretical sect dressed in a Taoist's robe. Since he was originally a demon, there was no way he would be crushed by the demon in his heart. As Jinmu's lips curled into a smile, Ungang was astonished. The old man saw him smiling bizarrely. I clearly explained everything to make him give up, but that guy is just grinning and saying he's fine. It doesn't seem like he didn't understand my words. The old man was angry. It's as if he's deliberately trying to make me say more about the dual heart arts. He began his story in a low voice. 100 years ago, Jinmu thought to himself. He lived that long? Is he the mountain spirit of Mount Wudang? Ungang calmly continued the story. There was a man who learned the dual heart arts. He too said he would be fine just like you. And then he went into seclusion to cultivate the dual heart arts. Thus he began to learn the martial arts of the heretical sect to fill his body with the yin-evil arts, a prerequisite for the dual heart arts, and a mishap occurred. In the process of merging the two energies of yin and yang, he lost his balance and was swallowed by the demon in his heart. He became as if mad. A single demon was formed. The tragedy began as his fellow disciples could not escape the slaughter. Jinmu, unable to believe such a thing happened in Wudang, asked the old man back. Why have I never heard of it? If that is true, why is there no record of it? The old man said, as if trying to ignore the truth. Because it was a disgrace and a stain on the Wudang sect. It could never be recorded in history, because that man was the sect leader of the Wudang sect, the old man said slowly. The Wudang sect erased all records related to the dual heart arts and abolished the martial arts he learned when he turned into a demon, but those words sparked true doubt in Jinmu. Wait, that man was the sect leader? Those useless Taoists couldn't even stop a single master from the heavenly evil sect, yet they could abolish the martial arts of a demonized Wudang sect leader, he muttered to himself. It's a bit irrational. Is he talking nonsense because he's sick? He sighed as if tired. It seems that guy wasn't that strong either. Suddenly the old man shouted. Not strong, the old man's words hurt like a bone-deep wound. If he hadn't momentarily regained his senses and suppressed the demon's energy within his body, every single word, he then ordered his disciple to strike his neck, making it the price for the fellow disciples who died at his hands and a lifelong pain that would crush the old man. Ungang's eyes glinted with killing intent. Not just the Wudang sect, but the entire world would have been stained with blood. Jinmu was startled. He's not weak, so why is the old man shouting like that? The old man's body trembled with anger, but he finally took a deep breath and regained his composure. He was a legendary figure who had set foot in the martial world for the first time in 10 years. The old man looked at Jinmu, who was frowning unpleasantly. He was the greatest master in the world. If he had truly been able to harmonize the energies of yin and yang, not even the emperor would have been qualified to stand before him. Jinmu also forced a sarcastic smile. He's senile. He didn't want to listen to the old man's ridiculous stories. The emperor is someone who can move 1,000,000 troops at will with a single gesture. He said, I've never heard of such an absolute master being in our Wudang sect. I know you're bragging, but you've gone too far. He turned away coldly. If you're done talking, I'll be going. But he stopped short. The second part of the dual heart arts, the yin-yang secret manual, was divided into 4 parts. He asked in a loud, surprised voice. There are 2 parts to the dual heart arts? Ungang nodded. It used to be, the old man continued his analysis. But according to Chengmu's last wish, the yin-yang secret manual was divided and sent to 4 other Taoist sects besides Wudang, sealed away so that no other member of Wudang would be swallowed by a demon while trying to complete the energies of yin and yang. Jinmu couldn't help but be curious. Then the dual heart arts that the head disciple learns from the sect leader, Ungang confirmed again. It's not the whole thing, he also scorned. The divided second part is also useless without the first part. But Jinmu smiled. Wrong, the old man started his story again. The secrets and keys to combining the energies of yin and yang were each divided into 2 parts and sent to the 4 palaces. The second part of the dual heart arts also contains material from the first part. At those words, Jinmu became interested. Does that mean I can learn the dual heart arts with just the second part? He clenched his fists and hesitated. I don't know who this old man is, but can I really trust him? He looked at the old man with suspicious eyes. You speak as if you saw it yourself. How do I know it's not a fabricated story? The old man frowned unpleasantly. You brat, have you been listening all this time and still don't understand? Jinmu pursed his lips in contempt. He must be the highest-ranking elder in the sect. The old man also shook his head and denied it. There's no need to be so polite. Then the old man's eyes turned sad. He sighed and his voice was hoarse. Because I am just a sinner who should have been excommunicated after having my limbs cut off. The old man seemed to have mustered up all his courage. Do you remember the story of the sect leader who became a demon? Jinmu also listened seriously. That was me. At those words he was dumbfounded. The image of a sword getting closer, a decisive strike, and eyes filled with sorrow and tears. Grief and coercion. It became a pain that crushed the old man for his entire life. A disciple struck his neck. On a peaceful morning in Wudang, the three martial brothers, Jinmu and the others, sat exhausted next to a messy pile of books. Jinmu thought to himself, I wasted time listening to the old man's nonsense. He cut the sect leader's neck. Even if he fell into chi deviation, didn't he eventually regain consciousness? Veins popped out on his forehead in anger. If that's true, then the old man is just a lowly Taoist who deserves the same fate as his master. He should be punished for the crime of patricide. His limbs should be cut off and his bones broken, not just have his internal energy crippled and be confined to the scripture pavilion, he vaguely guessed. Now that he's talking about the dual heart arts, those stories can't be trusted, but in the end he was still bothered by the old man's words. He recalled what the old man had said. No one in the current Wudang sect or any other sect knows this story. The old man's gaze was very sincere. The other sects probably didn't reveal this fact to later generations to keep the secret. The old man's voice was calm. A long time has passed, so those books are probably no longer in their hands or have become old. It's not certain if they kept them well. And that's just an unproven story from an old man over 100 years old. The name Chung Yu is the same. If he was truly an absolute master, how could his fame not have spread throughout the martial world? Even if it was 100 years ago, I've never heard that name. He hurriedly shook off the thought. It's just the delusion of an old man who's about to enter his grave. But he still hesitated. What if the second book of the dual heart arts really exists? Jinmu's gaze was lost in thought for a moment before he dismissed it. How could that be? He was too tired and stood up. You guys can clean up the rest, right? Chung and Chung Yu immediately nodded and he hurriedly left. His steps were light and leisurely, but his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts and his original plan. The original plan was to learn the dual heart arts and leave Wudang, but the plan has gone awry. There's no reason to stay in this sick place any longer, but he couldn't decide on his own. I still need Master's permission. What excuse should I use to get his permission? The Sword of Wudang. The more he thought about it, the more disgusting it was. Every action of the Sword of Wudang will represent the Wudang sect. I have to be careful in everything and can't do anything that doesn't make sense. Like someone who wants to escape but is bound by shackles he can't break. I just put another shackle on myself. He muttered a curse. Frustration welled up. I need something that will let me get far, far away from this sick Wudang, not just a short trip. Chung saw that and spoke up. Do you want to become a pilgrim martial uncle? Jinmu seemed to grasp at the last thread of hope. Chung also hurriedly explained. You said you wanted to go far away. A pilgrim basically wanders from place to place. For a martial artist, outstanding martial arts alone are not enough. You need to know about the martial world. To travel the martial world, improve your skills and gain experience, that is a true martial artist. And that is the purpose of becoming a pilgrim. Jinmu's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can go wherever I want? Chung also nodded. His eyes were filled with empathy and pride. Aren't you the Sword of Wudang martial uncle? The Sword of Wudang represents the entire Wudang sect and is responsible for Wudang's external affairs. It's only natural for you to go out and train as a pilgrim. It was as if a huge door had opened before Jinmu. Why didn't I think of this? If I become a pilgrim, I'll no longer be constrained by Master. He was immediately delighted and patted Chung head. You are a really smart kid, he smiled brightly. My lovely child, I'll go see Master for a moment, rest a little, and then finish organizing the books. Chung Wu's eyes also widened. What about me, martial uncle? Jinmu immediately changed his attitude. He threatened coldly. Can't you see how many books are still unorganized? Stop whining and continue. I'll check when I get back. Jinmu was secretly delighted. I don't need any more merits or honor. He hurriedly left. If I can't learn the dual heart arts, why would I care? It's time to leave. There's only one thing left to do, get Master's approval. As Miantan walked lightly, a familiar shout came to his ears. He happily approached Jinmu. He said worriedly, You weren't in your room, so I went to look for you. He laughed loudly. I went to see how far the 5 Dragons Palace had been built, he told him with interest. Now that I'm the master of a palace, I can't just sit still. The sect leader is paying a lot of attention to that construction. It seems the foundation work is finished. Jinmu grumbled. You're not building it yourself, are you? If you get sick again, I'm the one who will suffer. Miantan suddenly remembered and asked, Have you finished organizing those books? He also reminded him kindly. From now on visit Elder Ungong often and talk with him. At those words he also sighed. Why should I do that? Myeongtan also said gently. He bears the sin of killing his master and all his internal energy has been tripled, but he is the oldest person in this martial world. If you talk with him, I believe the conversation will be beneficial to you. Jinmu was surprised and thought to himself. The sin of killing his master, he recalled the stories Ungong had told him. Was that true? He asked out of curiosity. Master, was there someone named Chung Yu in the Wudang Sect before? Myeongtan looked at him in surprise. Weren't you uninterested in Wudang's history? What's going on? At those words, Jinmu was a little flustered. Myeongtan looked at him gently. Of course there was such a person. He was the one who led Wudang to its peak. Jinmu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It wasn't a crazy old man's made-up story, his voice stammered. I've never heard of him before. Myeongtan also confirmed the fact. He told him about what was recorded about him in the martial world's books in a stern voice. It was only for 10 years and that part was only a few lines because he helped a little at the request of the government. Many people believe he was the one behind the non-aggression pact between the martial world and the government. Jinmu's eyes were filled with confusion. He also vaguely remembered that incident. The non-aggression pact was established by the first emperor. It was after he received help from someone in the martial world when he founded the current dynasty, but that person was the Wudang Sect leader Chung Yu. Myeongtan was curious. How do you know his name? Jinmu was flustered. When I visited the scripture pavilion, Elder Ungong told me about him. Myeongtan also found it strange. For him to talk about our patriarch, Jinmu asked him curiously. I have something to ask you. He looked at him shyly. At Chung Yu's final moments did he become a demon and get killed by his disciple or something like that? Myeongtan immediately got angry and shouted loudly, You traitor, don't speak carelessly. He began to talk about his patriarch endlessly, and Jinmu felt like his ears were about to burst. He was suddenly excited. That means most of what the crazy old man said was true. He seemed to have grasped the last thread of hope. There's a reliable basis for the second secret manual of the dual heart arts being divided among 5 Taoist sects, and that the yin-yang scroll exists. He hurried away as if he couldn't miss a single moment. He faced his master seriously. My goal was shattered and now there's hope again. I can't wait any longer. He said loudly and solemnly. I have a request, he said clearly. I want to become a pilgrim with a sincere gaze. I have to show that I'm worthy of being the sword of Wudang. I want to go out into the martial world to train and grow myself. Please grant me permission. Myeongtan was silent for a moment. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. The Zishao Palace, where the cool air and nature harmonized. Myeongwon sat quietly in a quiet room. He sighed lightly. What should I do about this? Myeongtan quietly entered. Sect leader, he bowed his head respectfully. Myeongtan, the master of the 5 Dragons Palace, reports. Myeongwon saw that and smiled, breaking the solemn atmosphere. It's not a meeting, so come and sit down, Myeongtan asked out of curiosity. Is there something worrying you? At those words he was also embarrassed. Do I look that worried? He held out a letter. It's because of this. A heavy sigh. It's a letter from the Alliance leader, he said sadly and worriedly. It details the opening of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, but in the end they just want to meet Jinmu, so they're demanding that I bring him to the Righteous Martial Alliance. Myeongtan thought for a moment and then said gently, Is there anything to worry about here? Can't you just take the child with you? But Myeongwon suddenly cut him off with a stern, angry voice. How can it be that simple? There's more than enough reason to keep the child here. He is a disciple of the Wudang Sect and belongs to the Wudang Sect. Myeongwon sighed quietly. His eyes were heavy. Now that he is the sword of Wudang, he cannot participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly or join the Righteous Martial Alliance. Elder Yang Sopeng is really too much. I don't know how to refuse. Myeongtan looked at him seriously. Sect leader Jinmu just came to me and asked for permission to become a pilgrim. At those words, Myeongwon was surprised. A pilgrim? His skills are already outstanding enough, Myeongtan explained. The child is a martial arts prodigy but still lacks experience. And isn't it a tradition for the Sword of Wudang to go around collecting the seals of the 5 major Taoist sects of the Central Plains? Please allow him to travel and learn in the martial world while collecting the seals. Hearing this, Myeongwon suddenly realized. The seals of the 5 major Taoist sects. I forgot because it's been several generations since the Sword of Wudang appeared. Myeongtan continued. You can send Chung Yu and Chung Chong to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly with him. His words were firm. Anyway, the real purpose of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly is to select talented individuals from among the second-generation disciples of each sect. Therefore, Chung Chong and Chung Yu are already superior to children their age. They will surely do well there. Myeongwon agreed and nodded lightly. This is not to build the reputation of the Wudang sect. We can also save face there. We don't have to refuse their request to meet Jinmu. Myeongtan also happily suggested. Let Jinmu take the lead and go meet them. Myeongwon also felt much lighter. Since they requested Jinmu to come there, we just need to send the child as a matter of courtesy, and since he is on a pilgrimage he will refuse any requests to participate. It was just as Myeongtan had explained. That way the elders won't be able to hold the child back. Myeongwon was satisfied and happy. What an impressive idea. Tell Jinmu to prepare quickly. At dusk in Hubei province, the righteous martial alliance in Wuhan, Zhuge Shejin was reporting to the alliance leader. He reported quietly, "I have sent letters to all the sects regarding the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly." Jilyang nodded in satisfaction. He said slowly in an expectant voice, "It seems a few promising individuals will participate in this Dragon and Phoenix Assembly." Zhuge Shejin also smiled. "I heard that the disciple of Wudang recommended by Elder Yang Sopeng is especially outstanding." Jilyang was also very much looking forward to it. "I personally wrote to the Wudang Sect leader about the matter, so he will have no choice but to bring the child." He lightly furrowed his brow. "The two children of the Zhuge family, the ones rumored to be geniuses in your family, have been replaced by others to participate, right?" A hint of disappointment crossed his eyes, looking at Zhuge Shejin. He said in a low voice, "I was always looking forward to those children. I suspected it would be difficult for him to participate since he's the oldest in the clan." He asked slowly, "Will there be any problems with the preparations for the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly?" Zhuge Shejin reassured him. "You don't need to worry. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall being built for this meeting is being prepared in a hurry, and I will ensure it becomes a perfect martial arts dojo, to deal with the unknown organization, the palace, and to have a greater force than the Sun and Moon demonic cult and the Heavenly Evil Sect." The Dragon and Phoenix Hall was rebuilt. Jilyang thought to himself, "If the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is built and fulfills its role, it will become the largest martial arts dojo and the place with the most powerful force in the history of the Righteous Martial Alliance." He asked slowly, "Have you chosen the people to train?" Zhuge Shejin replied respectfully, "We have invited all the famous martial artists," but he still hesitated. "But there are a few things that bother me. We have not yet decided who will take on the role of the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall." The hint of unease still flickered in Jilyang's eyes. "It must be someone who is not a member of the Seven Stars and is not related to any organization. Otherwise, that person might challenge the authority of the alliance leader or favor their own sect." Jilyang understood well and said in a low voice, "Is there no one who fits that condition?" But Zhuge Shejin spoke up. "There is one person," he suggested clearly. "How about Yukbak? Not only does he have a perfect record, but he also has no connection to the alliance leader. So I think he is a suitable candidate." At those words, Jilyang immediately recalled the old man Yukbak, born into a small family in Shimen, Henan province. He was known as a master on par with the Seven Stars of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Since he had no ambition for power or interest in conflict, he gave up his position as the eldest son of the family to his younger brother and lived in seclusion. He also found it difficult to decide. Yukbak is a person everyone can learn from. He is also famous as a symbol of neutrality in the vortex of conflict between the righteous sects. He couldn't help but be dazed, but he has secluded himself from the world, so do I have to search the entire martial world for him now? Zhuge Shejin smiled meaningfully and said happily. Jilyang suddenly realized what he was still doubting. That face, could it be? Zhuge Shejin nodded lightly. Elder Yang Sopeng helped, he said gently. There are rumors that he is in Yichang, in the bustling streets of Yichang. Chung Yu looked around in surprise. It's so lively here, Jinmu also replied nonchalantly. Of course, it's because of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. He looked at the two brats eating and drinking deliciously and cursed inwardly. I'm stuck with these brats again, he calmly recalled. I brought Chung and Chung Yu to the Righteous Martial Alliance, but it seems fine. I'll get my hands on the dual heart art soon, so this is nothing. As the group was laughing and talking cheerfully, a person appeared. When the old man spoke in a growling voice, Jinmu looked at him. The old man came closer and said quietly, Excuse me. The voice was polite but meaningful. May I join you? Yukbak had been observing this group from a distance. Judging by their clothes, they must be the Wudang disciples going to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. What surprised him was how a Taoist could eat meat and drink alcohol. Excitement welled up in his heart. I should join them and observe them while eating something, but Jinmu firmly refused. No, with those words he was shocked, and Jinmu was also uninhibited. I don't want to sit with you. Yukbak frowned unpleasantly. If an old senior asks to join the table, shouldn't kind Taoists always say yes? He said loudly. Can't you see there are no more seats here? Your table has 4 seats and there's still one empty. Jinmu frowned and openly showed his displeasure. He replied coldly with a slightly annoyed voice, There are 4 other tables with only 2 people sitting, so. Boss of all people. Chung hurriedly stepped in. Isn't it okay, Martial Uncle? Jinmu shot him a look. Be quiet. I'm not okay. He glared at him. I'm not refusing him for no reason, the old man Yukbak. There was no way he wouldn't recognize him. He was one of his rivals when he was the master of the Heavenly Evil Sect. His nature was lowly, he saw money as stones, and he was overly curious. He wouldn't just pass by seeing a Taoist drinking. If I let him join us, he'll definitely ask endless questions. Yukbak clicked his tongue, his face hardened, and he pointed a finger at Jinmu and said loudly, Aren't you guys Taoists from Wudang? I didn't ask you for a chair or to pay for my meal, so how can you refuse an old man's request to join the table? Jinmu maintained a cold gaze and retorted without wavering, I paid for this seat and I said I don't want you to sit with us. What does this have to do with being a Taoist? Why don't you get lost somewhere else? He shouted. His voice was filled with annoyance. Let's get up. Chung Yu was still disappointed. There's still a lot of food left. Jinmu lost his patience. I've lost my appetite because of that annoying old man. Let's go somewhere else. He immediately left, leaving Yukbak annoyed. Lost my appetite. Annoying old man. He nonchalantly told the waiter. I'd like to change my seat. That old man keeps bothering me. Please calculate his bill as well. Yukbek's face turned red with humiliation. You rude Taoist brat. I'm your senior. I can't let this go. He also hurriedly left. I'll teach you a lesson. But a hand stopped him. The waiter looked at him with not-so-friendly eyes. Where do you think you're going? Pay up first. It's 4 niang in total, she shouted. 4 niang. Yukbak was stunned. His face hardened. How could they eat that much? Damn Taoist brats. Night slowly fell. What a strange old man. Chung Yu kept complaining. He kept trying to join us even though we refused, and we hadn't even finished eating yet. Chung said with difficulty. How can you say that to a senior? Chung Yu didn't understand. What did I do wrong? Martial uncle did it too, he reminded loudly. Do you think you're the same as martial uncle? At those words, Jinmu felt a pang of guilt. It's true that children follow what they see. He looked at his clothes again. They're really eye-catching. There will be many disciples from various sects at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, so if I keep acting like this while wearing Wudang's clothes, he sighed lightly and thought worriedly about his master. Master, people will talk. I don't care if I or the Wudang Sect get criticized, but I'm really worried about what they'll say about Master, Chung suggested. We have to leave by boat early tomorrow morning, so shouldn't we find a place to spend the night now? Jinmu decided. His voice was firm. I need to find a tailor. Early in the morning, just as the market was starting, Chung came running. Martial Uncle Jinmu asked, Did you find one? Chung panted and replied, They say there are no boats. All the boats left here are already booked. Currently only 2 boats are operating per day, one of which was chartered by the Zug family, and the other one has many stops and docks at various piers. Jinmu got angry with frustration. What's so great about the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly that there's not a single boat? He cursed them inwardly. I need to meet those righteous Martial Alliance trash quickly so I can go find my dual heart arts, he hinted to Chung. Did you try giving them more money? Chung asked in surprise. There's a set fee. Why should I give them more money? He also calmly explained. Don't you know there are first-class seats as expected? Since a Wudang disciple is like this, Jinmu couldn't expect more. Do you know that there are many moments in life, sometimes a simple method is enough? The 3 of them hurried away. You are so naive. Let's go. A sharp shout was heard. Stop right there. Jinmu turned around curiously and saw Yukbak running towards them. What a persistent old man. He couldn't hold it in and snapped. Yesterday you were wearing Wudang clothes, but today you're wearing plain clothes? Were you pretending to be a Taoist? Jinmu didn't even feel it was worth answering. What a headache. Let's go. He got angry and quickly gathered strength in his hand to grab Jinmu, but he grabbed empty air. He dodged my move too easily. Jinmu turned around. His cold gaze stared at him. You're really annoying. What the hell are you doing? He hurriedly held out his hand. What else would I do? Hand it over quickly, he emphasized. 4 niang. He constantly blamed Jinmu. Do you know what I went through because of you? What the hell did you order that cost 4 niang? He immediately demanded that Chung take out the money. Hurry up and give it to him so he can't nag anymore? His face was full of annoyance. Jinmu said coldly. Now that I've given you the money, our business is over, right? Well water does not mix with river water, so don't follow us anymore. But that only piqued Yukbek's interest even more, and he continued to follow them. Watching the 3 of them get further away, he also smiled lightly. The peaceful morning air. The 3 of them walked solemnly, and Yukbak quietly followed behind them. Jinmu got angry. Stop following us? Yukbak shrugged. I'm just going the same way, he narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. Then you go first, Yukbak smiled lightly. I don't want to. Jinmu looked at him angrily. Crazy old man, I can't bury him alive or do anything else, he shouted loudly. Let's just ignore that old man and go. Yukbak smiled lightly. I didn't originally intend to follow him, he thought to himself. At first I was just drawn to his strange personality, which was different from a Taoist. As if by coincidence, from the moment their eyes met in front of the tavern, to the man who provoked the old man, and when the 20-year-old easily dodged his attack, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Yukbak slowed his pace and observed the 3. Just by looking at them, they possessed outstanding abilities, but their characters didn't seem upright. He was truly charming and interesting. If all the people heading to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly were like him, this journey would surely not be in vain. The scene at the ferry was bustling and crowded. Jinmu looked around. The regular ship that Chung had found seemed to have already left, and the other ship was chartered by the Zug family. Yukbak smiled faintly. He's trying to get a ride on the Zug family's ship. But Jinmu paid no mind to his words. He headed in the opposite direction, and Yukbak frowned. The Zug family is this way. Unable to hide his surprise and curiosity, he followed him. A merchant ship? Merchant ships are fast but uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be better to ask the Zug family for help? Jinmu shouted loudly. Chung Wu, come here, we're taking this ship. The 2 disciples immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Yukbak stood beside them, unable to hide his surprise. Are you really going to take a merchant ship? Jinmu chatted with Logok with a confident smile and a relaxed demeanor. Yukbak frowned. He had never seen a Taoist from the Wudang Sect be so friendly. He saw a large money pouch in Logok's hand. He bribed that fellow. A strange smile appeared again. A Taoist buying someone off with money. This one is definitely not ordinary. This fellow piques my interest. It will surely be fun to go with them. He also hurried. I want to take the ship with them too, but Logok refused. He explained hurriedly, the seats are all taken, so I don't think we can take you, sir. Yukbak was surprised and replied with annoyance, what do you mean, isn't there an empty seat? Logok remained calm. That gentleman over there bought all the empty seats. He said to only let young and beautiful people and their friends on board. Jinmu was smiling leisurely and triumphantly. Logok also said, moved, he even promised to be my ship's guard, so it's a really good thing. Yukbak heard that and stepped forward. I'll guard your ship too, I can do much better than that guy. But Logok was openly contemptuous, we might have to protect him instead. Yukbek's arrogance immediately soared. Do you know who my father is? He said haughtily. If you ask who I am, but he suddenly realized. If they found out he was Yukbak, the three of them, Jinmu's group, would stick to him like the wind. Those Taoist guys will surely become polite and apologize or even cling to me. If it becomes an uncomfortable atmosphere, I won't be able to enjoy it even if I go with them. Logok just stared at him with a cold expression. Who are you, sir? Zhuge Sun asked in a low voice. What's the commotion over there? Yufeng quickly replied. It seems that old man is insisting on boarding the merchant ship. Zhuge Sun did not rush and quietly observed. He suddenly realized who the person was he approached, and Yukbak was still pleading. Is it so hard to let me on the ship? I'll pay and guard the ship. Zhuge Sun said in a gentle voice. Senior, do you perhaps need a ferry? The group bowed their heads respectfully. Zhuge Sun, a scholar of the martial world, pays his respects to Master Yukbak. He immediately signaled for silence, and his voice softened with a hint of dissatisfaction. Shash, there's no need for such formalities. He glanced at Jinmu, who was talking cheerfully. Good, it seems he hasn't heard yet. Zhuge Sun immediately realized. He's probably hiding his identity because of those people. He offered to help. I heard you need a ferry. Please come aboard our ship. It is an honor to accompany you, senior. But he stubbornly refused. I'm fine, so don't worry. I'm going to take the merchant ship. He was surprised by those words. But they won't let him on, he observed for a moment, lost in thought. Why is he so stubborn? It doesn't look comfortable. Staring intently at the three of them, Jinmu's group, Zhuge Sun realized. He probably wants to go with them. He thought for a long time and judged. Judging by the plain clothes, they seemed to be from the Wudang Sect. Zhuge Sun was just as curious about that fact. Yukbak is interested in a disciple of Wudang. Who could it be? He approached and said quietly. What if you were to go with the Wudang disciples on our ship, senior? Yukbek's eyes sparkled. Did this fellow figure out my intention? He looked at him triumphantly. As expected of a genius. Zhuge Sun greeted Logok cheerfully. I am Zhuge Sun of the Zhuge family. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. I am the captain of the merchant fleet. It is an honor to meet you, he also replied cheerfully. I don't mean to trouble you. He turned to the side and introduced. I am a close friend of this master. I was thinking of taking the ship with him and those three. Would that be all right? He said in a gentle voice. If there is a cost, please go to our main family in Yangzhong to collect it. I will inform my people in advance. At these words, Captain Logok's eyes widened with joy. Please wait a moment. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. He immediately changed his attitude and said in a stern voice, Everyone please disembark. But Jinmu was not to be outdone. I won't get off, didn't you already promise? Logok was also in a difficult position and pulled him. That person is from the Zhuge family, do you understand? The future of our merchant fleet depends on this. Zhuge Sun suggested. Wouldn't it be better to get on our ship? But Jinmu showed no face and refused firmly. Zhuge Sun was still happy and polite. This brother seems to be quite straightforward. He laughed lightly but coldly. I don't think the elders of your brother's sect would be very happy if they knew you were treating an old master like this, Jinmu hurriedly replied. That's a funny joke. His eyes were cold and arrogant. Do you think I care about such trivial things? He was indifferent. Don't mind us, just take that annoying old man and go. Zhuge Sun was stunned. I hinted that I was a disciple of Wudang, but he doesn't care at all. He hurriedly opened his mouth. But he said he wanted to go with you. Jinmu didn't care and said loudly. Chang, go get 3 horses. He turned away coldly. Don't mind us, just go your own way. Jinmu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Trying so hard to act like a man, Zhuge Sun was surprised that his identity had been revealed. Our Zhuge family was supposed to travel comfortably by boat, but now we have to go by land. It's all because of those annoying guys meddling. Zhuge Sun followed him, flustered. How did he know? Yukbak also felt guilty. It seems I inadvertently caused you trouble. But Zhuge Sun happily suggested, then would you prefer to ride in a carriage or on a horse, Junior? Yukbek's eyes widened in surprise. Zhuge Sun smiled lightly. You want to follow them, don't you? He felt intrigued and had to catch up with them quickly. He immediately ordered Yufeng. I will go by land with the old senior. Half of you will help the Biocan merchant fleet, and the rest will take the Zhuge family's ship. He was also troubled by this. But if you go by land, you will have to camp. Please let me and a few others follow you, young master. Yukbak looked at him with excitement. It will be more comfortable with you around, just as the rumors say. The pride of the Zhuge family. As evening approached, it began to rain. It rained heavily, and Jinmu looked up wearily. Is the sky mocking me? While a group of people worked hurriedly, he lamented. It's not enough that I'm caught by these leeches, but now it's raining too. Yukbak also quipped. This kind of rain isn't ideal for camping, is it? The Zug family is really well prepared. At those words, Jinmu continued to curse him. Shut up, old man, we wouldn't be camping if it weren't for you. Zug Son quietly watched the conversation between them. He sighed lightly. Yufeng approached quietly. Young master, the weather has gotten colder because of the rain, he reminded her cheerfully. We will prepare a meal, so please rest for a while. You couldn't sleep last night either. Zug Son closed his eyes peacefully, but an incomprehensible emotion welled up in his heart. How did that Taoist know? Not even Yukbak noticed. His gaze grew darker. How? Zug Son fell asleep. A mother was filled with resentment and pain. I'm sorry, there was no other way. The truth is, your twin brother died. If a successor to the family is not determined, we will have to adopt another child, she sobbed. If an adopted son becomes the successor and is not of our bloodline, it will be a big hole in the power of the Zug family in the future. That means you have to live in place of your brother from now on, you have to dress like a man and act like a man. And you must abandon your name and live by the name Son, because you have to show the entire Central Plains that the heir of the Zug family is not dead. But her talent surpassed that of men. She was even the best among her peers, so no one suspected her. It was just that she was small in stature. The heir of the Zug family was a handsome boy. She was happy, thinking that living as a man was not so bad, but fate was cruel and a son was born. Everyone was happy when my younger brother was born. He was happy too, but it meant I had to go back to my original self, to live a woman's life and to devote my entire life to a political marriage with a stranger I had never met. I couldn't even use my abilities, and had to live my whole life tied down as someone else's wife. He couldn't accept it. I will not let that happen. When the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly begins, this is a God-given opportunity for me, a chance to make a name for myself, not bound by the family name. After a long time of training and persistent persuasion, the family head finally gave his permission. Even if I return to my identity as a woman, I will not give up my talent. This journey is the last one as Zug Son. When I return, Zug Son will fall ill and go into seclusion, and the newborn child will become the young family head, and I will build my reputation as a true martial artist. But how did that Taoist know? No one knows this fact except for the core members of the family, that rude and frivolous Taoist. Who is he? Zug Son was startled by the call. Yufeng hurriedly reminded her. The food is ready, he thought to himself. I must have been really tired to have dreamed of the past. The aroma of the soup spread. Chung Yu groaned. The soup is really delicious. He seemed to be withering. Martial uncle, I'm hungry, Jinmu said curtly. Chung went to catch a deer, so just bear with it. Zug Son called out cheerfully in a loud voice. Don't just sit there, come over here and have some hot soup. At those words, Chung Yu was tempted. Jinmu threatened coldly. Do you want to die? Zug Son came over to the side and said in a gentle voice. You're too stubborn. Is someone going to eat you? Jinmu said roughly and bluntly. Why should I open my heart to people I said I didn't want to get involved with, especially you? He quickly exposed Zug Son's truth. You want me to believe her? She's just a cunning brat who hides herself in men's clothing. At these words, everyone was shocked, but Zug Son was strangely calm. She was not flustered at all when her secret was revealed. Jinmu evaluated inwardly. She's good at controlling her emotions and has excellent internal energy. I can feel the energy coming from her body. It's not as good as mine, but it's comparable to Chang's. His eyes lit up. Those who hide themselves behind laughter are really dangerous. I need to stay away from that woman. Zug Son smiled gently. You're very observant. Jinmu was annoyed. Isn't the reason you're here because of that guy named Yukbak? At these words, Yukbak was also surprised. He got angry. Do you expect me to bow to you? At these words, the old Yukbak was just as interested. To act like that even though you know who I am, it's quite interesting. Jinmu was cold and Zug Son couldn't understand. How can there be such a person in the world? He is a person who has reached a realm I cannot fathom. To have such a strong person in Wudang. He suddenly realized one thing about Jinmu. Even the sect leader of Wudang had to bow his head in front of Yukbak, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Her gaze sharpened, her voice was dignified, and she asked bluntly, Are you that Jinmu? Zug Son said solemnly. I failed to recognize the recently famous sword of Wudang. The look in her eyes as she looked at Jinmu now contained open sarcasm. At those words, Jinmu felt unpleasant and cursed inwardly. He stared at Zug Son with bullet-like eyes and admired her. To change her attitude so quickly, is it because she's a person of the Zug family? Yukbak, who was next to him, was immediately greatly surprised when he heard those words. This fellow is the sword of Wudang? He couldn't help but admire. I've heard many rumors about the sword of Wudang, but this person is only a first-generation disciple, not the sect leader. Wudang is truly amazing. Zug Son also continued to speak calmly. That's not all. He also defeated the captain of the Zug family's Changhua unit. Besides, I heard that his swordsmanship has reached the state of perfection. To reach the state of swordsmanship at such a young age is truly respectable. Jinmu felt a little uncomfortable hearing those words. He blamed himself. I revealed too much of my skills. It's an unwritten rule to hide your skills in preparation for disaster. Then he finally let out a tired sigh. I need to be more careful from now on. Just then, Chung Yu suddenly shouted proudly. Martial uncle is not limited to swordsmanship. He is much more amazing than you two think. Everyone was greatly surprised, but only Jinmu was shocked. This stupid brat, he hurriedly covered Chung Wu's mouth. This fellow is not up to par, so he's bluffing like that. How could I be so amazing? But Zug Son and Yukbok didn't seem to care much and talked even louder. Jinmu could only cry inwardly. Suddenly, Chung returned with a large beast on his shoulder. Jinmu couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before him. A large deer was thrown hard to the ground. Chung was sweating profusely and began to explain. I'm a little late, right? This one was too fast. Jinmu felt wronged, but could only curse him inwardly. Do you know how many things happened while you were gone? Yukbok happily approached the deer and praised it. What a big fellow. I'll eat a lot of you. But he interrupted him. I didn't catch this for you, sir. This is for Martial Uncle. Chung Wu, who was bruised from being hit by Jinmu, trembled and shouted weakly. Zug Son on this side didn't care and happily suggested. Let's stop now, and since we have deer meat, let's sit down and eat together. The more Jinmu thought about it, the angrier he became. Nothing was resolved. Darkness slowly fell and the long night passed. Before he knew it, the next morning had dawned, an early morning full of sunshine and wind. Yukbok went outside to get some fresh air. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Senior, you're up early. He saw Zug Son and smiled. You're up early too. The older I get, the less I sleep, so I wake up early. He suddenly lowered his voice and opened his mouth. I apologize for yesterday's incident, Senior. I did that for some personal reasons. Her voice became increasingly sad, but I never meant to deceive you, sir. But contrary to his imagination, Yukbok smiled kindly. He said gently, everyone has their own hardships. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Then he didn't forget to encourage her. Let's continue to have fun until the Dragon and Phoenix assembly. Zug Son was very grateful that the senior understood, but she suddenly couldn't contain her curiosity. How are you so good at disguising yourself, even your voice? At those words she just smiled bitterly. The group continued on their way. The road to that place was very long and it took a full 20 days on horseback, and now exactly 10 days had passed since leaving Yichang. Chung Wu sighed as he walked. It would have been nice to go with the Zug family, he continued to grumble. It's so tiring just moving like this, and Martial Uncle even makes time to train us. I feel like I'm going to collapse. Chung, who was next to him, quietly looked at him and reminded him, stop whining, isn't it all for us? As soon as the two heard Jinmu's suggestion. Let's take a break. Their faces immediately brightened, but it wasn't long before they were filled with disappointment. He said triumphantly, it's a cliff, isn't it great? Today's training will be very cool. The two of them struggled to climb the steep cliff, and Jinmu continued to urge them from below. Is that all you can do? Chung Wu, don't use your feet. Just use your finger strength to climb. Yukbok watched them in amazement, and he was still very serious. Of course, otherwise you'll fall to your death. Zug Son, who was next to him, asked out of curiosity. Is it because of this kind of training that Master Chung became so strong so quickly? Jinmu was blunt as if he didn't want to answer. What do you want to know for? Zug Son began to talk again with excitement. Master Chung said, it's all thanks to my martial uncle. So I want to make a suggestion. Please help me train like that too. But he was cold and cut her off. Do you think you can do it with that woman's body? Don't be ridiculous. He wasn't ashamed at all and instead laughed cheerfully. Don't say such cruel things. The more Jinmu thought about it, the harder it was to understand. Both this Zug family brat and Yukbok, they don't care at all even if I pour all kinds of means and curses on them. Then he turned away his face as if he was ashamed. Don't look at me with those innocent-looking eyes. Then suddenly Jinmu flinched as if he had realized something. It seems something is approaching, he shouted loudly. Chung Wu, be careful of the top. Suddenly someone's figure jumped out from the cliff. The two of them looked in surprise. A man was holding a child tightly. He immediately threw the child towards Chung. He immediately shouted loudly, Chung Wu, help me. Chung Wu used all his strength to help Chung. His power began to concentrate in his feet, and after that he stood firm using the cliff as a foothold. He also extended both hands to create a foothold for Chung. Chung immediately stepped on the foothold and jumped up to save the child, and the man was already seriously injured. He fell straight into the deep sea. Chung held the child and gently set her down on the ground. Everyone was flustered, looking at the trembling child. Yukbok glared at the top and shouted, What kind of crazy people are you? Immediately, a group of unidentified men in black appeared. Jinmu glared at them and seemed to have realized something. They jumped down from the cliff without hesitation and landed lightly. One of them said coldly in a hoarse voice, Are these clothes from the Zug family? He threatened. It's none of your business. If you leave the child and go, nothing will happen. Yukbok heard that and immediately got angry and shouted, Chasing this young girl in broad daylight, who are you? Jinmu, who was next to him, just watched the scene quietly and didn't want to get involved. Anyone would think I'm that old man's relative. His sharp gaze still did not leave the group in black. This kind of thing doesn't happen just once or twice in the martial world. It's probably a human trafficking ring chasing its prey. Anyway, to chase a child like this, they really have no pride. Just then, Zug Son suddenly stated her guess. These people don't seem to be an evil heretical group. Jinmu was very angry when he heard that. Since when did those damn bastards openly kidnap people in front of the heretical sect? In my time we never touched women and children. These cowards are definitely not from the heretical sect. The man in black opened his mouth in a low voice. It's not time to face the Central Plains Martial Alliance yet. Immediately, the group rushed in and surrounded them. But we need that child. Jinmu observed leisurely from one side. This much is nothing, there's no need for me to step in. Suddenly they rushed in unison on a signal. Kill them. Chung Cheng's eyes lit up. He quickly brandished his sword and easily defeated the enemy, and they had no time to counterattack. Powerful attacks continued to pour in. Chung Yu also put all his strength into his fists. He resolutely defeated the enemy. Jinmu was constantly proud of them. These two are getting better and better. As expected, a good teacher produces a good disciple. His gaze turned to scan another direction. Yukbok was facing two men in black alone. He didn't let his guard down at all and launched a powerful palm strike at the two men in black with a serious face. A thought crossed Jinmu's mind. With that high level of martial arts, he could easily finish off the charging enemies, but he's only attacking enough to subdue them. It must be because of that justice that he can't go all out, even in a life-or-death situation. He sighed, unable to understand that ideology. Anyway, that's the goal of the righteous sects. Suddenly, a disciple of the Zug family was hit by an attack. The group in black took advantage of the momentum and rushed in, drawing their swords to finish it. The sharp blade flew straight at Zugson, who was protecting the child, but he had already noticed it and resolutely fought back. I can't go all out, I have to fight while protecting this child. Zugson seemed to have some difficulty balancing the situation. The group noticed the gap and constantly pressured her. Jinmu judged that the situation was not good and immediately rushed in to counterattack. A flash of anger crossed his sharp eyes. Zugson looked at Jinmu and offered her thanks. Jinmu was immediately smug. You know who just helped you. Continue to protect the child well. He quickly used the Chongsen Su, a Wudang Sect technique. He instantly defeated the enemy like the wind. Just one person being added changed the situation so breathtakingly. The leader saw the scene and said in a low voice, "There's a pretty strong one." Suddenly, Yukbak announced loudly, "I'll take on this leader, you protect the child." That leader was just as arrogant. "You seem to be the leader. I'll take you down very lightly and get the child back," he constantly threatened. "He seems to be a master, so it will be very interesting." Yukbak heard that and immediately got into a ready stance. A long fight ensued where the winner could not be determined. Yukbak moved quickly and aimed straight at the enemy to attack. His eyes suddenly seemed to realize something. The familiar technique of the man in black. He attacked Yukbak head-on, but he dodged it lightly. That technique again. He began to observe and analyze the situation. In terms of martial arts, I am definitely superior to him. But what worries me now is that he is gradually closing the distance with his fast movements. I can't predict his next move at all. He gritted his teeth. What is this strange martial art? The two fought without a clear winner. Finally, Jinmu decided to rush in like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye he reached the leader of the men in black. His eyes were filled with determination to defeat the enemy. That fellow immediately noticed and took a defensive stance. The two energies clashed violently, creating a thunderous explosion. The man in black was flustered. "How dare you!" Jinmu immediately defeated him in an instant with Musang. His eyes were filled with killing intent at this time and demanded of him, "Let's have a talk." The man in black flew far away and hit a cliff. Yukbak was about to scold him, but instead he was criticized. "You should have used your original energy from the beginning. Trying to subdue him without shedding blood, you only suffered more." He looked coldly at the fallen man. "Stop playing around and get up. I have a lot to ask you." He trembled in pain. "How did you?" Jinmu on this side lowered his voice and answered. "Do you know that ill-tempered old man who was at Muol Hall?" He explained calmly. "I have a small debt to repay that old man. Just tell me who that guy is." Jinmu's voice was cold and filled with threats. "I'll be a little gentler with you." The man seemed to recall the familiar face of the person who had spoken of his senior brother. Soon he asked in a confused tone, "What the hell do you know?" Jinmu approached him with a faint smile. "I don't know anything, but we can find out together from now on." Hearing those words, the man in black began to tremble with fear. To think the Zug family has someone like that. His skills are on par with the old man I just fought. As Jinmu got closer, he grew even more terrified. He even knows inch force. "What the hell is going on?" The man gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. "With his skills, he could kill me and still have energy to spare. I can't hold on any longer because of the internal injuries I've just sustained." Suddenly, he drew his sword. He had made his final decision, to rush at Jinmu and attack him directly. "I have no choice but to take him down." Jinmu sneered at the sight. "You had a weapon too, you didn't hesitate to draw your sword. Since you've drawn your blade, I can't just stand by either." Then he added with excitement, "I'll grant your wish." His 2 feet suddenly shot up and he charged straight at him. Jinmu quickly swung his sword and the man in black swiftly dodged the attack. Seeing this, Jinmu quickly gave chase. The man couldn't hide his fear as he watched Jinmu's attack. How can he be so strong? He could barely counter Jinmu's fierce assault. How can he use inch force so skillfully? There's no need to circulate chi, not a single unnecessary movement, and he swings his hand without hesitation, aiming directly for my weak points. Jinmu's eyes were filled with cruelty and he wore an arrogant, haughty smile. "I'll give you a very satisfying show," then he declared loudly. "Just enough so you don't die." Suddenly, he sensed something was off and quickly withdrew his sword. A few poison needles fell chaotically to the ground and Jinmu quickly stepped back. "Hidden weapons and they're poisoned. You're quite the one for dirty tricks, aren't you?" As the poison from the needles began to seep into the man in black's wounds, his eyes turned red with pain. There's no hope now. In the end, he decided to charge in with desperation. "If that's the case, I'll take a guy like you with me." If I die, you die. But Jinmu remained calm, though the flames of anger burned in his eyes. A powerful energy suddenly erupted from his sword as well. A low, cold voice echoed, "You want to die with me?" Jinmu acted decisively. The man in black had no time to react or dodge the sharp sword strike. It was a series of terrifying, powerful, and precise moves. Lone soul-snatching sword, Moon's demise. Jinmu finally stood tall with a dignified presence. "I forgot to ask about that old man." He furrowed his brow, showing his displeasure. "He was so boring, I just killed him." Other enemies suddenly collapsed as well. Zugson made a calm judgment. Their minds were all being controlled. She analyzed it clearly. Come to think of it, only the leader spoke. What method did he use to control them? First, I need to examine and tie them up. Yukbak also spoke, bewildered. "They're truly strange fellows." Zugson agreed. "I have never heard of such people either." She looked at the young girl with Chung Yu and thought, that child who was being chased by them might know something. She hurried over and asked, "Are you all right, little one?" But the child still seemed to be in shock. Zugson felt a sense of worry. "She can't say anything, she must have been too shocked," she reassured the child. "It's okay, everything is okay now." Yukbak watched the scene before him and smiled kindly. "That child has a truly kind heart." He turned his head and looked at Jinmu with admiration. "Anyway, you're really amazing. It's the first time I've seen the half-moon sword energy." Even after hearing that, he maintained his arrogant attitude. "What does it have to do with you, old man? I have no idea what you're talking about." Jinmu became even more annoyed when the other person mentioned the group from before. "Wouldn't you, the old man with the dog-beating staff, know better than me?" Yukbak grew more excited and asked, "Do you know Brother Ha?" At that, he was utterly disgusted. "Do scumbags stick together?" Yukbak was lost in thought. "If you're the person my sworn brother was watching, you must not be ordinary. I shouldn't inform the authorities in advance, but how should I handle this? Dozens of people were kidnapped here. How should we move them?" Zugson quickly said, "It has already been 10 days since we left Yichang. Instead of taking them ourselves, it would be better to ask for help from the nearby families and sects," she suggested in an excited voice. "To track and investigate where the incident occurred, it would be very fitting to get help from the Beggars clan. They are very skilled at investigating information. But there is one troublesome point. Since this is such a large-scale incident, we must report it to the local elder and also need the clan leader's permission." Soon, Zugson looked at Jinmu with a meaningful gaze and smiled. "I heard that the Taoist master is on close terms with senior dog-beating staff. Wouldn't that be helpful in getting their assistance?" Jinmu immediately turned his head and quickly refused. "What are you thinking? There's no way." His mind was in turmoil. What is she hinting at? I have nothing to ask of them. Just then, Chung Yu blurted out a suggestion. "Martial uncle, didn't a senior from the Beggars clan give you something like a token before?" Hearing that, Jinmu screamed internally and cursed. "Completely useless, this stupid pig-like brat," Chung Yu said innocently. "Wouldn't the token that the old man from the Beggars clan gave you before be helpful, Martial uncle?" Jinmu was extremely flustered. Chung Yu continued to press Jinmu. "Martial uncle, say something. You even ordered me to wash a single coin clean before." Zugson heard this and asked in surprise, "Did you perhaps receive the warrior's tablet of the Beggars clan?" Jinmu screamed internally. "What on earth doesn't this woman know?" Yukbak and Zugson looked at him with eyes full of respect and joy. "A warrior's tablet? I'm so close to them and I still haven't received one. And to think Senior Yang Zhaofeng gave it to you himself." Chung Yu, standing next to them, also boasted loudly. "Our martial uncle is the pride of Wudang. Even the leader of the Beggars clan wants to establish ties with us." Zugson was very excited at this point and suggested, "Then could Taoist Master Jinmu help us?" Yukbak also chimed in with praise. "The sword of Wudang is righteous. With a warrior's tablet, you should be able to request the Beggars clan's help without the clan leader's permission." Jinmu trembled with anger beside them. "It's all because of this damn sword of Wudang title." His voice began to tremble. "Will this be of any help?" Jinmu glared at Chung Yu as if he could shoot bullets from his eyes and cursed internally. "You'll be kicked out of the Five Dragons Palace. What a troublesome brat." As evening approached, a voice echoed in the quiet atmosphere. "My name is Jade Child Beggar. It is an honor to meet the sword of Wudang." The old man introduced himself cheerfully. "For the owner of this item to use it for its original purpose is truly a great blessing for all the people under heaven." He respectfully handed it to Jinmu. "I will return this item to you." As soon as he received it, he immediately asked, "How many more times can I use this?" The old man explained quietly. "With Master Yang Zhaofeng's authority, there is one more use left." At those words, Jinmu's heart felt like it was tearing apart. "I've wasted one use of such a precious item." He immediately turned to Chung Yu and shouted, "Who said you could rest? Keep training." Zugson said with a smile, "Taoist Master Jinmu, you're quite special, aren't you? Still, you're a truly wonderful person." She looked at Jinmu with eyes full of respect. If it weren't for his help this time, it would have been a big problem. Yukbak also agreed. "He's a bit rude, though." The two proudly nodded their heads and praised him. "He is truly a person worthy of the title Sword of Wudang." Suddenly, Zugson made a request. "Anyway, Taoist Master Jinmu mentioned that the leader of the Beggars clan is tracking the traces of those masked men. This matter shouldn't leak to the outside, right? I will also keep it a secret, so please don't worry." The bustling Dragon and Phoenix assembly was crowded with people from all directions. Suddenly, a scream that seemed to tear the sky rang out. "No!" It turned out to be Jinmu shouting in anger. "I'll find another inn," Zugson calmly analyzed. "Do you know how many people have come to Wuhan to participate?" And if you consider their families and guards, you will never find an inn with an empty room." She looked at him with a troubled expression and added, "There are only 5 days left until the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, and you still insist on not coming to my residence. That would be a loss of face. Should the disciples of Wudang be seen wandering outside the city walls?" At those words, Jinmu fell into thought again, but soon became annoyed once more. "So you're saying I need your help? Didn't you say you'd let those two stay at the Zug family estate?" But Zug Son replied with a light laugh, "You misunderstood my meaning. Taoist Master Jinmu was not included in that statement." Yukbak didn't seem to care much and was rather very excited. "Let's go together. The more the merrier," he thought to himself. "I struggled to escape Wudang, to escape the shackles of that master of mine and to enjoy freedom in the martial world. But why are so many sects gathered here? Why of all places do I have to stay at the Zug branch family in Wuhan, the den of the Martial Alliance?" After a while they arrived at Zug Son's residence and she greeted them cheerfully. Chung noticed Jinmu's displeasure and said cautiously, "Shall we look for another inn?" Jinmu saw the tired look in the two's eyes and gave up his resistance. "You're both tired," he sighed and urged them. "Anyway, since we've come as guests of the Zug family, eat and drink to your heart's content." He suddenly felt a sense of bitterness. What parent can watch their child suffer? I can't make them suffer more now that we've come this far. Zug Zhongyan saw them and greeted them happily. "Welcome, young master." Zug Son also greeted brightly. "It's been a long time, branchhead." Just then he seemed to realize something. Could this person be? Zug Zhongyan of the Zug family of the martial world pays his respects to Master Yukbak. "Thank you for visiting my humble home." Yukbak hurriedly replied, "You're too humble." Jinmu glanced at them from the side, greatly annoyed. Even a single greeting is so flashy and noisy. Zug Son began to introduce the people, but Zug Zhongyan showed little interest, paying attention only to Yukbak. "Please come this way and have some tea." Suddenly, Jinmu saw a familiar figure and was very surprised. He greeted him in a friendly manner. "Long time no see. Are you also here to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly?" Zug Jun couldn't help but be surprised to see him. He immediately cursed loudly. "You son of a bitch!" In an instant, the atmosphere turned cold. He realized he had misspoken. Zug Son said in a cold voice, "Zug Jun, what did you just say?" Her gaze was very sharp. "Don't they teach you even the most basic social etiquette at the Dangu branch?" Zug Jun immediately bowed his head and apologized. "I made a slip of the tongue for a moment, but inwardly he was not submissive. That guy is much younger than me, but he's the future heir of the main family." He could only grit his teeth and endure. "I only made a small mistake and she insults me like this in front of everyone." Zug Son couldn't hold back and shouted, "Shut up. You should be mindful of the time and place for your words and actions. You brat from the Dangu branch, do you know who these people are?" He stammered in reply. "He's a Taoist." Hearing that, she became even angrier. "This is Taoist Master Jinmu, the Sword of Wudang." Zug Jun couldn't believe his ears. The Sword of Wudang? Since when was that brat? Hurried footsteps grew louder. Zug Zhongyan shouted hastily, "What are you doing not getting on your knees and apologizing?" He thought to himself that this was a big problem. He's not just an ordinary Taoist but the Sword of Wudang who represents Wudang. And yet this brat dared to call him a son of a bitch. Moreover, Wudang and the Zug family are rivals in Hubei. If today's incident becomes known outside, it would be a slap in the face for the family. The fact that the Zug family disregarded the Sword of Wudang would surely tarnish the Zug family's reputation. Zug Zhongyan immediately reprimanded him loudly. "How dare you say such rude things to the Sword of Wudang?" He himself also bowed his head and apologized. "I apologize for not recognizing you sooner." Zug Zhongyan of the Wuhan branch apologizes on behalf of that young brat. Then he gestured to Zug Jun. He finally grasped the situation and bowed his head to ask for forgiveness. "Please forgive me. The second young master of the Dangu branch committed a crime of disrespect towards the Sword of Wudang." Having achieved his goal, Jinmu smiled leisurely. "I just wanted to say hello in a friendly way, but I've caused such a commotion." Zug Jun was slightly surprised to hear that. He secretly glanced at Jinmu, who was also looking at him. His voice dropped playfully. "Bow your head lower and keep your eyes down." Zug Jun's anger welled up and he cursed continuously in his mind. This son of a bitch. On a peaceful evening at the Zug branch family, the fragrant smell of grilling meat filled the air. Jinmu drank wine and admired the scenery. "This is how it should be." Zug Jun stood by, filled with anger, cursing inwardly. "You mongrel pig." Though resentful, he did not forget his task of grilling the meat. Zug Jun could only endure in the face of the capitalist Jinmu's exploitation. "How dare you cause trouble? You're even exploiting my labor. A guy like you doesn't even seem like a Taoist." Suddenly, Jinmu started a quarrel. "Hey Zug Jun, it's not our first time meeting, so just speak comfortably like before. We're about the same age." Zug Jun, having learned from experience this time, answered politely. "No sir, how could I dare be rude to the Sword of Wudang?" Anger was evident in his eyes. "This bastard, he's definitely doing this on purpose." "What do you mean we're similar?" "I'm 8 years older than you bastard." Hearing that, Jinmu spoke softly, satisfied. "Then I'll be the only one speaking comfortably, come to think of it. Your prediction was really accurate." He immediately reenacted the previous scene. "See you later." Then he burst out laughing. "We ended up meeting again like this." He continued to ask Chung Yu, "Is there not enough meat?" Chung Yu also replied innocently, "It's a little lacking." At those words, Zug Jun felt like he was going even crazier. "That pig-like bastard, you alone ate more than 10 people's share." Jinmu casually demanded of him. Then grill some more meat and bring more wine. Chung, seeing his martial uncle like this, said worriedly, "The night is deep. If you eat too much you'll have an upset stomach." He understood the meaning and called Zhuge Jun. Like a ray of hope he rejoiced and thanked him inwardly. He finally stopped eating. "Ah, I can finally rest now. All hail great hero Chung." But Jinmu didn't give him a chance to rejoice and smiled with satisfaction. "You heard him. There's enough wine, so now just grill more meat for Chung Wu. Prepare some hangover soup for tomorrow too." Hearing that, Zhuge Jun's face darkened and his eyes narrowed with displeasure. Jinmu's words felt like a direct mockery. "What are you doing over there? Go get more meat." He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions. "Just you wait." A moment later, Zhuge Jun, with a heavy heart, had no choice but to follow the order. "I'll be back later." He was now filled with extreme resentment. "I will definitely become a disciple of the Sword Saint and crush your pride. Just you wait, you Taoist bastards." It was a quiet night. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the branches could be heard. The 3 members of Jinmu's group were fast asleep. Chung Wu was sleeping like the dead. His snores made it impossible for Jinmu to fall asleep. "I'm never sleeping with that guy again." Suddenly, he sat up bolt upright, an idea striking him. Would he shut up if I gave him a smack? But looking at the children who had followed him for so long, his heart softened. "Anyway, this will all be over in just 4 days." Jinmu smiled and thought, "His sleeping posture is just like his personality." Suddenly, the room door slowly opened. Jinmu quietly walked out into the quiet night. He took a deep breath. "In 4 days I can officially go look for the yin-yang heart art. As long as I train in the yin-yang heart art, I will definitely find that guy." He began to plan in his mind. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the gold and silver treasures piled up in the treasure vault, and finally the Qianwu Alliance, that loyal subordinate of mine. I wonder if he's doing well. What does he look like now, after I conquer the Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Sect, the demonic cult? I will sweep everything away. Just thinking about it is really exciting. Jinmu walked alone in the dark night, lost in all sorts of thoughts, and then suddenly came to his senses. "When did I get to the gate of this residence?" he said to himself. "If someone had been targeting me while I was lost in thought I would have been dead." Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. "Taoist Master Jinmu." A beautiful girl with a graceful figure, Zhuge Shanshan, stood glowing, causing Jinmu to freeze. "Is she a fairy?" The girl smiled brightly. "You're still awake?" Jinmu, trembling, barely maintained his composure and asked. This voice, could it be you, Zhuge-san? Zhuge Shanshan immediately noticed and adjusted her voice, then smiled gently and explained, "I had to disguise my voice to match a man's appearance, so I rarely speak in my original voice."